The demon serves as my servant. The dark energy fuels my power. Shadows and flames accompany me. I am a warlock. A warlock traverses the Marvel universe. No system. Rely on yourself, young one. Chapter 1. Are there no warlocks around? I seem to have crossed over. Upon surveying my surroundings, it appears there are no warlocks. I shall open a chest. Oh joy! I've obtained an orange item. Looking for a group for the mythic dungeons seeking oranges, warlocks need not apply. Alas, his character in World of Warcraft is that of a warlock. Ever since the advent of the Legion expansion, which introduced a mechanism for randomly acquiring orange gear, a thunderous drumbeat has resounded between the fortunate and the unfortunate. Yet, this has little bearing on him, for the warlock has become synonymous with failure in the gaming realm. Rumors abound of warlocks being devoid of orange items, and of their inability to procure such gear within 100 yards. Thus, Li Ming has not been able to engage in dungeons for quite some time, even in random heroics. His 4 teammates would promptly withdraw. Without participating in dungeons, he cannot enhance his gear nor upgrade his artifact. Finally, Li Ming gritted his teeth and decided to invest in a gold group. However, the outcome was less than favorable. Boss, what do you require? Our team specializes in carrying players through levels 115 of mythic dungeons, various epic raids. Heavenly enjoyment at a bargain price. What? You're a warlock? I'm afraid your fee will be doubled. After contacting a team, named the spaceship that never capsizes, Li Ming outlined his requirements and settled on a price. But upon revealing his profession, he received this response. This is discrimination. He slammed his glasses onto the table with fervor, his voice rising in indignation. Oh, this is how, is they fail to perform yet blame me for their lack of fortune. Were they? Raids, epic dungeons, heroics all turned against warlocks. Now even gold groups require double the remuneration. This disgraceful lot should be buried beneath the dark soil of Africa, forever deprived of orange gear. Not even a glimpse. Initially venting his frustrations with the fervor reminiscent of a historical tyrant, he suddenly let out a yelp. It turned out he had flailed his arms too vigorously and struck a bottle of orange soda on his desk, resulting in a minor shock. Thus, he met his end, but his consciousness, or rather, his soul did not vanish. After an indeterminate amount of time and a series of improbable coincidences, he found himself in another world, inhabiting the body of an infant who had just succumbed to the cold outside an orphanage. Immediately upon his arrival, a nun from the orphanage discovered and carried him away. Under the care of the orphanage, the infant grew up healthily, while Li Ming's memories lay dormant, until he awakened at the age of 14 after a peculiar dream. After an hour of contemplation, Li Ming surmised that he must have crossed over. However, having lived in this world for 14 years, he felt no sense of strangeness or dislocation. Upon sorting through the chaotic memories awakened by his previous life, he realized, firstly, he was in America. Secondly, he could no longer be called Li Ming, but rather Evanson Richter, a golden-haired, blue-eyed German orphan raised in the orphanage. Given this, I shall henceforth be known as Evanson Richter. He accepted his new name with equanimity. The reason for this was not a farewell to his former self, but simply due to his current identification and documentation, which were all registered under this name. He could not explain how a German orphan raised in an American orphanage could possibly have a Chinese name. Except for the ears not being quite so pointed, I could easily pass for a blood elf. Evanson mused as he gazed in the mirror, reflecting on his appearance. His features, while distinct from other Germans, were more refined, and his eyes held a deeper shade of green. Overall, not too shabby, Evanson concluded, satisfied with his looks, for he was indeed a handsome young man. He wagered that with his current charm, he could effortlessly entice a cashier at the supermarket into giving him 2 bottles of soy sauce. Having confirmed his identity and maintained his male orientation towards women, Evanson began to indulge in fanciful thoughts. After all, he had crossed over. A little excitement was understandable. Since I have crossed over, surely I should have a system, an ancient spirit, or perhaps an ancient demon king at my disposal, Evanson pondered solemnly. Drawing inspiration from renowned figures in the realm of crossovers, he believed he should possess a system or something similar, guiding him towards the pinnacle of success, where he would win over numerous affluent and beautiful individuals, becoming the epitome of victory in life. He even conceived a name for his future adventures, Dragoon Proud Sky. However, while aspirations are lush, reality can be stark and unforgiving. Alas, it seems destiny is not in my favor nonetheless. I am grateful to have been granted a second chance at life. Following the lack of summon system, Evanson decided to accept his fate, yet just as he tilted his head back in a moment of self-satisfaction, a sudden thought struck him. He possessed a spatial dimension and instinctively grasped how to utilize it. Ha ha ha. My fate is not dictated by the heavens. I know I am meant to defy destiny. What is this nonsense? Just as Evanson believed he had been favored by fate, the universe dealt him another heavy blow. Upon opening his spatial dimension, a slip of paper fell out. The material was unknown, yet it exuded a sense of grandeur, as though the author were a deity or a pope. If thrown into a public square, it would undoubtedly provoke swoons among knave maidens. However, the contents of the note were rather disheartening. Official announcement. This crossing over is a grand prize from our Foundation's lottery, established XX years ago. It is not an experimental accident. The services and related benefits of this crossing have been fully distributed. Please check within the crosser's spatial dimensions. Furthermore, we solemnly declare that our Foundation does not accept any complaints or returns. If you possess the ability, come and bite me. Philia the Void Merchant, these two words have been obscured. Foundation. Staring at the absurdity of the notice, Evanson was left speechless, gazing heavenward. Nevertheless, he decided to explore his spatial dimension. Perhaps he would find an ancient spirit. Instead, he discovered that it was merely the backpack of his former Warlock character. What kind of after-sale service was this? 1,000 gold coins. Had he known, he wouldn't have purchased a game card from the auction house, as it could have been worth 200,000 gold coins. Azeroth National Geographic, merely a map capable of magnifying and reducing views of all locations in Azeroth, including Outland and Draenor, as well as the newly released Broken Isles. However, it served no other purpose. Azeroth's Million Treasures compendium depicting all named entities that have appeared in Azeroth yet, it too served no additional function. Gazing at these two disappointing items, Evanson seemed to feel a calling from the cosmos. He sensed the will of the universe and proclaimed with authority, "The name of the Philia Merchant Foundation resounds throughout the void. It is no idle reputation." Chapter 2. The Three Artifacts of Misfortune. The Painful Useless, the Reaper of Adverse Winds, a Colossal Scythe. The Scepter of Sargeras Destruction, a Formidable Staff. The Skull of the Fallen Demonology, a skull accompanied by a dagger modified with vertebrae. These three artifacts are rampant within the game, with countless players wielding them. However, if they were to exist in the real world, they would undoubtedly be considered weapons of mass destruction, akin to comparing a mere pistol to an RPG. There is also the possibility of them being as swift as a rocket, depending on the skill of the wielder. Evanson's assessment of the situation was simply, damn. Artifacts are indeed remarkable treasures coveted by many, yet the Warlock's artifacts are not included in this admiration. To be candid, the Warlock is a class particularly obsessed with power, giving rise to numerous villains, such as the infamous Gul'dan. One can assure that no Warlock could maintain composure upon discovering these three artifacts, yet it is equally certain that none would dare to grasp them directly. Typically, those reckless enough to do so either have their souls forcibly extracted by the artifacts or are incinerated to ashes. In the best-case scenario, one might find themselves under the artifact's control, becoming their servant rather than the master. Only those sufficiently powerful Warlock masters, whose mental fortitude is as steadfast as the eternal sighing wall, could claim to wield the three artifacts completely. Thus, gazing at the three artifacts nestled within his personal space, Evanson was engulfed by a sense of impending doom. The thought of even retrieving them from his personal space was daunting. If he were to dare remove the useless, it would instantly harvest every living being within at least a kilometer radius. No human, not even microorganisms, would be spared. The Scepter of Sargeras would carve open rifts in the twisted void, unleashing shadows and fell flames that could obliterate entire city blocks. The Skull of the Fallen would ensnare the sentient beings in the vicinity, compelling their submission, subsequently opening a portal to the demon realm. Should he attempt to unleash them all at once, it would spell the end for this world. Considering the peril these artifacts posed, Evanson reasoned it would be wiser to roll around in a nuclear reactor than to engage with such formidable, yet utterly unmanageable, relics. Redirecting his focus from the three overwhelmingly powerful, yet utterly unsuitable artifacts, Evanson discovered one last item in his personal space, a black leather tome. The cover bore sinister and blasphemous runes, exuding a chillingly soft and slippery texture. He hoped it wasn't bound in human skin and that reading it wouldn't cost him his own. Muttering to himself as he scrutinized the symbols on the cover, Evanson realized he recognized none of the words, yet their meanings resonated deeply within him, a form of communication on a spiritual level. The title inscribed upon the cover read Grimoire of Warlock Spells. Well, the name was rather straightforward, wasn't it? Why not opt for something more prestigious like the Book of Necromancy, the Tome of Darkness, or the Codex of Demons? As he scoffed at the title's lack of sophistication, he began to explore the tome's usage. He called out its name, no response. He double-tapped the cover, still nothing. Was blood required for binding? Gritting his teeth, he pricked his finger to let a drop of blood fall upon it, yet still met with silence. What the hell? Could it be utterly useless? He lamented, feeling robbed of any semblance of fortune. What is this fool doing? Does he not know books are meant to be read? As Evanson spiraled into frustration, he heard this dialogue echoing directly within his mind. He turned to his personal space and noticed the skull of the fallen staring at him. A semblance of a grin adorning its fleshless visage, while the useless reflected an eerie crimson light from its blade. Of course, if reading seems tedious, we could teach you ourselves, provided. Before the voice could finish, Evanson abruptly closed his personal space, silencing the voice, realizing it could not penetrate this barrier. I knew it. I knew it. These artifacts, the Warlock's treasures, are not so simple. I nearly fell for that. After sealing the space, Evanson gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming from his brow to his feet. How could the Warlock's artifacts be simple? They are alive, imbued with souls. Among the three, only the Scepter of Sargeras lacks a soul, while the other two, the Skull of the Fallen, once known as Sakiel, the first to study demonic power, tutor to Archimond, and the Useless, which harbors the soul of the fearsome demon lord that dared to challenge the fallen titan Sargeras, were far more treacherous. They had already ensnared countless masters before him. Encountering such ancient fiends as an ordinary human would guarantee a swift demise. Just moments ago, Evanson had nearly succumbed to the temptation of their offer to teach him magic. How foolish. Allowing them to teach would undoubtedly result in nothing less than soul extraction. Learning from this experience, he resolved never to engage in any form of communication with these ancient deceivers until he attained the status of a Warlock Master. As for what constitutes a Warlock Master, well, he would enlighten you once you reach level 98. However, the two ancient entities did remind him, books are indeed for reading. And perhaps he had momentarily lost his senses. It seemed the influences of those traversing novels had deeply affected him. Was it not still a matter of misfortune? Flipping open the tome, he reached the first page, having just glanced at the table of contents, before Evanson hurled the book to the ground in frustration, cursing vehemently. Though he thought this way, gazing at the sea of 3 years' worth of spell casting and 5 years of mock exams in his hands filled him with nausea. Had he applied this level of diligence in his past life, he might have gained admission to a prestigious university, achieved a high degree, ascended to the role of CEO, and won the heart of a beautiful partner, ultimately becoming a victor in life. It appeared the adage knowledge's power was indeed profound. Yet, it mattered not. If he had not strived in his previous life, he would exert himself in this one. And this endeavor was not merely about attending a renowned university. This was magic, true magic. Evanson mused, his mind drifting to titles like Urban Legends of XX, XX Urban Tales, and Supreme XX and X-Flower. By the time Evanson's daydreaming concluded, dawn had broken, and breakfast was imminent. Filled with ambition and determination, he pushed open the door, stepping into a new world. However, the new world greeted him with an overwhelming sense of confusion, leaving him utterly bewildered. Chapter 3. The Fading Dream of Glory. Evanson arrived at the cafeteria, which appeared as unremarkable as ever. However, 2 posters adorned the walls, one commemorating the anniversary of the world's anti-war efforts. This was rather mundane. Given the harrowing memories of World War II, a remembrance deemed entirely appropriate. Yet, the second poster left Evanson utterly astonished. It depicted a man clad in a form-fitting suit, primarily adorned with the American flag, blue with stars and stripes. He wielded a round shield, blue with a red circle, prominently featuring a large star at its center. Upon glimpsing this image, Evanson sensed an impending misfortune and raised his gaze to the title, which only solidified his apprehensions. The title read, "In commemoration of the late Captain America, XX years since his passing," accompanied by a smaller line beneath it, "Old soldiers never die. May freedom and glory be with you." Captain America, Steve Rogers, was the sole success of the U.S. government super soldier program during World War II. Renowned for leading his special unit into fierce battles, ultimately thwarting the nefarious plans of the Hydra organization and perishing alongside its leader, Red Skull. He was revered as a symbol of the American spirit, the greatest hero since the nation's inception. This encapsulated Evanson's recollections of Captain America, as well as the official narrative propagated by the U.S. government. However, based on his previous life's memories, Captain America was not yet deceased. He should still be encased in ice, clutching the Tesseract. Nevertheless, this revelation clarified the true essence of the world he now inhabited. This was not the America he once knew, but rather the America of the Marvel Universe. Alas, his dreams shattered before they even began. Evanson lamented, having once aspired to emulate the illustrious figures of the multiverse, perhaps embarking on a journey akin to American XX. Yet, the harsh reality, revealed over a mere breakfast, obliterated many of his ambitions. This was indeed the Marvel world, a realm best summarized in a single word: perilous, much like Azeroth. Without delving into the lurking threats, such as Thanos, whose power could rival Sorcerers, or the deities of Asgard's 9 realms, merely contemplating the earthly powers was enough to instill dread. The Hulk, capable of wielding Loki as if he were a mere toy, and Iron Man, impervious to projectiles, both made Evanson question any sense of uniqueness he might possess. Of course, Captain America remained frozen beneath the ice, the Hulk was still engaged in play with his father-in-law, and Iron Man had yet to be conceived, while Thor was still battling monsters in Asgard. However, the all-pervasive and omnipotent S.H.I.E.L.D. loomed large, a behemoth that epitomized the zenith of worldly power. Walking down the street, one could never know when an arrow shot by Hawkeye might zoom past, or when a sip of water might be laced with the lethal toxin employed by the Black Widow, capable of taking down dozens with a mere drop. Or perhaps one might awaken to find a battalion of heavily armed American soldiers stationed at their doorstep. Such occurrences made the prospect of living as a carefree hero, slaying monsters and seizing treasures, seem entirely plausible, should S.H.I.E.L.D. deem one a destabilizing factor to global peace. As for the notion of joining S.H.I.E.L.D., certainly, if one possessed unique abilities, one might be granted entry. However, this would entail rigorous training to become a full-fledged agent, accompanied by the requisite permissions and oversight from S.H.I.E.L.D. What? You wish to negotiate terms akin to Iron Man, Tony Stark? Preposterous. You, an orphan raised in a charity home, devoid of connections or societal standing, think you can broker deals with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Comply as an obedient agent or prepare to become a subject in their experiments. And if you claim to possess foreknowledge of future events and demand special treatment, that would only lead to your confinement in a 100-level underground facility, safeguarded by an armored brigade and possibly even a nuclear device to avert any uncontrollable consequences. Your remaining days would be spent in that chamber, subjected to the scrutiny of 100 lie detectors, revealing every secret you hold. Those without level 8 clearance would likely never know of your existence, and those without level 10 clearance would be forbidden from meeting you. The dream of roaming freely would remain just that, a dream. Do not be deceived into thinking S.H.I.E.L.D. is a benevolent organization embodying kindness akin to that of a saint. In their rational minds, where logic outweighs personal sentiment, human life is merely a matter of addition and subtraction. They would not hesitate to sacrifice one for the greater good of the world. Consider the fates of those superheroes, Captain America, who has always adhered to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s commands, a soldier accustomed to obedience. War Machine, an Air Force colonel, is firmly within the military's grasp. Black Widow and Hawkeye, both seasoned S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, operate under its jurisdiction. The rest, such as the Hulk, have proven to be formidable foes for the military. Thor, with strength comparable to the Hulk's, is not to be trifled with, especially given his status as the Asgardian prince. Provoking intergalactic conflict is a formidable risk. Iron Man, Tony Stark, is a world-renowned billionaire, scientist, and philanthropist, an identity not easily manipulated. Despite his occasional reluctance, he still collaborates with S.H.I.E.L.D., especially given his lineage as Howard Stark's son. Observe how those who lack the requisite prowess or backing have already been enlisted in S.H. S-H-I-E-L-D, or the military. Those who do not comply with S-H-I-E-L-D either possess significant status in the world, already cooperating with them, like Iron Man, or boast immense power and even greater connections, like Thor. The Hulk represents a non-cooperative force, neither violent nor compliant. Yet still manages to evade capture while living incognito in the slums. As for Evanson, his power is limited, merely solving 30 problems daily, hoping that after 3 or 4 years, he might be competent enough to confront Captain America. Should he encounter a being like the Hulk, it would be prudent to secure a soul stone immediately. Regarding identity and status, what does an orphan, raised in a charity home, truly possess? Fewer than 20 people could recognize him. As for connections, whether the Burning Legion counts as his backing remains uncertain. If so, it might only hasten his demise, far more malevolent than Hydra. Thus, Evanson has resolved to maintain a low profile. Until he attains strength akin to Captain America's, he wishes to avoid attracting any undue attention. Alas, the sight of the sun setting on a fading dream of glory weighs heavily upon him. He mourns the loss of a life where admiration came effortlessly, where men would bow in reverence and women would be effortlessly captivated, a life now forever beyond his reach. Chapter 4. Melinda and Coulson in New York. A crimson vintage convertible sped along the highway. The Caucasian man at the wheel shouted to the Asian woman in the passenger seat, who appeared to be lost in thought. After several calls, she finally responded, "Coulson, what is it? You don't seem to be in a good state." "We're on a field mission," Coulson complained. "All right, I know. I'll find a way to adjust, but I need some time," Melinda replied in a subdued tone. "That's fine, but you must complete this mission first. It's your last field duty before your vacation," Coulson said as he drove. Hearing his words, Melinda's expression turned peculiar. "Don't say that. I've heard that those who say such things end up dead on missions. I may be feeling unwell, but I'm not ready to die yet." "Is that so? Who told you that?" Coulson asked, intrigued. "Haha, I didn't expect you to joke," he remarked, somewhat surprised. Nevertheless, it was a good sign that his old friend, despite her suffering, would eventually find her way back to herself. Yes, they are agents of S-H-I-E-L-D, and not of low rank. If this were a film, the scene would freeze on their faces, followed by a series of subtitles. Phil Coulson, a level 7 agent of S-H-I-E-L-D, a trusted subordinate of director Nick Fury, renowned for his exceptional organizational and operational skills, as well as his proficiency in firearms, combat, and various vehicles. Melinda May, a level 6 agent of S-H-I-E-L-D, a Chinese American, is a seasoned soldier, spy, fighter, and driver. At the tender age of 7, she was recognized and recruited by Peggy Carter, the beloved of Captain America, earning the nickname Iron Horse after the Bahrain incident. Of course, should one dare to call her that in person, one should be prepared for the consequences. So what is this mission about? Have Middle Eastern terrorists transported a nuclear warhead to New York? Or is it a cholera mail? Or perhaps the terrorist leader has personally arrived in New York? Melinda asked nonchalantly, tossing around terms that could incite widespread panic among the populace. She added, "Let us hope there are no hostages." Without those scenarios, I believe there is no need for us 2 high-ranking agents to intervene. The ground teams can handle it, right? Melinda expressed her skepticism, questioning the necessity of deploying them for something that lacked nuclear warheads or biological weapons. "Listen, this mission might not be thrilling, but it is indeed special. So it's best to be cautious. Here are the mission documents," Coulson said as he handed her a stack of red-covered files. "Level 6 clearance? It seems indeed special," Melinda remarked, raising an eyebrow at the crimson cover before flipping through the documents. "What is this? The owner of Richter's Curiosities? A seller of charms? Is S-H-I-E-L-D really going after superstitions now?" Melinda exclaimed incredulously. "A level 6 document introducing a sidewalk shop selling various charms? Goodness, has S-H-I-E-L-D become so idle due to world peace that it now categorizes such matters as level 6? Even if he were counterfeiting or deceiving consumers, shouldn't the police handle it? Is it really necessary for S-H-I-E-L-D to step in and to classify it as level 6? Unless you're telling me this could lead to the deaths of 1,000 or 2, how can this possibly warrant such clearance?" "Let us keep reading," Coulson replied noncommittally. Melinda also felt that Nick Fury wouldn't suddenly lose his faculties and assign level 6 clearance to just anything. There might be more to this little shop than meets the eye. Perhaps it concealed a dirty bomb in the basement, or the charms held hidden biological viruses, or the owner was a mastermind behind numerous terrorist incidents. It seemed too ordinary. A group of orphans growing up in an orphanage until they turned 14 and then opening this shop. They had normal documentation, full insurance, and the police had no records of any suspicious activity. Melinda reviewed the file again, but the more she looked, the more perplexed she became. Everything appeared normal: legitimate residency, comprehensive insurance, and no dubious history. One could say the individual was a law-abiding citizen. Where were the nuclear weapons? Where were the biological viruses? Surely, this was not some jest. Ha. Coulson chuckled dryly at Melinda's perplexed expression, which only irritated her further. Coulson, I know you must know something, but if you don't speak up soon, your arm might just end up in a cast. All right, I'll tell you, Coulson conceded, his resolve crumbling under Melinda's threat. While he indeed grew up in an orphanage until the age of 14, leaving at that age seemed rather unusual. The file indicated he had a distant relative who wanted him to inherit a fortune. Melinda flipped through the documents. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence, she said, dissatisfied with Coulson's teasing tone. However, it is true that the notion of inheriting wealth, while seemingly improbable, is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. His inheritance comprised 800 gold coins, and after donating 300 to the orphanage, he took the remainder with him. Does anyone still consider gold coins as a universal currency? Coulson remarked. Gold coins. Perhaps he has an unusual preference, Melinda mused. It's neither USD nor GBP. But gold coins, how peculiar. Yet, that alone doesn't imply wrongdoing. Furthermore, 800 coins is substantial, though not excessive by SHIELD standards. However, we have been unable to trace this distant relative. Coulson finally revealed the most suspicious aspect. The fact that an inheritance was claimed without a traceable heir raised significant red flags. Chapter 5. The mutant: a considerable inheritance, yet devoid of any heirs. The origin of these gold coins raises intriguing questions, evoking thoughts of theft, robbery, and even murder. Perhaps it is a sequence of escalating crimes, where theft transforms into robbery, culminating in murder, a dissonant symphony of malevolence. However, Melinda, an operative of the government, merely regards this with a nonchalant, so what's next? It is almost comical. Theft, robbery, murder. What do these matters concern me? Robbing civilians leads to the police, robbing the wealthy draws the attention of the FBI, and robbing dignitaries invokes the CIA. Even an assault on the president would engage the Secret Service. What business does SHIELD have in such trivialities? Let us examine his medical records. Clearly, Coulson is unconcerned about the inheritance issue. No medical records, no cases. He has a full medical insurance plan, but has never seen a doctor. Melinda remarked while sifting through the documents. What does that signify? Has he never been ill? Coulson chuckled. A normal person, how could they never fall ill? Even if one were fortunate enough to escape serious ailments like cancer or leukemia, surely one would catch a cold or a fever at some point. If not that, then perhaps an upset stomach would be inevitable. He resides on 6th Street in Brooklyn, Coulson continued. 6th Street? Melinda's expression shifted as she flipped through several pages of the files. He has never reported to the police. There are no investigative records. This is becoming quite interesting. 6th Street in Brooklyn can be likened to a malignancy, being the epicenter of the most notorious criminal organization, the Deadlock Gang. The area is rife with extortion, robbery, and drug trafficking, where residents and shopkeepers inevitably engage with both the gang and the police. Yet, this dossier reveals no history of police reports, and the business appears to be thriving. This suggests a possibility. Perhaps the proprietor is simply too timid to report a robbery, paying exorbitant protection fees. However, such a coward would typically become an easy target for the Deadlock Gang, a third-rate organization that habitually extracts the last valuable possession before discarding its victims. Nonetheless, the stability of his shop hints at a different scenario. Could the shopkeeper himself be the elusive leader of the Deadlock Gang? It is indeed plausible. Observing the quaint shop selling talismans, it does not exude the vitality of a flourishing business. Yet, he employs 4 staff members and even keeps a dog. A towering figure, approximately 2 meters tall. A seductive and alluring female attendant. A taciturn rotund man. A loquacious, monkey-like dwarf, and a rather foolish-looking husky. Ironically, only the dog possesses legitimate documentation. having undergone the proper procedures and regular vaccinations, while the identities of the other 4 individuals are reportedly arranged through local traffickers. Truly, it seems that in this case, the dog is better off than its human counterparts. What lies behind the Deadlock Gang? Melinda asserted confidently. The Deadlock Gang is a cancer on Brooklyn, yet to S-H-I-E-L-D, it is no more than a mere nuisance. Should we wish to dismantle it, we could bring them to their knees within a day. There is no need for our 2 elite operatives to intervene, unless there are connections to a larger foreign organization. In that case, we might consider tracing the roots to capture the larger network behind them. However, the Deadlock Gang is merely an ordinary third-rate organization, and our target bears no ties to them, Coulson affirmed. Melinda closed the file and stated flatly, Coulson, you are one of my few friends. Then, observing his puzzled expression, she continued, if you were to suddenly die or suffer a grave injury, I would be profoundly saddened. With this, she clenched her fists, producing a crackling sound. Okay, Melinda, don't get too worked up, Coulson reassured, somewhat sheepishly, before divulging, the Deadlock Gang has sought trouble with me, 5 attempts in total, counting the most recent. Each time, those sent have mysteriously vanished. He produced his phone. This is a recording from our informant during the last operation. Melinda took the phone and began to view the video, her eyes widening in astonishment. The footage showcased a young man, seemingly in his 20s, silhouetted against the light, rendering his features indistinct. He had a bald black man in a chokehold, who struggled desperately but was unable to break free. Subsequently, the young man extended his right hand, and a strange purple glow began to emanate from the black man's head, coalescing towards the young man's grasp. As the purple light dissipated, the struggle ceased, suggesting the man had perished. Abruptly, a green flame engulfed the black man, reducing him to ashes in mere moments. What is this? A mutant? Melinda exclaimed, taken aback. She understood that some individuals possessed extraordinary abilities, recalling her mission on Bahrain Island, where she was forced to eliminate a young girl whose powers had spiraled out of control, a decision that haunted her. Little did she expect to encounter another mutant so soon after. No wonder this requires level 6 clearance, Melinda said solemnly, suddenly recalling something. Coulson, we ought to assemble a task force. This individual either possesses mutant abilities or some other extraordinary power. Should he decide to act, we may find ourselves overwhelmed, especially in a residential area. Indeed, it would be akin to a robber invading a crowded marketplace, with only 2 rookie officers dispatched to confront him, she added. Are you suggesting we implement population control through such drastic measures? Chapter 6. Richter's Curiosity Shop. Mutants invariably possess some peculiar abilities, whether they be formidable, clandestine, or whimsical, with some purely intended for amusement. Those with feeble powers are nearly indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, yet those endowed with immense strength could rightly be compared to tactical nuclear weapons. It is crucial to understand that incinerating a person to ashes is not as simple as dousing them in gasoline and igniting a match. Even military flamethrowers fall short of achieving such an outcome, necessitating the use of specialized cremation furnaces and prolonged burning. To accomplish this feat instantaneously, one would likely need the aid of thermite, a substance potent enough to incinerate a Terminator. On Bahrain Island, a girl with uncontrolled abilities transformed dozens into mindless husks, granting her dominion over their lives. Now, they faced an adult who, based on current reports, appeared to have mastered control over his formidable power, high-temperature flames. The grave concern was that his location was indicated as a residential area populated by innocent civilians. If he were not contained before taking action, the unleashing of his powers could trigger a catastrophic fire, with civilian casualties all but inevitable. In light of this situation, Agent Melinda immediately contemplated mobilizing a task force upon receiving the target intelligence. Ideally, a sniper would neutralize him from 800 meters away with a single shot. Or perhaps 3 operatives armed with light machine guns could storm in and incapacitate him before he could react. Additionally, 2 fire crews needed to be on standby in case of unforeseen events. However, there was no need for undue alarm. The reason for sending only 2 personnel was clear. Coulson did not perceive the situation as particularly dire, especially since directives were established from higher authorities. Director Fury? His considerations were likely thorough. Melinda understood that a level 6 incident was not a decision made lightly, and aside from a childhood remark comparing Nick Fury's visage to a boiled egg, she had never offended him, making it illogical for him to lead her into peril. As per the intelligence, their target appeared capable of managing his powers without misuse. Had it not been for this coincidence, his abilities might have remained undiscovered. Furthermore, aside from those actively provoking him, he had not harmed anyone else, nor had any unusual fires occurred in the vicinity. Coulson spoke calmly, yet Melinda's patience wore thin. "Just get to the conclusion," she urged, unperturbed by the interruption. Coulson continued, stating that the ability to control one's powers and exhibit self-restraint indicated a low likelihood of harm. Possibility? Melinda found this assertion lacking in conviction, unbefitting a senior agent. "Certainly, this is just preliminary research. The final assessment will follow our interaction with him. This should be classified as a field investigation. While initial findings are available, it is prudent to send an experienced agent for a face-to-face discussion. And if the conclusion is benign?" As a member of the cavalry tasked with combat operations, Melinda primarily dealt with harmful targets and was not entirely familiar with the protocols for handling benign individuals. "If deemed harmless, we would register him, understand his abilities, and advise him to maintain his current state, avoiding any reckless actions. We would conduct periodic assessments, allowing for a peaceful coexistence." Thus concluded their dialogue. As for the procedure if he were classified as a harmful target, Coulson remained silent, and Melinda refrained from posing such a foolish question, for the answer was glaringly obvious, encapsulated in 3 words radiating humanitarian intent: eliminate him. Richter's Curiosity Shop, an establishment with 7 years of history, is a most peculiar emporium, selling an array of charms and items associated with the arcane. It boasts common artifacts such as crosses and hexagrams, alongside Eastern statues and bagua, as well as other unconventional items like vividly colored voodoo masks, towering totem poles, and grass skirt dolls. Despite the diverse collection and the proprietor's penchant for sharing their myriad legends, they all share a singular trait: they are fakes. Although most talismans and idols worldwide are counterfeit, mere figments of human imagination, the imitations here have yet to attain such a philosophical level, as they are fundamentally inferior. Constructed of substandard materials, for instance, a golden cross is merely lead-plated, and a jade statue is but glass. Naturally, the prices are substantially lower than those of genuine articles, which is why the shop has not faced litigation for consumer deception. After all, purchasing an item for a quarter of its authentic value can hardly be considered fraudulent. People occasionally attempt to exploit the situation, but such individuals are ubiquitous, not exclusive to any one nation. As for why the media has yet to sensationalize such matters internationally, the explanation is simple. No media outlet has yet been foolish enough to elevate such occurrences to global news. Nonetheless, such opportunists are typically more astute, particularly in the 6th District. Thus, upon discovering this modest shop, they learned that even the Death's Gambit gang dared not provoke it lightly. Rumors circulated of those who had suffered unfortunate fates within its confines, and after weighing their own capabilities, they opted to keep such thoughts to themselves. As for the proprietor of Richter's Curiosity Shop, he is none other than our central figure, Elson Richter. At the tender age of 14, shortly after awakening to his powers, he departed from the orphanage to establish this shop. His swift departure was not due to a lack of sentiment, but rather a belief that he would inevitably part ways with ordinary life. He deemed it prudent to sever ties with the orphanage before inadvertently entangling them in perilous situations. Thus, he chose the path of short-term pain over long-term suffering and left without delay. He subsequently fell prey to the misleading charms of a real estate agent, purchasing this storefront located in a gang-ridden neighborhood, only to find himself beset by troubles. In truth, Coulson's intelligence was flawed. While the Death's Gambit gang had indeed dispatched 5 groups, they were not the sole troublemakers. Thieves and robbers would often break in under the cover of night. Nevertheless, Elson was grateful for these misfortunes, for their unwitting contributions allowed his sorcery skills to flourish. His 3 years of simulated practice provided ample opportunity for experimentation rather than mere speculation, along with the currency for transactions with void demons. And he was further indebted to their souls for his essential sorcerer's trinket, demon familiars. Honestly, when I first summoned you, I was filled with excitement and satisfaction. But it is only today that I realize the sins of my past have come home to roost, Elson remarked, gazing at the varied figures lined up before him, from the tallest to the shortest. Chapter 7. The Useless Demon. As Evanson stood before the assembly of individuals and their canine companion, ranging from tall to short, his initial surge of anger was swiftly supplanted by a profound sense of helplessness. It was a predicament of his own making. He had not contemplated the consequences of summoning them. After all, how could a sorcerer be without a familiar? It was akin to a jianbing without its egg. However, upon completing the summoning, he soon realized the magnitude of his folly. First among them was a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height. His appearance transcended conventional standards of human aesthetics, boasting a physique of sinewy muscle adorned with various scars, his visage a ghastly sight. Should he be encountered on the street, the average person would undoubtedly feel compelled to alert the authorities. A mere glimpse of him would send shivers down their spine, prompting immediate calls for backup. This formidable being was none other than a demon guardian named Tyler, adept in wielding a golden axe, with a wealth of battle experience that bordered on madness. He was capable of matching blows with the likes of the Hulk. At present, he stood as Evanson's most powerful companion. Yet, Tyler's creed was one of unrelenting combat. He charged at anyone who displeased him, cleaving them in twain with his axe, whether in a foul mood or exceptionally joyful, often resorting to both vertical and horizontal strikes. Thus, after the initial thrill of summoning faded, Evanson found himself grappling with the logistics of managing such a creature. Fortunately, bound by a master-servant contract, Tyler refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. However, Evanson could hardly expect any assistance beyond his brute strength, for this demon guardian was singularly focused on combat. Consequently, he now served as the store's bouncer, using his imposing stature and fearsome appearance to intimidate the local ruffians, while otherwise lounging in a recliner, engrossed in entertainment. Evanson's assessment of him was blunt. He was nothing short of a nuisance. Next in line was Miss Sarah, a striking figure whose beauty was matched only by her allure. She exuded an irresistible charm, capable of leaving even the most stoic man weak at the knees with a mere glance. It is hardly surprising that her true identity was that of a succubus. Armed with a regal black whip, her combat prowess was somewhat lacking. Even Captain America could best her in a fair fight. However, her strength lay in stealth, expertly utilizing her invisibility to launch surprise attacks or employing her seductive skills to distract foes, thereby creating opportunities for her sorcerer or other demons to strike. Being the sole female demon and possessing considerable intelligence, Evanson assigned her the responsibilities of cooking and household chores. Initially, she also worked as a cashier. But her infamous beauty nearly led to chaos at the notoriously dubious Richter's Curiosities. Evanson had repeatedly found himself fielding inquiries from lecherous individuals about her nightly rates. Typically, succubi would gladly entertain such propositions, draining their suitors of life force and soul at the pinnacle of their pleasure. Yet, Sarah's response was to deliver a swift kick to the offender's groin, for she identified as a lesbian. Yes, the succubus, who wielded tremendous allure over most men, happened to be a woman who loved women. Evanson's reaction was one of disbelief. I thought she might be able to score a date. The third was Duman, a somber, rotund figure with an unremarkable appearance, save for his plumpness and darker complexion. His true form was that of a void walker, colloquially known as a blue giant. This demon, composed entirely of shadow essence and devoid of flesh, possessed remarkable resilience, provoking an innate desire in others to strike him. A single glance from him could instill the impression that one owed him a fortune, yet he had no intention of repaying. This was the essence of the Void Walker. He thrived on taunting foes, drawing their ire and attention, thus allowing his sorcerer to unleash devastating damage. At times, he would even manifest a portion of himself as a shield for his master, fulfilling a defensive role. His demeanor was typically unremarkable, often silent for days on end, remaining stationary in one spot for prolonged periods. There was an instance when Evanson, oblivious to his presence, found that he had stood in a corner for 3 days without moving. Had Evanson not recalled him, he might have remained there even longer. Thus, one could hardly expect this lethargic, reclusive creature to be of much assistance. Evanson's commentary was simple. At least this rotund fellow doesn't consume any food. Fourth in line was a Siberian husky. Yes, you might wonder why we are discussing a dog after introducing 4 individuals. Indeed, it is 4 individuals and 1 dog. However, I am presenting them in order of height. This husky, without doubt, was a hellhound named Habs, skilled in energy absorption and tracking. In the material realm, he remained vigilant for unfamiliar or hostile entities. As for any other tasks, one must not expect much from a free-spirited husky. Evanson's take was clear. Do not be deceived by his foolishly adorable fade when you receive your extravagant dog food shipment. You cannot possibly tell the delivery person that it was ordered by my dog. Finally, We arrive at the last member of this motley crew, a gnome with a pointed face, standing 2 centimeters shorter than the husky. His most frequently uttered phrase was, "I will burn through your knees," while for someone like Yao Ming, it would only be the calves. His true nature was that of a creature named Troops, a diminutive imp. Imps are inherently fragile and timid beings, yet they possess a capacity for malevolence and cruelty, especially when gathered in numbers. They exhibit a natural affinity for fire, allowing even the seemingly weak imp to unleash fireballs rivaling those of seasoned mages. Certain powerful imps could even match great sorcerers, though they were limited to this singular spell. When appearing in groups, their courage seemed to amplify, rendering them remarkably fearless as they executed suicidal assaults, charging at enemies to self-destruct. To avoid complaints of mistreating the disabled, Evanson refrained from assigning him any tasks, though his diminutive stature was another contributing factor. Evanson mused. Can anyone explain why such a small creature has such a voracious appetite? Demon familiars, ideally meant to be my loyal aides, have instead become my burdens. Thankfully, I possess methods to prevent them from exhausting my resources, Evanson lamented. It was evident that this modest store could not sustain Evanson and his motley crew. He employed various strategies, such as robbing those who attempted to rob him or investing in Stark Industries stocks. Most crucially, he adopted an unconventional approach. While other sorcerers exchanged souls for knowledge and power, he exchanged souls for gold coins. Imagine the scene. A demon, shrouded in mystery, intoning, "Mortal, do you seek power? Do you yearn for knowledge? Present your offerings, and I shall bestow upon you." Meanwhile, Evanson would counter with a soul crystal, asking, "Do you have gold or gems?" The demon, lacking such resources, would find Evanson dismissing him. "Goodbye next." The demon would plead, "Wait, about that power." Evanson would respond, "Apologies, I'm pressed for time," and hang up. The demon would exclaim in frustration, "What kind of lunatic sorcerer is this?" Just as Evanson pondered his predicament, the Richter's Curiosities finally welcomed its first customers of the day. A man and a woman entered, and Evanson's eyes sparkled with excitement. Today marked the grand opening. Chapter 8. The Grand Lama Wang at the Wudong Mountain Shaolin Temple office. The individuals who entered were none other than Agent Phil Coulson and Agent Melinda May. Upon their arrival at the so-called Richter Curiosity Shop, they were indeed taken aback. The reason for their astonishment was simple. Every conceivable religious talisman found on Earth was present here, not to mention the 3 major religions. Hinduism, Taoism, Judaism, and Vodou were all represented. In addition to those they recognized, there were many others they did not. For instance, there stood a totem pole towering over a person, exhibiting an indigenous American style, yet its label proclaimed, "May the Great Mother bless you." There were also vibrantly colored Vodou masks, reminiscent of the primitive tribes of the rainforest, with inscriptions declaring, "Vodou endures, black arrows follow man." Beside them lay a necklace inscribed with strength and glory, blood and thunder, for the tribe, resembling the adornments of ancient barbarian warriors, typically crafted from the bones of their enemies. Melinda, with her years of experience, could instantly discern that this particular piece was certainly not made from human bones, but rather crafted from cow bones, as a mere imitation. Due to their line of work, Coulson and May possessed a considerable understanding of various cultures and religious beliefs worldwide. Thus, upon encountering such an array of unfamiliar items, they couldn't help but take a closer look. However, a closer examination revealed a startling truth. Everything here was counterfeit. For instance, Coulson was smiling as he held a finely carved jade-green glass Buddha statue. Just as they were marveling at the craftsmanship of this faux jade Buddha, who would believe jade could fade, a cheerful voice echoed from behind. "Ah, it seems you have a special connection with this statue. It is quite extraordinary." The speaker was, of course, the eager proprietor, Evanson, who, noticing the color in Coulson's palm, exhibited no embarrassment or shame. Instead, he spoke with gravity. God is a transcendent being. He does not concern himself with the materials of his idol. As long as a divine being blesses it, it shall offer protection and peace. Coulson and May exchanged amused glances, thinking to themselves, "Your earnest nonsense certainly has a flair reminiscent of our kind." Was this statue indeed blessed by a divine being? Coulson glanced at Melinda, his eyes conveying an unspoken question about China, and sincerely inquired, which esteemed master was responsible. Melinda, though residing in America, had not forsaken her cultural roots and was keen to uncover what further absurdities this purveyor of counterfeit goods might unveil. Indeed, Coulson and May found themselves momentarily dazed by the cascade of seemingly impressive titles. However, Coulson mused, if a fading statue could be spun into such a grand tale, it truly was remarkable. Meanwhile, Melinda pondered that the man must have been mentally impaired by his own abilities, or perhaps he was simply a fool. Or a fool who had been rendered mad. Are you not concerned that those deities might clash? Melinda inquired. Upon hearing this, even Evanson, with his thick skin, could not help but turn away awkwardly, for Melinda spoke in perfect Mandarin. It was akin to boasting about one's longevity. Only to discover the other party was the Monkey King himself. What a blow to the ego. With countless deities in the heavens, who could discern the genuine from the counterfeit? Choose one to believe in. Who knows, it might prove effective. It appeared that Evanson had no intention of making a sale. His tone shifted from enthusiastic to somewhat haughty. Sensing this change in demeanor, Coulson and May became quietly vigilant. Regardless of whether Evanson was incensed by his failed sales pitch or had discovered something, they understood the necessity of preparing for the worst. Yet, they kept their concerns to themselves. I might consider lodging a complaint against your deception of consumers. Perhaps. But I have never encountered a shopper brandishing 3 firearms in a store, Evanson retorted, striding behind his counter and settling into a chair. His entourage of disguised demonic pets slowly encircled them, especially Taylor, the demon sentry, who, sensing potential conflict, leapt from his recliner, cracking his knuckles with a sinister grin. All right, everyone disperse. Just as this group of demons prepared to pounce upon the 2 humans, their master abruptly called for a halt. Sarah, close the door. We are closing up. I wish to have a proper conversation with these 2 guests. A prudent move, as it spared them from injury. Once Taylor and the others vacated, Melinda remarked confidently about her combat skills, believing that only Taylor posed a significant challenge, while she could easily handle the woman and the hefty fellow. What? There are 2 more? Please, Coulson is no pushover. Although he may not match my combat prowess, he can certainly handle a husky. As for that dwarf, I fear I might accidentally step on him. Perhaps, Evanson replied noncommittally. Do you not believe that the husky currently lying on the ground could easily take you down? To their astonishment, the creature, seemingly indifferent to his master's command, remained sprawled in the sun. Nonetheless, I am far more intrigued by your identities. Ordinary people do not stroll about with 3 firearms in tow. Moreover, the Deadlock Gang does not typically present themselves in such an orderly fashion. Evanson scrutinized the impeccably dressed Coulson and the elegant, suited Melinda. The Deadlock Gang does not contain individuals like you. Those miscreants would feel underdressed without a few holes in their clothing or a couple of rings. Thus, I suspect you are likely affiliated with a government agency, perhaps the CIA or the FBI, considering I have reduced several individuals to ashes. Though I have been meticulous, some have undoubtedly gone missing. While members of the Deadlock Gang may not report to the authorities, the families of solitary robbers and thieves might. Evanson felt no fear in this regard. After all, there was no evidence. Without a body, a weapon, or a witness, how could one accuse him? Therefore, he remained unconcerned about the FBI or the CIA. What truly concerned him was, I am Agent Phil Coulson of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. This is Agent Melinda May, Coulson declared, producing identification. Chapter 9. Encounter the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support, commonly known as SHIELD, is an organization that, by its very name, pertains to all matters concerning national security, spanning from the apprehension of petty criminals to the transportation of nuclear weapons into the White House. Established during World War II, it shares its inception with its arch-nemesis, Hydra. However, while these 2 organizations can be perceived as 2 sides of the same coin, their histories extend back to the era of ancient Egyptian civilization. Their objectives, at first glance, appear almost identical, to safeguard the safety of people worldwide. Yet they are fundamentally divided in their philosophies. SHIELD upholds the belief that not only should the global populace be secure, but they should also enjoy freedom, governed by the people themselves. Conversely, Hydra espouses the notion that a singular, powerful leader should dictate all, asserting that to attain security, individuals must sacrifice their freedom, living in a state of subservience akin to zombies tethered to a mother figure. In their ideology, the masses are not required to think independently. Their leader does the thinking for them. Despite their vast ideological chasm, both organizations share a mutual approach towards threats, annihilation. However, SHIELD's moral boundaries are somewhat higher than those of Hydra. Wait, What was that agency called? Could you repeat it? Perhaps just abbreviate it? Was Evan's first reaction upon hearing of this formidable department. This was not merely an act. The name Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support is a veritable tongue twister in English, comprising at least 30 syllables, making it nearly impossible for the average person to remember after a single mention. Many have expressed similar sentiments. Coulson shrugged. You may simply refer to us as S-H-I-E-L-D. Evan spread his hands. All right, but upon hearing the name, one might perceive this department as rather grandiose. I can't help but wonder what you wish from a humble businessman like myself. Although he anticipated an encounter with S-H-I-E-L-D, eventually, being approached so soon was unexpected. As he pondered this, he glanced at the Siberian husky lying on the ground, sensing its owner's gaze. The husky, named Habuz, twitched its nose and wagged its tail twice. Evan was aware that there were only these two individuals present, no one else. For the record, this information was relayed through a psychic connection, unrelated to the tail wagging. With only two individuals present, it seemed they did not intend to abduct him for dissection. Now, Evan finally recalled the identities of the two in front of him. Phil Coulson, the right-hand man to S-H-I-E-L-D, Director Nick Fury, renowned as a paragon of agents, ultimately ascending to the role of director himself, and Melinda May, Coulson's close ally, who would later achieve a rank superior to his. After 2 decades, recalling the plot was already a feat, let alone the appearances of characters. Even if Captain America or Thor were donned in their uniforms, he would surely recognize them. However, in casual attire, who could tell who they were? S-H-I-E-L-D has consistently dedicated itself to the protection of global safety, with the paramount principle being the prevention of public awareness regarding information they are not yet prepared to handle. We serve as a bulwark between this world and the more enigmatic realms. Coulson articulated the agency's philosophy, then fixed his gaze upon Evan. Which is precisely why we sought you. Evan tilted his head. Is selling counterfeit goods considered enigmatic? Selling counterfeit goods is not a concern, but when one embellishes the act, it becomes peculiar. However, we are not here for that reason. Rather, Melinda began, but Coulson interjected, handing Evan a phone. Could you elucidate this video and its connection to the disappearance of certain individuals? Sensing his owner's disquiet, Habuz whimpered pitifully from the ground, as if to say, You're on your own. Who's afraid of whom? Smooth talker, Melinda muttered, then continued, Do you still not comprehend why we are here? Oh, really? Right now? Evan stretched exaggeratedly in his chair. According to cinematic or literary conventions, you should be marveling at my extraordinary potential, willing to recruit me at any cost, or perceiving me as a threat to be eliminated, prompting me to showcase my various skills, outsmart your organization akin to military and police forces, and single-handedly infiltrate the enemy's headquarters, dismantling this nefarious organization while simultaneously captivating a beautiful enemy agent. He raised an eyebrow at Melinda, as if suggesting she might fulfill that role. Is it fair to say that a purveyor of counterfeit goods possesses a vivid imagination? Regrettably, it is not quite like that, Melinda replied, maintaining her composure in the face of Evan's elaborate notions, which likened him to military forces and a villainous organization. Which aspect are you referring to? My inability to charm her? Evan expressed his astonishment. Isn't that what the American people tend to enjoy? Evan feigned surprise, but quickly added, upon reflection, it is logical that as a high-level intelligence agency, you would not recruit someone solely based on unique abilities, especially given. A flame flickered on Evan's fingertip before extinguishing, especially with my particular talents. It is akin to harboring a volatile bomb within your ranks. Your analysis is quite astute. So, are we here to eliminate you? Coulson inquired. Eliminate me? What have I done wrong? Have I killed a few home-invading thugs? According to the court, it is deemed self-defense. I merely employed alternative means. Evan squinted. Furthermore, even if you intended to channel the essence of the Gestapo, 2 individuals would hardly suffice, particularly upon learning of my capabilities. How did you ascertain that we are only 2? Melinda's sharp gaze pierced through Evan. Chapter 10. I am a sorcerer. How did he know? Coulson and Melinda exchanged glances. Evanson's unwavering confidence rendered the 2 agents somewhat uncertain. The question still lingered. How was he aware that only they were present? Coulson pondered. Was there someone within S-H-I-E-L-D who had leaked information to him? It seemed implausible, This operation required a level 6 clearance, and both he and Melinda held level 7 status. This indicated that agents below level 6 were unaware of the operation, and those below level 7 would not know about personnel assignments. The agents privy to the details were at least level 7, all seasoned and tested. Although the possibility of a leak existed, the cost of such a betrayal was not one that mere low-level individuals with minor abilities could afford. Therefore, it suggested that Evanson possessed not only pyrokinesis but also some form of detection ability. What could it be? Telepathy, or perhaps spatial awareness? After a brief contemplation, Coulson leaned towards the notion that Evanson had the capability of spatial awareness. After all, if he truly had telepathic powers, he would likely have amassed a fortune during his jaunts in Las Vegas, rather than languishing in a modest establishment with paltry savings. The mystery unraveled. There was little point in maintaining the charade. Indeed, it was just the two of us. We are not here to eliminate you or recruit you. We merely wish to ascertain the situation and inform you of certain matters you ought to be aware of. Surprisingly, Evanson displayed a look of disappointment. Is that so? What a pity. Melinda raised an eyebrow. In what regard? Certainly not in being overlooked for recruitment. Are you lamenting that we have no plans to eliminate you? Evanson cast a scornful look, as if to say, your intelligence is concerning, dear lady. Do you intend to join us? H-I-E-L-D? Melinda inquired, momentarily astonished, disregarding the slight to her intellect. While there was no intention of recruitment this time, should he express a desire to join, it was not entirely out of the question. After all, his combat prowess was notable, and above all, he possessed the quality of secrecy. For an organization like S-H-I-E-L-D, which often operated in the shadows, discretion was paramount. For instance, when tasked with eliminating a terrorist leader, an agent could not approach while fully armed with light machine guns and rocket launchers. They typically disguised themselves as the target's liaison or other individuals, concealing blades, poisons, and specialized firearms for the opportune moment. Although S-H-I-E-L-D's technology was advanced and agents highly skilled, instances of discovery leading to mission failures were not uncommon. There were even peculiar protocols where agents were subjected to thorough inspections, only to end up stripped bare. Donning bathrobes provided by the opposing party, meeting behind bulletproof glass in the company of 20 bodyguards, truly madness. However, the presence of an ability wielder changed the dynamics entirely. Stripped of all clothing? So be it. Even a sauna session could be permissible, for the wielder themselves was the weapon. Imagine them unleashing an RPG at you, believe it or not. Yet, both agents quickly grasped that the notion of joining S-H-I-E-L-D was merely a cruel jest on Evanson's part. Thus, Melinda unapologetically raised her middle finger, expressing her desire to metaphorically knock some sense into him. Agent, such gestures lacked decorum. Evanson teased nonchalantly. Melinda leaned in, fixing her fierce gaze upon Evanson, and declared, you will come to understand what it means to be a lady. Evanson shrugged, saying, though your words imply a threat, I find myself intrigued. Coughing lightly, Coulson drew their attention. Melinda cast him a glance, took a deep breath, and refocused, aware that they had serious matters to attend to rather than engaging in a verbal sparring match. Including whether you should be eliminated? Evanson raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Coulson nodded affirmatively. Yes, including the possibility of your removal. Excellent. Satisfied with Evanson's cooperation, Coulson continued, Mr. Richter, I shall refrain from inquiring about your social connections and background. We possess ample documentation. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. Evanson shrugged, indicating the futility of such inquiries. S-H-I-E-L-D had likely conducted an extensive investigation, probably knowing the color of his childhood undergarments, rendering questions unnecessary and time-wasting. However, the ensuing discussion did not resemble a typical spy film. Coulson did not produce a dossier to recite questions verbatim, nor did Melinda pull out a notepad to document the dialogue. This was not due to a lack of diligence, but rather a testament to their training as seasoned agents. They understood that some information was safer retained in memory than inscribed on paper. Very well, Mr. Richter, Coulson began. The first question, to what extent can you control your unique abilities? Or rather, is there a possibility of losing control? My current powers? Evanson smirked. 100% control. My abilities undoubtedly yield to my will. An ability wielder? Ah, I see. Evanson feigned realization. You must think of me as one of those mutated freaks. Possessing powers I neither comprehend nor can control, correct? Is it not so? Coulson queried, puzzled. There is no need for self-deprecation. From a certain perspective, it could be considered an evolution. Perhaps, but I am not, Evanson replied, prideful yet solemn. I am a sorcerer, and the power I wield is called magic. Chapter 11. It truly relies on talent, Mr. Richter. I hope you can adopt a proper attitude. Your current behavior is detrimental to our effective communication. Magic? Sorcery? What a farce. Coulson and Melinda were deeply skeptical of Evanson's assertions. After all, we are no longer in the ignorant Middle Ages. We are in the 21st century, where science reigns supreme. Magic exists only in fairy tales, novels, and films. For us, magic is unscientific. Any extraordinary ability that deviates from the norm is merely a mutation. Do not rush to conclusions. Evanson shook his head. On what grounds do you assert that this world is devoid of such magical forces? Our civilization, as it stands, is founded upon science. Science creates and explains everything. Humanity's achievements today are the result of scientific prowess, not some arcane magic that would hinder our progress. Coulson calmly articulated the supremacy of science and his disdain for magic. Growing somewhat impatient, he found it absurd that a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. would engage in discussions about the existence of magic. Mr. Richter, I believe it is unnecessary for me to waste time on such trivial matters. Coulson rubbed his temples in exasperation. Is magic merely science that remains unexplained? Arthur C. Clarke once stated such. He was a writer of science fiction. I would argue that he was a pioneer of science, or perhaps a forerunner of magic. Evanson staunchly opposed Coulson's contempt for novelists. Accept it. Magic is not blind worship of idols, nor the foolishness of consuming potions derived from ores. It is, like science, a quest for truth and exploration, merely approached from a different perspective. In the end, Evanson's words resonated with a solemnity akin to his sermon. The duo of agents sighed in unison, feeling as though they were on the brink of being brainwashed. Eager to conclude the discussion, Melinda interjected, all right, if we consider magic as an alternative form of science, we can refer to it as special abilities. Thus, you, being a magician, could indeed be labeled as an individual with such abilities. Incorrect. First, I am not a magician, but a sorcerer. Second, those with special abilities acquire them through mutations, characterized by suddenness, uncertainty, and irreproducibility. My power, on the other hand, is attained through study and practice. Evanson corrected rather bluntly. Goodness, are you addicted to this? How much longer will this continue? The two agents exchanged wry smiles at Evanson's earnestness. However, their expressions suddenly froze. Though the scene appeared comical, they paid little heed. They realized that within Evanson's words lay a subtle implication. If what he said were true, did it mean that S.H.I.E.L.D. could also harness such power? Learning? Are you suggesting that your abilities are acquired through learning? Coulson inquired, uncertainty creeping into his voice. So, does that mean others can also learn magic? He asked with increased caution, wary of this possibly being yet another jest at his expense. Anyone can learn? Coulson was now visibly unsettled, his voice rising. Certainly not. Special agent skills also require learning. Can everyone become an agent? That relies on talent, of course. Evanson's tone conveyed the absurdity of the question. In truth, the moment Coulson posed the question, he regretted it. If such powers were universally learnable, wouldn't there be superhumans everywhere? What kind of individuals possess the capability to learn, or rather, what sort of talent is required? Coulson's gaze was fervent. Need talent? No problem. S.H.I.E.L.D. is replete with talent. Top agents can even challenge the limits of humanity. Surely, we can find someone gifted among them, even if none exists. As long as we know the criteria, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities would unearth that individual, even if they were hiding in the cracks of the earth. Talent? Evanson pondered. Strong mental fortitude, resolute will, broad thinking, and so forth. Somewhat vague. Coulson considered these criteria. Strong mental fortitude? First, what exactly constitutes mental fortitude? Let us assume it is a term of magic, yet how strong is deemed strong? A resolute will is understandable, yet how resolute qualifies as resolute? Does my own will count? And broad thinking, how broad is broad? Would a lunatic qualify? Magic, after all, possesses distinctions from science. Certain aspects lack the same rigor. Evanson hesitated, noting that this was merely a preliminary requirement to become an apprentice. allowing one to learn only superficial spells. To delve into profound magic necessitates a talent that is even more elusive, devoid of any set standards, relying entirely on experience and intuition for evaluation. Thus, it is indeed a matter of talent. Without it, one may not even receive the opportunity for enlightenment as an apprentice, let alone navigate through 100 volumes of knowledge. Chapter 12. Finally completed, is it truly possible to rely solely on such vague standards? Coulson found it hard to believe. Can you imagine that this is how you have carried on your legacy? Is it merely a matter of fortune, akin to winning the lottery? In fact, it is rather similar. In the East, we refer to it as going with the flow. Evanson smirked, acknowledging that it might indeed be easier than hitting the jackpot, as there are still patterns to follow. Typically, those suited for enlightenment possess a more vigorous energy and keener intellect than the average person. Essentially, they are both healthy and intelligent. Healthy and intelligent? I feel that all the brilliant graduates from MIT could easily become sorcerers, Coulson remarked with a hint of sarcasm. This is no longer the Middle Ages. In our technologically advanced era, good medical and health conditions allow the majority of people to maintain a healthy body. As for intelligence, even if those elite graduates are not geniuses, they certainly cannot be deemed foolish. Otherwise, why not take the entrance exam yourself? It's sorcerers. Not to be confused with wizards, Evanson corrected. This merely pertains to suitability for enlightenment, and the success rate is rather low, among 100 individuals. It is fortunate if even one achieves enlightenment. And after enlightenment? Although Coulson felt the success rate was indeed rather dismal, he conceded that it made sense. Otherwise, we would need to add a magic course to the university curriculum or establish a dedicated magic academy. After enlightenment, the individual's physique becomes even more robust, and their thinking becomes sharper. Beyond that, Evanson shifted his gaze toward Melinda. There is a saying you should be familiar with. Melinda, a master leads you to the door, but the journey is yours to undertake. After enlightenment, the teacher imparts knowledge, but whether one can learn, how much one can grasp, or if unforeseen circumstances arise, depends entirely on one's own fortune. What does that mean? Could someone please explain? Melinda, the fluent Chinese-speaking individual, would certainly understand the proverb. Yet Coulson, being a foreigner, was completely lost, especially since Evanson had spoken it in Chinese, unsure how to translate it into English. It implies that I bring you into S-H-I-E-L-D, where you will receive training and acquire skills. However, whether you become a high-ranking agent or perish on your first mission is entirely up to you, Melinda patiently explained to Coulson, though the explanation felt rather ominous. Perhaps he might never learn and hence fail to become an agent. Nonetheless, the metaphor was quite apt, Evanson remarked with a teasing tone. Indeed, only a small number of individuals can become official sorcerers after enlightenment, while others may only master a few minor tricks. And certainly none would rival the spectacle of David Copperfield's magic. How do you test whether they can become official sorcerers? Coulson's question seems somewhat naive. What sort of test is needed? If you can learn the spell, then you qualify. If not, then you do not. However, one must not forget the possibility of learning at a slower pace. Finding a suitable candidate is no easy task. If someone merely learns slowly, you might mistakenly believe they are incapable and dismiss them, leaving no avenue for redress. Different eras employ different testing methods. In the Middle Ages, a teacher would simply hand a student a book of spells. Those who had undergone enlightenment but were unsuitable would instinctively feel fear upon encountering the book, wishing to distance themselves from it. Of course, some would bravely approach it, yet they would find it incomprehensible, akin to an elementary student attempting to read relativity. They might know how to pronounce each word, but would be utterly lost in meaning. Naturally, this represents the best-case scenario. And the worst-case scenario? With the best, there must also be the worst, so Coulson naturally inquired. The worst? Humph. Upon mentioning the worst, Evanson's expression twisted into a chilling smile, reminiscent of an adult recounting a horror story to a child. There exists a type of person we refer to as half-baked. Those who can comprehend a few phrases from the text, yet are undeniably ill-suited to become sorcerers. Their fate? Humph. Evanson chuckled darkly. They die? Melinda cautiously asked, believing that death would indeed be the gravest outcome. That book is known as the Book of the Undead. The materials used to create it are rather unique. Evanson remarked with a hint of intrigue. Human skin. For those half-baked individuals, when they read this book, the powers within it would flay their skin alive and consume them. Such individuals typically endure prolonged agony before succumbing. At that time, the church's frenzied slaughter of those accused of witchcraft was not without reason. After finishing his statement, Evanson glanced at the two across from him, noting their expressions of horror. After all, the idea of skinning someone alive is enough to make anyone shudder. At that moment, Evanson let out a sigh of relief internally, thankful that he had successfully woven a coherent narrative. Indeed, it was a fabrication. Otherwise, how could he, having crossed over and learned the sorcerer skills of Azeroth, possess any history or legacy in this world? Yet, such a foundation was necessary. Otherwise, would he be expected to create his own magical system and achieve self-enlightenment? What would be next? The ascension of the flesh. As for why he did not simply state that he was a mutant, thus avoiding a multitude of complications, it was quite the contrary. If he were classified as a mutant, S-H-I-E-L-D would undoubtedly require blood samples for testing and archival purposes. Should they conduct a test and find him to be 100 an ordinary human, how would he explain that? Moreover, this was no mere falsehood. Mastering magic indeed requires exceptional talent, and to claim that it is a 1 in a million chance would be an understatement. Furthermore, he was the only one in this place who understood magic. He was the authority, holding the ultimate interpretative power, and could assert whatever he wished. For no one else comprehended. And that book? Having regained his composure from the shock, Coulson immediately inquired about the whereabouts of this book. A book capable of flaying skin is far too perilous. Chapter 13. The Visible and the Invisible. Neither Coulson nor Melinda noticed when a book appeared on the table. The cover was adorned with incomprehensible runes, and the dark leather emanated a nauseating slickness, reminiscent of human skin. Upon sighting the book, both Melinda and Coulson became transfixed. Their expressions rendered blank, as if all their focus had been entirely consumed by this enigmatic tome. It was not until Evanson's sharp call broke the silence that they jolted back to reality. "What did you just see?" he inquired, swiftly concealing the book beneath their very noses. "Apologies, I drifted off for a moment. Did I see something?" Coulson mumbled, rubbing his dry eyes from staring at the book for too long, questioning his own professionalism for losing focus during a mission. He noticed Melinda looking at him, perplexed. "You don't remember? The book that was just on the table?" Melinda asked incredulously. Suddenly, Melinda sprang to her feet, drawing her handgun and aiming it at Evanson with fierce intensity. "What have you done to him?" she demanded. "Whoa, Melinda, what are you doing? Calm down." Coulson hastily rose to soothe her, trying to defuse the escalating tension. "He tampered with you," Melinda retorted, unwavering. "He manipulated your mind, clouding your consciousness." She then turned to Evanson, her voice low and threatening. "If you don't retract your little trick immediately, I will blow your brains out." "Mr. Richter?" Coulson also drew his weapon, still trying to comprehend the situation. "Can you explain yourself?" Evanson looked up, a resigned smile gracing his lips. With a feeble thud, both seasoned agents collapsed back into their chairs, utterly drained. Even the act of breathing felt like an insurmountable task. Their resilience as elite operatives was evident. But had they been ordinary individuals, Evanson's feeble curse would have robbed them of even the strength to thump their hearts. Evanson picked up a handgun and cocked it, a bullet promptly chambering. "How cautious of you, Mr. Richter. This is not going to end well," Coulson managed to utter from his slumped position. "Honestly, I never intended for things to escalate like this," Evanson lamented internally. The book he had produced was no book of the dead, merely a fabrication of his imagination. He had no idea if such a tome even existed. If he truly wished to compose something, he could have easily conjured a version, but at that moment, he had nothing but the grimoire of sorcery in his possession. His initial thought was that, without his deliberate prompting, Coulson and Melinda would have never noticed the book. Even if it lay in plain sight, they should have forgotten it immediately after he diverted their attention and concealed it. Yet, to his dismay, Melinda had not forgotten. "Listen, I harbor no ill intent. Otherwise, eliminating you would be effortless for me. This predicament is entirely accidental." And Evanson took up 2 handguns from the table and fired 3 shots into himself. However, the bullets were halted mere centimeters from his body by a shimmering, azure shield, falling harmlessly to the ground. "Void protection, a mere parlor trick. You cannot harm me." He then addressed Melinda. "Of course, if you insist on pursuing this, feel free to find me tonight." "All right, I shall lift the spell now. Please refrain from drawing your weapons, okay?" Evanson clapped his hands sharply. The 2 agents, as if awakening from a long stupor, took a deep breath and adjusted their postures with great difficulty. Feeling restored, Evanson inquired with concern. Melinda, who had been stretching her neck with closed eyes, suddenly leaped up again. But this time, instead of drawing her gun, she slapped Evanson across the face with considerable force. Yes, I believe I am restored, and I am done with my little charade, Melinda declared, flexing her wrist triumphantly, her words dripping with sarcasm. Oh, is that so? How unconventional, Evanson replied, rubbing his face where the red imprint of her hand lingered. Damn it. Had I known, I would have activated my protective spells. Serves you right. This is the true depiction of no pain, no gain. Who provokes a rogue from a distance? Melinda retorted, her irritation palpable. Moreover, this rogue was already riled by your earlier feeble attempt, Evanson acknowledged with a nod. But I have no recollection of it. I should say, I have no impression at all. That's why Melinda thought you had meddled with my mind, prompting her to draw her weapon, Coulson deduced, piecing together the earlier events. So did you? Absolutely not. Do you think I'm insane enough to manipulate a man's mind? I merely showed you the book. And if I had erased your memories afterward, I would be out of my mind. Evanson firmly denied any such actions. Coulson contemplated, finding the reasoning sound. There was no need for such measures. If you didn't want us to know, you could have simply claimed the Book of the Dead was lost or destroyed by the Vatican. We wouldn't have questioned it. Your actions of revealing it only to erase our memories seem superfluous. This was entirely an accident. Remember, I mentioned that those who have been enlightened but lack the qualifications to become sorcerers fear this book and instinctively distance themselves from it. Those who haven't even been enlightened cannot perceive this book at all. Even if they did, they would forget its existence immediately, just like you. Evanson explained to Coulson. Without my prompting, you shouldn't have seen it at all. I merely wish to convey that I speak the truth. Some simply cannot learn, lacking even the qualifications. So you employ this method to prove that those without talent are utterly blind to magic, Coulson mused, feeling as though his thoughts had been laid bare. Evanson's actions seemed designed to compel him, or S-H-I-E-L-D, to yield secrets, cultivating a new generation of magical operatives. Oh heavens! If it were too difficult or dangerous, that could be overcome. But how does one cope with the unseen and the forgotten? At that moment, while Coulson grappled with these thoughts, he turned abruptly to Melinda, his expression one of disbelief. Wait a moment, there is one who can see. Chapter 14. Self-discipline is power. Can you see it? Are you interested in opening it to explore its contents? Evanson asked Melinda with a mischievous grin. Melinda felt a twinge of intrigue at the suggestion. After all, the earlier incident was still fresh in her mind. Two highly trained agents, armed to the teeth, had been effortlessly subdued by a single word. Such a power was undeniably alluring to a field agent accustomed to flirting with death. Moreover, according to Evanson, the criteria for learning magic were exceedingly stringent, yet she serendipitously possessed such a gift. A saying from her homeland echoed in her mind, when heaven bestows a gift, failing to seize it will lead to misfortune. Just as Melinda was about to acquiesce, Coulson grasped her hand, halting her. Mel, you do not possess the authority to do so. Indeed, she lacked permission. Even if nothing perilous occurred upon opening the book, the mere act of recklessly engaging with supernatural abilities was strictly against S-H-I-E-L-D protocol. However, Melinda held a different perspective. Perhaps I could learn magic. Acquire that same power. S-H-I-E-L-D needs such strength, the director would surely agree. The two agents appeared to reach a consensus, yet Evanson shook his head in refusal. You lack the qualifications. What? Why? Melinda was bewildered, even incensed. It would have been one thing to relinquish her aspirations, but to be deemed unqualified ignited her competitive spirit. I have seen the book. I am qualified. That merely indicates a strong mental fortitude and potential for enlightenment. It does not imply eligibility to learn magic, Evanson stated bluntly. How can one know without trying? Melinda insisted vehemently. Those who are truly qualified, like myself, do not merely stare blankly at the cover. Indeed, when she first encountered the book, her intention had been to blood-bind herself to it. Ah, the shameful past. And Evanson interlaced his fingers before his mouth. Do you not find your current state rather peculiar? Peculiar? What do you mean? Melinda was confused by Evanson's insinuation. A field agent, who previously had no belief in the existence of magic, now yearns so desperately for its power. Yearn? Melinda felt perplexed. Before her arrival, she had resolved that this would be her final field mission. Thereafter, she would transition to a clerical role. Yet, Why had she so fervently desired that power moments ago? Even justifying a breach of protocol to herself? Your strong mental prowess allowed you to perceive the book, yet simultaneously, you have succumbed to its influence. It has awakened your greed for power, while you lack the most essential quality of a sorcerer, self-restraint. Many, especially the mages of Dalaran, believe that becoming a sorcerer is simple, requiring only malevolence and greed. This notion is utterly fallacious. The magic wielded by sorcerers is far more perilous than that of other spellcasters. Fel energy is more chaotic than fire magic. Shadows are more enigmatic than arcane mysteries. And controlling a legion of demons is infinitely more challenging than commanding a mere water elemental. Thus, mastering such dangerous magic necessitates utmost caution and restraint, ensuring one harnesses power without falling victim to it, thus becoming the master rather than the slave of power and demons. Certainly, there exist avaricious sorcerers who, in their insatiable greed, seek powers beyond their control. Their fates are often tragic. Most are directly slain by such forces, while others become mere vessels for that power, perhaps gaining strength, yet losing their essence in the process. Therefore, to become a sorcerer and to survive while retaining one's identity, one must understand self-restraint. Self-discipline is power. So, if I were to open that book, what would happen? Melinda's expression soured at the thought of being led astray by a mere book, even a tome of magic. You would pour all your mental energy into it, staring blankly at the pages, and due to the book's influence, no one would notice you. Even if you stood right before them, they would instinctively overlook your actions until you starved to death. Furthermore, throughout this ordeal, you would comprehend not a single word, nor acquire any knowledge. Evanson's chilling words were suddenly punctuated by a grin. On the bright side, since you wouldn't understand, you wouldn't be flayed alive. That is somewhat reassuring. Melinda replied, though her tone betrayed no relief. Yet now, her concern turned to another matter. How long would this influence last? It ends here. The book has tested you, and you have failed. Though you have not paid a price, it will not present itself to you again. It was evident that Melinda's heightened mental capacity had rendered her susceptible to the effects of the grimoire of sorcery. Although it contained only formulas and exercises, the magic book was read through the lens of will, and exercises were performed to comprehend the thoughts and intentions of the author. By engaging with the exercises and calculating the formulas, the reader could grasp the author's intent and, in turn, learn magic. In simpler terms, it was akin to a tutorial. One would focus on the areas of difficulty until understanding the author's meaning and thus mastering the magic. For those devoid of talent, while they might not encounter the dire consequences Evanson had described, the words on the page would remain lifeless, incomprehensible, ensnaring them in a quagmire of obsession, ultimately yielding nothing, and the book would fade from their grasp forever. Thus, lacking qualifications truly meant lacking qualifications. Even a blood binding would be futile. One could bleed out profusely with no effect. Splendid. I had no desire to see it again. Melinda genuinely felt relief. All right, I believe it is time for us to pose our final question, Coulson remarked, sensing the conversation's conclusion. Otherwise, he feared his worldviews might shatter under the weight of such peculiar revelations. Chapter 15, A Wonderful Day at Last. Coulson could hardly contain his eagerness to conclude today's conversation. Despite his extensive experience as a SHIELD agent, having faced numerous perils and encountered the extraordinary, today's events remained etched in his memory as an unforgettable experience. Initially, he had expected their target to be an ordinary mutant, one of minimal threat. However, he soon discovered that this individual wielded arcane powers, an unscientific force that he had inexplicably believed in. He had also come into contact with a tome capable of distorting perception, a relic that seemed to belong solely to the realm of cinema and literature. Although he had not glimpsed the book itself, Melinda's reaction was vividly imprinted in his mind. His companion, having undergone SHIELD's rigorous education and training since childhood, was not only exceptional, but also remarkably trustworthy. Yet, her recent display of disarray indicated that the book was far from ordinary. At that moment, he felt a certain relief in not recalling the book's appearance. Moreover, the opponent's power had exceeded all his expectations. With merely a word, they had rendered both him and Melinda incapacitated in their seats. While his sidearm was nothing more than a toy in comparison, since attaining the rank of senior agent, he had grown accustomed to maintaining control and seizing the initiative. Yet, Experiencing such helplessness was profoundly unsettling. He even mused that had he not represented S-H-I-E-L-D, but rather some other entity, he might have already been reduced to ashes and flushed away. Thus, it was prudent to bring this discussion to a close before his worldview shattered completely. Mr. Richter, you possess unique and formidable powers. Yet, your life seems rather bleak. Have you not considered using your abilities to alter that? As a traveler, Evanson had acquired the powers of a sorcerer, yet he lacked any extraordinary talents beyond that. With an education as a mere ordinary university student in his previous life, he found himself insulated from the advancements of high technology. Even if he were capable, what could he achieve in a world burgeoning with cutting-edge innovations? Smartphones? He was acutely aware of the multitude of sophisticated artificial intelligences that existed. Consequently, while his life could not be described as destitute, it was hardly affluent. This peculiarity perplexed Coulson. Typically, one would expect a suddenly empowered individual from humble beginnings to engage in reckless acts, flaunting their abilities and seeking the world as attention. Some even believing they could ascend to divinity. Yet, here stood a powerful figure who remained quietly understated, a stark anomaly. Agent Coulson, I believe you have mistaken me for those mutants, Evanson replied, his tone tinged with annoyance. I am not one of those who abruptly acquire immense power and then seek validation through ostentation. Nor am I one of those narcissists who, upon gaining a modicum of ability, consider themselves the center of the universe. I am fundamentally different. I am a sorcerer, my power derived from systematic study. 3 years of spellcasting, 5 years of simulations, utilizing textbooks of a professional caliber. Would you not consider that sufficiently thorough? I do not share their naivety regarding sudden power. My journey in mastering magic is a relentless pursuit of truth. Through this journey, my magical prowess deepens, and my understanding of truth expands. Yet, I find myself acutely aware of how little I comprehend of true power. Before the boundless truths, I feel diminutive, and human life appears exceedingly fragile. Evanson awkwardly blinked, reflecting on his grandiose rationale. How did I not perceive that? I simply believe being shot by a Barrett from 800 meters would be excruciating. However, I am not a sadist. Killing brings me no pleasure and offers little benefit, only considerable trouble. Yet, should someone seek their demise, I would not shy away from accommodating them. Coulson and Melinda exchanged glances, understanding the implications. Evanson's mention of the pain inflicted by a Barrett was a subtle indication of his respect for existing international power dynamics. He was not a psychopath deriving amusement from violence. For him, the complications of murder far outweighed any potential gains. Yet, he would not extend mercy to those who sought death. Such assertions were far removed from Melinda's idealistic interpretations, yet Coulson found them more credible, as they resonated with reality. As an agent, he preferred to embrace realism over idealism, believing it more plausible that Evanson harbored respect for state power rather than a mere affection for life's fragility. After all, human hearts are fickle, while power remains immutable, and the danger posed by a false saint often eclipses that of a true demon. Well then, let us conclude today's mission. Coulson and Melinda rose to bid farewell to Evanson. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Richter. Until we meet again, you are welcome to return at any time, Evanson replied, standing to see them off, akin to a humble shopkeeper bidding farewell to his patrons. He then handed each of them a business card. Listen, if the Deadlock Gang troubles me, I will deal with them. You need not pursue this matter. Consider it a favor owed to you. Should you face any complications, particularly those of a mysterious nature, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Coulson and Melinda hurried towards the exit, feeling that lingering any longer would shatter their perceptions. Yet, just as they reached the door, Evanson called out to them, You know, you are not the first to seek me out due to my unique abilities. Who were they? Melinda inquired immediately. This was no trivial matter. Evanson had concealed himself well. An S-H-I-E-L-D had stumbled upon him by chance. Who could possess superior intelligence to S-H-I-E-L-D and pursue him for his special capabilities? A minor cadre member of the Deadlock Gang. However, I suspect he harbors other identities. Like me, he is a fair-haired, blue-eyed German. Initially, I had no intention of killing him, but his demeanor was utterly loathsome, compelling me to do so. Yet, his final words may pique your interest, Evanson remarked. What did he say? Coulson asked, relieved. Given the number of Deadlock Gang members who had perished here, it was plausible they might uncover something of significance, especially since S-H-I-E-L-D had received intelligence from their informants. What could this minor gang possibly possess that would intrigue us? H-I-E-L-D? Yet today had been so extraordinary that perhaps there was an underlying mystery. However, he soon regretted his inquiry, as the answer elevated his blood pressure significantly. He said, "I am merely a harbinger. Sever one head, and two shall arise in its place." Chapter 16. Hydra, are you certain that he said that? Coulson uttered incredulously after a long pause. Anyone who would make such a statement, as well as that organization, should have been extinguished many years ago. The phrase, "cut off one head, two more shall take its place," epitomizes the infamous motto of Hydra, the nemesis of S-H-I-E-L-D. The history of S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra can be traced back to ancient Egypt, yet they gained notoriety during World War II. Hydra was a clandestine faction established by the nefarious Red Skull, Johann Schmidt, who subsequently betrayed his allies in a quest to harness the power of the Tesseract to dominate the world. In response, the Allies formed the Strategic Scientific Reserve and cultivated the super soldier known as Captain America. Ultimately, Captain America vanquished the Red Skull and thwarted Hydra's sinister plot, albeit at the cost of his own life. Nevertheless, victory was achieved, their leader was slain, and the remaining members either perished long ago, surrendered to serve S-H-I-E-L-D, or languished in specialized prisons until death. Thus, the conclusion drawn was that Hydra was utterly annihilated, as Coulson understood. Annihilated? Perhaps. Yet he did utter those words, Evanson remarked sagely. Do you comprehend the implications of that statement? Melinda inquired. The demise of Hydra occurred 60 years prior, while Evanson was merely in his 20s at the time. She could not ascertain whether he truly grasped the statement's profound significance. Look at me, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed German. During that era, I would have been regarded as part of the superior race. Furthermore, it is well known that a certain F. Rare had an obsession with the arcane. Do you truly believe I would be unaware of this? Evanson replied. Some of you once served Hydra. Hitler's fascination with the mystical is common knowledge. What kind of trust would a pure-blooded German wielding genuine magical power receive? Coulson mused, casting doubt on Evanson's ancestry and its potential ties to Hydra. Absolutely not. I swear no sorcerer has ever served them, Evanson asserted confidently. Of course not, for I am the sole sorcerer in existence. Perhaps it was merely the ramblings of a dying man, yet I hope you will keep this matter confidential, Mr. Richter. Coulson had no time to delve into whether Evanson's ancestors had any ties to Hydra. If he claimed none existed, then so be it. Besides, S-H-I-E-L-D had previously recruited a number of Hydra scientists. The paramount concern was to report this matter to Director Fury immediately, to ascertain whether it was merely the incoherent babble of a petty criminal or if Hydra truly posed a resurgence. As for whether that individual had indeed approached Evanson, of course not, but that does not preclude him from making such claims, does it? Finally free from the encounter, Evanson glanced at the ground where Habuz lay, the latter indicating that the two agents had left nothing behind. Left nothing? Surely, they must have left behind listening devices or cameras, Evanson sighed in relief. Thank goodness they have finally departed. It was no small feat to fabricate such a tale on the spot. I could write a novel with such talent. Sarah, pour me a glass of water. Evanson took a sip from the glass before responding. No, I have no such intentions. At least, not at this moment. Oh, I see. You are deceiving them with the truth, are you? Truly a cunning master. No wonder you are an evil succubus. Sarah quickly grasped Evanson's intent. Evanson recognized that if S-H-I-E-L-D were genuinely interested in the mystical, they would not easily abandon their pursuit due to his words to Melinda and Coulson. Therefore, rather than waiting for them to pressure him, it was better to cultivate an appearance of honesty alongside a willingness to teach, albeit with the caveat of requiring exceptional talent. In that case, even if S-H-I-E-L-D found a suitable candidate, success would ultimately be at his discretion. It was a delicate balance of no means no, even if it could potentially work. Fortunately, the prevalence of sorcerers in this world is not necessarily advantageous. Who knows when a dark portal might suddenly open? Sarah exhaled in relief. Evanson looked at her incredulously. Come on, could you be a bit more professional? After all, you are a demon. Does that statement do justice to your kind? Sarah, dismissively tilting her head, retorted. I truly do not understand what is so admirable about the Burning Legion. They leave devastation in their wake, sparing no one, not even the beautiful. Boss, beauty is a rare resource, and it is such a waste for them to squander it. Since you recognize that beauty is a rare resource, I suggest you promptly correct your preferences and refrain from vying with me for it, all right? What an extraordinary anomaly it is to have a succubus who is a lesbian. Hee, if you truly require it, I could begrudgingly accommodate. Sarah teased, licking her lips playfully. Evanson remained unperturbed, knowing that this whimsical succubus was jesting. She harbored a profound aversion to any intimate advances from the male species. Of course, as her master, he could be granted some leeway, but it did not grant him the right to breach her ultimate boundaries. All right, I have tasks for you. Finish your water in one go, Evanson instructed his demons. Sarah, you are aware of the situation with the Deadlock Gang, correct? Absolutely. Once 2 cups of wine are downed, those lawless ruffians will divulge even the details of their childhood underwear, Sarah scoffed. With her succubus abilities, extracting information from ordinary folk was a trivial task. Girl, when did I ever say that? Just as Evanson prepared to continue his instructions, Habuz, the hellhound, interjected abruptly. Stay down. Both Evanson and Sarah shouted in unison. Voidwalker, disband. Evanson commanded. The Voidwalker vanished with a resounding pop, leaving behind 2 large bracelets. Evanson picked up the bracelets and handed them to Sarah. Tonight, take the Voidwalker with you. Remember to cloak yourselves upon departure and eliminate a few members of the Deadlock Gang. Aim for 7 or 8 mid-level cadres. Understood, I will ensure the task is completed. Sarah affirmed as she accepted the bracelets. Remember, it must be done without a sound. I do not wish for any witnesses, nor do I want any cameras capturing your image. It must be absolute secrecy, Evanson reiterated. Yes, boss, the succubus confirmed once more, but then raised a concern. What about the bodies? Are you not accompanied by the Voidwalker? Stuff them inside his belly. Theoretically, he does not require sustenance, and he can consume anything, provided it is weaker than he is. Any material will be decomposed into shadow elements within his form. This particular trait earned a once mighty Void Lord named Dimensius the title of the Devourer of Realms. And what about me? Tyler interjected hastily, feeling left out upon hearing of the impending violence without his involvement, much to the displeasure of the combative demon guardian. Evanson pondered for a moment before replying. Go and break the legs of the one who supplies me. I ordered him to create counterfeit goods, not substandard ones. How could the Jade Buddha possibly fade in color? For heaven's sake, is it impossible to find fake jade? Can we not just smash a beer bottle instead? Thus, Tyler, indignant at the thought of deceiving consumers, set off eagerly to carry out the task. Chapter 17 Important matters, however, if every hour of the day were to remain in such a state, it would indeed be a lamentable tale. To be candid, in the beginning, Evanson had sought ways to attract business and increase revenue, and he had exerted considerable effort in this pursuit. For instance, during the dead of night, he would ambush solitary women in some secluded alley and, well, he would then conjure terrifying illusions with his magic. Alternatively, he would infiltrate the homes of affluent individuals and unleash waves of fear upon the slumbering magnates, believing that such tactics would surely bolster his talisman and exorcism business. Yet, alas, the only outcome of his endeavors was to sustain a cadre of tabloid journalists, provide income for mental health institutions, and furnish material for urban legends. Oh, how unpredictable life can be. Thus, the shop was rather empty now. To be precise, it comprised only the proprietor, Evanson Richter, and his 4 employees, along with a solitary dog. Seated behind the counter, Evanson perused a newspaper, occasionally sipping from the instant coffee beside him. As for why he did not indulge in tea, well, if he could only afford cheap instant coffee, one might wonder about the feasibility of sipping imported Chinese tea. Finishing his cup of coffee, he handed it to Sarah, who was stationed at the cash register. Did last night's escapade go smoothly? No loose ends left behind, I hope? Sarah poured herself another cup from the coffee pot, responding, it went exceedingly well. Though I am not a combat-oriented demon, dealing with a few ordinary individuals was quite effortless. Evanson found the coffee a tad too hot and set it aside. No bloodstains. The body was disposed of properly? Sarah retrieved a cup for herself, quipping, I don't believe a whip to the neck necessarily requires blood. As for the cleanliness of the corpse, that depends on Duman's digestive capabilities. I made sure to dispose of it. Did anyone detect your presence? Evanson still felt a twinge of unease. Please, I was invisible, Sarah replied, adopting an air of expertise. Then I shall rest easy. Evanson exhaled in relief. By the way, why did you suddenly decide to take action this time? Sarah inquired, puzzled. Previously, those affiliated with the deadlock had not sought their demise. It was a matter of if they do not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. What prompted the initiative yesterday? Especially after promising an agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. that unless someone delivered themselves on a platter, he would remain at home, resolutely avoiding any escapades. Yet no sooner had that individual departed than a series of killings ensued, no less than extraordinary ones. I believe our shop's poor business is significantly tied to the rampant activities of local gangs. Therefore, I have resolved to combat them. Once the law and order improve, I am confident our clientele will increase, Evanson stated earnestly as he surveyed the newspaper. Whatever you say, Sarah scoffed, unconvinced by his reasoning. Nonetheless, she had little interest in probing further. As a demon of sorcery, when the boss instructed you to kill, you simply complied, without the need for further inquiry. Moreover, she had never seen a sorcerer who offered explanations to their demon. I assure you, it is true, believe it or not, Evanson shrugged. This is indeed a part of the truth. Turning to the front page, he prepared to read the headlines. Yet, why was he only now perusing the front page? He had been engrossed in the economic section, as most of his income stemmed from dividends of stocks he had previously purchased. Hence, he valued this information greatly, for it determined whether he would need to exchange his dwindling supply of soul crystals to trade with demons for gold and gems to sustain his household. It was worth noting that rumors of a sorcerer dubbed the Fool's Money had begun circulating in the void he frequently visited. Additionally, a number of weaker demons had started hoarding gold, as their lack of power rendered them without transactional value. Now was the time for a sorcerer who sought neither strength nor knowledge to seize the opportunity. Such foolish sorcerers would not endure long, and if they perished, the chance would be lost. Meanwhile, the more powerful demons vowed to resolutely combat this trend, refusing to partake in such depravity. However, upon glimpsing the front-page headline, Evanson was visibly taken aback. The article proclaimed that Tony Stark had received this year's Pinnacle Award, with the ceremony set to take place the following evening in Las Vegas. Besides the fleeting thoughts of this fellow is quite fortunate and could he be a spawn of goblins, Evanson recognized that he had an exceedingly important task at hand. He promptly set the newspaper aside and urgently called out to Sarah. Sarah, quickly, sell off all the Stark Industries stocks and purchase shares of Justin Hammer instead. Sarah looked at him in disbelief. Boss, have you lost your mind? Do you want us to survive on instant noodles next month? Humph, a woman's narrow perspective. Enduring hardship is the path to greatness, Evanson replied cryptically. Yet, he could not withstand Sarah's incredulous gaze. In any case, do not concern yourself. If we strike it rich this time, we shall reap tremendous rewards. Humph, certain foolish gamblers employ such tactics to swindle their hard-working wives of their entire savings, Sarah retorted with disdain. Evanson pondered this and, indeed, found the analogy striking. But he quickly realized, I'm not deceiving you. This is my money, and it is none of your concern. He then seized the computer to execute the trades himself. Meanwhile, Sarah, believing they would only be eating instant noodles next month, lamented her fate and began to discuss with Tyler the possibility of stewing habus if things went awry. Chapter 18 report Tony Stark is on the verge of being kidnapped. Heralding the imminent birth of Iron Man, Evanson expresses a nonchalant indifference, suggesting that if it is meant to happen, so be it. He muses that worrying about such matters is futile, especially when the day seems destined for calamity. Among the Avengers, Evanson feels least intimidated by Iron Man, as sorcerers do not cast curses on the armor itself, but rather on the individual within. Although Evanson has indeed contemplated rescuing Tony, the prospect of demanding 2 Lamborghini's worth of compensation post-rescue seems enticing. However, the question remains, how to execute such a rescue. Firstly, a ticket for a commercial flight to the Middle East can be afforded, albeit only in economy class. The uncertainty lies in the destination, Afghanistan, Iraq, or Qatar. While it is common knowledge that Tony is held captive in the Middle East, the exact location remains elusive. It would be impractical to traverse the vast deserts with habus in search of him, ultimately leading to a perilous situation where one might need rescuing instead. Thus, it may be wiser to focus on stock market trends and ponder which brand of instant noodles to indulge in for the month. At the Triskelion, headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., in the Director's office, a one-eyed African-American man stands gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window. This individual is Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a man shrouded in an aura of mystery, with secrets known only to him. To many, he embodies the very essence of secrecy. His attire remains consistent, a black eye patch concealing his blind eye, a black tactical shirt beneath a black leather trench coat, an image befitting the archetype of a spy. Simultaneously, it suggests that the air conditioning in his office is set to a brisk temperature. Suddenly, a knock reverberates through the room, prompting Fury to invite the visitor in as he strides toward his desk. As he settles into his chair, two individuals, Coulson and Melinda, arrive at his desk. Fury regards them and states, "I heard from Hill that you insisted on reporting this mission to me in person. Why is that?" Although, according to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hierarchical protocol, Fury possesses level 10 clearance, granting him access to all agency matters. The completion of a level 6 mission typically requires only a report submission, unless otherwise directed by the director himself. "Director, I recognize that this may be unconventional, but I believe it is prudent for you to hear this firsthand," Coulson elucidates. Fury trusts Coulson, aware that his subordinate does not act without reason. "Very well, it seems this mission is somewhat exceptional. Is the mutant unwilling to cooperate with us?" "Indeed. My director," Coulson replies, "the target has proven quite accommodating. Through investigation and interaction, Agent Melinda and I have concluded that he poses no threat." "No threat?" Fury raises an eyebrow. While S.H.I.E.L.D. had preliminarily assessed the target as harmlessness, it remains a mere possibility. Blind trust is not an option. After all, in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes, the term mutant equates to danger and unpredictability, as few mutants exhibit benign tendencies. Some individuals, having been suddenly endowed with abilities, may act out of fear or inability to control themselves, leading to unintended harm. With proper guidance, they may pose little risk. However, there are others who, emboldened by their newfound powers, engage in reckless behavior. Individuals Fury deems worthy of severe repercussions. Coulson succinctly conveys the information he has gathered. He can control his powers, and he harbors respect for national authority, thus negating potential threats. Yet, if you have reached such a conclusion, is there any other pertinent detail that necessitates my personal attention? "Director, his abilities are rather extraordinary." Coulson hesitates, grappling with how to convey the nature of the situation. "Magic." Melinda interjects, providing clarity. "He is a sorcerer. Am I mishearing things? Agent Melinda, did you just say magic?" Fury's expression reflects disbelief. "Indeed, magic. Though it defies scientific explanation, it is the truth," Melinda asserts. "Believe it or not, this is the reality." Fury's single eye shifts back to Coulson, who now stands resolute. "Despite your skepticism, this is the reality, sir." "Explain," Fury commands, weighing the possibility that both agents are simply engaging in a bizarre jest. Coulson succinctly recounts the events at Evanson's location, maintaining brevity. Does one require a high level of innate talent to learn? Fury's curiosity is piqued. In truth, he is less concerned with the veracity of magic and more with the implications of its existence, whether labeled as supernatural abilities or by any other title. What matters is understanding the strength of the individual and the potential for replication or learning. "Indeed, careful consideration is warranted," Fury muses, stroking his chin. "According to the prerequisites for magical aptitude, qualities such as intelligence, determination, physical health, and mental fortitude are essential. Individuals possessing these traits, if nurtured, could become exceptional agents. However, whether they can learn magic remains uncertain. Furthermore, the risks involved in the learning process could be fatal. Is it wise to test such remarkable talents in this manner? This is not a decision to be made lightly. Do not file the mission report. I shall handle it personally. You understand what this entails." Coulson and Melinda exchange glances, realization dawning upon them. The director's personal involvement in filing the report signifies that access will also be at level 10, with their own clearance at only level 7. This implies an elevation in their professional standing, an exhilarating thought, yet it also entails the utmost confidentiality regarding this matter. "Director, there is one more critical issue, albeit still uncertain." Coulson and Melinda remain, for the conversation is far from over. "We suspect a connection between the Deadpool organization and Hydra." With this revelation, Fury's eye widens in shock, nearly bulging from its socket. Chapter 19. The demise of the Deadlock Gang. Evanson was enjoying a cup of instant noodles, creating quite a lively atmosphere. However, I anticipated that once they discovered my surprise, the excitement would escalate further. What transpired outside? Let us observe. Firstly, 6 Black Hawk helicopters hovered above, deploying soldiers clad in black urban combat attire. Subsequently, a dozen military Humvees, having discharged their personnel, simultaneously cordoned off every street corner and alleyway. A soldier manned a mounted Gatling gun, vigilantly guarding the surroundings, as any individual daring to act inappropriately would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp without mercy. The soldiers descending from the helicopters and vehicles remained busy, fully armed and rigorously trained, swiftly maneuvering through the streets in a standard combat search formation, advancing toward their designated targets. Despite their fear, curiosity lingered, prompting them to discreetly observe the happenings on the street. A few keen-eyed individuals even noticed the inscriptions on the backs of the soldiers, which did not read police or FBI, nor the relatively enigmatic CIA, but rather the more unfamiliar S-H-I-E-L-D. At this juncture, the general populace remained largely oblivious to the existence and functions of S-H-I-E-L-D, their awareness limited to the name alone, speculating it might be akin to the operations of the CIA. However, ignorance did not preclude them from recognizing that something significant was unfolding. Consequently, conjectures arose about foreign spies hiding in their midst, or perhaps a high-profile figure was vacationing in Brooklyn, or even that the notorious figurehead had evaded the Middle East, finding refuge in Brooklyn instead. Thus, they began to scrutinize the street activity with heightened vigilance, only to be left with a singular exclamation: "What the hell?" These soldiers, capable of confronting the most fearless drug enforcement teams or engaging in street battles with mercenaries who thrived on violence, were, astonishingly, targeting the petty thugs of the Deadlock Gang. This revelation left them utterly bewildered, grappling with the vast disparity between their expectations and reality. Yet, it was not only the onlookers who found themselves in disbelief. The members of the Deadlock Gang wore expressions of sheer confusion. As they were apprehended, a surreal sensation enveloped them, pondering the absurdity of the situation. They mused, "Is it necessary? Our gang merely boasts a formidable name. We engage in minor extortion, harass a few young women, dine and dash, and occasionally dabble in low-grade transactions. The local addicts have even banded together, threatening unrest unless their supply issues are resolved. It's merely trivialities. Must it be escalated to such dramatic proportions?" They vowed to decry this injustice, intending to wield the law against the waste of taxpayer resources. It is said that the last leader of the Deadlock Gang later penned an extensive treatise titled On the Waste of Taxpayer Dollars while incarcerated, though that is a tale for another time. For now, while the members of the Deadlock Gang remained in a state of bewilderment, their captors were resolute, swiftly bringing a rifle but down upon them, followed by 2 burly men who proceeded to expertly restrain their arms, affixing handcuffs, shrouding their heads, and transporting them away. The uninformed spectators, witnessing this overblown display, concocted plausible explanations. The image of the Deadlock Gang as mere thugs was merely a facade. They were, in fact, members of a clandestine terrorist organization, or perhaps a spy network infiltrating the nation, poised to act as guides for foreign adversaries. In truth, many members of the Deadlock Gang entertained similar notions, believing themselves to be part of a formidable organization, unaware that one day they might find themselves transformed into warriors of a holy crusade, chanting slogans in fervent solidarity. To be candid, their speculations bore a semblance of truth, for gangs like theirs proliferated across America. S-H-I-E-L-D would hardly occupy itself with petty crime. The unfolding events stemmed from S-H-I-E-L-D's conviction that the Deadlock Gang had ties to the super-terrorist organization Hydra, perhaps even being a part of it, or at least housing some of its members. This conclusion was largely influenced by Evanson's dubious claims, as Coulson reported to Nick Fury that a member of the Deadlock Gang had previously approached Evanson, urging him to join, only to be killed by Evanson, who had been invoked the Hydra motto, "Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place." It became apparent that Hydra might be resurfacing. Melinda stepped forward. Addressing the director, "I do not believe a mere thug would utter what he perceives as a cool phrase in his final moments rather than plead for mercy." As Nick Fury pondered, Melinda continued, "In my homeland, we say, a centipede, even when dying, does not stiffen. Hydra once wielded immense power. We cannot ascertain how many of its clandestine operatives remain or what contingencies they may have planned. S-H-I-E-L-D exerted every effort to eradicate them. But can we truly ensure that every hidden agent has been neutralized? Nick Fury contemplated Melinda's words carefully. It was implausible that such a vast organization could be completely dismantled. The disciples of the Red Skull might very well be conspiring to resurrect Hydra. What form might Hydra take now? Was it merely a typical terrorist organization, or had it regained some of its former strength? It seemed imperative to capture individuals for questioning. However, it was Melinda's insights that galvanized Nick Fury into immediate action. The fact that they had reached Evanston before S.H.I.E.L.D. indicated they likely possessed superior intelligence channels, and their evident focus on collecting Inhumans warranted swift intervention. The end of the Deadlock Gang had finally arrived. Chapter 20. Ambush and Death in Summary. This operation by S.H.I.E.L.D. left a multitude of individuals utterly bewildered. Not only were the apprehended members of the Deadlock Gang confused, but also the bystanders who were unaware of the unfolding events. Even the task force executing the mission found themselves in a state of perplexity. They pondered, having undergone rigorous training and numerous evaluations to join S.H.I.E.L.D., why this time they were ordered to apprehend a band of mere street thugs, in stark contrast to their usual encounters with highly dangerous terrorists, some of whom were exceptionally perilous Inhumans. What was the rationale behind this peculiar shift? To add to their bewilderment, the higher-ups had issued explicit directives forbidding any inquiries or interactions with the targets. Their orders were strictly limited to commands such as put down your weapons, do not resist, and surrender. Could it be that these seemingly insignificant ruffians were, in fact, concealing their true identities as significant figures? The agents found this hard to believe. Initially, the members of the task force approached the situation with heightened vigilance, suspecting that these rough-looking individuals might be ruthless criminals, ready to unleash chaos at any moment. Yet, when confronted by the formidable S.H.I.E.L.D. agents wielding impressive firearms, these petty thugs were reduced to quivering masses. They offered no resistance and, in some instances, even succumbed to fright, cowering on the ground. Thus, the agents speculated that perhaps the president had deemed S.H.I.E.L.D. to be sufficiently capable and had entrusted them with the responsibility of combating organized crime. Consequently, the face-off between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Deadlock Gang proved to be rather anticlimactic, with the operation nearing its conclusion in just over an hour. A standard 5-member team progressed through the corridor of an apartment building, maintaining tactical formation. Despite their numerous uncertainties regarding the mission and the unimpressive nature of their targets, years of training compelled them to remain vigilant. They moved forward with disciplined precision. The team leader, dubbed the Zealot, was a tall, robust African-American known for his valor and excellence in combat. While he harbored many questions about the assignment, he remained committed to executing his orders without hesitation. As he approached the target door, he signaled to his 3 comrades to take their positions, while the 4th member prepared the breaching tool. With a swift motion of his left hand, the Zealot gave the signal, and the operation commenced. As he lowered his hand, the breaching agent forcefully struck the seemingly flimsy door. At that moment, an acute sense of danger washed over him. Indeed, as the door was forced open, a faint yet familiar sound reached his ears, a sound he had learned to recognize all too well. Fire in the hole. The Zealot instinctively dove backward, pulling his teammate down with him. A deafening explosion resonated throughout the skies of Brooklyn. Meanwhile, Evanston had just finished his last bite of instant noodles, casually tossing the empty container into the trash. "Your package has exploded. Please check," he quipped, as he accepted a mop from Sarah to clean up the mess he had made. Such a commotion could not escape the attention of others. Coulson, leading another team, heard the explosion and quickly deduced the location of the incident. He immediately radioed for reports from Team 13. "Team 13, report your status." "Repeat, report your status." "Sir." We were ambushed," a weak voice crackled back after a tense pause. "Damn it," Coulson muttered under his breath, issuing a command for Teams 5 and 9 to proceed to Team 13's location with heightened alertness and permission to use lethal force, accompanied by medical personnel. 3 minutes later, Coulson received an anxious report. "Sir, this is Captain Lauren of Team 9. I have arrived. Situation report. For deceased, 1 critically injured." Lauren's terse update conveyed the gravity of the scene. "What are the targets?" Coulson inquired, striving to maintain his composure. "Sir, this is Captain Jack of Team 5. We have not located the targets." Team 5 is also on site, but we have found no sign of the intended apprehension. There's no one here. Someone had rigged grenades behind the door, triggered upon breaching, at least 3, by my estimate, Lauren reported after assessing the situation. Meanwhile, the police chief of Brooklyn sat alone in his office, drenched in sweat. The Deadlock gang had thrived under his protection for years. Initially, he believed that turning a blind eye to their minor misdeeds was harmless. However, the sudden and forceful intervention by S.H.I.E.L.D. filled him with dread. As police chief, he was acutely aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s extensive jurisdiction. Nothing they managed could be deemed trivial. He pondered the gravity of the situation the Deadlock gang had found themselves in. The thought of S.H.I.E.L.D. uncovering a dirty bomb in their hideout no longer seemed far-fetched. Yet, more pressing was the fear of his own fate after serving as their protector for so long. Would it lead to life imprisonment? Or perhaps the electric chair? Both scenarios terrified him, and he even contemplated suicide to safeguard his wealth for his family. As he reached for his handgun, a massive explosion erupted outside, causing him to drop it in shock. He wanted to retrieve it, but lacked the courage. A fleeting thought of escape crossed his mind. Perhaps he could feign ignorance regarding his dealings with the Deadlock gang. Yes, that must be possible, for he truly knew nothing. With this thought, his fear began to dissipate. However, just as he relaxed, an excruciating pain gripped his abdomen, followed by a sensation of suffocation. He quickly realized he had been poisoned, but from where? He had not consumed anything since S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operation began that morning. It must have been from the previous night, the alluring woman with her beguiling eyes, who had coaxed him into consuming that so-called enhancement substance. His frustration mounted as he recalled his brief consideration of suicide, only to find that fate had taken the decision from him. With the last of his strength, he gasped the name of that woman. At that moment, the door to his office was forcefully kicked open, and Coulson entered with his team. Upon hearing the chief's final utterance, Coulson was struck with astonishment. Chapter 21. The true return. The Deadlock gang, as an illegal organization, has remarkably endured to this day, largely owing to the protection of the local police chief. This was precisely the reason Coulson found himself here today. Prior to his arrival, he genuinely hoped that the police chief was merely a corrupt individual accepting bribes to shield the gang, as such a scenario would be far more favorable. However, while issuing commands, Coulson failed to notice a green-eyed pupil gradually disappearing into the shadows of the room. Perfect timing, Evans said, covering one eye. The eye of Kilrock, a little trick used by sorcerers for reconnaissance. My master, how did you know the poison would take effect so precisely? Sarah inquired, dusting off her surroundings. Their laughter echoed as the master and servant exchanged knowing glances. A sorcerer controlling the timing of poison's onset is as simple as a succubus leading an unsuspecting man to act irrationally when he is at his most vulnerable, on the brink of death. Thus, with the demise of the police chief, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operation came to a close. As for the explanations regarding the operation and the reassurance of the public, those responsibilities naturally fell to other departments, and the media, S.H.I.E.L.D., has never concerned itself with such matters. Director, the operation has concluded. I am here to report, Coulson stated directly upon entering Nick Fury's office. The Deadlock gang has been largely apprehended. With Nick Fury's nod of approval, Coulson began his report. Just get to the point, Nick said, observing Coulson's grim expression and anticipating bad news. Taking a deep breath, Coulson continued. However, prior to our operation, 8 members of the Deadlock gang went missing without a trace. Upon hearing this, Fury's muscles twitched, but Coulson pressed on. These members ranged from low-level thugs to high-ranking officials, yet they were all solitary individuals, not particularly sociable with the rest of the gang. And, Coulson paused, prompting Fury to ask, and what? After another deep breath, Coulson resumed. One of the thugs had hung 3 grenades behind his door, ambushing the team sent to capture him, resulting in the death of the squad leader, the Zealot, and 3 other team members, with one seriously injured. Quite a clutch trap, Fury remarked, rubbing his hands together while seated behind his desk. But can we be certain it was aimed at us? Or that they were Hydra operatives? Even at this stage, despite having taken action, Fury remained uncertain whether there were Hydra infiltrators within the Deadlock gang. His intelligence suggested that the Deadlock gang was far too incompetent for an organization like Hydra to place agents among them. Sir, the peculiar disappearance of petty criminals is not surprising, Coulson asserted, leaning over Fury's desk, his hands pressed firmly against the surface as he locked eyes with Fury. However, hanging grenades behind a door and setting the triggering conditions with such precision is beyond the capabilities of these lowlifes. Generally, when petty criminals flee, they simply vanish. They wouldn't go to the extent of crafting such lethal traps. Do they not fear their own crimes? Moreover, assembling 3 grenades into a cluster bomb is not a skill one would expect from a mere thug. Coulson continued, when I went to interrogate the local police chief. He had already ingested poison and died before my eyes. According to the autopsy, it was an unknown new type of poison that caused the complete failure and decay of all his organs. I could hardly find a single intact organ within him. Do you realize what this implies, Agent Coulson? Fury asked, his expression grave. Yes, sir, I do, Coulson nodded. It suggests that Hydra members have infiltrated parts of the government. What a terrifying conclusion, Fury mused. Can we ascertain he ingested the poison willingly? Fury's implication was clear. Was it possible that the police chief had been poisoned by someone else? This distinction was crucial. If he had been poisoned, it would indicate that the chief was merely protecting a small-time gang, entirely unaware of Hydra's operations, suggesting that Hydra was still active at the grassroots level. Conversely, if he had committed suicide, it would mean he was a martyr for Hydra, indicating the organization had cultivated a following within government ranks. I'm afraid to disappoint you, Director, Coulson replied, shaking his head. I have no knowledge of such a potent poison being able to lie dormant, and I can assure you that when I arrived, he was alone in that office. Indeed, a toxin capable of turning a person's insides into a gruesome pulp, leaving only a pool of blood after dissection, could not possibly be a slow-acting poison. It defied all reason. Of course, if magic were involved, that would complicate matters. Additionally, when I burst into that scoundrel's office, I distinctly heard him cry out a final word. Coulson's eyes widened, his face contorted with rage. What did he say? Fury inquired. With unwavering conviction, Coulson replied. He shouted, Hydra before he died. Fury, with his single eye fixed intently on Coulson, stated, You and Melinda will undergo scrutiny. Do not disappoint me, Coulson. Chapter 22. Haunted Home Indeed. Sir, I am willing to undergo scrutiny and a polygraph test, and I believe Agent Melinda would as well. Coulson felt no surprise at the prospect of facing examination. Given the dismal outcome of the operation, it was only natural for someone privy to the truth to be subjected to such scrutiny. If any agent's leadership had led to this predicament without consequence, it would be wise to prepare for the worst, for it would indicate that scrutiny was no longer necessary. Simply a cleanup would suffice. After expressing his stance, Coulson departed, leaving Nick Fury alone in the office. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, his mind racing to analyze the current situation. Why had the target vanished just prior to the S-H-I-E-L-D operation? Why had they seemingly anticipated an attempt at capture by rigging their door with grenades? Was it mere coincidence? Coincidence, a notion that made Fury chuckle at its absurdity. His extensive experience in espionage had taught him that anything seemingly coincidental, once connected to his line of work, was invariably a product of deliberate design. This instance was no exception. From every conceivable angle, his assessment held true. Yet, if it were not a coincidence, how had this outcome come to pass? There is a mole within, the thought surfaced in Fury's mind. His solitary eye gleamed with a fierce intensity as he contemplated this possibility. The operation had been executed with startling suddenness, verging on haste. The target could not have received information through other channels, as time was of the essence. Thus, only an insider could possess such knowledge. Who could it be? The only individuals aware of the Hydra presence within the Deadlock gang were himself, Coulson, and Melinda. No, there was one more. The Inhuman, named Evanson? Richter? Oh yes, the Sorcerer. This situation had indeed been relayed by him. However, he was the least likely candidate. To eliminate Hydra operatives only to report them to S-H-I-E-L-D, and then turn around to betray S-H-I-E-L-D. To Hydra, what was his game? To hedge his bets on both sides? As long as his intelligence was above average, he would not engage in such folly. The outcome of such a gamble would lead to utter ruin. Hydra would remember that you had slain their agents and reported them, while S-H-I-E-L-D would only recall your betrayal, leaving you with enmity from both sides. Thus, it was likely an internal betrayal. Yet, this could not be determined through mere conjecture. Rigorous examination was essential. The critical question was the scope of this inquiry. Melinda and Coulson could not escape. as they were privy to the truth, making their examination inevitable. But what of the operational team? Although they were unaware of the specifics, they understood that the target was the Deadlock Gang. If there were indeed a Hydra mole among them, they might deduce the true objective of the operation. Considering the connections of the operational team, the scope of this inquiry would need to be broadened, potentially encompassing all of S-H-I-E-L-D. Such a widespread investigation would significantly disrupt the normal functioning and morale of S-H-I-E-L-D, particularly inflicting a fatal blow to morale. With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Nick Fury slowly closed his eyes, wishing to avoid such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary. Fury was engulfed in concern. Yet someone else was even more troubled, pacing restlessly. Alexander Pierce, a middle-aged Caucasian man, his golden hair tinged with gray from age, and his eyes always reflecting a blend of wisdom and cunning. He was the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, tasked with liaising with the World Security Council, wielding a level 10 authority. However, this was merely a fade. His true identity was that of a high-ranking Hydra operative concealed within S-H-I-E-L-D. Today, Pierce was inexplicably restless, sensing that something ominous was about to transpire. He even uttered a silent prayer, hoping his premonition was mistaken. Unfortunately, with the sound of a knock on the door, his hopes were dashed. The visitor was Hilvert, a bespectacled bald Indian agent with a level 6 clearance, yet a trusted subordinate in every sense. As Hilvert hurriedly entered, his expression fraught with anxiety, he opened his mouth to speak. Pierce, cursing his ill fortune internally, swiftly raised his hand to silence him. "Under what pretense do you approach me?" It was evident that the discussion at hand pertained to Hydra rather than S-H-I-E-L-D-S operations. Therefore, it was imperative to establish a fade for their conversation, preventing any discrepancies in their narratives should inquiries arise. After a brief pause, Hilvert regained his composure. "Sir, I have come to seek your guidance. General Ross wishes S-H-I-E-L-D-S assistance in locating the Hulk. Should we acquiesce?" Pierce nodded approvingly, suggesting that General Ross handle the matter independently, as S-H-I-E-L-D bore no responsibility for cleaning up after the military. Director Fury shared this sentiment. Pierce gestured for Hilvert to approach. "Now, you may divulge your news. I presume it is unfavorable." Hilvert adjusted his glasses and replied softly, "Sir, members of the organization have been uncovered outside." Pierce, though aware of the futility, sought confirmation, wondering if Hilvert's humor had taken a turn for the absurd. Upon hearing this, Pierce felt a wave of confusion wash over him. "The Deadlock Gang? What is that?" As a level 10 director of S-H-I-E-L-D appeared to Nick Fury, and a man capable of engaging with the World Security Council, he genuinely had no idea what the Deadlock Gang was. "It is a small gang in Brooklyn, extorting protection fees and engaging in petty crime," Hilvert explained. Upon hearing this, Pierce rapped his knuckles against the table. "These damned young radicals. They only know how to exploit their elders' power. This, however, is unacceptable. They have stirred up a significant mess." The term young radicals referred to the younger Hydra members. Some were the offspring of prominent Hydra figures, while others had been indoctrinated during their tumultuous adolescent years. However, the senior Hydra leaders might protect their relatives or genuinely believe they lack the experience for weighty responsibilities, thus rarely assigning them tasks. These privileged Hydra heirs, accustomed to a life of excess, often found themselves bored and aimlessly forming gangs to indulge in chaos. "I could not care less about their fate, as long as it does not implicate us," Pierce thought disdainfully. While some among them might possess potential, the majority were utterly worthless. Thus, their lives were of little concern to him, provided they did not interfere with his responsibilities. Of course, this was also due to the fact that his purview did not encompass any young radicals, and he did not believe that any prominent figure's offspring would be involved in street gangs extorting protection fees. Those individuals would be engaged in legitimate businesses, not petty street crimes. "Sir, I fear you may be disappointed again. It appears we may already be entangled," Hilvert stated with difficulty. Chapter 23. The shameless young faction. The audacity of the youthful faction is astonishing. They escape in advance, set traps, and before their demise, they brazenly proclaim the name of their organization in the presence of S-H-I-E-L-D agents. Is this not a flagrant exposure of their intentions? They might as well leap before Nick Fury, exclaiming, "I am Hydra. Hello, Hydra." Upon hearing the detailed report from Hilvet, Pierce was seething with rage. If these imbeciles were before him, he would have relished the thought of throttling them to death. Pierce's expression shifted through various shades as he struggled to suppress his fury. "Can we ascertain if it is indeed our people involved? Have they been notified?" Feeling the intensity of Pierce's wrath, Hilvet swallowed hard and stammered, "Sir." Nick Fury's actions were unexpectedly sudden. Given the timing, other channels simply could not respond in time, Pierce's lips quivered, and he could no longer contain his outburst. This shameless young faction, they are nothing but a pile of dog excrement. Knowing the information, they should have perished on the spot, sacrificing their lives to protect the secrets of the organization, rather than fleeing like cowards and exposing our existence to S-H-I-E-L-D. These spineless, despicable wretches. Listen to me, Hilvet, they are nothing but feces. Do you understand? As he witnessed Pierce's furious tirade, Hilvet wiped the cold sweat from his bald head and repeated, "Yes, sir, they are indeed feces, and I completely concur with your assessment." Having vented his frustrations, Pierce felt slightly better, though the excitement took a toll on him, causing dizziness. He closed his eyes, rubbing his temples, pondering, "Who is it? Which bastard has communicated with those little thugs without my knowledge?" The young faction was beyond Pierce's jurisdiction, and he had no desire to intervene. However, within his own domain, the S-H-I-E-L-D division, it was utterly intolerable that someone dared to relay such sensitive information without his consent. This not only undermined his authority, but also led to dire consequences that could potentially unravel the entire division. Such a fool, with a brain the size of a walnut, could not be allowed to remain, regardless of the circumstances. Hilvet felt the cold sweat trickling down to his ankles. "Sir, we can confirm it is from the action team. But who specifically? We still do not know. In fact, whether it is indeed the action team has not been verified. But only the action team had personnel involved in this operation, so it's likely." Pierce abruptly opened his eyes, casting a chilling glare at Hilvet, as if to convey, "This is all you know? What use is your loyalty to me?" Sensing his superior's discontent, Hilvet hastily stammered, "Sir, you know, due to confidentiality reasons, our insight into other divisions is quite limited. We were unaware of the exposed personnel beforehand, nor do we know whose they are. Daniel, Hoster, Chief, Countess, the banker? They could all potentially be linked to the action team. Sir, you also know the situation within the action team is rather complex." Pierce appeared to accept this explanation, closing his eyes once more, aware that the circumstances with the action team had escalated beyond mere complexity. In truth, the S-H-I-E-L-D action team could be considered a veritable hotspot for Hydra, as more than half of its members were disciples of Hydra. After all, hard power resided in those who wielded firearms, and it was preferable to keep them within one's grasp. However, this was precisely the aspect that troubled Pierce the most, for the composition was exceedingly intricate. The action team was not composed of mere agents. Their turnover rate was alarmingly high. Their tasks involved direct firepower confrontation, and as the action team of S-H-I-E-L-D, their adversaries were often terrorists prepared for mutual destruction, heavily armed mercenaries with exceptional tactical skills, or even special forces from foreign nations, not to mention the bizarre mutants that occasionally surfaced. Consequently, fatalities, injuries, psychological trauma, and various other factors resulted in a significantly higher replacement frequency than that of agents. A single piece of erroneous intelligence or a minor misstep could lead to the loss of numerous operatives. For these reasons, Pierce would not wait for new recruits to report to the action team, only for them to be converted into Hydra members. It was simply not worth the risk of someone being eliminated the very next day. Instead, he relied on seasoned veterans. Due to confidentiality, these seasoned individuals hailed from a myriad of sources: military, SWAT teams, the National Guard, and even Blackwater. Ultimately, they boasted clean backgrounds, professional military training, and considerable combat experience, enabling them to swiftly engage in missions. However, Pierce was merely a divisional chief of Hydra, responsible solely for S-H-I-E-L-D. The other divisions had their own leaders, and he had no authority over them. Thus, while some members of the action team were indeed Hydra affiliates, many came from other divisions. Although their loyalty was unquestionable, it was impossible to guarantee they would not maintain contact with personnel from other areas. Hence, The current predicament was somewhat explicable. Sir, if we wish to investigate, it can be done, Hilvit remarked, observing Pierce's continued silence, his uncertainty palpable. Do not pursue it for now. Pierce opened his eyes and stated, given the circumstances, Nick Fury will undoubtedly suspect something within S-H-I-E-L-D. A thorough investigation at this juncture is perilous. What we need most now is silence and discretion. Pierce straightened in his seat and declared, from this moment forth, our division will immediately enter a state of shock, cease member recruitment, and suspend all communication with other divisions. Particularly with the action team, notify Romulo to keep a close watch. If such incidents occur again, I will throw you from the top floor. But sir, Hilvit recalled another troubling matter. Coulson has already been isolated for questioning. I suspect Nick Fury will likely extend the investigation to the entirety of S-H-I-E-L-D. Not likely. It is certain, Pierce asserted confidently. I appointed him as director. I know him well. He will not rest until he achieves his goals. Hilvit, lacking Pierce's calm demeanor, hurriedly interjected, Sir, we must stop him. If a widespread investigation occurs, we may very well become exposed. Hilvit understood all too well the repercussions of an inquiry. Once a polygraph is employed and coercive interrogation initiated, one could divulge even the most intimate details of one's life. I am well aware. Pierce pondered for a moment. Is there not a police chief who has been brought to light in this incident? Yes, but he is already dead, Hilvit reminded him. All the better, Pierce replied indifferently. Are there any of our people in the evidence room? Very well, Pierce mused with a smile. Let us forge a document, claiming it is for the sake of political gain. That chief was merely preparing to take symbolic action against that. What was it? Ah, yes, the Deadlock Gang. For a token suppression. Observing Hilvit's puzzled expression, he continued, the date of his action coincides with S-H-I-E-L-D-S operation. Thus, he merely informed his colleagues to lay low, and there is no connection to S-H-I-E-L-D-S actions. No one will suspect a leak. It is all mere coincidence. Do you understand? Hilvit nodded, though a note of concern lingered in his voice as he asked, will this truly deceive Nick Fury? Humph. Pierce chuckled softly. Of course not. He is no fool. Chapter 24. Pierce's discourse a day had elapsed since the operation against the Deadlock Gang concluded, and Nick Fury had remained ensconced in his office, deep in contemplation. The outcome of the mission left him in a state of disquietude. While it confirmed that Hydra's resurgence was no mere rumor, it also underscored the complexity and severity of the situation. Hydra operatives had infiltrated government positions, and there was a possibility that even within S-H-I-E-L-D, there lurked undercover agents. Plagued by these thoughts, Fury had scarcely slept through the night. The likelihood of an insider within S-H-I-E-L-D loomed large, and extracting this mole necessitated an internal audit, an imperative task. Yet, the scope of this audit was a matter of concern. How extensive should it be? Who would conduct it? For how long? What level of scrutiny would be appropriate? Would it involve mere questioning and screening, or would lie detectors and coercive interrogation be employed? Moreover, how could the audit be conducted without disrupting S-H-I-E-L-D-S operations? The multitude of considerations weighed heavily on him. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted Fury's reverie. Before he could grant permission, the door swung open, which took him by surprise. However, he quickly relaxed upon seeing the visitor, Alexander Pierce, the head of S-H-I-E-L-D, a man of equal rank and authority. Fury's ascension to his position was directly linked to Pierce's endorsement. Their camaraderie allowed for a more relaxed atmosphere, devoid of excessive formality. Seeing Pierce, Fury greeted him warmly. Hey, buddy. What brings you here? Not engaged in idle chatter with the World Security Council, I hope? He retrieved a bottle of whiskey from his cabinet, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Pierce. This is the price of earnest endeavor. You've heard about the incident, I presume. If you're referring to the Hydra affair, indeed, I have, Pierce replied, taking a sip from his glass. Is it appropriate to indulge during work hours? A day had passed, and the tenured minister understood that such matters were commonplace, given that confidentiality extended only to level 10, beyond which, all was fair game. Are you planning to expose me? Fury chuckled, taking another sip. What are your thoughts on the matter? Pierce set down his glass, visibly taken aback. I never imagined I would see Hydra's name outside the annals of history. He glanced at Fury, adding, I want to expose you, but should you overindulge, I might just leave you on the rooftop to sober up. Fury took another sip, casting a challenging look at Pierce, as if to say, you can't handle me. I'm equally astonished, but what troubles me more is the possibility of Hydra having agents within government ranks, even in S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Fury expressed his concerns candidly, unaware that the very man before him, Pierce, was the most significant mole. The notion of a corporate chairman being an agent for a rival company was simply too ludicrous. Pierce sighed, laden with worry. I've heard about the operation's outcome. While we were preoccupied, Hydra has regained its strength. I can't believe such a situation has unfolded under our stewardship of S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing his old friend burdened with guilt, Fury reassured him, this isn't your fault. It's not too late. They've exposed themselves. And I will eradicate that mad faction in due course. Pierce's left pinky twitched involuntarily at Fury's words. All right, this is your forte. What are your plans? Fury set down his glass. First, we must cleanse our ranks. Ensuring internal security is paramount before we can discuss anything else. Ensuring internal security? Then I'm finished. Pierce lamented, producing a phone. I have a document here. I think you should review it. This is the electronic copy. The original is in the evidence room. Fury pulled out his own phone and scanned Pierce's device, downloading the file. It was the document Pierce had instructed Hill to forge, detailing a police department's operational plan. The police chief, who had been framed as a Hydra member and subsequently took his own life, had intended to make a symbolic show of force against the Deadlock Gang to bolster his career, scheduling the operation for the same night as S.H.I.E.L.D.S. After perusing the document, Fury quickly grasped its implications. It suggested that the small-time thugs might have merely been laying low due to the police operation, rather than indicating a breach within S.H.I.E.L.D. This was all mere coincidence. Once he finished reading, Fury set the phone aside. Do you believe this document? Pierce smiled wryly. To be frank, I don't trust a single punctuation mark. However, it serves as an excellent excuse, does it not? An excuse? What kind of excuse? Fury inquired, puzzled. An excuse to avoid a comprehensive audit. Pierce finally revealed his intent. Why forgo a thorough audit? Although not yet conclusive, I lean towards conducting one. However, since you clearly oppose it, I'm inclined to hear your rationale. Fury, you must understand that S.H.I.E.L.D. is also subject to oversight. With Hydra's resurgence and its infiltration into government and S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, such a significant issue must be reported to the World Security Council. Do you know how they will perceive this? Pierce articulated, possibly due to his inclination for action. Fury displayed evident impatience at Pierce's words. I couldn't care less about the thoughts of those bureaucratic fools. They are blind to reality. As long as they believe the world's nuclear arsenal lies safely in storage, they assume all is well. World peace. Yes, that's the term. The current state of the world feels unnervingly stable. It's a good thing. But Pierce rose and began pacing the room. The military is most valued during wartime. Then, no matter how much the budget increases, there are few objections. S.H.I.E.L.D. is no different. It is most trusted in times of turmoil. Oh, how I missed the Cold War, when it felt like a world war was imminent. That was the golden era for S.H.I.E.L.D. So, the World Security Council perceives S.H.I.E.L.D. as redundant? Fury scoffed dismissively. And I do not yearn for the Cold War. Chapter 25, Conducting Affairs in Secret, is S.H.I.E.L.D. redundant? Certainly not. However, this does not imply that the World Security Council holds no opinions regarding S.H.I.E.L.D., especially in times of relative peace. Fury, no one perceives S.H.I.E.L.D. as superfluous, but Pierce turned to face Nick Fury and conveyed that the Council's patience with S.H.I.E.L.D. is waning, and they are quick to wrath over minor issues. Consuming the largest budget among intelligence agencies, it performs functions similar to those of other departments. Frankly, while S.H.I.E.L.D.'s role is crucial, in this era devoid of external threats and without the Avengers, its functions indeed overlap with several other agencies. The activities conducted by S.H.I.E.L.D. are mirrored by organizations such as the CIA and NSA, whose operations closely resemble those of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. excels among these departments, it is also the most financially burdensome. It is akin to a soldier equipped with 3 primary weapons, with S.H.I.E.L.D. being the largest and heaviest of them all. Pierce turned to Nick Fury again, raising his phone as he continued. In a seemingly inconsequential gang, an evil organization that should have perished 60 years ago was discovered. Due to a less-than-perfect operation, it was concluded that it had infiltrated the government and S.H.I.E.L.D. This assertion is no more credible to the council than the document in my hand. Do you know how they will perceive it? Nick Fury remained silent, merely rubbing his nose and tilting his head, appearing to sulk. Thus, Pierce continued, they would think you are making a mountain out of a molehill, even suspecting you of fabricating a fictitious enemy to garner greater attention and authority for S.H.I.E.L.D. The agency already wields considerable power, holding the highest priority for intelligence, various exemptions, and executing covert operations globally, often disregarding sovereignty without the need for reporting, leaving the aftermath to be managed by the government. Consequently, both the World Security Council and the government harbor concerns regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. Some even view it as a detrimental product of a system lacking transparency and oversight, particularly the CIA, which believes S.H.I.E.L.D.'s powers and funding should be curtailed and redirected to them, though this notion garners little attention. At this moment, without any intelligence from other departments, Nick Fury unexpectedly unearthed Hydra, an organization that should have long been extinct, from a small gang. He hastily concluded that Hydra had infiltrated the government and S.H.I.E.L.D. They would naturally assume that Nick Fury was playing both arsonist and firefighter, believing that this so-called Hydra was merely a figment of his imagination, contrived to justify S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current excessive privileges and to acquire even more authority, serving as an excuse to evade governmental oversight. What? You wish to scrutinize me? I'm afraid I suspect you might be Hydra. Please accompany us for a moment. Listen, Nick Fury, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke, his expression grave and his single eye radiating an intimidating glow. I do not concern myself with the council's trivial opinions. I care solely for the truth. What I wish to do most is to eradicate every single member of Hydra, the threat to world security. Is that so? I beg to differ. Pierce approached Nick Fury, locking eyes with him. What does a mere handful of individuals from a small gang signify? I am focused on the bigger picture. We both know how formidable Hydra once was, and now we can assert that we know next to nothing about them. Therefore, to combat them, S.H.I.E.L.D. must ensure it faces no constraints. That is why I propose an internal audit, a Hydra spy lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. could be more than one, presenting an undeniable threat. Nick Fury proclaimed loudly. It is said that knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Yet the tables have turned. S.H.I.E.L.D. knows little of the current Hydra while harboring a spy within, continuously relaying information to them. This is absurd. The impact of a few spies cannot compare to that of the Council, Pierce retorted, raising his voice as well. A large-scale audit will inevitably require approval from the Council, which could serve as an excuse for a thorough investigation into S.H.I.E.L.D. This, however, would severely disrupt our operations, potentially halting our work entirely. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the losses this would incur? Initially, the notion of a large-scale audit was merely a preference of Nick Fury's, not a decision set in stone. After Pierce's remarks, he began to harbor doubts. What do you propose? To simply let things be? If you can truly disregard it, I could run naked around your office right now. Pierce mused internally, though he stated aloud, ignoring it is certainly not an option. But there is no need to create such a commotion. We can conduct the audit discreetly, proceeding in phases. While this may extend the timeline, it will not impede our regular operations and, more importantly, will circumvent the World Security Council. Pierce finally revealed his ultimate intention. Nick Fury considered it for a moment and found it to be an excellent idea. A small-scale covert audit would not necessitate reporting to the Council's bureaucrats and would not significantly disrupt S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ds normal operations. Such a discreet endeavor might even lull Hydra into complacency, thereby making it easier to identify the infiltrator. Moreover, this clandestine operation could yield results without immediate exposure. If they could use the spy to relay misleading information to Hydra, a comprehensive takedown could follow. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. In that instant, Nick Fury found himself ensnared by Pierce's scheme. Chapter 26. Justice has its source under Pierce's eloquent persuasion. It was ultimately decided that this matter would proceed discreetly, with internal personnel undergoing small-scale secret examinations in batches. To ensure fairness and confidentiality, both the reviewers and the reviewed would be randomly selected each time, and no one involved would be permitted to disclose the examination's contents, either prior to or following the review. Satisfied with this arrangement, Pierce departed from Nick Fury's office. Shortly thereafter, he fortuitously encountered Agent Hill in the corridor, and the two immediately engaged in a conversation pertaining to official business. Sir, General Ross is profoundly dissatisfied with SHIELD's detached stance and has threatened to lodge a complaint with the World Security Council, Hill remarked, adjusting his glasses with a casual yet deliberate gesture, ensuring that everyone passing by would be aware of his words. Let him complain. He might as well clarify who precisely is responsible for the Hulk, Pierce replied indifferently, maintaining the same volume. The two continued their discourse, centered on the Hulk and General Ross, until the corridor became less crowded. Only then did Hill, with a sense of urgency, inquire, "What shall we do next, sir?" Pierce glanced around before responding. "We shall conduct these examinations discreetly and in small batches. Are you aware of the procedure?" Hill exhaled with relief, nodding in affirmation. The clandestine reviews and covert operations were indeed suitable given the current circumstances, a sentiment shared by Nick Fury. However, Fury could scarcely fathom that SHIELD had been so thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra, far beyond just a handful of spies. This secretive approach granted them considerable latitude for manipulation. When Hydra members were among the subjects of review, the examination panel could easily be substituted with Hydra affiliates, and in their absence, they could simply disregard the process altogether. Thus, the reviews could drag on indefinitely without yielding any results. In truth, this was not the most prudent approach. Nick Fury would not relent without resolution. The optimal strategy would be to sacrifice one or more pawns to bear the brunt of the blame, thereby bringing this matter to a swift conclusion, rather than allowing it to linger. However, the connections among Hydra members within SHIELD were too tightly knit, regardless of who was cast aside. A chain reaction would ensue. Thus, the only course of action was to delay, hoping to prolong the situation until their plans came to fruition. At that moment, the two arrived at Pierce's office. Hill opened the door respectfully and waited for Pierce to enter before following suit and securely closing the door behind him. "Now, tell me how the Deadlock Gang was exposed," Pierce commanded, sinking into his chair and gesturing for Hill to sit as well. Indeed, justice has its source. The Deadlock Gang has been uncovered, causing considerable trouble, yet the means of their exposure remains elusive. Surely it wasn't divine intervention that revealed this to Nick Fury, he mused. Hill, slightly anxious, leaned forward in his chair. "I cannot ascertain the specifics of their exposure, but I suspect it may be linked to agents Coulson and Melinda." "Suspect?" Pierce ran a hand through his hair. "Elaborate on your reasoning." Hill promptly detailed his thoughts. Yesterday's operation was executed with such abruptness that it is evident it was not a well-considered plan, but rather a spur-of-the-moment decision by Nick Fury, which rendered it somewhat hasty. Prior to this, Coulson and Melinda were engaged in a lengthy private discussion with Fury under the guise of reporting on their mission, after which Fury issued the command to raid the Deadlock Gang. "So it appears," Pierce conceded. But he was curious about how Coulson had discerned Hydra's presence within the Deadlock Gang. How could Coulson have identified Hydra operatives among them? Did they suddenly emerge to assassinate him? That seems implausible. Even the most audacious of the younger faction would not resort to such folly. Coulson and Melinda executed a mission 2 days prior in Brooklyn, the very territory held by the Deadlock Gang. Hill continued. "What mission?" Pierce pressed further. "A level 6 operation, reportedly involving an Inhuman. I did not anticipate such developments, hence I did not delve deeper into the matter." Although Hill had the clearance to know, it was not his mission, and he chose to remain inconspicuous. "I'm afraid that may no longer be possible, sir." After Coulson's report, Fury classified that mission's files, restricting access to level 10. If every inquiry requires the director's prompting, then this confidant has reached his limits. Before Pierce could inquire further, Hill had already attempted to investigate the suspicious mission, only to find that access was denied. It seems the source of the issue lies with this inhuman. Pierce squinted. Already aware of Hydra's keen interest, particularly from Daniel Whitehall's faction, he surmised that the members of the Deadlock gang likely sought to subdue this inhuman, but were met with failure. When Coulson engaged with the inhuman, the information was relayed to him, leading to the exposure of the Deadlock gang, which subsequently implicated them further. Sir, if we must investigate, even if you are unable to personally review the files, it is not beyond our reach, Hill proposed, eager to contribute. While the files are sealed, we can access surveillance footage from Brooklyn and trace Coulson's vehicle GPS records. This would enable us to gather. However, before Hill could finish, Pierce interrupted. That would be futile. With the elevation to level 10, I am certain that the vehicle records have been deleted, and the Brooklyn surveillance footage was likely disposed of during the raid on the Deadlock gang. If the access level has been raised to such a degree, it would be impossible for anyone to retrieve it casually. Any necessary actions would have already been completed, and those tasked with such duties would likely be unaware of their purpose. And even if you were to identify the individual responsible, what would you intend to do? Pierce asked with a cynical smile. Chapter 27. Objective achieved. What are we planning to do about that inhuman? Is there any doubt? Naturally, we will deal with him. He has caused such significant trouble that I can hardly eat or sleep, my insides trembling with anxiety. How could I allow him to escape unscathed? Silvert immediately suggested. We could make him comply, and if he refuses, we can simply make him disappear. Then we will be dragged into a mess by Nick Fury, Pierce replied impatiently, waving his hand. Nick Fury is a cunning fox. He might very well be waiting for someone to seek out that inhuman. At that point, it will not be as easy to cover up as it is now. As an inhuman involved in matters of level 10 clearance, who has exposed the existence of Hydra, would Nick Fury really let it slide? Pierce was 1,000% skeptical. Given his understanding of Nick Fury, that inhuman must be surrounded by Fury-esque surveillance, waiting for Hydra agents to seek him out, leading to a comprehensive cleanup operation. Even if those spies sent are Hydra agents, it matters not. If that inhuman were to die or vanish inexplicably, Fury would undoubtedly extract a confession from them. At that time, it would not be just one or two individuals spilling secrets. Potentially, every Hydra member lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. would be implicated. Moreover, seeking out that inhuman now is utterly pointless. Apart from venting frustration, his fate bears no relation to the grand scheme I have been meticulously planning. And it would only provide Nick Fury with more leads, a risk that is simply not worth the reward. Thus, at the moment he learned of Nick Fury's suspicions regarding S.H.I.E.L.D., he briefly entertained the idea of assassinating Fury. However, this notion was fleeting, for he realized that upon Fury's demise, he could find no suitable successor for the director's role. While he could appoint a loyalist or a yes-man to the position, none of them would possess Fury's acumen. This was precisely why he had elevated Nick Fury, an outsider, to the directorship in the first place. Hydra, at this juncture, could be described as a parasite within S.H.I.E.L.D. A robust S.H.I.E.L.D. means more sustenance for Hydra, thus making it even stronger. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. collapse, Hydra would lose its lifeline, rendering Pierce's years of scheming futile. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current strength is inextricably linked to Nick Fury's personal capabilities. Under his leadership, S.H.I.E.L.D. has operated efficiently, consistently achieving outstanding results. This is the foundation of Pierce's ongoing negotiations with the World Security Council, maintaining the agency's extraordinary privileges. In Pierce's mind, there is no one more suited for this position than Nick Fury. If another were to take over, they would certainly falter in comparison. At that point, it would matter little whether Pierce spoke eloquently before the council. He would be met with disdain and undermined by the various factions. The weakening of S.H.I.E.L.D. would equate to the weakening of Hydra. Thus, it is imperative to uphold Nick Fury's position as director until Hydra is fully matured and no longer requires S.H.I.E.L.D. as its source of sustenance. That will be the time when Fury truly deserves his fate. For now, it is far too early. Pierce rubbed his temples. The most pressing concern now is to stabilize the situation. Everything else can wait. As for that inhuman, Pierce disdainfully scoffed. Once our resurgence is realized, that mere inhuman, whether crushed or rolled, will be entirely at our discretion. Indeed, sir, Silvert prepared to rise and take his leave. I must go prepare for the ensuing matters. Pierce also stood, cautioning, Agent Silvert, should this endeavor fail and leave traces, I shall have no choice but to sacrifice a significant individual as a scapegoat. At this, Pierce adjusted Silvert's suit collar and mused, who do you suppose this scapegoat will be? Who could possibly bear enough weight? Surveying the room, it seemed that only he himself fit that description. Cold sweat trickled down Silvert's back as he hastily assured, yes, I understand, sir. I guarantee absolute success. With a wave of his hand, Silvert hurriedly exited. At this moment, Pierce, who had been unjustly ensnared in this predicament, finally exhaled in relief. Though Hydra's premature exposure had indeed set his nerves on edge, he was fortunate that his machinations had kept his interests insulated. Now, his primary goal is to delay matters. As long as he can postpone until the plan succeeds, it will be a victory. Nick Fury, too, has been drawn into this web, yet he has gained early awareness of Hydra's existence. However, he has egregiously misjudged the situation. Hydra within S-H-I-E-L-D is not merely a handful of individuals, but a substantial faction, including his trusted minister, Pierce. Currently, Fury is preoccupied with internal investigations within S-H-I-E-L-D, unhampered by the World Security Council's interference, nor does he need to worry about disrupting the agency's normal operations or alarming any potential adversaries. He believes that it won't be long before the traitors hiding within S-H-I-E-L-D are exposed and possibly even utilized to his advantage. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind this entire event, the shadowy orchestrator, is at home slurping instant noodles, fully aware that his objectives have already been met. When Coulson and Melinda came to seek him out, he realized that now that he had been discovered by S-H-I-E-L-D, it would only be a matter of time before Hydra, intrinsically linked to S-H-I-E-L-D, would also be unearthed. He could not directly inform Coulson. You have Hydra infiltrating S-H-I-E-L-D, a large faction, and your minister is their leader. Even if he were to say this, it would not be believed. Thus, to prevent the fervent and unhinged members of Hydra from converging on him, he devised a plan to frame and expose them, ensuring they would be too preoccupied to pursue him, and even if they did, they would be hesitant. As for whether Pierce might become enraged and disregard everything to eliminate him, Evanson deemed it unlikely. After all, a man capable of keeping Nick Fury, the old fox, in the dark and pushing through such a radical plan as insight through layers of scrutiny could hardly be one to act impulsively, unless gripped by a moment of folly. Consequently, these actions are merely precautionary measures that required little effort. He had merely eliminated a few notorious gangsters and a corrupt police chief. In death, these individuals would cause both S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra, two colossal organizations, a considerable amount of turmoil. They should consider themselves fortunate for the honor. Chapter 28. Congratulations. While S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra were in a state of turmoil, Evanston remained indifferent to the chaos he had unwittingly instigated. In truth, there was little for him to be concerned about. He understood that this incident would merely cause Hydra some minor inconveniences, without inflicting any substantial damage. As long as they were preoccupied with their own troubles, he felt assured of his own safety, content to let the rest unfold naturally. The notion of confronting Hydra single-handedly may have appeared enticing, yet upon reflection, it seemed rather foolish. The defining characteristic of Hydra was its enigma. The true number of its members was shrouded in mystery, and their identities remained unknown, even to high-ranking officials like Pierce. If one could not even ascertain the identity of the target, how could they possibly engage in a one-on-one confrontation? The elderly gentleman collecting garbage outside might very well be a concealed Hydra operative, ready to draw a weapon at a moment's notice. Such scenarios were not entirely implausible. Thus, Evanston concluded that to challenge Hydra and eradicate every last member would require more than mere determination. It would necessitate summoning a formidable force to lay waste to them entirely. However, he was not inclined to dwell on such thoughts. He was preoccupied with tallying the sales figures from the past few days. following SHIELD's decisive crackdown on the Deadlock Gang. The security situation in Brooklyn had undeniably improved. Local unemployed individuals, who had been contemplating establishing their own gangs in the wake of the Deadlock's collapse, quickly reconsidered their ambitions after envisioning the gang's fate. The swift arrest of the Deadlock Gang, from its lowly henchmen to its leaders, had spread like wildfire throughout the underworld of America, spawning countless interpretations. The leader of the Chicago Bulls gang, possessing a level-headed demeanor, speculated that the Deadlock Gang had colluded with foreign hostile forces aiming to undermine the government, which had led to their downfall. He cautioned his peers to exercise discretion. Meanwhile, the leader of the Houston Rockets gang posited that it was merely an elaborate scheme by the authorities. He believed the captured members were being subjected to grotesque games reminiscent of a gladiatorial arena, entertaining the elite. The leader of the Los Angeles Lakers gang dismissed such notions as absurd, suggesting instead that a formidable extraterrestrial species had descended upon Earth with a taste for human flesh, prompting the authorities to make a grim compromise. The leader of the Toronto Raptors gang, adopting a more pessimistic stance, theorized that this was a United Nations initiative aimed at addressing overpopulation, with the Deadlock Gang merely serving as the first victims. Regardless of the narrative, there was a unanimous consensus among the gangs. The members of the Deadlock Gang were unlikely to see the light of day again. Consequently, many chose to retreat, adopting a low-profile approach, eschewing violence and extortion, even assisting elderly individuals across the street. Some particularly timid gangs even announced their dissolution, with members hastily shedding tattoos and piercings, bidding farewell to their former lives of chaos. Years later, a former gang member, having risen from nothing to become a successful entrepreneur, would reflect wistfully, attributing his transformation to SHIELD and the fall of the Deadlock Gang. The only aspect of these events that bore relevance to Evanston was the enhanced security and improved atmosphere, which led to an uptick in foot traffic, resulting in a notable surge in sales at his Richter Curiosities shop. In just 2 days, the daily patronage had grown from 5 to 7, a modest increase, yet significant in its own right. This was indeed a cause for celebration, albeit a rather trivial one, as it merely afforded him the luxury of adding 2 more hot dogs to his daily ramen. Evanston slumped over the counter, surveying the motley crew within his store, and felt as though his aspirations for a comfortable life were slipping further away. The mischievous imp, Trupsy, was incessantly chattering beneath the shelves with a feather duster. The portly Duman stood vacantly in a corner, having just consumed 7 individuals, seemingly oblivious to the need for digestion. Habus lounged at the entrance, basking in the sun, or attempting to charm passing chihuahuas. Meanwhile, the demon sentinel, Tyler, was engaged in a rather unorthodox exercise routine with a pair of dumbbells. Evanston mused that the sight of the portly demon sentinel attempting to slim down was somewhat amusing. The image was so absurd that he felt embarrassed to be seen with him. With your strength, lifting a car hardly qualifies as exercise, does it? What use is it to play with dumbbells here? Upon hearing this, the demon sentinel tossed the dumbbells aside and retorted, "Would you permit me to lift a car? I've heard you're in need of money, yet you refuse to let me earn a little cash through underground boxing. You'd rather I go out and lift cars instead? Underground boxing?" While the United States boasted numerous venues for such contests, had he ever encountered a locale where a single fighter could dispatch over a dozen opponents in one night? The environment was fraught with danger. It was just as likely that Hydra would come looking for him as SHIELD would. "Boss, I have fantastic news." At that moment, the succubus Sarah dashed over, her demeanor reminiscent of a young girl eager to share delightful news. Fortunately, she did not proclaim such sentiments, but instead thrust a newspaper into Evanston's hands. Evanston accepted the paper without glancing at it, instead focusing on Sarah's horns, which had inexplicably emerged. Typically, this group of demons disguised themselves as humans, except for Habus, who masqueraded as a husky. Now, however, Sarah was proudly flaunting a pair of horns. She casually brushed her horns and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I just let them out for some fresh air and a little polish." Upon closer inspection, Evanston noted that her horns did indeed gleam more brilliantly than before, their tips shimmering as if coated in gold. There was little he could do. In the realm of demonic aesthetics, horns were deemed more significant than any other attribute. After indulging in a brief critique of their aesthetic values, Evanston finally unfolded the newspaper. To his astonishment, he found it contained truly delightful news. Chapter 29. A tale of joy and sorrow in the headlines today. Tony Stark, the CEO of Stark Industries, was attacked by local terrorists in Afghanistan during an arms sale, resulting in the complete loss of the escorting U.S. military personnel. However, no body of Tony Stark was found at the scene, leading to suspicions of his abduction. On the economic front, Stark Industries stock plummeted by 30% following Tony Stark's disappearance, while its competitors saw a rapid increase in their stock values. Other news included remarks from Obadiah, a close ally of Tony's father, as well as statements from U.S. military officials. These statements, largely verbose and devoid of substance, essentially conveyed a message of no comment, secrecy, ongoing investigations, and a resolute refusal to divulge any information. Nevertheless, this was of little concern, especially to Evanson. "Wow, what a windfall!" Evanson exclaimed, nearly dancing with excitement. He was finally bidding farewell to the days of subsisting on instant noodles, where 2 sausages were a luxury, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup was considered a feast. Sarah approached cautiously, saying, "Yes, boss, the days of misery are finally over. Have you noticed how Tyler has been looking at Habus with envy these past 2 days?" Evanson glanced at Tyler, who was busy playing with dumbbells, and whispered, "Could it be that he has finally awakened some undisclosed interest, perhaps a desire to, you know?" Sarah, who had been leaning in to whisper in Evanson's ear, straightened up abruptly. "What a pervert you are, boss. What are you thinking? Tyler just wants to stew Habus to improve his diet." Evanson widened his eyes in disbelief. "That's even more twisted. In terms of species, Habus and Tyler are essentially the same, aren't they?" Sarah blinked. "But Habus is a dog." Evanson shrugged dismissively. "Hellhounds are demons too." Both fell silent, seemingly grappling with the philosophical quandary of whether creatures resembling humans and those resembling dogs could be classified as the same kind. Eventually, Evanson broke free from this potentially endless discourse. "Anyway, let's set that aside. We have made a profit, so let us collect our dividends and treat ourselves to a nice meal. I've decided we shall celebrate with steak tonight." Sarah's face lit up with joy. "Steak? For someone like me, who usually craves meat but has been stuck eating instant noodles for 3 consecutive days, that is fantastic news." She was so elated that she contemplated assisting Evanson with some unspeakable activities later that evening. "Let us head to the supermarket and buy the $10 for 4 steaks, she suggested. However, Evanson's next comment instantly wiped the smile off her face. "Indeed, lilies are true love. The opposite sex is a path to misfortune. With such thriftiness, it's no wonder you're still a virgin." It was truly a tale of joy and sorrow. The board members of Stark Industries were in a frenzy over the disappearance of their prized asset, Tony Stark, while Evanson was already preparing to revel in celebration. However, let us not forget that Evanson is a warlock, and the nature of his craft is inherently dark, characterized by a propensity to thwart fortune. When one opens 30 accumulated chests filled with hopes, only to find them brimming with mere resources and gold coins, one can be certain that a warlock is lurking within 30 yards. As Evanson was preparing for a celebration, a striking red vintage convertible pulled up at the storefront, and a sharply dressed, unexpected guest emerged. It was Phil Coulson, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson stood at the entrance, gazing at the sign of the Richter Curiosities store, reflecting on his previous visit just 3 days prior, which had ended in an inexplicable ambush and a series of baffling events that led him to accept the existence of magic. In his departure, he had learned of Hydra's resurgence. 2 mornings prior, under the directive of Director Nick Fury, he led an operation to cleanse the gang suspected of harboring Hydra, only to have the mission leak, resulting in no captures and his own scrutiny. Just yesterday, his debriefing concluded, leaving him exhausted from the interrogation, where he nearly divulged intimate details about his relationship. In summary, he had little desire to return to this place. Yet, an unforeseen twist arose. Just as the Hydra situation was being addressed, news broke of Tony Stark, the pinnacle of the U.S. arms manufacturing industry and the only son of Howard Stark, going missing due to a terrorist attack during an arms sale. This incident nearly drove Nick Fury to distraction. However, with the situation at hand, they resolved to investigate, delegating the regional military to handle matters in the Middle East while S.H.I.E.L.D. would focus on uncovering any potential domestic collusion. For decades, Stark Industries had dominated the U.S. arms industry, suppressing competitors, which inevitably led to resentment and the possibility that a rival company might seize the opportunity to eliminate Tony while he was in the tumultuous Middle East. Moreover, not only would they scrutinize external competition, but they would also investigate internal strife within the corporate hierarchy, as the scandals within such prominent enterprises could easily fill several seasons of a television drama, surpassing the ratings of popular series. At this juncture, Coulson, having just completed his isolation, was summoned to Nick Fury's office, where he received congratulations for passing his scrutiny and was briefed on the latest developments. Coulson was left with the impression that he might be heading to the Middle East or, alternatively, remaining in the U.S., to engage in verbal sparring with a cadre of slippery business magnates. Comparing the two scenarios, Coulson preferred the prospect of heading to the Middle East, where, despite the harsh conditions, matters were straightforward, allowing him to interrogate suspects at will. In contrast, the domestic business elite were formidable characters, often intertwined with political connections, making them far more complicated to navigate. What Coulson did not anticipate was that his assignment would prove far more arduous than either option, to head to Brooklyn and consult with the Warlock about the situation. This was Nick Fury's explicit directive. Coulson found it peculiar that Evanson, seemingly unrelated to Tony Stark, would be the one to provide insights. Had the destitute man, who had been subsisting on instant noodles, though he had now upgraded, suddenly struck it rich or transformed into a brilliant scientist and befriended Tony Stark during his isolation? Nonetheless, upon receiving a single piece of information, Coulson felt it might indeed be prudent to investigate further. Chapter 30. Foreseeing the future? Welcome, Agent Coulson. Evanston, who was initially preoccupied with planning the perfect steak for the evening, dramatically welcomed Coulson upon his entrance. However, Coulson was not particularly appreciative of the gesture. To be frank, I truly did not wish to come to this place. Evanston shrugged, yet here you are. But I notice you are alone this time. Melinda did not accompany you? It was not that he was particularly concerned for her company, though Melinda was indeed strikingly beautiful, but rather he felt that conversing with a captivating woman was more pleasant than facing another man. Is that so? I had thought she might be outside, aiming a sniper rifle at my head, Evanston jested. Not quite. Though she certainly would relish the opportunity to give you a good thrashing, Coulson retorted, sharing in the humor. What a pity. I can see she is a natural warrior. Being confined to an office must be more unbearable for her than being on the battlefield, Evanston sighed, pouring a cup of instant coffee for Coulson. Thank you, Coulson said as he accepted the coffee. She may find it uncomfortable, but that is her choice. Due to certain special reasons, Coulson refrained from divulging the specifics, and Evanston felt it inappropriate to inquire further. In truth, being a warrior is not as glamorous as it seems. I know of a fellow named Dios. He perished in the charge. Coulson lifted his coffee cup. Dying in the charge? That does seem like a soldier's finest farewell. Evanston remained noncommittal. One day, you might discover for yourself. Dying in the charge had a romantic ring to it. Reminiscent of General Patton's famed words, a soldier's best resting place is to fall in the final battle by the last bullet. Yet if it were in Azeroth, it would merely end in chaos, followed by a chuckle. What became of that incident? I heard you apprehended the entire Deadlock gang. You must have had quite the haul. Evanston inquired regarding Hydra. Although he orchestrated the affair, he was unaware of its subsequent developments and was eager to ascertain whether any significant outcomes emerged. A grandiloquent platitude dismissed Evanston's curiosity. It was only reasonable, given the magnitude of the situation, that such information would not be casually shared with outsiders. Very well, suit yourself. The two engaged in light banter until they finished their coffee, at which point they transitioned to more serious matters. Coulson set down his cup, adjusted his attire, and assumed a grave demeanor. You are aware that Tony Stark has gone missing, correct? Not at all, Evanston thought to himself, fully cognizant of the situation but unable to disclose it. Why inquire of me? Tony Stark is merely a name to me. I have never met him. Perhaps you would like me to use magic to divine his whereabouts, Evanston mused, appearing suddenly enlightened as he contemplated what had led him to become entangled in this matter. Coulson, intrigued, considered the prospect. Although divination seemed unscientific, this establishment was devoid of scientific merit. Perhaps this magical individual truly could uncover the truth, which might explain his presence here. Perhaps you ought to give it a try. Thus, Evanston produced a gold coin. Yes, a gold coin. Despite his current impoverishment, he still possessed one, a remnant from his journey through Azeroth. It served both as a token of nostalgia and a potential emergency fund should he find himself in dire straits. He tossed the coin into the air, caught it, and examined it closely before declaring, "Tony Stark is currently in Afghanistan." "Is that all?" Coulson asked uncertainly. "At present, yes. In a few days, I may have further insights." Evanston replied as he pocketed the coin. Coulson, expectant, queried, "Is there a magical ritual required? Or must we await celestial alignments? A full moon, perhaps?" "Not at all," Evanston denied, pushing a newspaper towards Coulson. "In a few days, the newspaper may carry new information. I shall inform you once I have perused it." Coulson stared intently at the paper, which reported on Tony Stark's disappearance in Afghanistan, his expression shifting dramatically. After several deep breaths, he managed to quell the urge to hurl his coffee cup at someone. "This jest is rather cruel. I feel as though several blood vessels have burst. You should harbor no expectations. I am a sorcerer, not one of those neurotic astrologers. Divination of the future is not a power mere mortals should possess. Even the so-called Lord of Time, Nosdormu, finds himself bewildered at the end of time. How could a mortal ever possess the ability to foresee the future? Yet you too possess a certain neuroticism," Coulson muttered under his breath before continuing. "But you may indeed possess some degree of precognition." Upon hearing this, Evanston maintained an outward calm, but internally he was greatly unsettled. His right hand, concealed beneath the table, instinctively formed a chaotic arrow gesture before relaxing again. As he nervously contemplated his response, knowledge of the future was his greatest secret, one he wished to keep hidden from all. "What leads you to believe such a thing? From the moment you opened this establishment after leaving the orphanage, you began acquiring Stark Industries stocks without ever changing your holdings. The dividends from those stocks became your primary source of income. Yet, as Tony Stark prepared for his arms deal in Afghanistan, just as the stocks were poised to rise, you divested all of them and instead purchased shares in Stark Industries' competitor, Justin Hammer. Merely 2 days later, Tony Stark vanished. Care to explain?" Coulson articulated the reason for his visit. Selling stocks for high-risk investments is commonplace in the financial landscape of America. If this were to occur to an ordinary individual, it could merely be dismissed as coincidence. However, when such actions are taken by someone with extraordinary abilities, possessing the mystique of magic, it invites deeper scrutiny. Chapter 31, Fear? No, it is responsibility. Thus, it was this matter that drew the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Evan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that there were countless individuals engaging in similar ventures, and he was merely under special scrutiny due to his unique abilities. As for Agent Coulson's inquiry, it was likely born out of mere suspicion, lacking any substantial evidence. He was merely testing the waters. Of course, if Coulson were to uncover anything amiss during their conversation, matters would take a different turn. One must not underestimate a highly trained agent. A careless word, an inadvertent gesture, or even a fleeting expression could easily be captured by their keen, almost photographic eyes, becoming grounds for suspicion. "Let us speak candidly, Agent Coulson." After contemplating the reasons, Evan immediately shifted into a mode of persuasion, his expression turning grave. "You, or S.H.I.E.L.D., must be suspecting that I possess abilities to predict the future, or perhaps that I wield some peculiar power to orchestrate or participate in the disappearance of Tony Stark. Indeed, we do harbor such suspicions." Once the conversation had been opened, Coulson had little to conceal and readily admitted it. "Very well, what do you see over there?" Evan suddenly pointed to one side of the room. Coulson followed the direction of Evan's finger and noticed a trash bin overflowing with instant noodle cups. "That constitutes my breakfast today, as well as yesterday's lunch and dinner," Evan clarified, before bellowing at Dumont, who was leaning against the wall. "You forgot to take out the trash. How could I have such a lazy subordinate? Do you think that if I possessed the ability to foresee the future, I would indulge in such food? Consuming that could lead to cancer?" Evan questioned rhetorically. "How much profit would I gain from trading Stark Industries stocks? 10,000 or 20,000? If I had such powers, wouldn't it be far better to purchase a lottery ticket?" Though Evan claimed to have made a substantial profit this time, it was not a significant amount, at most, just over $10,000. However, winning the lottery could yield millions. "Look over there," Coulson began to speak, but Evan pointed to another side of the room. "What is that?" Reluctantly, Coulson turned to gaze at a globe of the Earth, which was of notably poor quality. "I did not ask for your critique on its quality," Coulson pointed out, which irritated Evan. "Do you suppose I cradle it all day like something out of a Chaplin satire, fantasizing about conquering the world through magic? That is a rather sharp parody." "I admit this suspicion is somewhat forced," Coulson conceded, facing Evan's barbed remarks. "Forced? Not in the slightest, Evan retorted, undeterred, akin to how, 30 years ago, a Porsche convertible speeding down the highway would arouse no suspicion if the driver were white, yet a black driver would likely be stopped and searched by police. Hey, buddy. We hold no discrimination against you, Coulson hastily clarified. You see, you possess abilities beyond human comprehension, and the recent events are too coincidental. I am merely undertaking my routine duty to understand the situation. You must comprehend that. Indeed, I fully understand. Evan tilted his head aside, reminiscent of those officers who suspect a black man of stealing a fine car. I apologize, all right. We truly harbor no discrimination against you. We merely. Coulson had no choice but to express his apology. Only fear, right? Evan interrupted, speaking directly. Under Coulson's bemused gaze, Evan continued. I comprehend that humanity has always feared that which it cannot understand. This is why, during the Middle Ages, individuals accused of witchcraft were mercilessly persecuted, just as Bruno was bound to the stake. Listen, Coulson inhaled deeply, explaining earnestly, in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. There is little difference between you, a sorcerer, and those mutants. Both possess supernatural powers that ordinary people cannot fathom, and your mere existence threatens to shatter their fragile worldview. Moreover, your powers bear no significance for the advancement of human civilization, as they are neither replicable nor possess conditions that can be widely disseminated within society. This is why humanity, in its quest for development, has chosen science over magic or other supernatural phenomena. Concealing truths that humanity ought not to know is our responsibility. It is this responsibility that compels us to harbor doubts, rather than mere fear. Do you understand, Mr. Richter? Coulson's words rendered Evan silent, for he realized that humanity's progress had not been contingent upon a few mutants or advanced technologies, but rather on fundamental science. Iron Man could not grant humanity the freedom to soar as he does. Hulk could not render others impervious to harm, and Thor, the so-called god, could not ensure bountiful harvests for humankind. It is science that has allowed the majority of humanity to eat sufficiently, preventing starvation in the wake of locust plagues. Science has resolved the crises of the Black Death, smallpox, and cholera, ensuring that a mere flu does not herald the apocalypse, and has increased human life expectancy by nearly 20 years. It can be stated without hesitation that whether they are mutants endowed with extraordinary powers or mages hiding in obscurity, their contributions to human society are nearly non-existent, unless they occasionally emerge to save the world. Meanwhile, humanity has repeatedly averted extinction through universal science. It seems as though the one who ought to apologize is me. Evan murmured. Well then, let us leave it at that. I should not have mocked you. But being unjustly suspected is indeed unpleasant. Once again, I apologize and thank you for your understanding. Observing Coulson's magnanimity, Evan decided not to be petty. Thus, let our engagement conclude, and once more, I express my gratitude for your cooperation. Wait a moment, Agent Coulson. Though Coulson's task seemed concluded, preparing to take his leave, Evan interjected, Friend, please stay. Having been on high alert following the previous incident, Coulson instinctively tensed, fearing that Red Skull had returned. If you are still in search of Tony Stark's whereabouts and have yet to uncover any leads, I might be able to offer some assistance. Unexpectedly, Evan delivered good news. Before Coulson could respond, he heard Evan call out towards the door, Habus, we have work to do. Chapter 32. I could bite your head off so. You brought a foolish dog into my office. Nick Fury stared quizzically at the peculiar duo that had appeared before him. Sir, this may seem rather odd, but it is indeed the case, Coulson replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, as a senior agent, it was quite surreal to find himself in the office of his highest superior, accompanied by a dog that could easily be deemed a standard-bearer of foolishness, and claiming it was a vital asset for an important mission. Reflecting on it now, he found it almost unbelievable. I am beginning to seriously doubt that sorcerer. I suspect you may have lost your mind, Fury remarked, squatting down to playfully tease the husky. Hey, silly dog, come here. Black man, if you dare treat me like that, do you believe I could bite your head off without pausing to chew? The husky, who had been lazily sprawled on the floor, suddenly perked up and spoke. To be honest, sir, I was quite startled at first, Coulson explained with a chuckle, pleased that he had managed to surprise Nick Fury. He had completely forgotten that he had seen a talking dog at Evanson's, which had left him with some psychological trauma. By the way, sir, his name is Habus. What's so strange about me speaking? You humans just love to make a fuss, Habus retorted, rising from the ground. Make a fuss? You are challenging the theory of evolution here. How can Darwin's coffin remain closed with you around? This all began yesterday when Coulson was about to leave Evanson's. Evanson had offered to provide some assistance, but instead, he summoned Habus. Upon seeing this so-called assistance was merely a husky, Coulson's heart raced and blood pressure skyrocketed, though not from excitement, but from anger. With countless military satellites and an abundance of military dogs at their disposal, why did they require the help of a domesticated husky? It's wrong to suspect you, but I've already apologized. Coulson glanced at Habus, who had been called over by Evanson, with his front paws resting on the counter. However, if you continue to toy with me, that would be excessive. As Habus panted, he uttered a phrase that caused Coulson to reconsider everything. The words he spoke were inconsequential. What mattered was that he spoke. Goodness, a dog was talking. What is this? An astonished Coulson stood there for a long moment, struggling to understand. Is it ventriloquism? Or am I hallucinating? Or is it your magic? The notion of a dog speaking was not something easily accepted by anyone, and Coulson was no exception. He was highly suspicious that Evanson was playing a cruel joke using his magic to retaliate against Coulson's doubts. Nothing of the sort. He was indeed speaking. Evanson replied with a teasing smile. Why do you assume he is merely a dog? He just resembles one and has a canine lifestyle, having even acquired a dog license. As he spoke, Evanson's smile gradually faded as he realized that, by his own criteria, that was indeed just a dog. However, he still insisted that these were just superficial traits. The essence was what mattered. All right, the essence, so what exactly is he? Coulson turned to Evanson. I am now highly skeptical that you have committed heinous acts to conduct cruel magical experiments, such as transferring a human brain into a dog's body. Having just a brain is insufficient. You would also need human vocal cords, Evanson corrected him, pointing out the evident academic error. Yet, seeing Coulson's furious expression, he explained, you watch too many movies. Moreover, he is not a dog. He is my magical pet. A magical pet? What on earth is that? The term was evidently unfamiliar to Coulson. At least talking dogs had references in films like Planet of the Apes and Frankenstein. Habus, show your true form, Evanson commanded. What followed was an unforgettable sight for Coulson. A flash of crimson light transformed the husky into a grotesque creature the size of a calf. Its body was covered in crimson scales, with black spines protruding from its back, and two massive white, bony horns extending from its shoulders. The creature's head was terrifying. Devoid of flesh, featuring a beak-like mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth, constantly drooling revolting saliva. This beast had no eyes. Instead, it possessed two long, forward-reaching tentacles that opened like a carnivorous flower, lined with sharp spikes. What in the world is that? Coulson nearly drew his weapon. A normal person would likely faint at the sight. A hellhound. Don't misunderstand. He is not the mythological kind, nor is he a dog. By our definition, he is a demon, a magical pet I conjured, Evanson ambiguously stated, knowing that if he spoke the truth, Coulson would likely misinterpret the demon as an extraterrestrial being, distorting the concept into something from another planet. Although he was not entirely incorrect, it would lead to unnecessary complications. I am thinking of biological experimentation. Please tell me this creature did not come about that way, Coulson said, eyeing the obviously non-naturally evolved being. No, absolutely not. After the initial encounter, Coulson had become hypersensitive to everything in this place, even the telephone directory, let alone the rumored magical tome capable of flaying human skin. It seems he possesses considerable combat prowess, but our primary objective is not combat, it is search and rescue. As long as we locate Tony Stark, I am confident that the well-prepared U.S. military can make those terrorists regret being born. Thus, we do not require combat assistance. Our foremost priority is to find out where Tony Stark is. Curiously enough, the reason he is called a hellhound is that his greatest strength lies in search and rescue. As long as the target is within a 3-kilometer radius, he can lead you to it, even if it has been reduced to ashes, Evanson said, stroking Habus's sorrowful spines. With a chuckle from Evanson, Habus transformed back into the charming husky that everyone adored. Chapter 33. Special Forces. It was indeed a place that could evoke astonishment. Nick Fury, upon concluding Coulson's report, expressed his amazement, then turned to Habus and inquired, "Can you communicate with us?" "Of course. Did you not comprehend my words?" Habus lazily responded, resting his head on the ground. "Perhaps I should converse with you in Portuguese. You might find that more familiar. I could easily kick you to death. You know," Nick Fury retorted in a fit of anger. The Portuguese were among the first European colonizers to record the slave trade in Africa. Habus merely turned his head away, disregarding Fury's ire. Coulson, standing nearby, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as he witnessed his supervisor being provoked by a dog, one he had brought in no less, and it appeared that his year-end bonus was now in jeopardy. "Very well, Mr. Dog, could you kindly step outside for a moment?" Suppressing his fury, Nick Fury spoke in a relatively subdued tone. "Mr. Dog? That title seems rather ridiculous. Why should I leave?" "This is quite comfortable," Habuz replied, clearly unwilling to budge from his spot on the floor. "If you wish to converse." "Must even dogs avoid your discussions?" Fury silently repeated to himself, "I am the director of S-H-I-E-L-D." Yet his hand instinctively moved to the firearm at his thigh. Just as this imminent showdown between the director of S-H-I-E-L-D and the Siberian Husky appeared unavoidable, it was Coulson who intervened. "Just step outside for a moment. I will have Melinda take you to our dining area. Perhaps you would like to sample some freshly cooked steak." Habuz, who had been sprawled on the ground, instantly sprang to life at the mention of steak. "I want it medium rare. Is this what you usually eat?" "Does S-H-I-E-L-D still require police dogs? I am hardworking, experienced, and have spent 30 years tracking people and biting them as well. A single steak can entice you to this extent? I take it Evanston usually starves you." Coulson watched Habuz leave the office, only to turn and see his superior's expression darkening considerably. Fury's face, already somber, seemed to be painted in deeper shades of black, prompting Coulson to quickly add, "Sir, he is just spouting nonsense. Do not take it to heart. I am not concerned, merely irked that even a dog regards S-H-I-E-L-D as a part-time job," Fury replied. "Now tell me, what was the reaction of that sorcerer when we conveyed our suspicions to him?" Given Nick Fury's stature and demeanor, he would not stoop to argue with a mere dog. So he set aside his displeasure and focused on more pressing matters. Surprisingly well. Upon hearing Coulson's jibe, Fury did not exhibit anger. Rather, he expressed admiration. Did he exhibit any signs of unease or fear? This inquiry regarding Evanston's suspicious behavior could be considered unfounded. What need would he have for anxiety or trepidation in light of such implausible accusations? This was Coulson's line of thought, though perhaps he was being somewhat presumptuous. For an ordinary person, being approached by S-H-I-E-L-D, a department wielding extraordinary authority, in the capacity of a suspect would surely invoke discomfort and apprehension, regardless of their innocence. Given that Evanston displayed no such signs, it suggested that he believed himself to possess some degree of self-defense capability, a realization that bolstered his confidence. Fury contemplated this, but refrained from voicing it immediately. "And what was his demeanor towards you?" Fury continued, providing examples. Was he overbearing, feeling superior, or was he obsequious and submissive? At this point, Fury ceased his inquiries and fell into silence. After a considerable pause, he remarked, "Very well, it seems he possesses some value. I may consider adding him to the candidate list." "Candidacy list? What candidate list?" Coulson inquired, but upon catching a glance from Fury's singular eye, he sensed he had overstepped. "I apologize, sir, I overstepped." "Do not worry. As my most trusted subordinate and the first agent to interact with him, you will come to know in due time," Fury assured him. "I speak of a candidate list for a response team. I presume this is not an ordinary response team?" Coulson speculated, believing that if one candidate were a sorcerer, the others would not be typical individuals. "Are you familiar with Hulk?" Fury suddenly posed. "Of course. He left General Ross's forces utterly defeated," Coulson replied, fully aware of the Green Giant's reputation. Indeed, General Ross suffered a significant loss at his hands. Conventional weaponry is rendered ineffective against him. Yet, fortunately, he harbors no malicious intent, merely a desire to escape. Fury abruptly shifted his tone. However, what if another Hulk were to emerge? What if this new Hulk found the Empire State Building aesthetically displeasing and decided to demolish it? Or if he deemed the president unworthy and sought to eject him from the White House? How would we respond? Chapter 34. The wisdom of a common dog to infer a person's character and morals from their daily behavior is an essential skill for an agent. The reason Nick Fury instructed Coulson to inquire about Evanston regarding Tony Stark's disappearance was not due to genuine suspicion of his involvement. The grounds for such suspicion were rather tenuous. Instead, this was a test of Evanston's integrity. Although Coulson and Melinda had previously interacted with Evanston solely to assess whether he posed a threat, this time it was to determine if he was worthy of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s trust. Ultimately, Nick Fury was relatively satisfied with Evanston's demeanor. He did not grovel or seek to ingratiate himself with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, displaying neither anxiety nor fear in the face of serious allegations. This indicated not only his strength but, more importantly, his self-respect. He would not easily bow to authority. This was commendable, as S.H.I.E.L.D. sought talent, not subservience. If he were to cower before S.H.I.E.L.D., how would he behave in front of criminal organizations that may not possess S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power but are undoubtedly far more ruthless? A person with self-respect is deserving of trust, while a sycophant is unreliable, capable of currying favor with the powerful and then switching allegiance to others when circumstances change. Moreover, the ability to treat ordinary people with equality was another aspect that pleased Nick Fury. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had witnessed many mutants who, upon gaining extraordinary powers, elevated themselves above others, ultimately leading to their own destruction through their intoxication with power and self-aggrandizement. Such individuals are characterized by their selfishness, indifferent to the value of life. Essentially, they are scum, and once they possess power, they become dangerous. The best course of action with such individuals is to eliminate them humanely, as no one would trust them due to their lack of reasons for trust. Thus, Nick Fury placed significant value on Evanston's ability to interact with ordinary people on equal footing despite his special abilities. Perhaps he merely adhered to a principle of non-aggression. But that was sufficient to ensure he would not incinerate hostages along with criminals to fulfill a mission. Of course, he would not possess the self-sacrificing nature of Captain America. Not everyone can be called a righteous man of God. For these reasons, Nick Fury had already included Evanston on his candidate list for a special response unit. Though this was merely a preliminary consideration, further contact would determine whether he would be formally integrated. Consequently, the plan for the special response unit was taking shape. But that was a matter for the future. For now, attention must be directed to immediate affairs. Since it was you who brought that foolish dog, Coulson, you shall personally escort him to Afghanistan to search for Tony Stark. You understand my intention, do you not? Yes, sir. I guarantee the completion of the mission. Coulson was well aware of Nick Fury's motives. After all, the matter concerning Evanston was classified at level 10, and he had accessed it through exceptional circumstances. But it was clear that Nick Fury wished to keep it from broader knowledge. Furthermore, Coulson found this arrangement agreeable, despite the less-than-ideal conditions in Afghanistan. Working alongside the local U.S. military as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be far more comfortable than dealing with a group of arms dealers in New York. Also, try to keep that foolish dog from talking. Nick Fury added with a particular emphasis. It seemed that Habis's loquaciousness had left a lasting impression on him. Not a problem, sir. Coulson was resolute. Should that dog attempt to speak, he would have a mouthful of kibble to silence him. After all, a dog speaking human language is indeed a shocking spectacle, and anyone attempting to spar with him would find themselves contemplating life in a corner. Have you not found it yet? Meanwhile, while Nick Fury was organizing the next steps, Evanston was in his shop, directing his subordinates to rummage through their stock. Sitting behind the counter, Evanston lit a cigarette and pondered, could it be? How did I not realize that foolish creature was so adept at hiding things? Is it possible that the item doesn't exist at all? Sarah inquired cautiously. Impossible. Evanston promptly dismissed the notion. The Harbinger's treasure must exist. I am certain of it. Yet, his voice trailed off in confusion. But where could it be? As Evanston smoked, he wrestled with thoughts of the treasure's location, concealed by Habis. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, as if he had grasped something elusive. He abruptly stood up and surveyed his subordinates. Let us go. Bring shovels to the alley behind. A flurry of activity ensued as the group hurried to the dark alley, halting next to a dumpster. Following Evanston's serious deductions, Taylor kicked the dumpster aside, revealing a shattered concrete floor beneath, evidence of prior disturbance. With a shovel in hand, Taylor began to dig, exclaiming, "The Legion's shovel, the devil's spade." After a frenzied excavation, they finally unearthed a large cardboard box about 2 meters underground. This is the Harbinger's treasure. A whole 10 bags of premium luxury dog food lay before them. Evanston regarded the dog food, thinking, I knew it would turn out this way. Every time that creature secretly ordered cash-on-delivery dog food behind my back, those supplies mysteriously vanished. Though that dog has quite the appetite, It shouldn't consume it all so quickly. It was indeed hidden away. Humph, a dog is still a dog. Even the hellhound cannot escape its instincts. Truly the wisdom of a common dog. Sarah, take all this to sell and improve our rations, Evanston commanded, satisfaction evident in his tone. Boss, is it really wise to take food from a dog's mouth? Sarah scoffed. Initially, Sarah was merely jesting. She was eager to enhance their provisions. Thus, she seized the dog food and prepared to find a market for it. Also, prepare for a ritual tonight. Evanston's voice turned somber. I must pay a visit there. To that place? Sarah's tone shifted from playful to serious. Indeed, Evanston replied with a mysterious smile. Being watched was an uncomfortable feeling, having outsmarted Hydra. It seemed the time had come to create some tasks for SHIELDPS. Wishing everyone a happy new year and all the best. A box of core oranges and a pack of 4 orange cards. Chapter 35. The Trade in the Void. The Abyssal Rift, a stronghold of the Burning Legion, resides within the vast and twisted void. It is composed of fragments from a planet that the Legion has thoroughly annihilated, covering an area no larger than half that of New York City. This is the lamentable fate of a world conquered by the Legion. To leave behind even this small remnant is considered fortunate. There is no sky here, only the stark exposure to the void. The ground is formed of cold, black rock, interspersed with pools of molten rock infused with green fel energy, ensuring that the temperature here is anything but low. Regardless of how many times one visits, one cannot help but lament the truly abysmal conditions of this place. Evanston appeared abruptly in this location, glancing around at his surroundings. It was fortunate that he was merely a spiritual entity here. Otherwise, the environment would have been unbearable. He had become a frequent visitor, having projected his spirit into the twisted void since he first discovered this realm. This place was, in fact, a carefully chosen refuge for him. It represents the farthest reaches of the Legion's territory, a secluded corner that, if left unmentioned, would almost be forgotten by the Legion's higher-ups. By selecting such a location, Evanston effectively avoided the prying eyes of the Legion's leaders, ensuring that he did not attract their attention. After all, wandering aimlessly in the twisted void could lead one to inadvertently stumble into Killjaden's embrace. With just a few prearranged counterspells, escaping would be nothing short of a fool's errand. Unless one was willing to follow in Gul'dan's footsteps and guide the Burning Legion to assault one's own world, one would surely face eternal torment. Though remote, this area was still a stronghold of the Legion, and soon Evanston found himself surrounded by a throng of demon soldiers. However, he remained unperturbed. Having visited this place on numerous occasions, even if not all the demons recognized him, they must have certainly heard of him, the mad warlock who sought gold over power, earning him a certain level of notoriety here. Of course, some referred to him dismissively as a fool. Begone, you filthy wretches, you despicable maggots. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind the demon soldiers, distinctly female. A tall female demon emerged from the crowd. She possessed fair skin and a graceful figure, adorned in opulent garments. A delicate veil could not conceal her exquisite features, though most would find little interest in her due to her towering height of nearly 3 meters and her 6 arms, each wielding a sharp, rune-etched curved blade. The surrounding demons clearly feared her, parting ways hastily, though a few slow ones bore the brunt of her blades, unable to retaliate as they clutched their wounds and retreated. It is indeed you, little human, the female demon addressed Evanston directly. Yes, it is I, Evanston replied. Long time no see, Agasha. He recognized her instantly. Agasha, the ruinous sorceress, served as one of the lieutenants of the Lord of the Abyssal Rift and was also one of Evanston's primary trading partners. After all, as a female demon, she had her own penchant for collecting gems and golden jewelry, occasionally selling outdated adornments, with Evanston as her sole buyer. Without him, her trinkets would be little more than rubbish. This is no place for you. Begone, Agasha commanded, dispersing the soldiers surrounding them. She then turned to Evanston, inquiring, "What do you wish to exchange this time? Gems or gold?" "Alas, I have not yet had my fill, but if the price is right, I may be persuaded to part with some." "Let us save that for another time," Evanston interjected. "Please take me to see the Lord. I have a transaction to discuss with him." "Oh, has our little gold-obsessed warlock finally awakened to the allure of power?" Agasha teased, unfazed by Evanston's refusal to purchase her gold. As a high-ranking demon, she possessed considerable strength beyond mere gold. "If you seek power and knowledge, I am at your service." "That sounds appealing," But this transaction must be conducted with the Lord, Evanson insisted. Very well, follow me, Agasha conceded, recognizing the importance of not openly usurping her superior's business. Are you in such a hurry for power because you have encountered a formidable adversary? Would you like me to intervene personally? I could offer you a discount. Agasha attempted to market her services directly. Your appearance fee is too steep for my budget. I can barely afford to support those 5 lively treasures at home. Let alone you. Do you intend to drive me to beggary? They bantered as they walked, eventually arriving at the teleportation platform. Agasha entered the key sequence, and they were transported directly to the Lord's Hall. In the center of the hall stood Hellforged, a formidable abyssal lord with the body of a dragon and a fearsome visage, wreathed in flames of fell energy from head to tail. Upon their arrival, Agasha took her leave, as dealings between demons and warlocks were typically of a private nature, Evanson's previous gold transactions being an exception. What brings you here, wretch? Hellforged boomed, his voice resonating like thunder. I come to negotiate a transaction, my lord, Evanson replied, maintaining his composure. Though a confrontation would likely end poorly for him, he was confident in his ability to escape if necessary. There was no need to grovel before the Lord. A transaction? I have none of the trinkets you seek. The Abyssal Lord scoffed. How fortunate, for I did not come for those baubles, Evanson retorted. Then what is it you desire, wretch? Hellforged leaned his towering head closer to Evanson, his immense visage looming threateningly. Evanson stepped back, evading the sparks and foul breath emanating from the Abyssal Lord's mouth. Hellforged raised his head, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Humph, that will not come cheaply. Evanson produced a small bundle, from which he revealed 6 soul crystals. This is all I possess, he stated. Hellforged laboriously picked up one of the crystals with his massive hand, bringing it to his nose for inspection. The quality is rather poor. Of course, it would be. These were merely the souls of ordinary mortals. I require very little. Just a cup will suffice, Evanson shrugged. Besides, I am the only warlock who ventures to this place. The implication was clear. He could easily seek another source, but the Lord's stock would likely remain unsold. With a resounding thud, a massive double-headed spear was thrust into the ground beside Evanson. The purple glow emanating from his hand signaled his urgent escape spell was primed for activation. Warlock, you would do well never to manifest before me in corporeal form. Hellforged growled menacingly. He then drew a line across the spear embedded in the ground, and green blood began to flow forth. Evanson swiftly produced a prepared vial, ready to collect the blood. Chapter 36. The beginning of intrigue. The phrase 50 steps laughing at 100 steps can occasionally be reversed. Evanston often derides Habuz as a reclusive dog, yet he himself embodies an even greater degree of seclusion. While Habuz ventures out at least once a day, Evanston has nearly reached the point of not stepping outside at all. He possesses his own justifications for this lifestyle. How can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? Do not be deceived by my lack of outings. When I do embark on a journey, it is often to places that would astonish you, like the void, a realm whose distance from Earth is measured in myriad light years. I have traversed there several times, embodying the adage of silence for 3 years, only to astound upon my return. What do you truly understand? Due to his self-imposed isolation, Evanston has entrusted the task of grocery shopping to the succubus, Sarah, as she is the most suitable candidate he could think of. Who else could he possibly send? Habuz, being a mere dog, would only fumble the task, likely leading to chaos in the marketplace. With a towering figure like Choi Pushi, it is doubtful he would be able to purchase vegetables without drawing the ire of the vendors. Nor would he be able to endure the long hours of standing at the stalls. Taylor might suffice, but given his appearance, it is likely the moment he approaches the vendor, an alarm would be raised. Thus, Sarah is the sole choice for this errand. Moreover, considering her charms, if she were to flash a coy smile, the vendor might very well forget the business of payment. Alas, this stubborn girl refuses to comply, leaving Evanston in a state of frustration. Today marks the 20th day since Evanston's return from the void, and Sarah, as usual, set out with her basket to procure groceries. After traversing 2 streets, she entered a secluded alley, discarded a piece of paper, and then continued on her way to the market. At first glance, this seemed unremarkable. However, shortly after Sarah departed, a faint green light flickered in the alley, and a man materialized within its shadows, with a small heap of burning ash at his feet. This man, with slicked-back golden hair, donned black sunglasses and gloves, and was clad in a sharply tailored black suit and polished shoes, bore an expression of cold detachment. The act of stepping outside proved to be quite a nuisance. Sorceress magic, a demonic summoning circle. This must be a form of teleportation, enabling the sorcerer to arrive at the circle's designated site. However, such a spell has a time limit. If left unattended for 3 or 4 days, it becomes ineffective. It was evident that this was the archetypal villain, the kind that survives through numerous sequels, and it was Evanston himself playing that role. The reason for his peculiar attire and clandestine approach was his intent to stir up trouble. After a 20-minute walk, Evanston arrived at the base of a monumental 60-story building, which served as the headquarters for a company that, while ostensibly a research institution, was, in reality, a clandestine laboratory for Hydra. Upon entering the building, he approached the front desk and addressed the attendant. "I am here to see Mr. Daniel Hoywester. Do you have an appointment, sir?" The receptionist inquired politely, glancing at Evanston. "Indeed, I do. May I have your name, please?" Evanston provided his name, and after a brief moment of searching through the computer, the receptionist informed him, "You have half an hour until your scheduled appointment. Please take a seat." Evanston settled onto a sofa in the lobby, contemplating the forthcoming events and strategies. The half-hour elapsed swiftly, and a professionally attired female employee guided him to the elevator, leading him to the top floor, where an expansive office awaited him. Inside the office stood 2 rows of 6 bodyguards. Upon Evanston's entrance, 2 of them approached, stating, "We need to conduct a search." Evanston raised his arms, and one of the guards proceeded with the pat-down. Afterward, the guard nodded to his vigilant partner, indicating that there were no weapons and everything was in order. At that moment, the individual Evanston had come to see, Daniel Hoywester, emerged from a concealed compartment. He was an elegant man with white hair and spectacles, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. His youthful appearance was a result of a brutal procedure in which he vivisected a female mutant possessing the ability to grant immortality, extracting the essence that restored his youth. As Hoywester seated himself behind a massive desk, he regarded Evanston in silence. "Weskier, Albert Weskier," Evanston introduced himself, extending his hand in a gesture of courtesy. "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Hoywester." Hoywester ignored the outstretched hand, coldly replying, "You have only 5 minutes, Mr. Weskier. Help me? What could you possibly offer?" Hoywester chuckled internally, bemused by the audacity of a mere nobody before him, a man of Hydra with thousands of subordinates. "Can you assist me in spending money?" However, what Evanston was about to reveal next would astonish Hoywester and plunge him into a state of acute anxiety. Chapter 37 Assistance from Umbrella. The Hydra organization boasts a long and storied history, yet, through the ages, their obsession with supernatural powers and the quest for artifacts from myth and legend has remained unchanged. Some of these items are mere figments of imagination, while others undeniably exist. According to Norse mythology, the Red Skull discovered the Tesseract in the north and harnessed its power to forge weapons aimed at world domination. His disciple, Daniel Whitehall, once possessed a similar artifact, the Obelisk of the Kree. However, the key to transforming humanity, known as the Prophet's Obelisk, remained on Earth, ultimately found by Hydra. The Red Skull referred to it as a weapon capable of altering the course of the world and later entrusted it to Whitehall for safekeeping and research. Eventually, this artifact, along with Whitehall and his Austrian division, was captured by Peggy Carter and her Howling Commandos. "Are you aware of that artifact?" Whitehall's voice trembled slightly, the prospect of the coveted obelisk making him anxious. "If you are indeed speaking of the obelisk, then yes," Evanston affirmed with a smile and a nod. "Who are you?" Upon confirming that Evanston was indeed referring to the obelisk, Whitehall became genuinely intrigued by his identity. Anyone who could possess such knowledge and boldly claim to offer assistance was certainly no ordinary individual. "Allow me to introduce myself once more." Evanston extended his hand. "Albert Weskier, Executive Officer of Umbrella Corporation." "Umbrella Corporation? I have never heard of it." Whitehall pondered this unfamiliar term, realizing he possessed no information about the company. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. His sole focus was on how Evanston could assist him in acquiring the obelisk. 60 years of waiting had been far too long. Thus, what you seek is not intelligence, but rather power, Evanston tantalizingly suggested. "Power? To contend against an entire U.S. Army division?" Whitehall chuckled involuntarily. The absurdity of the notion was almost comical. What could a mere handful of individuals do against nearly 30,000 fully armed American soldiers, along with helicopters, artillery, armored vehicles, and tanks? If you are so formidable, why not ascend to the heavens? "Mr. Whitehall, I believe you are mistaken." Evanston smiled. "We do not need to confront AU's Army Division. 20 minutes is insufficient. After listening to Evanson's analysis, Whitehall remarked, deploying an elite squad for infiltration is feasible, and holding off 2 companies for 20 minutes is plausible. However, in that brief span, even if we locate the obelisk, how do we intend to exfiltrate? Without a successful extraction, all efforts would be in vain. Listen to me. Support will arrive in 20 minutes, but how many will come? To handle a small infiltrating squad, Evanson stretched his neck. At most, 2 additional companies. If you can prolong your efforts, when they finally call for reinforcements, it will likely be an hour after your operation has commenced. The U.S. military has its pride, for companies amount to a reinforced battalion, and the enemy consists of merely a small infiltrating squad of 20 or so individuals. Would they dare to request support? By the time they genuinely felt unable to conquer the situation and humbled themselves to call for assistance, an hour would have passed. An hour is ample time for a minor positional battle. Tell me, Mr. Whitehall, is that sufficient? Evanson inquired. Indeed, the time is adequate. But how could we possibly withstand the onslaught of 4 U.S. Army regiments? Whitehall thought Evanson spoke beautifully, yet it was merely talk. The notion of a small squad withstanding a reinforced battalion was utterly unrealistic. That is precisely why you require our assistance. If you could manage on your own, why would I be here? I can help you secure that hour. For infiltration, numbers cannot be excessive. Thus, to delay for an hour, the quality of the infiltrating personnel must be heightened. Evanson produced a small vial containing approximately 1 milliliter of a viscous green liquid and placed it upon the table. This can enhance their capabilities. Chapter 38. The Tyrant. How potent is the blood of the Abyss Lord? One need only observe the ferocity of the orcs from the old tribes to comprehend its strength. That band, after consuming a cup of green blood, first obliterated Draenor, and then nearly overran Azeroth. Had it not been for Gul'dan's untimely failure, taking 2 clans to play a game of charades, success might have been theirs. As for whether they could vanquish the Night Elves, that remains uncertain, but the fate of humanity was undoubtedly sealed. What is this? Hoheister inquired suspiciously, staring at the small vial on the table. Could this trivial object empower 20-odd individuals to confront an enhanced battalion of American troops? Was it some form of biochemical weapon that would turn the soldiers into zombies upon mere contact? This is the latest concoction from Umbrella Corporation, Evanson explained, having prepared his narrative. We refer to it as Tyrant, or simply T-Serum. Very well, what exactly does this so-called T-Serum do? Hoheister pressed further. It enhances, significantly augmenting numerous human capabilities, strength, endurance, reflexes, resilience, recovery, and so forth. Evanson elaborated, bolstering his credibility by mentioning that this was derived from a formula developed by Dr. Ekins. You possess the formula? Hoheister exclaimed, fully aware of the value that Dr. Ekins' formula held. Dr. Ekins had created the Red Skull from Hydra's genetic serums and subsequently brought forth Captain America, entombing both the Red Skull and Hydra in the process. For Hydra, it was a tale of rise and fall intertwined with Ekins. Of course not. We merely extrapolated from a blood sample of Steve Rogers and his genetic structure. Evanson swiftly clarified. Hoheister conceded this point. After all, Dr. Ekins had been executed on the direct orders of the Red Skull. His demise sudden and devoid of any remaining formulas, while the remaining serums had been destroyed by the assassin. Future research would indeed rely on Captain America's blood for extrapolation. As for how this Umbrella Corporation acquired Captain America's blood, that remained a mystery. However, their ability to obtain such a sample suggested formidable capabilities, perhaps even rivaling Hydra. It seemed prudent to investigate this matter thoroughly. Seeing is believing. Let us find someone to test it, Evanson declared. Words alone could not compare to the compelling impact of direct evidence. What do you require? I shall have the laboratory prepare immediately, Hoheister responded, his interest piqued. If the effect proved favorable, his obelisk would have hope. What is needed? Evanson feigned contemplation. I require a healthy adult male. Not a problem, Hoheister assured. We have plenty of candidates for experimentation. I could simply call out, and I am certain no one would decline the opportunity to serve the organization. Is there anything else? Yes, they must uncork the vial and drink its contents, Evanson stated, shaking the vial. Is that all? Hoheister asked, momentarily taken aback. Was it truly this straightforward? No gamma rays, no EEGs? Just a simple gulp? How convenient. Surely, you jest. Hoheister's skepticism was not unfounded. His previous experiences with human enhancement trials had been elaborate affairs. Typically, such experiments required a vast laboratory, an array of instruments, and dozens of lab-coated professionals bustling about, monitoring heart rates, measuring blood pressure, all while military officials and government representatives observed. And yet, here, it seemed, nothing was required. Just a simple act of drinking from a vial. Those in the know would realize a human enhancement was underway. Those unaware might very well think it is suicide. I am not a scientist. The T-serum is indeed utilized in this manner, Evanson retorted, casting the blame elsewhere. The blood of the Abyss Lord is, after all, intended for oral consumption. This is not my invention. Consult Gul'dan if you doubt me. Howeister scrutinized the vial, then resolved to proceed with the experiment. After all, it was merely one life at stake. He had conducted countless living experiments in the past. One could view this as a sacrifice for science. Rising to his feet, Howeister surveyed his 6 loyal bodyguards, all of whom he trusted implicitly. In moments of peril, he often placed his life in their hands. Thus, he felt justified in selecting them for the experiment. Should it fail, he would merely lose a bodyguard, but what if it succeeded? It was paramount that whoever was enhanced remained utterly loyal to him. As if on cue. Upon Howeister's request, the 6 bodyguards stepped forward in unison, expressing their willingness to sacrifice themselves. Rom, you shall be the one. Howeister selected the bodyguard he trusted most. Rom stepped forward, and Howeister handed him the vial. Drink, and embrace your destiny. That phrase struck a familiar chord with Evanson. He raised an eyebrow, contemplating Howeister's self-identification with Gul'dan, and looked at Rom, thinking, then you are the Hellcaller. Perhaps you should prefix your name with AG. Never mind. As Evanson's thoughts wandered, Rom had already moved to the center of the office. With a swift motion, he uncorked the vial and shouted, "Hey, Hydrus!" Before tilting his head back and consuming the contents in one gulp. The vial clattered to the floor. The moment Rom finished, his body began to tremble, emitting an unsettling gurgling sound from his throat. Painfully, he knelt, his body convulsing violently, releasing primal roars. His muscles visibly swelled, swiftly tearing his shirt asunder. After approximately 2 minutes of this intense transformation, it began to subside. Panting heavily, Rom stood, now towering at nearly 7 feet. His skin transformed to a dark gray adorned with green stripes. His eyes glowed crimson, and his musculature, especially in the upper body, had expanded to an astonishing degree. His breadth was now that of 2 fully grown men, and with the bone spurs protruding from his arms, merely gazing upon him could induce a sense of trepidation. "Tyrant," Evanson declared, as the onlookers stood agape at the astonishing transformation. Chapter 39. Humans as Weapons. Ultimately, Evanson arrived at the underground laboratory. This was prompted by Howeister's decision to send one of his bodyguards to assess the enhanced capabilities of Rom, which resulted in the unfortunate demise of the bodyguard. His head forcefully driven into his abdomen by a single blow. Evanson explained that Rom had just undergone enhancement and was still acclimating to his newfound strength. Hence, he had come to the laboratory to utilize specialized equipment for testing. Evanson was entirely unconcerned about the test results, for he was certain that Rom's enhanced abilities would surpass the effects of the blood of the Beastmen and Manaloth. This was not due to the human compatibility with the blood of the Abyssal Lord being greater, nor was it because Hailmonda's was superior to Manaloth. Indeed, the two were vastly different. The fundamental reason was rather straightforward. It was a matter of purity. Manaloth had aimed to enhance all the Beastman clans, and had he used pure blood, even draining it entirely would not suffice. As a result, aside from the clan chieftains who received pure blood enhancements, the rest of the Beastmen consumed blood that had been severely diluted. In contrast, the blood Evanson presented boasted a purity exceeding 50%. The cost of such purity was a drastically shortened lifespan for these humans, who would likely have only about a year left, considering their physical resilience paled in comparison to that of the Beastmen. However, this was inconsequential. They did not need to live for a year, as Evanson's plan involved their early demise and subsequent reincarnation, albeit in a rather unique manner. Evanson and Howeister sat in the laboratory's lounge, observing Rom's tests on the television. After witnessing several assessments, Howeister expressed his awe. This truly was a miraculous potion. The capabilities Rom exhibited post-enhancement had surpassed his expectations. In terms of strength, Rom could easily overturn a car. His defensive abilities were such that a standard small-caliber handgun could merely graze his skin, and only an automatic rifle could inflict damage. Yet, the bullets would become lodged in his muscle before reaching his internal organs. As for stamina, He could sprint at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour for 4 hours. However, having just one such individual was insufficient. Hollister felt a twinge of concern. While this superhuman brought him closer to acquiring the obelisk, he still felt a sense of insecurity with only one at his disposal. Thus, I plan to provide you with a squad. Evanson gestured across the table, and 20 small vials filled with green liquid appeared. Yet Hollister was not captivated by Evanson's seemingly magical display. Instead, he fixated intently on the vials before him and eventually inquired whether they were ready for mass production. The emergence of these potions stirred a tempestuous wave of excitement within Hollister. The ability to produce such a quantity indicated that this so-called Umbrella Corporation could at least engage in small-scale mass production of this T-serum. He glanced again at Rom, who was preparing for the next test, and concluded that the corporation's capabilities were likely far more profound than he had previously surmised. Consider it mass production. Though the yield is not particularly high, Evanson replied, not denying the implications of his statement. The more enigmatic he appeared, the more advantageous it was for him. Given your company's capabilities, why not simply seize the obelisk for yourselves? Hollister queried, puzzled. The obelisk was a valuable asset. If they possessed such power, why not take it directly? Our developmental directions differ. Evanson had anticipated this line of questioning. You have always believed that extraordinary objects can yield the most potent weapons. However, we at Umbrella Corporation hold the belief that humanity itself is the most extraordinary. Humans are inherently the most powerful weapons. Bioweapons research. Hollister instinctively associated this term with Evanson's comments. He had entertained the notion when Evanson first presented the enhancement serum, but he glanced at the television, where Rom was gearing up for the next evaluation, and pondered the magnitude of the corporation's achievements. Not to be overstated, the T-Series is merely one of our research endeavors. Evanson waved his hand dismissively, as though to suggest that it was a trivial matter. Are there others? Hollister was taken aback. This is already impressive enough. You mean to say there are more? This is utterly outrageous. It was hard for Hollister to fathom. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally managed to articulate his incredulity. It was already challenging enough to enhance a human. You not only succeeded, but are diversifying your approach. This is beyond comprehension. What? What did you say? Upon hearing Evanson's words, Hollister immediately had an inkling, but he still hoped for a different explanation. Imagine this, allowing a fertilized egg to mature into an adult human within a day, and then implanting 20 years' worth of memories in 5 seconds. Memories that are unerringly loyal to Umbrella. Do you not find this an exquisite notion? Evanson continued to expound upon these astonishing concepts. Hollister's complexion paled as he finally grasped the implication of Evanson's assertion that humanity is the finest weapon. The imagery that filled his mind was akin to an assembly line, not for producing AK-47s, but for crafting humans. He envisioned adult bodies lying on a conveyor belt, while a device resembling a curling iron descended upon them for 5 seconds, resulting in the birth of a soldier utterly devoted to Umbrella. No, there was one more step. He glanced at the vials on the table and added, there must also be superhuman enhancements. Have you succeeded? Hollister asked laboriously. If they had not succeeded, it would be one thing. But if they had, the other party could potentially create an entire battalion of enhanced humans in a single day. Of course not. If I had, why would I be here assisting you? Evanson replied, nearly letting slip his earlier boast that it had been accomplished long ago. Chapter 40. What is the cost? Despite the failure, Hawk Weister found it somewhat understandable. Back in the day, Captain America single-handedly led a team of commandos to take down Hydra, which was no small feat, although it was a surprise attack. It was something only a select few could achieve. A conventional army would require at least a company of elite soldiers to accomplish such a task. If superhumans could be produced on an assembly line like rifles, unless other nations resorted to nuclear annihilation, the Umbrella Corporation would have long since dominated the globe, without the need for such convoluted dealings. So what is the cost, Weskier? At that moment, Hawk Weister contemplated another truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The serum presented, purportedly invaluable, was likely an understatement. Any nation or organization would be eager to obtain it. To put it bluntly, without resorting to nuclear weapons, this serum could be the pivotal factor in determining the outcome of war. The cost? Evanson discreetly pinched his waist, managing to articulate a request for several $1 million. A rather demeaning proposition. You must understand, Mr. Hawk Weister, that the ambition to control the world is not solely yours. We at Umbrella share similar aspirations. Evanson elegantly lifted a glass of brandy from the table and took a sip. However, with the towering presence of S-H-I-E-L-D looming above us, all our ambitions and ideals can only be deemed mere fantasies. Therefore, you shall assist us in augmenting our strength, drawing the attention of S-H-I-E-L-D, thereby allowing your umbrella corporation to gain further room for development. Having lived over a century, Hawk Weister easily grasped the implications behind Evanson's words. Indeed, Evanson generously acknowledged that this was his intention all along. You intend to use us as a shield. Hawk Weister's expression darkened. The once formidable Hydra, nearly conquering the world, was now reduced to being a mere pawn. This realization struck a blow to his pride. But, can you relinquish the obelisk, Mr. Hawk Weister? Evanson voiced the very concern that lingered in Hawk Weister's mind. Can I relinquish the obelisk? Absolutely not, Hawk Weister thought without hesitation. He had pursued the obelisk for half his life, considering it the very essence of his existence. No matter the cost, he would never let it go. Moreover, as long as the operation remained sufficiently clandestine, the secrets of Hydra might remain undisclosed. Wait a moment. Hawk Weister suddenly pondered a crucial question. Why choose us? This serum would be welcomed by anyone, be it the Middle Eastern warlords, the Persians, the North Koreans, or the Cubans. If you offered it to them, they would create an even greater uproar, and you would secure immeasurable resources. So why choose us? Humph. Evanson again lifted the brandy glass, this time sipping it with even more finesse, swirling it before inspecting the liquid's quality. He was not genuinely savoring the drink. In truth, the expensive brandy was indistinguishable from the cheap stuff in his mouth. The reason for his actions stemmed from a moment of realization. He anticipated that the other party would inquire about his motives for seeking assistance. However, he had not expected that after revealing the shield rationale, they would persist in their questioning, demanding clarity on such a valid concern. Dealing with such cunning individuals was indeed a troublesome affair, costing him countless brain cells. Evanson gradually set down his glass, maintaining a composed demeanor, revealing no hint of trepidation. I require an item, and this item is in your possession, Hydra. After a brief contemplation, he concluded that he needed something from Hydra as a cost to reassure them, not merely shouting about Hydra's unyielding spirit while striking himself down. Moreover, this item should not be something he held dear, as that would diminish his stature, nor should it be an item Hydra could not part with, as he needed this transaction to proceed smoothly, rather than end in discord. This posed a dilemma. Hydra possessed numerous items, yet Evanson was aware of very few. How could he select something of sufficient weight that neither party would be unwilling to part with? What could it be? Hawk Weister felt a wave of anxiety, fearing Evanson might propose an excessively unreasonable demand. If the item were in his possession, it would be manageable. However, if it resided in another division, it could present complications, possibly jeopardizing his cherished obelisk. Mission Report, December 16, 1991. Evanson finally settled on what he needed. A hint. It pertains to your Siberian division. I require that item, including all audiovisual materials and documents. A mission report? From the Siberian division? Given the timeline, it must have been a matter of significant antiquity. Though Hawk Weister did not know the specific contents of the report, he could certainly surmise its importance, especially considering the substantial cost incurred by the other party. What if I refuse? Although the Siberian Hydra members were subordinate to Hawk Weister, with some negotiation, he could likely acquire a copy of the report, if not the original. However, this was internal Hydra confidential information, likely of considerable significance, prompting him to test the waters. Was this report truly indispensable? Then it seems this transaction may not come to fruition, Evanson replied firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. His resolute stance was partly due to Hawk Weister's use of the word if, indicating a potential test. Furthermore, he would not hesitate to seek out the Middle Eastern warlords if pushed, as Habuz was currently in Afghanistan. I too refuse. Hawk Weister placed a hand atop the serums, displaying equal firmness. His bodyguards mirrored his actions, hands slipping into their jackets. Evanson slowly rose, removing his sunglasses to reveal eyes he had intentionally altered to a crimson hue. He gestured behind him, and the stainless steel chair he had just occupied melted into a pool of molten metal, hissing on the ground. Mr. Hawk Weister, would you care to test the capabilities of Veronica's enhancement? Chapter 41. Do you hold a shield? Are you curious to witness the effects of the Veronica enhancement? In a different context, Hoster might have been eager to broaden his horizons. However, considering that the enhancer was merely across the table from him, and he himself was the subject of the strength test, he decided it was best to refrain. Hollister found himself momentarily dazed. He had never anticipated that the individual he had been conversing with for quite some time had also undergone enhancement, and that it was, as claimed, the rare Veronica enhancement. Hollister was uncertain of the true capabilities of this so-called Veronica enhancement, yet he was confident it far surpassed the tyrant enhancement he had bestowed upon himself. It was not merely because the other party was trading the tyrant with him. After all, the finest items are undoubtedly kept for one's own use rather than casually sold to others. Additionally, the individual presented himself as an executive of Umbrella Corporation. Regardless of his actual standing within the company, the fact that this corporation sent him to negotiate such significant matters with a subordinate of the Hydra organization suggested his status was not trivial. Given his substantial identity and position, could it be that the enhancement he utilized was of inferior quality? Moreover, in most cases, limited edition items are invariably superior to mass-produced ones, be it luxury cars or prestigious watches, and the same should hold true for biochemical agents, a belief Hollister firmly held. While Hollister stood there, lost in thought about Evanson's potential strength, his remaining personal bodyguards could not afford to be idle. The 4 remaining bodyguards, handpicked elite by Hollister himself, scarcely spent a second in astonishment before swiftly reacting. In unison, they drew their firearms, pointing them at Evanson. 2 positioned themselves behind Evanson, while the other 2 moved alongside Hollister. One aimed his gun at Evanson, while the other placed a hand on Hollister's shoulder, slightly leaning forward, ready to push his boss back, thus positioning himself as a shield to block any potential attack from Evanson. The reason these bodyguards refrained from acting immediately was Evanson's earlier display of power, which indeed held a degree of intimidation, compounded by the fact that Hollister was merely separated from him by a table. Any misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. What would it mean for an attack capable of turning stainless steel to liquid to strike a human? Would it result in a medium rare, well done, or charred outcome? In any case, survival would be impossible. Lastly, there was a subtle calculation at play. Having accompanied Hollister for quite some time, they had witnessed similar situations before. However, in those instances, the individuals they aimed their weapons at were not nearly as formidable. Based on their understanding of their employer, they presumed that Hollister was merely negotiating the price rather than genuinely considering a confrontation. Should shots be fired, any chance for reconciliation would vanish. If they jeopardized their boss's critical endeavor, it would be a grave mistake. A remarkably professional reaction. Evanson, observing the bodyguards encircling him, inquired, "Do you truly wish to test this, Mr. Hollister?" "Of course not. I was merely jesting," Hollister responded, waving for his bodyguards to stand down and instructing someone to fetch a chair for Evanson. Ultimately, he had conceded. For Hollister, 2 things held paramount importance: his own life and his cherished obelisk. In his view, even if his adversary could not kill him, should he wish to destroy the agents on the table, no one could stop him. Consequently, the matter concerning the obelisk would be rendered moot, and it could provoke an unknown corporation, an imprudent gamble. Although Hollister's concession eased the tension, the atmosphere remained somewhat rigid, with neither party speaking, both silently observing the testing of ROM on the television. This taut ambience persisted until the conclusion of the test, when a researcher delivered the results. An astonishing level of enhancement. Hollister marveled at the report detailing ROM's demonstrated abilities. However, upon reviewing the data, he discerned certain flaws. While most aspects were commendable, the agility displayed left much to be desired. After all, given ROM's considerable size post-enhancement, he was not particularly nimble during the shuttle runs, obstacle courses, and evasion tests. Of course, the Tyrant series was inherently a strength enhancement type. Evanson, unfazed, remarked, "What need is there for excessive agility? Is it to dodge bullets?" "Ah, I see now," he said, a look of sudden realization crossing his face. "You don't intend to provide each soldier with a shield, do you? Oh, and knowing Hydra's style, I assume they will also be equipped with an axe." Hollister's expression stiffened. Indeed, that was his intention. Hadn't Captain America relied solely on a shield? "Oh dear," Evanson sighed, covering his forehead in exasperation. While this may be a surprise attack, the emphasis should be on holding the line, defending against the assault of an American reinforced battalion for an hour. 400 fully armed American soldiers will engage you in a tactical formation, unleashing a barrage of fire with automatic rifles, light and heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, rocket launchers, and even artillery and tanks. Your squad can only rely on limited cover to hold them off, allowing others to successfully locate the obelisk. Do you truly believe that a mere shield and axe will suffice? Hollister pondered this and realized it was indeed insufficient. While Captain America had once triumphed, he had stormed in, planted explosives, and left, facing no more than 20 adversaries at a time. This time, however, it was a direct confrontation with a reinforced battalion of the U.S. Army, and without vibranium, using ordinary steel would likely render them ineffective within 10 minutes. What then, do you propose? Hollister queried, acknowledging that the creator of the tyrant should provide some insight. Chapter 42. The proper utilization of enhanced individuals. Evanson has always been perplexed as to why so many superheroes prefer hand-to-hand combat. One could understand it in the case of someone like the Hulk, whose fists are undoubtedly more formidable than any conventional ranged weapon. However, for individuals like Iron Man and War Machine, who can soar through the skies at supersonic speeds, equipped with an arsenal of weaponry including machine guns, missiles, and laser cannons, it is bewildering that they would choose to descend and engage in fisticuffs. If they had exhausted their ammunition, one might concede the necessity of close combat. But when their munitions are plentiful, why not simply eliminate their foes from the safety of the skies? Moreover, Captain America, while one might accept that wielding a shield is a personal preference, could he not wield a submachine gun with his other hand? It is nonsensical to toss a frisbee-like shield at adversaries when they are not akin to a playful husky, or to charge forward with fists raised while shielded. What if he encounters an enemy with a modicum of intelligence who aims for his legs? Evanson believes Captain America's combat style is fundamentally flawed. He ought to wield a shield for protection in one hand, and a machine gun with 300 rounds in the other, unleashing a barrage of firepower with his considerable strength. Evanson disdainfully remarked that Captain America expends far too much energy on symbolism rather than contemplating how to efficiently eliminate threats. He posited that this inclination to inspire as a superhero was commendable, but was surprised to learn that even members of Hydra shared similar sentiments. Aside from the Red Skull, Captain America remains the only enhanced individual they have encountered. Hawes trailed off with a wry smile, noting that as a leader, the Red Skull would not readily engage in frontline combat. Thus, in their collective understanding, Captain America stands as the sole template for enhanced combatants. Furthermore, since then, no other enhanced warriors have emerged, rendering the scrutiny of their unique combat methods a moot point. Hawes rose to offer an explanation, suggesting they proceed to the laboratory for a more detailed discussion regarding effective combat techniques. Evanson agreed and stood up, collecting the serum from the table as he prepared to visit the lab. It was prudent to keep the serum close until their transaction was finalized. It was not a matter of concern for Evanson, but rather a means to instill confidence in Hawes. The more elusive an item, the more it is valued. The path from the lounge to the testing area was brief, taking merely half a minute. They approached Rom, who was no longer clad in tattered garments post-transformation. He was now adorned in a specially designed black bodysuit emblazoned with the Hydra insignia. Evanson circled Rom, suggesting he should don a fully enclosed armored suit for ballistic protection. Utilizing armor plates akin to those of main battle tanks, albeit thinner, at around 50 millimeters. He reassured that with Rom's strength, this would not hinder his mobility. The critical areas requiring coverage included the neck, shoulders, chest, back, arms, groin, thighs, calves, and feet, all fortified with 5 centimeters of tank armor to ensure resistance against even an AK-47. Evanson turned to Hawes, emphasizing that weaponry must guarantee both firepower and longevity, necessitating sustained fire suppression. Automatic rifles were inadequate, as even those with drum magazines could only sustain 100 rounds and possess limited lethality. He recommended equipping each individual with 2 M60 machine guns, utilizing 200 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition. The M60, colloquially known as Rambo's gun, fires 550 rounds per minute. 2 such weapons firing simultaneously would be a veritable nightmare for infantry and lightly armored targets. Furthermore, each should carry at least 2 ammunition belts, 20 high-explosive grenades, and a personal anti-tank weapon. If conditions allowed, they could also transport a 50-kilogram aerial bomb, which, due to their strength, they could throw at least 30 meters, albeit outside of a safe range. Their armor would prevent injury. Evanson concluded that this arsenal should suffice, though more vehicles may be required for ammunition transport. Hawes began to perspire profusely at the thought of such extraordinary weaponry. They resembled mobile armories. He mused that if 20 such individuals were adequately supplied, they could feasibly advance from Stalingrad in 1942 all the way to Berlin. This was an utterly audacious proposition. Yet it was simply too good. My obelisk is drawing ever closer. Mr. Hawes, do you accept my terms? Evanson inquired, shifting the conversation towards the Siberian Division and the mission report dated December 16, 1991. I need time, Hawes replied, visibly troubled. The Siberian Division is technically not under my command. Sensing the chill in Evanson's demeanor, he quickly added, of course, that is only theoretical. Those individuals are my juniors. Some even my students, so I can procure what you seek, but I require time to communicate. I assure you I will deliver the items to you. But could you possibly? He hesitated, producing the serum and handing it to a nearby researcher, turning to Evanson with a note of urgency. Do not forget. Mission report, December 16, 1991. Thus, our transaction is complete, Mr. Hawes. Evanson suddenly interjected. I must stress that our company bears no responsibility for any consequences resulting from improper usage by the buyer, and we do not accept refunds. As Hawes prepared to shake Evanson's hand, he froze, understanding fully. Evanson's implication was clear. He had relinquished the serum and provided instructions for its use. Yet should any failure arise from their own miscalculations and the obelisk remained unattainable, he would bear no responsibility. Are you not concerned I might renege on our agreement? Hawes inquired, his suspicion palpable as Evanson prepared to depart. After all, Evanson had been adamant about retaining the serum until now, and he was now willing to accept delayed payment. A clarification was necessary for peace of mind. Not in the slightest, Evanson replied, his tone calm and his expression serene. He glanced at Rum before addressing Hawes once more. Our accounting team is exceedingly proficient. No one has ever defaulted on a debt to our company. Chapter 43. Temptation and Response. The seemingly unfathomable executive of the Umbrella Corporation, upon exiting, astonishingly chose to walk rather than depart in an elongated Cadillac. Nonetheless, Hollister did not doubt for a moment that this umbrella, concocted by Evanson, was merely a FAAD, a non-existent shell corporation. Evanson's previous performance had been so convincing that Hollister firmly believed Umbrella to be a formidable, enigmatic entity possessing advanced and mature biotechnological capabilities. Once a person becomes resolute in their beliefs, even the slightest incongruities that challenge their understanding will not dissuade them. Instead, they will concoct numerous justifications, ultimately selecting the most plausible explanations that align with their preconceived notions. This phenomenon is often referred to as mental embellishment. Hollister found himself indulging in such mental fabrications, devising various rationales for the executive's choice to walk. However, notions such as environmental consciousness or physical fitness were swiftly dismissed, while the idea of financial incapacity never crossed his mind. In the end, Hollister concluded that the executive's decision was driven by a desire for discretion and confidentiality. Consider the visibility of a solitary pedestrian amidst a crowd compared to that of a luxurious automobile. If one were to inquire about the direction of a stretched Cadillac on the street, it is likely that half of those questioned could recall its path, while only a couple might retain a vague impression of a walking individual. No wonder he had never heard of this Umbrella Corporation. Their operations were remarkably discreet. Hollister remained steadfast in his mental constructions. Sir, we have lost track of him. Just as Hollister contemplated whether he should also forego vehicular transport in favor of walking, a subordinate entered to convey rather unfortunate news. There was nothing surprising about it. Hollister had dispatched someone to shadow Evanson, not to ascertain his whereabouts, but for other purposes. Thus, when his subordinate announced their failure to keep up, rather than expressing anger, a flicker of surprise crossed Hollister's face as he calmly inquired how they lost him. Which direction does that alley lead? That alley is a dead end, sir, the subordinate replied, licking his lips nervously. Did he scale a wall? Hollister pressed. Sir, the surrounding buildings are all at least 50 stories high. Assuming each floor is 3 meters, that amounts to a staggering height of 150 meters. Unless we encounter Spider-Man, I have yet to see anyone ascend such heights in the blink of an eye. Surely he didn't crawl through the sewer? Hollister chuckled at the absurdity of the notion. Upon hearing his words, the subordinate felt a wave of relief and promptly prepared to leave. However, before he could take a single step, he collapsed backwards, lifeless and motionless. The bodyguards in the room rushed over to examine him, one checking for a pulse, declaring, "He is dead." At that moment, the unfortunate fellow's body had already turned a ghastly shade of grayish blue, exhibiting a sickly pallor. his face frozen in a grotesque smile that, combined with his unseeing eyes, appeared both eerie and terrifying. "Remove him," Hollister commanded upon realizing the implications. Yet, upon observing the body's pallor, his expression shifted dramatically, urgency gripping him as he ordered, "Wait. No one touch him. Call in the hazmat team." Given the state of the corpse and the abruptness of death, it was evident that poisoning was involved. But what kind of poison? Reflecting on his understanding of Umbrella, a corporation specializing in bioweapons derived from human anatomy, Hollister surmised that if they could produce human enhancement serums, they might also engineer lethal bioweapons. Contemplating the characteristics of biological viruses, his complexion paled. Although he could not fathom that his adversaries would resort to such drastic measures over a mere test. The adage "better safe than sorry" spurred him to decisively summon the hazmat team for decontamination, all the while checking for the likelihood of his own transformation into a zombie. Ironically, Hollister found a sense of relief in the man's demise, recognizing that such a fate would befall anyone trailing him. Had the individual survived, Hollister might have assumed that while Umbrella was indeed powerful, they would not dare to confront Hydra directly, leading to further investigation, an outcome that Evanson would certainly wish to avoid. However, unbeknownst to them, Evanson employed a sorcerer's curse, a chronic affliction heralding the apocalypse, rather than any biological virus. Chapter 44. Evanson promptly changed out of his aloof black suit, folding it neatly before handing it to Sarah, urging her to return it to the clothing store at her earliest convenience. He feared that prolonged possession might result in the forfeiture of his deposit. When one is impoverished for an extended period, frugality becomes second nature. It was inconceivable for someone as miserly as Evanson to splurge on an expensive high-end black suit merely for the sake of appearance. Thus, he opted to rent attire instead. "Ugh, shampoo in my eyes. Just say it." Sarah unabashedly exposed Evanson's feeble excuse. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Evanson hastily shifted the subject. "The dog needs to be fed," he said. "Habs is probably at the location by now. We should commence our operation." It was evening in New York, while the clock struck midnight in Afghanistan. In the arid expanses of the Afghan desert, a formation of 3 Black Hawk helicopters soared through the night sky, flying at a modest altitude of approximately 80 meters, likely to facilitate the search for something of importance. The pilot of the lead helicopter, while maneuvering the aircraft, lamented, 6 months ago, I had a comrade who went missing, yet the damn authorities only searched for a week before giving up. Now, we have another missing person, and we've been searching for 22 consecutive days." The co-pilot, initially engrossed in the night vision footage, heard the pilot's complaints and quickly nudged him with his elbow, subtly indicating that someone was listening. The pilot promptly fell silent, refraining from further indiscretion. However, due to the cacophony of the helicopter's engine, all communication among the crew was conducted through headsets, allowing the pilot's grievances to be transmitted verbatim to the individual seated behind them. "No worries, I understand. Such occurrences are inevitable," the person in the rear assured, his demeanor surprisingly amiable. "No need to be tense, lads. This may be your first patrol with me. But I assure you, I'm quite congenial and won't speak ill of you to your superiors." "Is that so? That's splendid," the co-pilot responded, intrigued. "But I must say, it's rather astonishing how quickly you local lads have adapted to this harsh climate." Sensing the individual's friendliness, the co-pilot engaged him in conversation. "Executing night searches is, in truth, exceedingly monotonous and tedious. Having a companion to converse with was a welcome relief. I've been to far worse places." The man in the back remarked. "Really? Would you mind sharing your experiences?" The co-pilot inquired, his interest piqued. "I must say, Agent Coulson, your SHIELD organization has quite a plethora of rules," the co-pilot expressed, slightly disappointed. Indeed, the individual seated in the rear was Coulson, dispatched to Afghanistan as a SHIELD agent. He did not remain confined to the base, but was actively involved in the field. This was not only a testament to his dedication to the mission, but also due to his responsibility for Habs, the Siberian husky he could not entrust to anyone else. Consequently, within that Black Hawk helicopter, there were only the pilot, co-pilot, Coulson, and the dog. According to the dog's preference, the cabin door was left open, allowing him to better detect the sense of the outside world. This was the frigid desert in the early hours of the morning, with temperatures plummeting below zero, compelling the others to bundle themselves in heavy coats while gritting their teeth. "Honestly, Agent Coulson, how did SHIELD Managed to train a husky into a military dog? The co-pilot inquired, glancing curiously at Habs, who was perched at the cabin door. For a dog that had long held the title of King of the Kings, the notion that such a creature could be trained as a military dog was nothing short of impressive. It couldn't possibly be genetic modification, could it? The overly curious co-pilot pressed on. Coulson shook his head, pondering whether magical creation would qualify as genetic modification. You certainly have many secrets, the co-pilot remarked, interpreting Coulson's refusal to divulge information as indicative of deeper mysteries. Nevertheless, I see nothing particularly special about him. He appears just as dim-witted as any other husky, the complaining pilot interjected. Upon hearing this, Habs, who had been lying still, immediately lifted his upper body, fixating his gaze towards the pilot. Observing this reaction, Coulson swiftly grabbed a handful of dog food and fed it to Habs, who resumed his previous position, content. With a sigh of relief, Coulson silently thought, "You should be grateful, young man. Otherwise, you might spend the rest of your life in a psychiatric hospital." Unbeknownst to them, Habs, resting at the cabin door, subtly twitched his nose before expelling a dark green liquid sphere into the open air. The sphere plummeted to the desert floor. Yet instead of sinking into the parched sand, it spread outward, ultimately forming a 1-meter square green magical array. Finally, the bothersome American dog had taken flight. 20 meters ahead of the magical array, 5 figures suddenly emerged from beneath the sandy surface. They discarded their silver thermal blankets, revealing their true attire. Each bore the typical features of Middle Eastern descent, clad in traditional desert garb, and clearly not ordinary individuals, as each wielded an AK-47. Damn Americans. Not only must we search for that accursed Tony Stark in this desert, but we also have to evade these infernal helicopters, one bearded man grumbled, taking a swig from his water pouch. Indeed, they were a nuisance, fixating on the slightest matters. Another round of complaints ensued. Chapter 45. Mysterious Attack. Coulson glanced at the time with a sense of unease, noting that it was still too early for his next mission. It struck him as odd, for as a specialist dispatched by S.H.I.E.L.D. to locate Tony Stark, he was not concerned with other matters at the base. Yet, the urgency of the visitor at his door suggested that a significant event had transpired. He hurried to open the door. Upon opening it, he was met by the base commander's messenger. The messenger, disregarding Coulson's weary demeanor, performed a routine salute and urgently stated, "Agent Coulson, please accompany me to the command center at once." The urgency in the voice filled Coulson with a sense of foreboding, yet as he donned his coat, he silently hoped it heralded good news regarding Tony Stark and not the grim discovery of his lifeless body. Once properly attired, he followed the messenger to the command center, where he found the room bustling with activity. Individuals were operating computers, adjusting radios, and engaging in frantic telephone conversations, creating a cacophony of noise. In this chaotic environment, Coulson encountered Colonel Hack, the highest-ranking officer at the base, a robust, middle-aged Caucasian man with a shaven head, who was issuing commands to the personnel around him. Coulson approached to inquire about the situation. "Colonel, you summoned me for an urgent matter?" Turning to face him, Hack revealed a grim countenance. Coulson muttered under his breath, sensing that this was not a good sign. "Agent Coulson, we have experienced a critical incident, and it is prudent for S.H.I.E.L.D. to be informed." Though Coulson was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. rather than a government appointee, the military hierarchy was accustomed to addressing him as agent. "What has transpired?" Coulson felt the weight of Hack's somber tone and realized the gravity of the situation. It was clear that this was not a typical terrorist attack. "During your downtime, we lost contact with one of our ground search teams," Hack explained. "What? Was there a communication disruption?" Coulson inquired. Hack shook his head, his expression darkening. "No. They were attacked." Coulson was taken aback by the revelation. Given that Tony Stark had been abducted under the protection of the U.S. military, the local forces had escalated their search efforts. Each team comprised 20 seasoned special operations soldiers, not mere infantry, and they were equipped with standard military weaponry, including 4 armed Humvees. To eliminate such a squad, the attackers would need to possess extraordinary capabilities beyond those of typical terrorists. "Based on the last transmission we received, we can confirm they were assaulted," Hack stated, pressing a remote control, which initiated playback of the final communication from the missing team. 5 targets approaching from the left. 500 meters. All units, maintain alertness. Halt for inspection. or we will employ lethal force. Repeat, halt for inspection, or we will employ lethal force. Stop. I said stop. Damn it, open fire. Fire quickly. What followed was a cacophony of gunfire and explosions. Oh God, what is this monster? Retreat. Fall back. Hack switched off the recording. We suspect they were attacked by an unknown enemy, potentially not human. The incredulity in Hack's voice mirrored his disbelief. If not human, what could it be? Perhaps a mutated lizard resulting from nuclear radiation? Yet, he distinctly recalled the soldier referring to the assailants as monsters. Even the fiercest adversary would not confuse seasoned special forces with creatures of unknown origin. What are your thoughts, Agent Coulson? Hack inquired. Colonel, did you notice something peculiar? After listening to the recording, Coulson perceived an anomaly. Throughout the recording, I did not hear any mention of RPGs or grenades. I only heard the sounds of M4A1 rifles and M2 machine guns. Hack's eyes narrowed, and upon Coulson's revelation, he too recognized the inconsistency. A squad of 20 Special Forces soldiers and 5 armed Humvees could not be subdued solely by automatic rifles. Moreover, with only 5 targets. One would expect the use of anti-armor weapons like RPGs or at the very least, grenade clusters. The absence of any cautionary mention of such weaponry was exceedingly unusual. Could it be that the Special Forces failed to identify the enemy's armament? Furthermore, the absence of any sounds indicative of the enemy's weaponry suggested what? That they were too far away for their gunfire to reach. That seemed implausible. The urgency in the recording indicated that the adversaries were no more than 100 meters from the convoy. Surely, the sounds of their weapons would have been audible. Therefore, did it imply that the enemy employed weapons akin to the convoy's? Don't jest. Do you know the cost of an M4A1? It could purchase at least 10 AK-47s. Moreover, it requires more maintenance and may not function as effectively in desert conditions. What kind of terrorists could afford such extravagance? Thus, it followed that the attackers had neither used conventional firearms nor any weaponry known to us. Coulson posited, it is entirely possible that they are indeed monsters. Coulson speculated that those who assaulted the military search team might very well be mutants, as mutations were not phenomena confined to America. They occurred in the Middle East as well. Given the chaotic conditions in that region, detecting such mutations was exceedingly difficult, and they were often courted by terrorist organizations, who regarded them as divine emissaries sent to aid their cause. Colonel Hack, however, theorized that this could likely be a result of Persian nuclear waste disposal, leading to mutations among local lizards, which could grow to enormous sizes, reproduce asexually, thrive in both land and sea, and emit photonic waves from their mouths. At that moment, a civilian staff member in the command center abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "We have tracked a signal from a Special Forces unit claiming to be survivors of the attacked search team." Chapter 46. A single voice to paralyze you. Imagine what would happen if an ordinary human were to consume blood with a concentration of 70% from an abyssal lord. Their physique would become tall and robust, abilities would transcend human limits, and their bodies would be adorned with green stripes, marred by corruption from dark energies. Their nails and teeth would become beastly, and sharp bone spurs would protrude from their forearms, elbows, knees, and spine. These transformations are all foreseeable. This is evident from the case of Rom, one of Horwester's subordinates, who transformed after consuming blood of 50% purity, when enhanced to 70% purity. Aside from an increase in height by 10 centimeters, no other external differences would be apparent. Internally, however, the strength would be significantly amplified due to the greater purity. Although the price paid would be steep, life expectancy would dwindle to approximately 1 month, rendering them virtually disposable. Their temperament would evolve beyond mere rage. They would embody a brutality and cruelty surpassing that of true abyssal lords. For while abyssal lords, despite their rough demeanor, retain some semblance of rationality for communication, these beings would have all their reason incinerated by the high concentration of dark energy, leaving only an insatiable thirst for slaughter and destruction. Furthermore, should they encounter a warlock, demon hunter, or similar professions, they would discover that their very essence has transformed from humanoid beings into demons. When infused with sufficient dark energy, in theory, any living creature, especially those of flesh and blood, would metamorphose into a demon. Take the Eridar of Argus, who are thoroughly demonic, while warlocks and demon hunters, adept in wielding dark energies, can temporarily assume demonic forms. In contrast to the orcs of Draenor, the physique of ordinary humans on Earth is notably inferior. Thus, Upon ingesting blood of 70% purity from an abyssal lord, their race would undoubtedly undergo a transformation, morphing from human into demon. However, for Evanson, this metamorphosis is fortuitous, as enslaving demons is the very essence of a warlock's profession. Through specific spells and rituals, a warlock can subjugate lesser demons. Upon arriving in the deserts of Afghanistan via a demonic summoning circle, Evanson effortlessly subdued a 5-man search party from the terrorist organization that had kidnapped Tony Stark. The encounter unfolded with little surprise. "Who are you, and why are you here?" The leader of the search party inquired loudly in Pashto, his tone laced with fear. Evanson's sudden appearance was jarring, especially given his casual attire, wholly inappropriate for someone in the heart of a desert in the early morning hours, where temperatures likely hovered around freezing. "I do not understand what you are saying," Evanson replied, for he was no linguist and had never studied Pashto. "But I can surmise your meaning. I am your new master. I shall bestow upon you great power, with the condition that you perform a task for me." Evanson uttered these melodramatic words in English. An unknown individual. Perhaps it would be best to simply eliminate him. The leader communicated in Pashto to his companions, who also could not comprehend English. Since Evanson was neither Tony Stark nor part of their mission and had interrupted their operations, they deemed him a threat that needed to be eradicated. "Stand still. Do not move," the leader commanded, raising his AK-47 to aim at Evanson. "Humph, how ungracious," Evanson scoffed, rolling his eyes before opening his mouth to emit a soundless scream. A gentle breeze seemed to arise from his being, swirling around him and stirring up the dust on the ground, enveloping everyone present. The members of the search party, including the leader aiming his weapon, stood frozen in place. Their expressions contorted with fear, followed by piercing screams, before they collapsed to the ground, trembling, having lost control of their bodily functions. The fear-induced wail was a powerful fear spell, intended to incite panic and create opportunities for a warlock's attack or escape. Naturally, for those with particularly strong wills, such a spell would only momentarily daze them. Unfortunately, ordinary humans not only possess frail bodies, but also fragile mental fortitude, rendering them incapable of resistance. Much less a panicked flight, they were rendered utterly paralyzed by fear. Evanson found himself disgusted by the mess produced by the incapacitated individuals, torn between the urge to infuse them with demonic blood and the revulsion he felt. In that moment of indecision, inspiration struck him. With a snap of his fingers, a mystical purple circle appeared beneath him, from which streams of purple light floated upwards, converging into a cube of the same hue above his head. "Duomen, I summon you from the void," he declared. After approximately 2 seconds of incantation, a broad blue entity materialized beside Evanson. This creature bore a resemblance to the genie from Aladdin's lamp, lacking legs and feet, instead composed of a swirling shadowy mist. Its robust upper body was adorned with 2 thick arms, each sporting a shimmering magical bracelet inscribed with runes. Its face featured no nose, only a mouth and eyes, the latter resembling 2 flickering green lanterns. "Duomen, go and pry their mouths open, but be gentle. Do not crush their skulls," Evanson commanded. "I come from the void," Duomen responded, seemingly limited to this single phrase. Nevertheless, his actions were swift. He glided to one of the search party members, gripping his jaw and lifting him effortlessly. "Ugh, that must hurt," Evanson remarked, clearly hearing the crack from his position, instinctively touching his own jaw, as Duomen seemed to have dislocated the man's. Evanson produced a vial of demonic blood and poured it down the throat of the incapacitated individual. Duomen then discarded the man onto the ground and proceeded to repeat the process with the remaining members of the party, while Evanson stood by, awaiting the completion of their transformation. Demon? What a delightful surprise. This simplifies matters significantly. Evanson felt a surge of excitement as he witnessed their struggles culminating in their transformation into demons. With that, he proceeded to employ the Warlock's spell to enslave them. Such newly transformed demons, devoid of rationality, stood no chance against a Warlock's magic. Moreover, Evanson's commands were in direct alignment with their deepest desires, to annihilate all living beings, to obliterate everything. Chapter 47. The Malevolent Quintet. "Do you think my earlier command was a bit too over the top?" Evanston inquired, observing the Malevolent Quintet as they sped away, not only taking a cloud of dust with them, but also leaving behind a scattering of AK-47s. "I hail from the void," Duomen replied, as he always did. "I come from the void," he reiterated, which could be interpreted as an agreement. Duman drifted to one side, selecting a suitable angle before opening his mouth wide and inhaling deeply. It was as if a miniature whirlwind had sprung up, sucking in everything around him. Not a single trace remained, not even a grain of sand. Evanston, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively took a couple of steps back, his lips twitching with discomfort. His expression one of sheer revulsion. One could only describe it as nauseating. The thought crossed his mind that within that layer of sand, there could be scorpions, venomous snakes, and lizards. That could be overlooked, perhaps considered a form of sustenance. However, the automatic rifles and luggage left behind by the search team, along with the scattered clothing from their transformation, were tolerable too. What was truly distressing was the thought of the foul remnants, frothing at the mouth and soiling themselves, that had also found their way into the sand. You just consumed all of that? He lamented. Ah, home is indeed where warmth resides. Evanston savored a large cup of hot water. Dismissing the notion of indulging in hot chocolate, it was merely a fleeting thought, unnecessary to pursue. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, he mused, placing the cup down as if something had slipped his mind. Now that you mention it, I too feel as though something is missing from home. Sarah chimed in from the side. The master and servant fell into a contemplative silence, pondering what exactly could be absent. I come from the void, damn it. Duman looked around in confusion, realizing he had been left behind in the desert. Duman, Sarah, and Evanston exclaimed in unison. Your lack of presence is noted, and now, right after work, you've been forgotten. Annihilate all life, obliterate everything. Regardless of whether Evanston's command was dramatic or not, the malevolent quintet executed it with unwavering diligence. Their minds, marred by the malevolent energy, operated under this singular directive. After wandering the desert for over 4 hours, shattering a cactus, crushing 2 scorpions, severing 3 rattlesnakes, and devouring the heads of 5 lizards, they finally stumbled upon a worthy target. A contingent of 20 fully armed Special Forces soldiers, accompanied by 5 Humvees from the American search team, caught their attention, prompting them to charge forward with fervor. Attention! 5 targets approaching from 500 meters to the left of the convoy. All units, maintain vigilance. Captain Kobe of the search team spotted the advancing malevolent quintet and immediately alerted his team via the intercom. The convoy came to an abrupt halt, with soldiers manning the mounted machine guns swiftly redirecting their aim, while others disembarked from the vehicles, taking cover behind the Humvees and preparing to engage. Kobe, observing the relentless advance of the malevolent quintet, shouted through a megaphone, "Halt and submit to inspection, or we will employ lethal force." I repeat, halt and submit to inspection, or we will employ lethal force. Yet, the malevolent quintet remained unfazed. Not only did they not comprehend English, but their minds were consumed with thoughts of slaughter and destruction, rendering them impervious to reason. As they closed the distance to 200 meters, their forms became distinctly visible, towering at 2.5 meters. With a physique unattainable by ordinary humans, terrifying tattoos, and bony spikes protruding from their arms. What in the world are those? Kobe exclaimed. Stop. I said stop. Damn it. Open fire. Now. Upon realizing that their adversaries were almost beyond the realm of humanity, he made one last desperate attempt before decisively ordering the attack. The sounds of automatic rifles and mounted machine guns erupted, unleashing a torrent of bullets. However, the firepower that could have obliterated a charging light infantry unit only served to momentarily delay the malevolent quintet. They raised their robust arms to shield their heads and pressed on toward the convoy. Chapter 48. The escape from death despite being hindered by ferocious gunfire. The corrupted beings continued their relentless advance. With their arms raised to shield their vital areas, they were nonetheless struck by a relentless barrage of bullets. Although the bullets failed to inflict catastrophic damage due to the enhancement of their corrupted energy, they were still flesh and blood. Their arms and other impacted areas oozed a repulsive, viscous green blood. While the bullets lodged within their muscles prevented penetration into their organs, they nonetheless experienced excruciating pain. The corrupted beings, having been thoroughly eroded by the tainted blood, lost all semblance of reason, their minds consumed by sheer brutality. The agony and bloodshed served as the most potent stimulant, provoking them into savage, maniacal laughter. As they closed the distance, and with the vehicle convoy just 50 meters away, the gunfire from 2 mounted machine guns abruptly ceased, resulting in a significant reduction in firepower. In a frenzied display, 5 corrupted beings simultaneously abandoned their defenses, disregarding all attacks as they charged forward with wild laughter. their minds fixated solely on destruction, tearing apart, smashing, and annihilating. Any thoughts of fear or death had long been incinerated along with their sanity by the malevolent energy. One corrupted being took the lead, leaping onto the roof of the central Humvee from just 10 meters away. The gunner atop the vehicle, anxiously reloading, suddenly felt the vehicle lurch violently. When he looked up, a monstrous shadow enveloped him, revealing a grotesque face. Oh hell! The corrupted being yanked the machine gun from its mount and brutally thrust the overheated barrel into the gunner's mouth, penetrating through the back of his skull. The American soldiers surrounding the vehicle immediately turned, gasping in horror as they retreated and opened fire on the corrupted intruder. However, their formation had already been shattered, and with one breached, the others would not be far behind. A retreating soldier was suddenly seized by powerful hands, sharp claws piercing through his uniform and embedding themselves into his flesh. He screamed in agony, feeling the bones in his shoulders shatter, only to be met with an even more intense wave of tearing pain, after which he felt nothing at all. A corrupted being, akin to a tiger among sheep, enacted a horrifying scene of dismemberment upon the American soldiers. Amidst the cacophony of screams and the sickening sounds of flesh and bone tearing, the corrupted beings swiftly slaughtered 7 soldiers, either reducing their helmets and heads to pulp with a single blow or lifting soldiers and slamming them violently to the ground before stomping on them. Others crushed the skulls of 2 soldiers together with brutal force. Captain Kobe, witnessing this hellish spectacle, finally succumbed to despair. He watched in horror as a corrupted being bit through a soldier's neck, the monster laughing maniacally as it savored the blood. Oh God, what kind of monster is this? Retreat. Quickly retreat. As Kobe called for a retreat, another scream echoed, another soldier falling victim to the onslaught. A corrupted being plunged its claw-like hand into a soldier's abdomen, the entire forearm emerging from his back, with the soldier's intestines hanging from the bony protrusions. Since it was not a fatal blow, the soldier did not perish immediately, forcing him to endure prolonged suffering. The corrupted being, seemingly pleased with its gruesome handiwork, lifted the soldier high above its head, allowing the blood to flow down its arm. The soldier's pain reflected in its eyes. Such cruelty filled it with exhilaration. Yet even the weak possess dignity. They may die heroically, but will never submit to the torment of becoming mere playthings for others' amusement. Monster, let us descend into hell together. With great effort, he retrieved a plastic explosive from his backpack and pressed it firmly against the face of the corrupted being. His expression morphed into one of vengeful madness. He pressed the detonator with fervor. With a tremendous explosion, the upper half of the corrupted being, along with the soldier, was obliterated into a mist of blood. The explosive's power not only claimed the life of one corrupted being, but also detonated a nearby Humvee, sending 4 more corrupted beings sprawling to the ground. Captain Kobe was left dazed by the blast. After shaking his head to regain clarity, he urgently signaled his team to board the vehicles. Leaping into the driver's seat and flooring the accelerator, the powerful military Humvee surged forward. What about the others? The thought struck him. In times of dire straits, self-preservation reigns supreme. Remaining behind would lead only to a grim fate, whether through valiant struggle or cowardly demise. There was no hope of rescue. The situation was beyond salvation. As Kobe's vehicle led the convoy, they sped away before the corrupted beings could react. However, the others were not so fortunate. One vehicle, already destroyed, and another immobile, had been the first to fall under attack. The corrupted being had leaped atop it, killing the gunner with a brutal thrust of its spear-like weapon. Upon descending, it spotted someone in the driver's seat and yanked that individual out, steering wheel and all. The 4th vehicle had just boarded when 2 corrupted beings toppled it to the ground. The last vehicle had scarcely begun to move when one corrupted being leaped atop it, the very same brutish creature from before, and wrenched the steering wheel from the driver's grasp. Yet, misfortune has its consequences. The driver, realizing that stopping would mean certain death, pressed the accelerator with reckless abandon, disregarding direction in his desperate bid for survival. The corrupted being atop the vehicle, determined to halt their escape, leapt in front to block their path. Unfortunately, it had overestimated its own strength. While it might have succeeded against a standard car, this was a military Humvee. Instead, the corrupted being was propelled forward, caught between the vehicle and a massive rock. Although it possessed remarkable vitality, the soldier in the passenger seat swiftly seized the opportunity, shoving a grenade into the creature's mouth before detonating it. The result was a gruesome explosion, the creature's head obliterated entirely. Chapter 49. finding the organization regrettably, although this group of individuals fortuitously managed to eliminate a corrupted being. Their armored vehicle was rendered inoperable. Consequently, they had no choice but to abandon it and proceed on foot. However, even though they were elite special forces, how could their speed possibly surpass that of the corrupted beings? Soon, they were overtaken by the remaining adversaries. Faced with the brutal onslaught of the corrupted beings, they were utterly powerless and succumbed one by one. At this juncture, only a handful of survivors remained. Captain Kobe, along with team members McGrady, Jordan, James, and O'Neill. Yet, their misfortunes were far from over. The ever-bloodthirsty corrupted beings would not relent. Utilizing their enhanced sense of smell and predatory instincts, the corrupted beings pursued Kobe's group relentlessly. "Damn it," Kobe exclaimed as he drove the vehicle at breakneck speed for 2 hours. "I have 2 pieces of bad news for you all. As long as it's not those monsters chasing us, I think we can handle any bad news," McGrady replied. Following the harrowing battle 2 hours prior, he felt his mental resilience had significantly strengthened. As long as they weren't being pursued by the corrupted beings, even the sight of 100 armed terrorists ahead would bring him a sense of relief. At least they could die with some semblance of dignity rather than being crushed like rabbits. The first piece of bad news is that during the battle, our radio antenna was destroyed in the explosion. We currently have no means to contact the base. Their vehicle's radio antenna had been shattered in the blast, leaving them unable to report their situation or request assistance. However, before he could finish his sentence, the engine of the Humvee sputtered and died, coasting to a stop after gliding for over 20 meters. And the second piece of bad news is that we've run out of diesel, Kobe said helplessly. The military Humvee was powerful and performed exceptionally well, which had been crucial for their escape during the battle. However, it was also notorious for its high fuel consumption. The vehicle's fuel tank had been enlarged and supplemented with an auxiliary tank to combat its voracious appetite for fuel. Unfortunately, prior to the ambush by the corrupted beings, Kobe's team had been on a prolonged search mission. Had it not been for the sudden attack, they would likely have already begun their return journey. Hence, they had already consumed a significant amount of fuel, and after 2 hours of frantic driving, they had finally run dry. With no other option, they had to abandon the vehicle and proceed on foot, leaving the Humvee behind. After all, it was military property, and they bore no personal financial responsibility for its loss. Besides, the beast weighed over 2 tons. It was absurd to think they could push it through the desert. Detach the machine gun. Kobe instructed his team to take the M2 machine gun with them. "Really? We're taking that with us?" McGrady protested reluctantly. The gun, along with ammunition and tripod, weighed nearly 100 pounds. "I have a feeling they will come after us," Kobe said, casting a worried glance in the direction from which they had fled. The terror of the corrupted beings haunted them all. Carrying the machine gun might afford them a fighting chance, rather than relying solely on their automatic rifles and opting for a swift death instead. Upon hearing this, McGrady ceased his complaints and signaled Jordan to climb onto the roof of the vehicle to dismantle the machine gun, both of them securing a belt of ammunition around their waists. "There's a village ahead," James announced after walking for another hour. They spotted a small, dilapidated village characterized by traditional Arabian-style earthen houses. "Should we go over there?" Jordan inquired, still burdened with the machine gun. Under normal circumstances, discovering a populated area would be a boon, and other individuals would have rushed toward it. Yet, these 5 American soldiers were hesitant to charge in. They could not ascertain whether the villagers were pro-American or hostile. If they were pro-American, entering the village would pose no issues, at the very least. They could rest and replenish their water and food supplies. Traversing the desert for an hour depleted their hydration and energy significantly. However, if the villagers turned out to be hostile, they would likely become fodder for the enemy. Kobe assessed their current position and evaluated the size of the village before decisively waving his hand. "We're going in." Geographically, they were not too far from the base, and the village appeared relatively substantial, suggesting it had been established for quite some time. If it were a hostile village, it would have likely been leveled by American forces long ago, as the military often equated Afghan nationals with terrorists. As anticipated, upon entering the village, they were not met with hostility from the locals, yet neither were they greeted with warmth. The villagers merely regarded them with indifference. The pro-American sentiment seemed limited to a lack of aggression and disdain. "We need water and food," James communicated with the locals, resorting to gestures due to the language barrier. Eventually, after McGrady and Jordan had set up the M2 machine gun at a vantage point, they each received a water pouch and a piece of flatbread. Do you have a phone or radio? Kobe approached a local to inquire about any means of communication with the outside world, as they needed to report their current situation to the base and request extraction. Ultimately, he discovered a shortwave radio. Given the village's dilapidated state, one could hardly expect a satellite phone. A shortwave radio would have to suffice. After some adjustments, Kobe finally located the base's frequency. This is Captain Kobe Bryant of the 3rd Search Team. We have encountered an attack, and only my group has survived. We require assistance. Having successfully contacted the organization, Kobe wasted no time in relaying their predicament without waiting for inquiries. Sir, at that moment, a civilian staff member at the command center who received Kobe's call suddenly sprang to his feet. We have tracked a signal from a special forces unit claiming to be survivors of the attacked search team. Chapter 50. A new assault. Colonel Huck eagerly requested to be connected to the search teams upon hearing their news. After a few taps on the keyboard, the operator informed him, "Commander, the signal has been established. You may converse directly with them. Report the current situation, soldier." Once the connection was made, Colonel Huck immediately inquired about the situation from Kobe. On the other end, Kobe sighed with relief at being able to contact the base. "Commander, this is Kobe Bryant reporting. We encountered an attack. Currently, the only known survivors from the 3rd Search Team are my group." Kobe paused before somberly stating, "There are only 5 of us." "Only your group?" Huck hesitated. He had dispatched elite teams equipped with ample weaponry. The fact that a 20-man search team had been reduced to a mere quarter left him astounded. "How many enemies did you face?" 5. "Was it an ambush?" Huck speculated, believing it was the only explanation for the near annihilation of an elite American search team. Perhaps they had buried anti-tank mines in advance or suddenly emerged from the sand to fire RPGs at the search team. However, Kobe dismissed his assumptions. "It was not an ambush. We detected them first. They attacked us head-on." "Head-on attack? Are you all incapacitated, or was there an issue with your ammunition boxes?" Huck shouted, furious that they had suffered such a devastating defeat despite having detected the enemy first with a force only a quarter of their own. "They are not human. They are monsters, Commander." Kobe was clearly agitated. "Monsters? Did you encounter Terminators or giant lizards that shoot lasers?" Huck found it hard to believe Kobe's claims, suspecting they were merely excuses for their defeat. "Listen, if you do not speak the truth, I will personally ensure you face a military tribunal." "Soldier, I am Agent Phil Coulson of SHIELD. Can you elaborate on the nature of these monsters you encountered?" Coulson interjected, as he suspected the attackers were likely mutants and sought further details. "Oh, listen, I've never seen anything like it in my life." Kobe recalled the terrifying creatures, noting that although they walked upright, they were entirely inhuman. "Describe how they attacked you." Coulson prompted. "Humph, you may find my words hard to believe, but I swear every word is true," Kobe insisted. "They were unarmed and unprotected, almost naked, yet our automatic rifles, machine guns, and grenades caused them no harm. They withstood all our attacks with their bare bodies." "Exceptional resilience," Coulson noted mentally. "Anything else? They possess immense strength, capable of tearing a person in half with their bare hands," Kobe continued. "Poor Macy, he died that way. They could rip a machine gun from a vehicle with one hand and shove it into a person's mouth, able to punch through someone's abdomen. Great strength. Purely a physical mutation?" Coulson pondered before asking, "How did you escape?" "One soldier detonated a plastic explosive, killing one of them. The blast ignited a Humvee, and amidst the chaos, we managed to flee," Kobe said, his voice heavy with melancholy. "Very well, soldier, remain in place. We will reach you shortly." The fact that they could be killed by a plastic explosive was somewhat reassuring. At least they weren't indestructible like the Hulk. Suddenly, Coulson recalled something. "Did all 5 mutants share the same abilities?" "Mutants? What do you mean, Agent?" Kobe was momentarily confused by the term mutants. "The monsters that attacked you, did they all possess the same abilities?" Coulson clarified. In truth, if Kobe had observed closely, the mutated beings were not identical. At least their faces differed. However, at that moment, with their lives at stake, who would take the time to scrutinize faces? Besides, the mutated beings were hardly of the same species as humans, making it difficult to identify them by appearance. Just try distinguishing between 2 identical huskies based solely on their faces. "All right, remain in place, soldier," Coulson said absent-mindedly, lost in thought about the improbability of 5 mutants possessing identical abilities and coincidentally gathering together. Noticing that Coulson had finished his inquiry, Colonel Huck intended to ask a couple more questions, for these were his soldiers. Moreover, from Coulson's words, It was evident that their encounters with these monsters were not mere excuses. S.H.I.E.L.D. clearly knew more than they had disclosed. Nevertheless, Huck reasoned that as a mere colonel, he would have to wait until he became a general to pry into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s matters. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Da-da-da. Suddenly, the sound of an M2 machine gun firing crackled through the radio, followed by a voice shouting, "Captain, they are pursuing us." "Hold them off," Kobe yelled, realizing that they had no choice but to resist. He urgently called over the radio, "Commander, they are coming after us. We need support, quickly." After a moment's thought, Huck commanded the immediate deployment of drones. The Predator, one of the most advanced drones in the U.S. military, swiftly arrived at the designated location within the specified time frame. However, the footage it captured left everyone in the command center astonished, standing in disbelief. Chapter 51. A turbulent tide. Upon sending out a distress signal for assistance, Kobe immediately dashed out of the room, eager to aid his comrades. He did not harbor the illusion that his presence alone could turn the tide of battle. The formidable prowess of the mutated beings was a stark reminder. Having obliterated an entire squadron, with only a 5-man team at his disposal, Kobe's strategy was to utilize his firearm to buy time. If the situation became untenable, they would retreat to the village, employing the terrain for a game of cat and mouse. Moreover, the presence of numerous villagers could serve to distract the adversaries. If he could merely stall until reinforcements arrived, they would be in a favorable position. As for the villagers' safety, Kobe felt little concern. After all, they were not American citizens, nor were they his kin. As a member of the U.S. military stationed in Afghanistan, he questioned whether it was worth risking his life for those he deemed unrelated. With this resolve, he burst outside, only to be taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. Instead of the frightened populace cowering beneath their beds, villagers of all ages, men and women, elderly and adolescents, emerged, armed and ready. Their weapons varied widely, from AK-47s to Mosin-Nagant rifles, and even a few RPK light machine guns, an arsenal predominantly of Soviet origin. In this desert region of Afghanistan, one would be hard-pressed to find a household without a firearm. The sudden appearance of 5 American soldiers heightened their alertness. The villagers instinctively rushed out, believing the Americans were the source of the gunfire. Upon assessing the situation, they promptly aligned themselves alongside the Americans, joining forces in the fray. With the choice between the somewhat trustworthy yet distinctly human American soldiers and the inhuman mutated beings, the villagers chose to support Kobe and his team, bolstering their ranks with over 20 additional firearms. "Only 3 left," Kobe shouted as he rushed to Shaquille's side, firing his weapon as he spoke. "One was lost in the skirmish, and it seems we've lost another since our retreat." Shaquille replied with a measured shot. They appear to be adapting. The remaining 3 mutated beings, now armed with a Humvee door as a makeshift shield, advanced towards the village, roughly 200 meters away. However, Kobe and the villagers had no intention of making it easy for them, aiming deliberately at their legs to slow their progress. Under the barrage of gunfire, the mutated beings' advance was painfully slow. "When will reinforcements arrive?" Shaquille shouted over the din of gunfire. "Let us obliterate these creatures," James exclaimed exuberantly. Just as he finished speaking, a Predator drone soared overhead, drawing the gaze of all, including Jordan and Tracy, who were manning a machine gun from a vantage point. "Damn it, that's merely a reconnaissance drone," Shaquille cursed, unleashing a flurry of bullets at the enemy. "We're here waiting for rescue, and all you do is take pictures. Hold on, just 3 more minutes, and real support will arrive," Kobe called out. The drone's departure indicated that the command center had noted their predicament, calculating the time. Aerial support should arrive within 3 minutes at the latest. Meanwhile, Coulson quietly muttered the term mutated beings as he observed the unfolding events. "What did you say?" Hark inquired, startled by the implication of Coulson's words. "Nothing," Coulson replied dismissively, unwilling to divulge details about the mutated beings without authorization. Hark, sensing Coulson's reticence, chose not to press further, recognizing that urgent matters demanded their attention. Regardless of the terminology, they desperately needed aerial support. Hark issued a command for concentrated lethal strikes against the unidentified biological entities, identifying them with the code TW0300Z. As the command was relayed, 4 pilots at the base scrambled to their Thunderbolt fighter jets, preparing for takeoff. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Kobe and his companions anxiously awaited the arrival of assistance. while the mutated beings closed in, now just 100 meters from the village. One of the creatures, struck by 2 bullets, let out a deafening roar before hurling the Humvee door like a frisbee. A local man barely had time to scream before the door severed his upper body. "Oh crap," Shaquille cursed, continuing his frantic shooting. The terrifying display sent shockwaves through the remaining villagers, many of whom began to retreat, diminishing their firepower and allowing the mutated beings to advance more rapidly. 80 meters, 70 meters, 40 meters. With each step forward, the local defenders lost ground and resolve. When the mutated beings were just 30 meters away, they disregarded their defenses and charged. "Suppress them, retreat to the village," Kobe shouted, uncertain if they could reach safety before the onslaught. Suddenly, the powerful roar of jet engines filled the air. 2 Thunderbolt fighters had finally arrived. We reached the designated area, preparing for attack. The pilots communicated, locking onto the charging mutated beings. Though the Thunderbolt jets were relics of the 1970s, their sturdy build and formidable firepower made them well-suited for the Middle Eastern theater. They dove down, unleashing a torrent of 30mm rounds upon the 3 mutated beings. Just before their ascent, they deployed small bombs to rain destruction upon the ground. As smoke billowed, the once formidable mutated beings lay scattered, reduced to mere fragments. Flesh and blood could not withstand such overwhelming aerial firepower. Meanwhile, in New York, Evanson noted the swift annihilation of the mutated beings in the Middle East. Glancing at his watch, less than 24 hours? That's astonishingly quick, he mused, dismissing the matter with a wave. Well, if they're all dead, then they're all dead. I suppose Hawke's situation is likely similar. This commotion will surely surpass what transpired in the Middle East. Chapter 52. Attacked by a dog, he appeared utterly disheveled, clad in attire ill-suited for traversing the desert. Instead of a long robe that would shield him from the sun's merciless rays, he donned black trousers and a green tank top, with his jacket wrapped around his head, serving as a makeshift veil against the swirling sands. To the average onlooker, such an outfit in this inhospitable environment seemed tantamount to courting death. Indeed, he was perilously close to that fate. This man was none other than the renowned Tony Stark, the president of Stark Industries. His journey to Afghanistan was merely for a military sale. Yet he had no inkling that this land would become the crucible for his life's transformation. After successfully showcasing the formidable capabilities of the new Jericho missile, he had managed to impress the military brass, and the arms deal proceeded with remarkable ease. In that moment of triumph, he foolishly rejected his friend Rhodey's suggestion to take the helicopter, opting instead for a jeep. However, fate had other plans. While he was engaged in light-hearted banter with the soldiers in the vehicle, disaster struck. They were ambushed, the escorting soldiers perished, and ironically, he was rendered unconscious by a bomb manufactured by his own company. Fortunately, the terrorists did not intend to kill him. Regrettably, they also had no interest in ransom, leaving him in a predicament that could not be resolved with monetary means. Even more tragically, the bombs he had designed were so efficient that, while they did not kill instantly, they would ensure a slow and painful demise. Tiny shrapnel would, over the course of about a week, seep into his bloodstream and eventually reach his heart. His life was now precariously sustained by an electromagnet connected to the car battery, which held the shrapnel at bay, preventing it from reaching his heart. This device had been installed by a kind-hearted local doctor under the orders of his captors, who demanded he create weapons, specifically the Jericho missile he had recently promoted. Yet, Tony was no callous arms dealer devoid of principles. He sought to exchange weapons for peace rather than collaborate with terrorists merely to save his own skin. Resolute not to be manipulated, he and the doctor engaged in a frantic act of improvisation. You want me to build missiles? Fine, I agree. But you must provide the materials. Do you expect me to cobble something together with pliers and wire? Hurry up and gather the explosives, fuel, armor plates, welding equipment, computer, and palladium. I need them to commence my work. True to his genius, Tony Stark utilized his unparalleled engineering prowess to transform the materials provided by the terrorists into the first generation of the Iron Man suit. Although its appearance was crude, its firepower and protective capabilities were adequate. With this suit, he unleashed havoc, dispatching the terrorists that had imprisoned him, though tragically, the doctor was struck down in the chaos. After a brief period of mourning, he detonated all of the terrorists' ammunition and successfully fled using the suit's flight capability. At this juncture, I must emphasize the truth of the adage, knowledge is power. The disparity between the Iron Man suit and the missiles was glaringly obvious. Yet the terrorists, who watched him construct it under their constant surveillance for over 10 days, failed to notice. Were they illiterate or simply blinded by ignorance? Given that it was the first iteration of the Iron Man suit and crafted in secrecy, it could be described as rudimentary, particularly in its flight capabilities. Thus, following a brief flight, Tony experienced a somewhat turbulent emergency landing. Throughout the descent, he remained remarkably calm and, most importantly, he managed to land on his feet, albeit with half his body buried in sand and the suit in disarray. Nevertheless, he was alive and relatively unscathed. Struggling to extricate himself from the sand pit, Tony realized he had merely destroyed his prison. A multitude of terrorists remained at large elsewhere. If they were to find him, the best outcome would likely be a return to captivity. He needed to escape quickly, the farther the better. Chilled whiskey, cheeseburgers, and pepper, Tony murmured to himself, attempting to muster the strength to continue. Having recently undergone surgery for severe injuries and laboring tirelessly to escape the inferno, he had not afforded himself proper rest. After another fierce battle and a night spent in the desert, he had reached his limit, and finally, he collapsed. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he thought he heard the sound of a helicopter. Thud. Though immobilized, Tony remained conscious, feeling something heavy pressing down on him. It was breathing heavily, alive. He breathed a sigh of relief. At last, someone had found him, and he would not become a desiccated corpse. Yet, he remained uncertain whether it was a terrorist faction or a military rescue team. Suddenly, as Tony pondered who had come to his aid, he felt himself being slapped repeatedly. This is it, he thought. Such brutishness can only be the work of terrorists. With great effort, he opened his eyes, fearing for his visage. However, the sight that greeted him was indelibly etched in his memory. He thought he was hallucinating due to exhaustion, for it was simply too extraordinary to be real. Tony Stark found himself staring at a husky perched atop his chest, vigorously swatting its own face with its paws. The scene before him exceeded all rational comprehension, and it took him several moments to react, raising his hands to shield himself from the dog's enthusiastic blows. Stop. Please, stop. Help. To his astonishment, the husky halted its antics upon hearing his voice and hopped off him, sitting to the side. Hey, came a shout. Turning his head, Tony saw a military helicopter descending, and he finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. It was an American military helicopter, accompanied by a protective formation circling above. As the aircraft hovered low, a figure leaped from the helicopter, followed by 4 soldiers. They rushed towards Tony, and the leader was none other than his friend, Colonel Rhodey. Still riding your happy Jeep? Rhodey quipped, relieved to see his old friend alive, as a weight lifted from his heart. Tony managed a smile that was more painful than joyful, and the two embraced warmly. Meanwhile, back at the base, Coulson was in a private room, reporting to Director Nick Fury. He had just received word that Tony Stark had been located, but now he had something of greater significance to convey. Chapter 53. Artificial Mutation? Just received a report? Coulson was connecting with Nick Fury via video. On the other end, Fury appeared momentarily taken aback. Then his expression darkened as he inquired, "Did you hand that dog over to someone else?" Ever since that brief encounter with Habus, Fury had been haunted by psychological shadows. The mere fact that a dog could speak was already astonishing. Now, it seemed that even an ordinary person might struggle to converse with that canine. If word got out, it wouldn't be long before rumors circulated about canines suddenly evolving into highly intelligent beings, potentially supplanting humanity as the new rulers of the earth. Supermarkets would soon see bottled water fetching prices akin to gasoline, and Hollywood might even churn out films like Planet of the Pooches or The Rise of the Canine Empire. Due to these concerns, Fury had repeatedly instructed Coulson to keep a close watch on that dog. Yet here they were. Coulson had inexplicably entrusted it to another. It appeared that Hollywood screenwriters would soon have a new script to pen. "Sir, I have everything arranged. I assure you, that dog will not cause any trouble," Coulson hastily promised, meeting Fury's scrutinizing gaze. "Can you guarantee that?" "Don't kid yourself," Fury replied, laden with skepticism, nearly uttering, "You must be joking." That dog was unafraid of even him. Would it heed Coulson's commands? Logically, Fury wielded far greater authority than Coulson in most respects, which led to the conclusion that if he couldn't manage the creature, neither could Coulson. However, Coulson confidently asserted that with 50 kilograms of premium beef and 20 bags of luxurious dog food, the dog had already become his obedient servant. "So, the dog truly possesses some capabilities?" Fury queried. Initially, he had not held high hopes for Habus, despite its unique traits, such as the ability to radically alter one's worldview. Nevertheless, Fury still believed that even a special dog could not possibly outperform a professional search team equipped with military satellites, life detectors, and infrared sensors. Coulson recounted that the search team, which had been looking for Tony Stark, reported that Habus, previously quiet on the plane, suddenly began barking furiously in a specific direction. After flying approximately 20 kilometers in that direction, they located Tony Stark. 20 kilometers? Fury exclaimed, astonished. Typically, the scent radius of canine species does not exceed 2 kilometers. This was an extraordinary tenfold increase. However, Coulson continued, taking into account the plane's altitude, speed, and wind conditions, Habus's effective search radius should be around 30 kilometers. Fury remained silent, contemplating the implications. This was akin to having a Hulk among dogs. However, he recalled that this creature was purportedly a magical creation, which led him to dismiss it from the realm of ordinary canines. Your task is to assist the local military in locating Tony Stark and to oversee that peculiar dog. Yet, you have nearly delegated both responsibilities to someone else. Is there something of particular significance at hand? Fury inquired sternly. Mutants? Fury echoed the term, pressing further. What was the extent of the damage? And the mutants? Fury continued to question. Following their initial encounter, 2 mutants had been eliminated, while the remaining 3 were obliterated by the supporting Thunderbolt aircraft during their pursuit of the Kobe team. Coulson added that these mutants did not possess particularly strange powers. They were merely physically altered, swift, and immensely strong. Conventional weaponry struggled to inflict harm upon them, yet when faced with anti-armor weaponry, they were no different from ordinary individuals. Fury lowered his eyelids thoughtfully, murmuring, "Sounds rather underwhelming." Since Captain America's disappearance, the most renowned mutant in recent years had been the Hulk. In comparison, these aberrations seemed rather trivial. Furthermore, when juxtaposed with other mutants who could manipulate fire, ice, electricity, or even wield telekinetic powers and teleportation, the abilities of these aberrations appeared shockingly straightforward and monotonous. They are not the most formidable mutants I know. I am aware of individuals who could easily annihilate a search team of 20 single-handedly without sustaining any injuries, Coulson stated, taking a deep breath before continuing. However, this situation is indeed the most peculiar I have encountered. Go on, Fury urged, his expression darkening. He trusted Coulson would not speak lightly, and as a level 7 agent, Coulson had encountered and been informed about numerous mutants. Listening to him now, Fury sensed that this situation was likely unprecedented in Coulson's experience, compelling him to prioritize the search for Tony Stark. Clearly, this issue was anything but simple. Based on the accounts of surviving soldiers, photographs captured by the Predator, the relatively intact corpses left at the first scene, and preliminary examinations of the dismembered bodies at the second site, it was confirmed. The guest paused, stating that these mutants shared identical abilities. Even their physical characteristics were strikingly similar. Do you comprehend what you are saying, Agent Coulson? Fury's countenance grew even graver upon hearing Coulson's report. Fury fell into silence. In today's world, there indeed existed a segment of mutants. If one were to focus solely on the numbers, it might seem substantial, yet in comparison to the total human population, they constituted less than 1%. Within that 1%, Fury had never encountered mutants with entirely identical abilities. Mutant powers were akin to fingerprints, determined by unique genetic codes. Differing genes resulted in varied mutations, making the emergence of completely identical mutants implausible unless these alterations were artificially induced. Similar to clones, which are non-natural beings, their traits would be indistinguishable. Hence, if these mutants were artificially created rather than naturally occurring, it would be plausible for them to possess identical abilities. Fury couldn't help but recall the super soldier program that produced Captain America. If Dr. Erskine were still alive and the program were to resume, those enhanced would share similarities with Captain America, at least in terms of physical prowess. This scenario bore striking resemblance to the current situation, featuring no extraordinary abilities, simply substantial enhancements in physical capacity. Could this be another iteration of the super soldier program? Understood, sir. Chapter 54. A new wave. It is essential to understand that for a presidential candidate in the United States, the backing of major financial conglomerates is indispensable. Stark Industries, not only the leader in the arms industry, but also a colossal enterprise, has consistently played a pivotal role in every presidential election. However, the current predicament is that their chief, Tony Stark, has been abducted under the protection of the U.S. military. If the president fails to clarify this situation and take a definitive stance, what are his hopes for re-election? It would be a mere dream. The fact that Congress has not immediately initiated impeachment proceedings is already a sign of leniency. Hence, the president is acutely aware of the consequences. Although he bears little direct responsibility in this affair and Stark Industries does not wield absolute power, the turmoil it could unleash would undoubtedly leave him in a precarious position. Following Tony's disappearance, numerous military officials, from the Department of Defense to stationed forces in Afghanistan, have faced disciplinary actions. And even the Secretary of Defense has been subjected to special inquiries by the president. Therefore, it would be wise for you to depart promptly. Any further incidents could lead to your appearance before a military tribunal. That afternoon, a Boeing 737 took off from the U.S. Air Force Base station in Afghanistan, serving as Tony Stark's private aircraft. Inside the plane, Tony lounged on a sofa, his appearance less than flattering. Bruises marred his face, and his left arm was immobilized in a sling. Yet, this did little to conceal his flamboyant essence. With his leg crossed, he held a glass of whiskey with ice. Addressing Coulson, who sat opposite him, saying, "So, you found me thanks to a dog." Coulson glanced at Habuz, who was feigning sleep on the floor, and replied with a smile, "Indeed, Mr. Stark." While it seemed a jest, Tony's tone carried a hint of sincerity. The United States is among the nations with the most advanced satellite technology, boasting dozens of military satellites orbiting the Earth. Yet, the method of locating Tony was not through these sophisticated satellites, but rather through the keen sense of a dog's nose, a technique reminiscent of primitive times. This baffled Tony, a man of science, and left him with a profound discontent regarding contemporary technology. "Well, regardless, you have saved my life," Tony said, leaning towards Habuz. "What would you like in return? A beautiful girlfriend, a plethora of fresh and delicious beef, or a container of premium dog food?" At this, Habuz squinted his eyes and grinned, his canine face exuding a genuine, albeit foolish, joy. Observing Habuz's demeanor, Coulson coughed lightly, adding, "Though I don't quite comprehend. I believe he means he desires all of it." Tony straightened, whistling in amusement. "What a greedy dog, but he certainly matches my temperament." He raised his glass, preparing to take a sip, but paused as the glass neared his lips. "Wait, can he understand me?" Of course, Coulson rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that not only could Habuz understand, but he could also converse if he hadn't been bribed with beef and dog food in advance. Otherwise, he would likely be engaging in a lively discussion with you right now. Remarkable, Tony raised an eyebrow. He chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, Habuz was merely a dog, no matter how astute. "You will find out what true wonder is when you meet his owner," Coulson remarked. "This dog isn't yours?" Tony inquired, puzzled. "No, we borrowed him specifically for the purpose of locating you. We owe a significant favor to Evanson for this," Coulson clarified, though the truth was that Evanson had volunteered to recommend Habuz, making it less of a debt than it appeared. Coulson's intention was to mislead Tony into believing that S.H.I.E.L.D. had exerted considerable effort and incurred a debt to rescue him, thus instilling a sense of obligation towards the agency. "Who is his owner?" "I must meet him to express my gratitude in person," Tony asserted, acutely aware of Coulson's implications. He was ready to repay the favor, understanding the weight of owing S.H.I.E.L.D. anything. "I need authorization before I can disclose any information about that individual," Coulson replied. Evanson's identity was classified at a level 10, and even knowing it was a breach of protocol, let alone sharing it. Besides, even if he could divulge the information, he likely wouldn't, considering that with Evanson's current financial status, a handful of cash could easily settle the debt. They would land at another military airport, where S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel would promptly take over all individuals and materials on board, initiating thorough inspections. Meanwhile, as the two planes headed toward the United States, it was still 2 a.m. there. At a military base, a newly assigned guard had just taken his post at a sentry point, which was the first line of defense, situated a considerable distance from the base. This guard intercepted a convoy consisting of an SUV and several military trucks. Approaching the SUV, he knocked on the right side window, which slowly rolled down to reveal an officer in the uniform of a major. "Sir, please present your identification," the guard inquired politely. The officer replied, "Supplies, primarily ammunition." "Ammunition?" the guard questioned, puzzled. "I did not receive any notification about a supply delivery tonight. There must be some mistake." "We are on a tight schedule," the officer insisted. "I need to make a call to verify," the guard stated, turning towards the booth. At that moment, the officer glanced back at an individual in the rear seat, operating a laptop. That person nodded in acknowledgement, prompting the officer to say to the guard, "Wait. I have some documents here." However, in the monitoring room, everything appeared normal on the surveillance feed, with the booth empty, while the supposedly deceased guard remained diligent in his duties. Chapter 55. The Tyrant Squad. Human nature is such that when one yearns for something seemingly unattainable, the desire is often suppressed, leading to an enduring weight that can stretch over decades. This state of existence is less about patience and more about resignation. Conversely, when a glimmer of hope appears, the anticipation can become excruciating, akin to a cat's clawing at one's heart, where each passing second feels like an eternity of torment. Thus, Hoster resolved that he could no longer afford to wait. Ever since acquiring the so-called Tyrant Serum from Evanson, he felt the obelisk was within his grasp. Despite having waited for 60 years, his resolve to delay any further had evaporated. Following the completion of his transaction with Evanson, he eagerly selected 19 subordinates for enhancement. These individuals were meticulously chosen. Not only were they fiercely loyal, but they were also seasoned warriors, robust in physique and battle-hardened, ensuring maximum combat efficacy. Hoster mobilized the entirety of his division, assembling a team of 20 corrupted individuals, including Rom, within a mere 2 days. Adhering to Evanson's counsel, they secured the necessary equipment and, after a brief period of acclimatization, set forth on their mission. The captain of this operation was none other than Ethan Muller, Hoster's trusted confidant, an expert painstakingly cultivated by Hydra for the command of special operations. He was the same individual masquerading as a major officer. Although the corrupted individuals comprised the main force, their role was primarily to engage in direct combat with the American military. Stealthy infiltration and the initial search of the warehouse required the involvement of ordinary personnel. Thus, the team included 4 regular members, besides Captain Ethan. There was a professional hacker tasked with disrupting the American surveillance systems and unlocking the warehouse's secure doors during the infiltration. The other 2 were elite combatants responsible for discreetly eliminating sentries, ensuring that the corrupted individuals remained unexposed, as their equipment would attract undue attention. The 4 individuals traversed ahead in an all-terrain vehicle at the forefront of the convoy. Due to their bulk and weight, the 20 corrupted individuals transformed into humanoid tanks, occupied 2 military trucks, while a third truck was laden with ammunition supplies. After silently neutralizing the first checkpoint, Ethan replicated this success at 4 additional barriers. Upon reaching the base's main gate, the hacker had successfully penetrated the primary network, embedding Ethan's identity within the system, thus allowing them to enter the base with audacity. "Sir, I believe you have arrived at the wrong location. This is a special warehouse. The ammunition depot is to the north," a sentinel inquired as Ethan's convoy reached the designated special warehouse for the obelisk. Simultaneously, sentinels atop the lookout towers swung their searchlights in their direction. Although the hacker had infiltrated the main network and facilitated the squad's entry under the guise of transporting ammunition, he was unable to manipulate the special warehouse's access. Opening this facility required explicit consent from the base's commanding officer, a task beyond the hacker's digital prowess. "This is special ammunition. I have orders to store it in this warehouse," Ethan explicated as he disembarked. "Sir, I need to make a phone call for confirmation," the sentinel retorted. Turning towards the phone, "I have documents signed by Brigadier General Tappert." Ethan raised the folder in his hand, intending to employ the same tactic once more. However, the sentinel remained unfazed, shaking his head. "Sir, according to protocol, I must obtain confirmation from Brigadier General Tappert himself. By regulation, accessing the special warehouse necessitated a direct call to the command center to secure the commanding officer's verification. No other documentation sufficed." "Oh, what a pity." Ethan gestured discreetly behind him. "What did you say, sir?" the sentinel queried, puzzled. But before he could receive an answer, 2 muffled shots rang out, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. In disbelief, he looked down to see a torrent of blood gushing from his heart, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, 2 combatants swiftly exited the vehicle, armed with G-36 assault rifles, the very individuals responsible for the sentinel's demise. They immediately aimed at the lookout towers, or sentinels. alerted by the disturbance, attempted to sound the alarm, only to be swiftly silenced by a bullet to the head. They truly were elite soldiers of Hydra. Ethan observed the searchlights and commanded, "Extinguish the searchlights." Once they were extinguished, he added, "With the lights out, the American forces will discover something amiss within 5 minutes. We must act swiftly." As a special operations commander, Ethan never entertained the notion that leaving the searchlights illuminated might go unnoticed, while extinguishing them might raise suspicion. The prolonged illumination in one direction would certainly draw attention. Moreover, under the glare of those two searchlights, the area was as bright as day, making secretive operations nearly impossible. Upon receiving Ethan's orders, the hacker promptly approached the warehouse door, embarking on the task of decoding the access code. As the hacker, entrusted with high expectations by Hollister, he managed to unlock the door in a mere 2 minutes. Once inside, the hacker commenced his search as the all-terrain vehicle entered the warehouse. The remaining vehicles formed a semicircle as the Tyrant squad disembarked, hastily transporting the ammunition inside. "Move quickly," Ethan urged, issuing rapid commands. The two combatants escorted the hacker into the warehouse to locate the obelisk, while the 3 trucks formed a rudimentary, semicircular defensive position at the entrance. The corrupted individuals, dubbed Tyrants, disembarked and anxiously commenced the transfer of ammunition into the warehouse. This was an entire truckload of supplies, including high-explosive grenades, RPG warheads, and large-caliber mortar shells. Should any of these munitions be struck by stray fire, the consequences would be catastrophic. Each corrupted individual possessed immense strength, effortlessly carrying an ammunition box in one hand. However, this was still a truckload of supplies, and due to their cumbersome protective gear, their movements were somewhat sluggish. Just as they were mid-operation, the first wave of American soldiers arrived. Only a single platoon of American troops had come to investigate, believing only that something was amiss. It was not necessarily a breach. Thus, they dispatched only a single platoon to assess the situation. Ethan, observing the Americans, calmly commanded, "Tyrants 1 through 5, engage. The rest continue unloading the ammunition." The 5 corrupted individuals set down their boxes and strode forth from the makeshift fortification, each wielding 2 M60 machine guns, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the unsuspecting American soldiers. 10 M60s, all firing tungsten core armor-piercing rounds simultaneously, decimated the platoon of light infantry in an instant, leaving them no time to react. However, the M60s lacked suppressors, and the cacophony of simultaneous gunfire echoed throughout the base, triggering a blaring alarm. Ethan glanced at his watch and noted, "The second wave of American troops will arrive in 10 minutes. We must hold them off." "Hey, Hydra," he muttered before retreating into the warehouse. Although the Tyrant squad had swiftly annihilated an entire platoon of American soldiers, the commotion had roused the entire base, and the shrill alarms blared relentlessly. As the base commander, Brigadier General Tappert was abruptly awakened by the alarm's blare. Listening intently, he gathered his thoughts. Realizing there were no scheduled night exercises, something was indeed amiss. Swiftly dressing, he prepared to head to the command center. A messenger rushed over to assist the startled General Tappert, saying, "I came to summon you, but it appears you have already awakened." Tappert forcefully shook off the messenger's hand and hurried towards the command center, questioning the messenger about the unfolding situation. He paused momentarily, contemplating various scenarios: fire, gas leaks, natural disasters, or even false alarms. But the notion of an attack was entirely unexpected. This was a military base on American soil, home to an entire division. Yet it was now under siege. Had the Third World War begun? Suddenly, a troubling possibility struck him regarding the location of the attack. Cursing under his breath, Tappert quickened his pace towards the command center. The special warehouse within the base was no ordinary place. It housed nearly all vital items seized from Hydra. Remnants from post-World War II that still pose significant danger, including several artifacts that even modern science could not decipher. Upon entering the command center, chaos reigned. The chief of staff, alongside several aides, was analyzing the current situation, while civilian personnel anxiously attempted to restore the hacked surveillance network. Many were on the phone, inquiring about the status of various units. Tappert burst in like a whirlwind. "Stand at attention," barked the chief of staff upon seeing Tappert, instantly silencing the command center. Everyone stood rigidly. At ease, Tappert said impatiently, and once the personnel resumed their duties, he demanded to know the situation. "What's the current status?" Tappert exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table. The aide continued, The 2 companies assigned to the defense have engaged the enemy and are currently in a firefight. Reinforcements are on standby. Deploy them immediately. I want this battle concluded swiftly, Tabit commanded fiercely. A military base housing an entire division being infiltrated by a small squad was an utter disgrace. Yet, as 15 minutes ticked by, the gunfire from the special warehouse showed no signs of abating. Tabit scoffed at the situation. Victory is merely a matter of time. 400 against 20. How could that possibly end in defeat? The real question is how long it will take. Mobilize the armored units. I refuse to wait any longer, Tabit declared, determined to leverage armored forces to resolve the conflict quickly. However, at that moment, Colonel Woods, the base's chief of staff, blocked his path. General, I must express a differing opinion, Woods stated. Although Tabit bristled at the interruption of his orders, he recognized the weight of the chief of staff's perspective. This squad's infiltration tactics are exceptionally skilled. They breached our surveillance network beforehand, neutralizing 6 checkpoints silently, and their combat effectiveness is formidable, Woods elaborated. What exactly are you implying? Tabit asked directly. I believe their capabilities exceed those of typical terrorists or criminals, perhaps even elite mercenaries, Woods asserted confidently. You suggest they may well be a regular special forces unit from a foreign nation? Tabit grasped the implications immediately. Indeed, it is common tactical practice to conduct special operations against critical targets in adversarial nations prior to open conflict. Woods articulated his concerns. Tabit hesitated, recognizing the validity of this tactic as it mirrored American strategies. Moreover, the squad's professionalism was alarming. Their combat prowess was certainly beyond that of ordinary terrorists or mercenaries. A reinforced battalion against 20 individuals will ultimately prevail. We must bolster defenses at other critical locations, Woods continued. Do you believe they are a diversion? Tabit inquired. Not necessarily. They might genuinely be targeting the warehouse, but with sufficient forces stationed there, it should hold firm, Woods replied. Woods suggested that even if their intent was to seize the warehouse, they were already contained. However, what if this squad was merely a feint, with another unit lying in wait to strike at the command center? If Tabit mobilized his forces, they could swiftly execute a decapitation strike. Thus, Tabit momentarily shelved the idea of deploying armored units. Moreover, the armored vests, designed for observation and visibility, were initially equipped with high-strength transparent glass helmets. However, these helmets had been frantically modified by Hawkwester into enclosed iron caps made from tank armor. Behind these armored plates were high-definition screens displaying images from 6 mini-cameras embedded in the armor's exterior. In essence, the enhanced physical capabilities of the soldiers combined with this formidable protection meant that not only would ordinary firearms be ineffective, but even a grenade detonating nearby would merely result in minor retreat. How is the hacker situation progressing? The U.S. military has deployed 4 companies, Ethan, who had been covertly observing the battle from the warehouse entrance for the past 20 minutes, inquired about the hacker's progress. Damn it, everything here is handwritten. There's no electronic retrieval possible. How could I find anything that quickly? The hacker appeared even more anxious than Ethan. The contents of the special warehouse required strict confidentiality, leading the military and SHIELD to employ a rudimentary accounting method. Everything was meticulously documented by hand. The names and locations of all items were recorded in numerous paper ledgers, ensuring that no one could electronically infiltrate and access information without being physically present. This method, while primitive, had proven effective. Now, the hacker's computer skills were of no use. He could only sift through the towering stacks of documents page by page. How are things on your end? Holding up? The hacker asked while flipping through the records. At this point, he had abandoned the idea of maintaining security, enlisting 2 combatants to assist in the search. Ethan stealthily monitored the situation outside, noticing flashes of gunfire reflected in his tactical visor. As long as the U.S. military refrains from deploying heavy armored units, we should manage until our ammunition runs out. What if they send in tanks? The hacker asked, filled with concern. Their protection is formidable. Standard machine guns struggle to inflict damage. Their offensive capabilities are impressive. Even an M60 armed with tungsten core armor-piercing rounds would seem ineffective against their reinforced Humvees. However, heavy armored units present a different challenge. The main guns of main battle tanks would easily breach defenses, and a few heavy armored vehicles could unleash devastating firepower, Ethan explained. Rest assured, they will not deploy heavy armored units, Ethan said confidently. How can you be so certain? The hacker asked, intrigued. Just because you say so doesn't make it true. Is the U.S. military your personal pet? They have someone advocating for us over there, doing their utmost to delay the arrival of armored units. Ethan replied cryptically. However, he can only stall for so long without revealing anything, so your actions must be swift. In the context of concealing one's identity, it implies that the insider will not resort to any coercive measures, but will solely utilize verbal deception to delay the time for the U.S. military to deploy armored units. Understood, Commander. The hacker disconnected the communication. Ethan redirected his focus to the battlefield. After observing for a while, he communicated within the channel, instructing the Tyrant squad to conserve their firepower and not to strike too fiercely. The rationale behind Ethan's command was twofold: to mitigate ammunition expenditure and to create an illusion of superiority for the American forces engaged in combat with him and his team. He aimed to instill a belief that they held a significant advantage and that with just a bit more effort, they could vanquish their enemies. The more convinced they were of this notion, the less likely they would be to seek assistance. Consequently, Ethan's team could prolong the engagement without facing additional foes, thus rendering the situation more favorable for them. While Ethan felt that time was fleeting and sought every means to extend the battle, Brigadier General Tappert at the command center believed that time had already stretched too long. It had been 28 full minutes since the onset of combat, and a reinforced battalion had yet to eliminate a mere 20-man squad. With no casualties on the enemy side and his own forces suffering continuous losses, Tappert's demeanor darkened, his beard twitching ominously, a precursor to his impending fury. Sensing the general's agitation, an aide promptly picked up the phone to inquire about the situation at the front. After a brief conversation, the aide exhaled with relief, reporting that the frontline commander maintained an optimistic outlook. General, the frontline commander reports that the enemy's firepower has diminished, and victory is imminent. Tappert's anger subsided slightly. However, he retorted with a voice filled with embers, "What I want is not a swift resolution, but an immediate one. Right now?" Each utterance was accompanied by a forceful strike on the table. Following this outburst, Tappert took a deep breath, his tone calming as he instructed the front line to employ their most formidable firepower. The aide's brow furrowed, his lips quivering as he hesitated to speak. Indeed, he was one of the insiders of Hydra lurking within the military. Yet, he was not an ally of Hoist, and his inclination to assist this time was merely out of camaraderie. While he had reasonable grounds to prevent Tappert from deploying armored units, obstructing the reinforcement of firepower at the front would be too suspicious. He would not expose himself for the sake of a trivial obligation. Shortly after Tappert's command, what was once merely a spark from the shots fired at the corrupted beings now erupted into yellow smoke. Ethan, witnessing this, shouted in horror, "It's depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds." The realization that the U.S. military had resorted to such munitions caused Ethan to sweat profusely for the Tyrant squad. As an experienced Special Forces instructor and commander, he understood well the destructive power of this anti-armor weaponry utilized by U.S. forces during the Gulf War. Depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds, crafted from uranium-238, generate a staggering temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius upon striking an armored target, inflicting severe damage to protective armor and causing casualties among the crew inside. This type of ammunition also possesses a degree of radioactivity. Even if those struck do not perish immediately, they may succumb to the radioactive elements. For this reason, depleted uranium rounds had been excluded from conventional combat by the U.S. military. However, with Brigadier General Tappert personally authorizing the frontline units to unleash their maximum firepower, the frontline troops, having made no progress against the corrupted beings, did not hesitate to utilize this lethal weapon against armored targets. The M2 machine guns of the U.S. forces unleashed a relentless barrage of depleted uranium rounds upon the corrupted beings, who had previously remained unscathed, finally sustaining injuries. Fortunately, the armor prepared by Hoist was of commendable quality, not merely cobbled together from ordinary steel plates, but composed of genuine main battle tank armor. Coupled with the corrupted beings' already superior physical attributes, their injuries were not severe. The bullets, upon penetrating their protective armor, lost much of their force, barely breaching their carapace-like skin and becoming lodged within their dense musculature. Such external wounds were insufficient to slay the corrupted beings. Yet the searing heat and radioactive elements induced considerable agony. The communications device was inundated with the anguished cries of the corrupted beings. causing Ethan to break into a cold sweat. He was uncertain how much longer these entities could endure the onslaught of depleted uranium rounds. Yet he recognized that they were the linchpin of this operation. Should they fall, the mission would undoubtedly be doomed. Even if he were to escape by sheer luck, what would it matter? Mr. Hoist had pinned immense expectations on this operation, sparing no expense to forge the tyrant squad and leveraging the internal covert lines. If survival were his only goal, surrendering to the U.S. military might be the only option. Despite his significant sins, if he implicated Hydra, he might even become a witness and secure his life. Contemplating this, Ethan felt a flicker of temptation, but he abruptly halted, his expression twisting in anger. He struck himself twice in shame for such thoughts. I, Ethan Grange, am a proud warrior of Hydra, having long surrendered my life to the greater cause of Hydra. How could I betray my commitment for the sake of survival or become a cowardly deserter? Accepting the futility of the situation, he resolved to face death with honor. Gripping his automatic rifle tightly, he prepared to charge forth and fight to the bitter end. However, the ensuing events suggested that matters might not be as dire as they seemed. The increasingly injured corrupted beings not only refused to retreat, but became even more aggressive. Some wielded dual M60s, firing wildly, while others hurled high-explosive grenades from their waists or, astonishingly, one even carried a crate of large-caliber mortar shells. Clutching the shell crate in one hand, he smashed a shell against himself before tossing it toward the American forces. The anguished screams that had earlier emanated from the corrupted beings transformed into maniacal laughter. Initially, the American forces' conventional weapons had no effect on the corrupted beings' protective armor, and their reliance on internal LCD screens to observe the battlefield fostered a sense of unreality about the conflict. Yet now, with the unleashed firepower of the U.S. military, the use of depleted uranium rounds inflicted genuine pain upon them, awakening the brutal instincts that lay dormant within them, stemming from the blood of the Abyssal Lord. Now fully engulfed in a frenzy, the corrupted beings unleashed their firepower without fear, driven by the desire for the blood and suffering of their enemies to quell the boiling rage within their veins. While their rationality had dwindled to a mere whisper, they instinctively targeted the most threatening sources of firepower, the machine guns employing depleted uranium rounds. Fortunately, the unleashing of firepower did not solely pertain to depleted uranium rounds. Other munitions were also authorized. Utilize the anti-tank rocket launchers. The commander barked in frustration. If they are designed for anti-tank purposes, they should have no issue against the corrupted beings. The initial hesitance stemmed from a belief that it was unnecessary, compounded by the fact that this was within our base, right by the door of the special warehouse. What if a misfire resulted in collateral damage? Who would take responsibility for that? However, the prohibition on the use of force has now been lifted, and circumstances have compelled us to disregard our previous reservations. For soldiers, armed with rocket launchers, aimed at the frenzied, corrupted beings before them, one soldier fell before he could fire, yet 3 rockets were successfully launched. What transpired next astonished all the American troops. Each time a rocket was about to strike the corrupted individuals, they skillfully evaded it. Though the corrupted beings appeared ungainly due to their excessively inflated muscles, which hindered their agility, this did not imply a lack of reflexes. At that moment, even the most oblivious among them sensed that something was amiss. After all, could one of them dodge a rocket? The commander slowly picked up the phone, his voice heavy with the weight of urgency. General, I require reinforcements. Our adversaries are not mere humans. They have been deceiving us, concealing their true strength to buy time. Therefore, I implore you for support. I am willing to face a military tribunal for this defeat. Meanwhile, Ethan's earpiece crackled to life with the very words he had longed to hear. Captain, I have found it. I have located the obelisk. Chapter 59, Epilogue. The discovery of the obelisk signified the culmination of their mission, warranting an immediate extraction. For Ethan, these words resonated as divine deliverance. While the corrupted were indeed escalating their ferocity, even gaining ground, Ethan remained apprehensive, sensing their imminent collapse. The escalating firepower of the American forces, though not yet overwhelming, indicated that the corrupted were nearing their end. Despite their strength, the corrupted numbered only 20, whereas the base housed an entire American division. Given their performance, any competent American commander would undoubtedly have requested reinforcements. Consequently, the insider within the American ranks would find it increasingly difficult to impede the deployment of armored units, unless they were willing to compromise their position, which Ethan deemed improbable. The insider's assistance was already a favor to Horwater as a senior figure. Expecting them to risk exposure was unrealistic. Therefore, with the corrupted barely holding their ground, immediate evacuation was imperative. Ethan bolted towards the hacker with the velocity of a sprinter. As he arrived, the distinct sound of Apache helicopter engines filled the air. Ethan instantly recognized the imminent threat, his apprehension escalating. As the 20 corrupted raged, overwhelming the besieged American forces, 5 Apache helicopters materialized above the battlefield. Stationed within the base and on standby since the commencement of hostilities, the pilots were primed for immediate deployment. Had it not been for Brigadier General Talbot's misguidance by the Mole Chief of Staff, these aircraft would have engaged much earlier. Finally receiving the order to strike, they arrived swiftly. The corrupted, though consumed by frenzy, instinctively recognized the aerial threat and directed their fire skyward, their shots scattered and inaccurate. The Apaches, maneuvering ceaselessly, coupled with the absence of suppressing fire from the Americans, rendered their aim largely ineffective. Moreover, the Apache's external armor could withstand 12mm rounds, mitigating significant damage even from tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. The helicopter's 30mm depleted uranium rounds effortlessly pierced through the corrupted, armor and flesh alike. After 20 seconds of relentless barrage, the 5 Apaches had transformed the 20 corrupted into riddled corpses. Despite their augmented physiology, they were no match for the war machines. Horwater's vaunted tyrant squad was utterly annihilated. Ethan's brow furrowed incessantly, sweat beading on his forehead. Though sheltered within the warehouse, he could hear the thunderous roar of the Apache's 30mm cannons. The radio silence from the tyrant squad, coupled with the sudden quiet of the once cacophonous battlefield, signified the end of the battle. Ethan was certain of the outcome, defeat. The mission had failed, and escape was impossible. Gentlemen, it has been an honor to collaborate with you. Ethan, now composed, spoke with a resolute tone, his eyes filled with grim determination. I shall meet my end with the valor of a warrior. He straightened his attire and turned to depart, only to be intercepted by the hacker and his 2 escorts. The hacker, with a faint smile, said, "Sir, such glory should not be yours alone. We shall accompany you in death." Ethan scrutinized each of them, his gaze settling on the hacker. "Hacker, your place is here." "Why?" The hacker felt affronted. "Though I am a hacker, I am also a capable warrior." Ethan gestured towards the obelisk resting on the shelf, its container now open, exposed for all to see. "Someone must ensure this is handled. The Americans must not discover what we seek. The organization must not be exposed." The hacker glanced at the obelisk, understanding that its discovery by the Americans could reveal their identities and potentially expose Hydra. "Your mission is paramount. The organization's safety supersedes all. We shall buy you time." With those words, Ethan and the remaining 2 departed. The hacker did not resist, nor did he have time for lamentation. As Ethan stated, the organization's safety was paramount, and he must conceal the mission's objective. He promptly overturned the obelisk's container and then proceeded to topple the other crates. He then dashed towards the ledgers, pulling smaller storage containers to the ground as he went. Reaching the ledgers, he retrieved a grenade, pulled the pin, and whispered, "Hail, Hydra!" The explosion ended the hacker's life, obliterating the ledgers. Hearing the hacker's farewell and the ensuing blast, Ethan sighed, knowing his time had come. The other 2 combatants had fallen. Had it not been for the off-road vehicle parked inside the warehouse providing cover, and his own experience in seeking out blind spots, he would not have lasted this long. But his condition was dire, a bullet wound to his left arm and abdomen, blood flowing freely. He felt his breath growing shallow, knowing he could not endure much longer. With the hacker's task completed, he no longer needed to struggle. He gently bit into the poison sac concealed within his teeth, and in his final moments, he murmured, "Hail, Hydra." Thus, Horwater's strike team was entirely eliminated, the engagement lasting 56 minutes from the initial exchange of fire. Chapter 60. I do not wish to encounter it. Nick Fury stood as he often did, gazing out from the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office. To be candid, as a man of action, he harbored a disdain for remaining cooped up in an office. However, as the director of SHIELD, orchestrating operations took precedence over field missions. After all, countless agents were available to undertake assignments, but only he could effectively manage the overarching framework of SHIELD, ensuring its seamless functionality. He stood there like a statue, immobile, his furrowed brow betraying that his thoughts were consumed by troubling matters. Just then, the ringing of a telephone interrupted his reverie. Fury seemed to recall something and added, "Take the dog to the cafeteria. I do not wish to see it." "Understood, Director," replied Coulson. Although he had initially boarded the same plane as Tony Stark, his original mission was to assist the local U.S. military in locating Stark in Afghanistan. However, after Stark had been found, he received a new, clandestine assignment. This rendered his initial mission a mere faiade to obscure the true objective. Consequently, during a refueling stop, he left Habuz with Stark, cautioning him not to speak, before transferring to a military transport aircraft. This aircraft flew directly to a secret S.H.I.E.L.D. research facility. Upon landing, a contingent of guards awaited, swiftly surrounding the plane. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, the aircraft's doors gradually opened, revealing Coulson stepping out first, followed by 5 massive cryogenic chambers being wheeled out by military personnel. This was, in essence, a directive to vacate the premises, since it was a secret research facility. Not everyone could be privy to its contents. The military personnel, recognizing the gravity of the situation and their lack of clearance, complied without protest. Though the approach seemed rather harsh, the soldiers adhered to orders, for obedience was their fundamental duty. After entering the facility, the cryogenic chambers were rolled into the laboratory. Coulson instructed the researchers to examine the contents immediately, as Director Fury demanded a report at once. As the chambers were opened, each contained a colossal corpse, some relatively intact, while others were merely a collection of fragmented remains. These were the abominable entities transformed by Evanson in Afghanistan. "Incredible," gasped a female researcher, her expression one of astonishment at the sight within the cryogenic chamber. "5 identical mutants," remarked a male researcher. "Only superficially similar. We cannot claim they are identical without further examination," the female researcher rebutted. "Their appearances stem from genetic factors. Their similarity exceeds 90%, indicating significant genetic commonalities," the male researcher argued. "Their likeness may be artificially induced, perhaps even through surgical alteration. I am inclined to believe they are fundamentally the same. They could very well be quintuplets." The two engaged in a lively debate, seemingly oblivious to the bemused expressions of Coulson and the others. "Ahem." Coulson cleared his throat awkwardly, prompting the facility's head to interject. "Allow me to introduce Gemma Simmons and Leo Fitz, exceptionally talented researchers. Until a detailed analysis is conducted, any assertions must remain speculative." "I concur, though I firmly believe my hypothesis will ultimately be validated." "Is that so?" "That is precisely what I intended to convey." After the introduction, it became apparent that Simmons and Fitz were entirely absorbed in their discourse. Coulson, bemused, simply urged them to expedite their findings before turning to leave. Coulson took a helicopter to New York, intending to retrieve Habuz, for he harbored reservations about leaving the dog with others. Upon arriving at Stark's location, he discovered that Stark was in the midst of a press conference. Thus, Coulson exchanged a few words with Tony's secretary, Pepper, before leading Habuz away. At that moment, Melinda was no longer clad in her usual professional attire, but wore a lacy white blouse and beige skirt, befitting her current administrative role. Coulson was taken aback by this unfamiliar appearance. "Leave the dog to me. Director Fury does not wish to encounter it," Melinda said. Coulson, recalling Habuz's initial meeting with Nick Fury, couldn't help but smile. "Here's a piece of advice. Whatever you do not engage the dog in conversation." With that, he left Melinda, who remained perplexed. "Director, I have delivered the corpses of the mutants to the secret facility. I trust results will be forthcoming shortly," Coulson reported upon entering Nick Fury's office. As he had already discussed Stark's situation in Afghanistan, he refrained from mentioning it again. "I am aware," Fury replied. "I summoned you for a different matter." Coulson thought to himself that recent events had been rather overwhelming, and all seemed to land on his shoulders. Just then, a figure burst into the room. "Sir, the military has only provided us with 2 corpses." Chapter 61. The same kind. Upon seeing the newcomer, Coulson discreetly stepped aside, well aware that he could not afford to provoke this woman, especially when her demeanor suggested she was in a foul mood. Clad in a blue tactical uniform, with her black hair elegantly swept back, her expression was one of cold resolve. She was none other than Maria Hill, Nick Fury's right hand and a level 9 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., notorious for being one of the most formidable women within the agency. Coulson surmised that Fury had likely dispatched her to negotiate some matter with the military, though it appeared the discussions had not gone well. Unexpectedly, Fury remarked that it was unnecessary, as he was just about to discuss the same issue with her, with his hands in his pockets. He emerged from behind the desk and continued, "Earlier this morning, an unidentified team of 25 infiltrated a special warehouse and engaged in fierce combat, with 4 battalions of soldiers stationed there. Can you guess how long they held out?" Coulson was initially taken aback. After all, this was American soil, and if his memory served him correctly, a division of the U.S. Army was stationed nearby. The audacity of these 25 individuals to breach such a fortified location and not only be discovered, but also engage in direct confrontation was astounding. In Coulson's mind, such a small force would surely be overwhelmed instantly. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Even if the local military lacked the combat prowess of troops stationed in war-torn regions, they were still well-equipped soldiers. However, given Fury's serious demeanor, Coulson suspected the reality was far more complex. 15 minutes, at most, he ventured, estimating a considerable duration based on comparisons to elite special forces worldwide. To his astonishment, Fury revealed a figure he never anticipated: 56 minutes. 56 minutes? Coulson echoed in disbelief. 25 individuals engaged in direct combat, with 4 battalions of U.S. soldiers for 56 minutes? That's utterly preposterous. Indeed, 56 minutes. You heard correctly, Coulson, Fury affirmed. He added that during this time, only 20 individuals were actively engaged in combat with the U.S. forces. Astonishingly, they not only avoided swift defeat, but managed to suppress the 4 battalions, rendering them incapable of retaliation. Even after the military deployed depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds and individual anti-tank missiles, they remained trapped until 5 Apache helicopters unleashed a barrage of 30mm cannon fire, equipped with similar munitions, for nearly 20 seconds before the conflict was resolved. Coulson stood there, flabbergasted. The outcome was beyond incredulity. Even a group of Rambo-like figures could not achieve such a feat. He shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. No human could accomplish this. Fury handed Coulson a tablet, stating, "I never claimed they were human." As Coulson accepted the device, a video played, showcasing 20 towering humanoid figures encased in armored shells, fearlessly returning fire with dual M60 machine guns. Bullets ricocheted off their bodies, merely producing sparks, while grenades detonated nearby, forcing them back only a step, as though nothing could inflict harm upon them. This is inconceivable. Standard ballistic vests cannot possibly offer such protection, Coulson noted, recognizing the extraordinary nature of their resilience. While armor-piercing vests are formidable, they should not withstand such sustained firepower. Ordinary armor is certainly not this robust, Fury acknowledged, before positing. But what if the armor plates were replaced with 50mm thick main battle tank armor? Coulson began to comprehend Fury's assertion regarding their non-human nature. An individual encased in 50mm tank armor would find it impossible to move, let alone engage in combat. The military employed depleted uranium rounds, correct? He continued, reflecting on the initial use of smaller caliber ammunition, which those thinned armor plates could not withstand. Fury navigated the tablet once more, revealing footage of the M2 machine gun firing depleted uranium rounds. Coulson observed that the armored figures finally sustained injuries. Some stumbled, while others hunched over. Yet, rather than being neutralized, they retaliated with fervor. As the video concluded with the destruction of the last machine gun by a mortar blast, Fury explained, those rounds indeed penetrated their armor, yet they were lodged within their muscles. Their injuries only fueled their rage. What extraordinary vitality! What on earth are they? Coulson pondered, increasingly intrigued by the identity of these beings. The high temperatures and piercing capabilities of depleted uranium should have incapacitated them. Yet their armor had absorbed much of the impact, indicating an astonishing muscle density that could account for their remarkable strength. The video resumed, this time depicting the aftermath of the battle, with U.S. forces dismantling the armored shells. As the armor was gradually removed, the true appearance of these beings was revealed. Coulson's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized these figures all too well. Just prior to this incident, he had sent 5 similar entities, already deceased, to a secret research facility. Coulson found himself at a loss for words. Externally, these infiltrators bore an uncanny resemblance to the mutated beings that had attacked U.S. forces in Afghanistan. Identical physical traits, the same mutated abilities. This was no mere coincidence, especially given the combined number totaling 25. Who could possibly believe they were a naturally occurring phenomenon? Director, Could it be that someone has mastered the art of inducing directed mutations? Coulson inquired, struggling to articulate his thoughts. I'm afraid not, Director, Hill replied apologetically. Chapter 62. Grudges. The mere mention of General Ross's name sent a wave of exasperation through Nick Fury. The incident had transpired at a military base, under the jurisdiction of the United States Armed Forces, so it was hardly surprising that a high-ranking general like Ross would receive news so swiftly. However, should Ross choose to speak, Fury could only sigh in resignation. This was not out of fear of Ross, nor was it a matter of the S.H.I.E.L.D. lacking authority. Rather, Fury understood that if he were to confront General Ross to demand the bodies of the mutants, the cunning old fox would have an arsenal of excuses at his disposal. He might claim those corpses as military spoils, asserting that S.H.I.E.L.D. had no right to take them. Although such reasoning would likely amuse even Ross himself, Fury would not be easily deterred by such absurdity. Yet, having a rationale would lead to a protracted dispute, and since Fury could not resort to forceful confiscation, he would have no choice but to pursue legal recourse before the World Security Council. In truth, S.H.I.E.L.D. had the legitimate authority to procure the bodies from the military. Even if the matter escalated to the Council, the argument would undoubtedly favor Fury. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to engage in such a confrontation, as he could easily envision how the situation would unfold. The discussion regarding the legality and necessity of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s acquisition of the mutant corpses would swiftly devolve into a ceaseless quarrel, and once the bickering commenced, the matter of the bodies would likely be forgotten. In the meantime, it was probable that Ross would have thoroughly dissected the remains. Though Fury was immensely disinclined to participate in this conflict, he found himself compelled to comply. This was due to the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. held some culpability in their relationship with General Ross. The root of this issue lay with the Hulk, the Green Giant. Following the success of the Super Soldier program with Captain America, Steve Rogers, the U.S. government had long sought to replicate his abilities. However, following the untimely demise of Dr. Erskine and the destruction of the remaining serum, subsequent efforts were met with failure, all of which consumed vast resources and manpower, resulting in devastating side effects for the volunteers involved. Consequently, the research into the super soldier serum was ultimately abandoned. However, abandonment did not deter certain individuals, including General Ross, who remained undeterred by the setbacks. It was not until a few years ago that Ross encountered a brilliant scientist, Dr. Bruce Banner, whose expertise in gamma radiation was unparalleled in the pursuit of creating a super soldier. Thus, Ross felt emboldened to resume the super soldier research, disregarding numerous warnings from S.H.I.E.L.D. against continuing the experiments. With Dr. Banner's assistance, Ross's research soon yielded groundbreaking advancements, and in a fit of confidence, Banner volunteered to be a test subject. The results were astonishing. They successfully created a super being. But the outcome was far beyond their expectations, as Banner transformed into the uncontrollable Hulk, a force of immense power dwarfed only by Captain America. However, the Hulk's uncontrollable nature proved to be a significant flaw. Ross's attempts to contain or subdue him resulted only in tragic casualties. When the Hulk escaped, Ross was relentless in his pursuit. He sought cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D., but their responses were either dismissive or outright refusals, igniting Ross's ire. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s indifference stemmed from their belief that the situation was a consequence of Ross's own actions, and they deemed it unnecessary to intervene in what they perceived as his self-inflicted predicament. Furthermore, given that Dr. Banner was inherently good-natured, and the Hulk had been absent for some time, they surmised that he must have discovered a means to control his transformations. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. concluded that leaving such a potentially invincible entity to his own devices was prudent, while pursuing him would only invite trouble. However, even with this rationale, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s negligence regarding such a dangerous being, coupled with their refusal to provide intelligence, could easily be construed as dereliction of duty. Consequently, the discord between General Ross and S.H.I.E.L.D. had escalated on multiple occasions. Ross accused S.H.I.E.L.D. of inaction and negligence regarding high-risk operations, while SHIELD countered with claims that Ross was merely reaping the consequences of his own reckless pursuits. Thus, discussions between Ross and SHIELD invariably circled back to this contentious issue, resulting in a severely strained relationship. While this tension had previously been manageable, the current predicament, wherein the very items SHIELD sought had fallen into Ross's possession, was a source of considerable frustration. Negotiations with him were futile. The bodies likely held the key to controlled human enhancement, and given Ross's obsession with the super soldier program, it was improbable he would relinquish them willingly. Furthermore, even if the matter escalated to higher authorities, it would likely devolve into mere bickering. Yet, Nick Fury was not one to be easily thwarted in his pursuits. He picked up the phone on his desk and said, "Connect me to General Ross on the director's line." Meanwhile, a military-licensed vehicle sped down the road, with General Ross seated in the back, feeling quite pleased. Upon learning of the attack on the special warehouse facility, he felt no anger. Instead, he experienced a sense of joy. After viewing images of the mutated corpses, he immediately deduced, drawing from years of experience in human enhancement research, that these transformations were not natural, but rather artificial. He promptly ordered his subordinate, Talbot, to ensure that the bodies were preserved. Ross believed that a thorough examination of these corpses would bring the success of the super soldier program within reach. As he reveled in his plans for glory and historical recognition, his phone rang. "This is Ross," he answered. "Ah, the illustrious Nick Fury calling me? I am truly flattered." Listening to Ross's boastful tone, Fury cut through the pleasantries, stating, "Hand over those bodies to SHIELD. You know we possess that authority." "Oh, is that so? Apologies, but I am a soldier, and I only follow orders," Ross deflected. Fury thought, what utter nonsense. At this stage, aside from the Secretary of Defense and the official ministers, who else could possibly command you? "I am certain you would prefer to avoid a public spat with me. How about we make a deal?" Fury proposed. "Not interested," Ross replied curtly, relishing the moment as it was his turn to reject SHIELD. "Would you care to hear my offer?" Just as Ross was about to hang up, Fury's words piqued his curiosity. He wondered if Fury might agree to assist him in locating the Hulk. If that were the case, a dialogue could indeed be worthwhile. However, Fury's subsequent offer nearly sent Ross into a fit of rage. "My terms are simple. You may keep 2 of the bodies." Chapter 63. The solitary feast I can leave behind 2 corpses, General Ross repeated breathlessly, almost in a state of exasperation. His frustration was palpable. He wondered if Nick Fury had suffered some cognitive decline. Did Fury truly grasp who held the reins of power? Who was it that was truly begging? "Are you toying with me? Do you even comprehend that if I refuse, you shan't take another corpse from me?" Ross's anger surged, and he cursed vehemently. "Is that so? I can accurately pinpoint where those corpses are located, which base, which building, which room, and the number of guards present." Nick Fury retorted with an air of calm that contrasted sharply with Ross's fury. Ross found himself questioning whether Fury was genuinely informed or merely feigning knowledge, pondering what his true intentions were. "What do you mean?" Ross demanded. With a cold smirk, Fury replied, "To be frank, General, in many respects, we are of the same ilk. When we cannot obtain something, our usual response is singular. If we cannot have it, we shall destroy it. No one shall possess it." Ross understood all too well the implications of Fury's words, for he himself, along with the entire American government, often operated in such a manner. With a hint of trepidation, he inquired, "Can you truly accomplish that?" "The SHIELD is omnipresent," Fury replied cryptically. "With such omnipresence, what is beyond our reach?" However, Ross was unwilling to capitulate easily. "Do you realize what you are saying? You are threatening a general of the United States." "Oh, and what of it?" Fury dismissed Ross's warning nonchalantly. "Are you contemplating a complaint to the Department of Defense or the World Security Council? We both know how that would unfold. If the matter escalated to higher authorities, it would likely dredge up long-buried grievances, resulting in a protracted conflict. Given enough time, if SHIELD truly had operatives on Ross's side, the remains of those mutants would be reduced to ashes." Ross's ire reached a boiling point. He nearly spat blood in frustration. How had the tables turned? What was once a strategy to corner Fury had now been wielded against him. While Ross might excel at commanding troops, Engaging in a battle of wits with a master of espionage was an exercise in futility. What are your thoughts, General Ross? Fury inquired, observing Ross's speechlessness. Seizing the moment, he continued, if you willingly relinquish those corpses, I will, in consideration of the fact that those mutants were eliminated by the military, grant you 2 corpses in return. Not a chance. Fury's condescending tone ignited Ross's fury, causing him to roar like a lion. You desire the corpses, do you? Very well. If your band of sewer rats dares to come, I shall return their remains to you. With that, Ross hung up the phone and quickly dialed another number. This is General Ross, access code EN6099. Immediately triple the guards on those mutant corpses, armed and ready. Any unauthorized action will be treated as an act of war against the nation and dealt with accordingly. Understood? Meanwhile, the person who had answered Ross's call had also hung up, lifting his head to address his superior. Director, we have obtained the access code. It was none other than Coulson. Upon arriving at the base with blinding speed, Ross rushed to meet Talbot, demanding, where are those corpses? Are the guards in position? Talbot, however, appeared bewildered. General, didn't we hand the corpses over to S.H.I.E.L.D.? What? Ross asked, incredulous, and then bellowed. Who authorized you to do that? Talbot was even more perplexed. General, it was your direct order. Talbot was utterly confused, as Ross's instructions had initially been to ensure the corpses never reached S.H.I.E.L.D., and if forced, to provide only the least valuable ones until Ross's arrival. Yet within mere hours, he had ordered the complete transfer of the corpses to S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite the contradictory nature of these commands, the moment the order was issued, Agent Hill of S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly flew in on a Quinjet and efficiently retrieved the corpses. Talbot, not giving it much thought, assumed that General Ross had succumbed to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pressure. However, now that Ross was back inquiring about the transfer, Talbot was utterly baffled. Yet, being an officer of high rank, Talbot quickly deduced that something was amiss. After ruling out the possibility of Ross experiencing a mental breakdown, only one scenario remained. General, is it possible that someone forged your orders? Who conveyed my orders to you? Ross inquired, no fool himself. It was me, one of Talbot's aides nervously admitted. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly explained, but it was indeed your voice, General. And the access code was verified. There's even a recording in the system. Take him to the brig and let him await his fate. Ross disregarded the aide's explanations. He was aware that the aide was neither A.S.H.I.E.L.D. spy nor intentionally misrepresenting orders, but someone had to be held accountable for this blunder. In truth, the moment Nick Fury had called Ross, he had signaled to Coulson and Hill. The command to Hill was straightforward. Immediately take a Quinjet to the special base to prepare for the retrieval of the corpses. As for Coulson, his instruction was to track Ross's mobile signal. Once the tracking was completed, Coulson took full control of Ross's phone, intercepting his call to the base, obtaining the access code, and simulating Ross's voice to issue the orders. Nick Fury was not one to willingly share. He preferred to feast alone. After the aide was escorted away, an infuriated Ross could no longer contain himself. He howled into the heavens, Nick Fury, this is not over. At that moment, Ross's secretary approached him with a phone call. Sir, we have a situation. Speak. Ross, still seething, commanded. With caution, the secretary replied, we have detected unusual gamma radiation. It could be him. Upon hearing this, Ross disregarded everything else, turning to Talbot and issuing a warning. Do not trust S.H.I.E.L.D. before hastily departing from the now futile location. Meanwhile, in a research building in New York, a receptionist was diligently organizing her documents when she sensed someone approaching the counter. Instantly donning a professional smile, she looked up. Upon recognizing the visitor, her smile deepened with humility. Mr. Weskier, please follow me. Mr. Hawes has been waiting for you for quite some time. Chapter 64. Settling the final payment. Mr. Weskier, please follow me. Mr. Hawke has been waiting for you for quite some time, said the female employee with a humble smile. Is that so? I didn't make an appointment this time, Evanson replied with a smile. The employee respectfully lowered her head and said, you jest, Mr. Weskier. Mr. Hawke has instructed that should you arrive, you are to be escorted to him immediately, regardless of the time. Oh, then let us proceed, Evanson said. In most instances, a person's status is determined by their capabilities and worth. During his first visit, Evanson had needed to make an appointment in advance, facing a wait of 20 days and an audience of merely 5 minutes. However, this time, he was treated as a distinguished guest. Evanson understood that this change stemmed from the lasting impression he had left on Hawk during his initial visit, where he had projected an air of confidence. Additionally, the effects of the so-called Tyrant Serum had likely met with Hawk's satisfaction. Even if it had not granted him the coveted obelisk, it surely exhibited remarkable results, contributing to Hawk's elevated perception of himself and the non-existent Umbrella Corporation. Overall, Evanson's deductions were astute. The operation at the special base was of paramount importance to Hawk, as it pertained to the obelisk he had pursued for half his life. Although he dared not communicate in real time with the assault team to evade tracking by the American military, it did not prevent him from inquiring about the events that transpired afterward, especially the failure of the operation that had caused him to miss the obelisk. In his profound disappointment, he was eager to discern the reasons behind his failure. Thus, he promptly contacted an insider at the special base, specifically the chief of staff who had advised against deploying armored units. Upon learning that the Tyrant Squad had withstood the American forces' assault, comprised of 4 battalions for an astonishing 56 minutes, and that their combat effectiveness had surged following the lifting of the military's restraints, effectively overwhelming the Americans and nearly tearing apart their lines, he was taken aback. It was evident that without the 5 sudden appearances of the Apache helicopters, the mission could have been entirely successful. Hawk silently regretted his impatience, having waited 60 years only to falter at a critical moment. In his haste, he had allowed the team to depart without adequate preparation. Had he substituted the 2 ordinary combatants with the brainwashed mutants under his control, success might have been within reach. While ordinary mutants were not capable of facing the military head-on, their unique abilities could be employed strategically. Had there been 1 or 2 mutants concealed, using their powers to ambush and disrupt the American forces, they could have bought precious time. Alongside his regrets, he was also astounded by the combat prowess of the Tyrant Squad, 20 individuals against 4 battalions, maintaining the upper hand throughout the engagement. What a remarkable concept. Such soldiers, who had so readily yielded him 20 of their number, were merely part of a transaction. Hawk had no doubt that should the need arise, Umbrella could swiftly deploy a Tyrant force of around 500, a power that commanded respect. Under the guidance of the female employee, Evanson arrived at the office where they had previously met. This time, he found Hawk already present, rather than concealed within a partition waiting for his bodyguards to conduct a search, signifying a newfound respect. "Apologies for the wait, Mr. Hawk," Evanson began, extending his hand first, as he had done previously. However, unlike before, Hawk reciprocated without hesitation, grasping Evanson's hand and warmly exclaiming, "It has been a while, Mr. Weskier." After their pleasantries, Evanson inquired, "Was the previous matter successful?" At this mention, Hawk felt a pang of discomfort in his chest, yet he maintained a facade of cheerfulness. "There were some minor issues," he replied. "Is that so? What a pity." Evanson expressed his sympathy while simultaneously probing, "Was it our fault?" In truth, Evanson's concern for Hawk's success was minimal. He merely needed the actions to have been taken. "Not at all," Hawk refuted. "Your company's serum is exceptionally fine. We simply prepared too hastily. Given that, your invitation today likely does not pertain to a complaint regarding product quality." Evanson paused before continuing. "I presume you intend to settle the remaining payment?" "Indeed," Hawk affirmed as he produced a small box from his drawer, placing it before Evanson. "This pertains to your Siberian branch's task report, dated December 16, 1992. Evanson opened the box to find a CD inside. Hawk explained, "This is a copy. We must retain the original." Of course, as a veteran within Hydra, "I must extend some courtesy to the younger generations," Hawk said with a sense of pride, though he was initially surprised by the amount of deference shown to him by the Siberian branch. Evanson retrieved a laptop adorned with a red and white umbrella logo and inserted the CD. "You don't mind if I verify the contents, do you?" "Not at all," Hawk replied, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the laptop. He recalled that when he had produced the serum, it had similarly materialized with a mere gesture. "Is this a trick of sorts?" He could not help but inquire. Evanson, while operating the computer, casually remarked, "Oh, this? It's merely a bit of spatial folding ability, a small benefit from Veronica's enhancement. I often store various items in here, and it tends to fill up quite frequently." Though Evanson spoke nonchalantly, Hawk was left astounded. Was it truly wise to speak so lightly of such a power? "Certainly. You may think that producing serums and computers at will is unremarkable. However, if he can conjure a computer, could he not summon other items? Might he even produce a nuclear warhead? Indeed, only those items, Hawk replied, forcing a smile. He was acutely aware that the task report was lacking a significant amount of information, which was why he had been able to obtain it so swiftly. Initially perplexed by the value of the content, Hawk soon realized it concerned the Winter Soldier and a clandestine enhancement project. Such information was absolutely classified. Even if he had acquired it, he would never hand it over to Evanson, firmly asserting that the task report contained only what it did. That is of no consequence. Evanson stated after reviewing the video. This is sufficient. Fool, you have already given me the most valuable information. Chapter 65. Above the Moon. Mission Report December 16th. The video materials I possess are far from limited. They encompass the objectives, processes, and outcomes of that operation. However, what holds paramount significance? For Hydra, it is the enhanced serum that the Winter Soldier seized from Howard, along with the location of the warriors augmented by these serums. Such information is of the utmost secrecy to Hydra. Presently, the complete report exists solely in the original documents from the Siberian branch, along with the memories housed within the mind of the Winter Soldier. In comparison, the video footage is of lesser importance. It merely captures, through the lens of an antiquated 1991 camera, the blurred visage of a once great individual, chronicling the true cause of their demise. A decade has passed. Apart from the deceased's relatives, who would still be concerned? Even if there were concern, what would it matter? The vital information regarding the Winter Soldier squad holds no connection to this footage, and the secrets remain secure. This is precisely why Howard was able to procure this video so easily after a show of old-world charm. It bears negligible value. This is also why only this particular video exists. Other documents are of such grave importance that they cannot be entrusted to anyone. Yet, for Evanson, the perspective differs. He perceives this video as the most critical component of the report, while the Winter Soldier squad, cherished by Hydra, appears to him as an entity of little value. Not to mention, even if he were to locate those enhanced individuals, would he be able to compel them to serve him? Even if he could, what then? They are merely a squad of Winter Soldiers. Evanson has casually provided Howard with 20 deformed individuals, whose combat prowess is not inferior to that of the Winter Soldiers. Excellent, Evanson said with a smile to Howard, indicating that the accounts had been settled. It has been a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Howard. Since obtaining the Tyrant Serum from Evanson, Howard has harbored a profound curiosity regarding this so-called Umbrella Corporation. Evanson has made it clear that they, too, aspire to control the world. This ambition aligns closely with Hydra's, establishing a competitive relationship that instills in Howard a sense of trepidation towards this enigmatic corporation. After witnessing the astounding effects of the Tyrant Serum, his apprehension deepened. Consequently, Howard promptly initiated an investigation into this Umbrella Corporation. However, he found no information whatsoever. As if the company were but a figment of imagination. Never heard of Umbrella? That's because you haven't seen Resident Evil, Evanson silently scoffed. Our company has always operated in a clandestine manner, maintaining a low profile. A low profile, indeed? It certainly seems so. Setting aside the fact that you, as a high-ranking officer, have arrived on foot without any semblance of grandeur, the contact number provided was a public telephone. Of course, Howard would never believe that a high-ranking officer from the illustrious Umbrella Corporation would use a public phone to communicate. He would concoct elaborate theories about the other party's advanced counter-surveillance techniques. Yet, the reality was quite different. Well then, I shall take my leave, Mr. Howard. Evanson prepared to depart. Howard rose to see him off, anticipating their next transaction. If possible, I hope to visit your company, Howard expressed, believing that a personal visit would afford him greater insight. I regret to inform you, Mr. Howard, that such a visit is unlikely, Evanson replied. Unless you possess the ability to traverse dimensions, you cannot reach Umbrella Corporation. Why? Howard furrowed his brow, thinking that the refusal was rather blunt. The location of my company is rather special. Special? Howard inquired, puzzled, suspecting the response was mere evasion. Is your company hidden in the Mariana Trench? Evanson smiled mysteriously. The moon is not merely composed of rocks. Upon hearing this, Howard merely chuckled, remaining silent, convinced that Evanson was reluctant to divulge any more information. Could it be true that Umbrella Corporation resides on the moon? As the two parted ways, Evanson turned his back to Howard and uttered, "Sieg Heil," before swiftly departing. Howard sat in his chair, lost in thought, reflecting on his own youth at the age of 20 when he joined an organization, donning a uniform and fervently shouting that slogan, idolizing a leader who claimed to bring strength and victory to Germany, until he ultimately pledged allegiance to an even more formidable leader. That organization was known as the. Now, 60 years later, hearing that phrase again, what could it signify? What implications did Weskier's words carry? A thought flickered through Howard's mind. Could this umbrella be the surviving? It seemed plausible. Hydra may have emerged from. And towards the end of the war, the Allies' assaults on Hydra were even more severe than those against the. If Hydra could rise again, perhaps the had also clandestinely resurfaced. Adding to this were Evanson's distinctly Germanic traits and his claim of the company residing on the moon. Initially, Howard dismissed this as a joke. Yet now he found it increasingly credible. After all, had not numerous magazines and experts on declassification speculated that the invented flying saucers, asserting that all UFOs were merely probes? Although Howard once regarded such claims as absurd, he now began to entertain the possibility that these experts might be onto something. After all, there is often truth behind rumors. Howard rubbed his temples, striving to extricate himself from these conjectures. Whether Umbrella is indeed remains uncertain. To draw such conclusions from a single phrase is far too hasty, even if the likelihood is substantial. Nevertheless, he had more pressing matters to address. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Pierce, this is Howard. Yes, calm down. I understand this operation has caused you considerable trouble, but I now have a solution. I only require your slight cooperation. Chapter 66. Surveillance. Evanson gazed at Duman, blinking twice before turning his head towards Taylor, silently requesting a translation. Damn it, this communication-challenged fellow couldn't even send a mental link. Someone's here. Sarah is attending to them, Taylor remarked. Evanson furrowed his brow, realizing that this someone surely did not refer to a mere customer browsing the shop. If it were just a casual shopper, Sarah could easily handle it. Her looks might even elevate the price, rendering a special notification to him unnecessary. Besides, who would come to browse such a dismal shop? Evanson had already given up on his store. Thus, he hastily changed his clothes, washed his hair, and wiped off the Umbrella Corporation sticker from his computer. Ah, what a surprise. Welcome, Agent Melinda, he exclaimed upon entering the shop, only to find Melinda there. She was different from her last visit, dressed in a white lace blouse and a beige skirt, holding a Habs dog on a leash. I've come to return your dog. Are you surprised by my visit? Despite the change in attire, her demeanor remained as frosty as ever. To be honest, it was somewhat unexpected. I thought it would be Coulson coming, considering your previous visit wasn't particularly pleasant, Evanson explained, reaching out to pat Habs. You've gained some weight. It seems the S-H-I-E-L-D cuisine agrees with you. He then turned to Melinda. Does S-H-I-E-L-D not hire part-timers? Your benefits seem quite decent. Melinda merely smiled at Evanson's jest. Coulson isn't doing much better than I am. He had other matters to attend to this time. Meanwhile, Habs, in the midst of their conversation, scampered away to the back of the store. Melinda vaguely remarked, S-H-I-E-L-D is always quite busy. Just as she finished speaking, a chilling howl echoed from the back of the shop, an expression of utter helplessness and despair. When Habs left, we cleaned his bed. You know how dogs are attached to their nests, Evanson awkwardly explained, catching Melinda's puzzled gaze. He wouldn't tell anyone. He dug out the food I had hidden for him to sell. At that moment, Habs ambled back, looking utterly dejected as he collapsed on the floor, seemingly devastated by the theft of his treasured belongings. Melinda leaned back in her chair, remarking, busy with safeguarding world peace, quite an ambitious goal. Evanson realized it would be impossible to extract any information from this high-ranking agent. He shifted the conversation, but I believe you're not busy enough. Melinda raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Nothing specific, Evanson replied. I merely think you're not quite overwhelmed. You can still assign 8 agents to surveil me. His matters had been classified as a level 10 concern by Nick Fury. Sending a few agents to keep watch was entirely reasonable. Although those agents themselves were unaware of why they were monitoring Evanson, they had been instructed to meticulously document all of his activities. Thus, Evanson was currently under the vigilant watch of 8 S-H-I-E-L-D agents, surveilling him from 4 angles without any blind spots. His peculiar methods of leaving for outings were not merely to save on transport expenses. You actually know? Melinda seemed unsurprised by Evanson's realization of being watched. 2 of our teams have become rather neurotic. Before coming here, I inspected the 4 surveillance points, and I didn't bring Habs along. To be honest, even Nick Fury, who personally arranged this task, hadn't anticipated that the surveillance would remain concealed from Evanson for long. Melinda discovered that half of the 8 agents had become quite paranoid, unable to sleep at night and sneaking into a sorcerer's home to install cameras, which was bound to cause some fright. Evanson shrugged, indifferent to the fact that he was being monitored. He didn't need to investigate. He could have guessed. However, his lack of surprise didn't equate to acceptance. No one relished having their every move scrutinized. If they weren't from S-H-I-E-L-D or harboring any ill intentions, they would have long since been turned into soul crystals. What he hadn't expected was their eagerness to go beyond mere remote surveillance, contemplating the installation of miniature cameras for voyeurism. Consequently, Evanson had cast a low-level fear spell on the intruders who had snuck in at midnight as a minor warning. You must understand, they mean no harm. Monitoring someone as extraordinary as you is part of our S-H-I-E-L-D duty, and it serves as a form of protection for you, Melinda explained, her tone laced with a hint of anger. So they were merely startled, Evanson said, his tone turning unfriendly. However, if they dare to intrude upon my home again, you might find yourself delivering compensation to their families. Can I take that as a threat? Melinda's eyes narrowed. No, I'm merely stating a fact, Evanson replied. I understand your work and can tolerate your remote surveillance here. But you must also respect my privacy. No monitoring devices are permitted in my home. As for protection, if I am threatened, they might as well be delivering their own demise. In truth, with Evanson's abilities, having a camera installed wouldn't pose much of a problem. As long as he erected a shadow barrier, those cameras would remain shrouded in darkness around the clock. His reason for bringing up the issue so assertively was to convey a message to S-H-I-E-L-D. We are equals, and mutual respect is paramount. I am not an easy target. Very well, I will relay your sentiments to Director Fury, Melinda conceded after comprehending Evanson's words. Melinda, your thought process seems to leap too swiftly, he remarked. Chapter 67. You need strength. Melinda was momentarily taken aback by Evanson's unconventional way of thinking. The atmosphere had been so serious just before. How could he divert the conversation to such a topic? After a brief pause, Melinda rolled her eyes and said, I've transitioned to an internal position. Coulson should have mentioned it to you. Yes, he did mention it, and it seems you were the one who initiated the request. Evanson pondered aloud. An internal role does seem ill-suited for you, both in terms of job nature and attire. Why would you choose such a mundane occupation? At this mention, Melinda's expression dimmed. It's nothing really. I simply wanted to avoid field work. I've grown accustomed to death and bloodshed, and now I seek a more tranquil job. Is that truly the case? Evanson's skepticism was evident. I can see that you possess the heart of a warrior. You yearn for battle. For you, sitting in an office doing menial tasks must be far more unbearable than facing combat. Moreover, during your last visit, the desire for strength you exhibited was certainly not characteristic of someone weary of fighting. Fighting signifies death, Melinda replied wistfully. Sometimes it's the enemy. Sometimes it's our own. And at times, it's those who ought not to die. I ponder that if I refrain from participating in battles, perhaps I wouldn't have to witness such tragedies. While Melinda mentioned enemies, allies, and those who should not die, she omitted any reference to herself, revealing that she was not afraid of death but rather fearful of witnessing the demise of others, especially when it was due to her actions. Why am I sharing this with you? Melinda suddenly became aware, realizing that as an agent, it was somewhat excessive to confide in someone she had only met twice. As a sorcerer, evoking honesty from a layperson was not too challenging, yet it proved difficult if the other party harbored suspicions, unless one were to interrogate their very soul. Evanson concluded, Thus, I believe you are not weary but rather evading. Evading? Melinda reflected on the term, then offered a bitter smile. Perhaps, but I no longer wish to experience those events. Maybe this is what they call out of sight, out of mind. Such a negative mindset is not right. You ought to seek a psychologist. Or, Evanson smiled and added, Listen to my advice. As a sorcerer, I have profound insights into the mind. I'll heed your words, Melinda replied decisively. Evanson was taken aback. I'm surprised. I thought you would trust a psychologist more than a mysterious sorcerer, especially since we're not too familiar. Melinda smirked. Psychologists are ineffectual. My ex-husband was one. Ex-husband? You're divorced? Evanson asked, astonished. He knew little about Melinda and had assumed she was either unmarried or involved with someone within S.H.I.E.L.D. He had not anticipated her ex-husband would be a psychologist. Oh, that's truly unfortunate. Melinda raised an eyebrow, thinking, why do you lament my divorce? Even if we assume you have some inappropriate intentions, you should be relieved. Honestly, what is there to regret? Her expression darkened, teeth grinding audibly. Her hands clenched on the table, threatening to shatter it. She felt she had the patience of a saint, barely restraining the urge to punch the insufferable face before her. Taking a deep breath, Melinda composed herself and asked in as calm a voice as possible, how do we resolve this? Strength. Evanson narrowed his eyes. What I can offer you is solely strength, and it is all you require. Strength? Melinda echoed, bewildered. Indeed, strength. Evanson spoke in an enticing tone. If you possess immense power, you can protect your comrades. You can safeguard the innocent. As Melinda fell into contemplation at his words, Evanson continued. When your strength is formidable enough, you will have complete control over the unfolding circumstances. Those who ought to live shall live, and those who deserve to die shall perish. You understand this deep within, which is why upon seeing that book, your thirst for power was so palpable. This is your true inner yearning. Melinda seemed lost in thought, staring blankly at Evanson. My inner yearning? I am willing, she finally conceded after a long deliberation. Yet, she expressed her concern. But that book has already rejected me. You mentioned I lack the qualifications to learn from it. Indeed, that is true, but it is of little consequence, Evanson replied dismissively. I had no intention of teaching you magic. Melinda was perplexed. After all, he was a sorcerer who wielded magic. What else could he possibly teach? Noticing her confusion, Evanson clarified, you were able to see that book. Although it rejected you, your reaction was not entirely unfavorable. For one unfit to learn magic, it was commendable. For individuals like you, I have a special method. While it may not grant you the ability to cast spells, it will bestow upon you considerable strength. Really? Melinda inquired uncertainly. Do I appear to be deceiving you? Evanson shrugged. Melinda felt that despite his eccentric thinking and penchant for harmless jokes, he would not jest about such a grave matter. Thus, she chose to trust him. How do I attain this strength? Patience, Evanson replied gently. Though I intend to grant you strength, now is not the opportune moment. Your current state is unsuitable. When will it be appropriate? Melinda pressed anxiously. Why? Melinda's eyes flickered, indicating her unwillingness to keep this matter concealed from S.H.I.E.L.D. To be frank, Evanson smiled, the power of sorcerers, even among dark wizards, is considered perilous and malevolent. Imparting it to unsuitable individuals would not aid them, but rather harm them. This is why I wish to wait until you stabilize your mindset before teaching you. Can you agree to this, Melinda? Very well, I agree, Melinda ultimately acquiesced. What's so wrong with being deemed evil? What is the harm in being dangerous? When one is out of options and confronted with a fully loaded rifle, would you refuse to use it simply because it was crafted by the enemy? This encapsulates Melinda's misunderstanding of sorcerer's magic. Then it is settled, Evanson extended his hand. Melinda grasped his hand, affirming, it is settled. As Melinda accepted, she noticed a faint green light emanating from Evanson's hand, spreading to her own. Simultaneously, a wave of intense heat surged across her knuckles. Startled, Melinda withdrew her hand and gazed at her knuckles, where a complex, arcane green rune appeared, flickering like flames before quickly vanishing. What is this? What did you do? Evanson pondered for a moment before adding, however, I am not entirely adept at this. It may cause you to forget more things. Do you not trust me? Melinda asked angrily. Evanson's actions irritated her. No one enjoys being coerced, even for something they willingly accept, let alone being monitored. I believe in you, but can you believe in yourself? Evanson countered. Moreover, this is merely a precaution. As long as you adhere to our agreement, it will be as if it does not exist. I will, Melinda replied resolutely, and then departed. I am truly looking forward to it. After accepting my power, to whom will you ultimately pledge your loyalty, Melinda? Chapter 68. Do not forget the freezing issue despite Melinda's exceptional abilities as a high-ranking agent. Evan's perception was that her mental fortitude was not markedly different from that of an ordinary individual. For a person like her, psychological vulnerabilities are profoundly daunting. Unlike physical shortcomings, these weaknesses are intangible, rendering them almost imperceptible. Yet, to a sorcerer like Evan, they are as conspicuous as flames in the darkness. And almost entirely defenseless, not due to a lack of will, but rather due to their inherent fragility. Once Evan detects even the slightest hint of such frailties, he requires little effort to exploit them. A mere suggestion suffices to breach their defenses. In the presence of a twilight priest, a faceless one, or even more terrifying, an ancient deity, the task becomes even simpler. They need only a gesture, a glance, or a fleeting thought to induce complete collapse. Once the mental defenses are breached, guiding them to act according to one's will becomes an effortless endeavor, an accomplishment that even the Hydra's brainwashing techniques could achieve, let alone Evan, who is adept at tempting others into moral decay. Indeed, Melinda was aware that acquiring power comes at a cost. However, she remained entirely ignorant of the true nature of a sorcerer's power. In her understanding, the price of power was confined to rigorous training, acquiring strength through sweat and toil. She had no inkling of the sacrifices required to accept the power bestowed by a sorcerer. Today had proven exceptionally busy for Evan, as he had first visited Hawk to collect his spoils before attempting to seduce, nay, persuade, Melinda. This was a mentally taxing endeavor, and by the time everything was settled, the night had deepened. Even Evan, whose mental acuity had been honed through magical practice, found himself somewhat fatigued. "Boss, come outside. There's something intriguing," Sarah called out to Evan, who was about to close the shop. Curious, Evan approached the entrance and noticed Sarah gazing intently at the sky. Following her gaze, he soon spotted an object soaring at an astonishing speed, trailing a stream of fire. Not only was it moving rapidly, but it was also flying at a considerable altitude, making it inconspicuous amidst the dazzling lights of New York City. Were it not for the extraordinary perceptiveness of both Sarah and Evan, they might have overlooked it entirely. However, Evan, still within the realm of humanity, could not match Sarah's demonic vision. He closed his eyes and concentrated, expanding his mental faculties to their utmost. The object was too distant and swift. Without this enhancement, it would be challenging to identify it. "Ah, I see." Evan discerned the true nature of the object using his mental prowess. Yet, at that moment, the object seemed to extinguish, dimming before plummeting from the sky. Evan withdrew his mental focus and turned to say, "Do not forget to address the freezing issue, Mr. Stark." It was evident that the unidentified object in the sky was none other than Tony Stark, who had just invented the Iron Man suit. While testing its capabilities was understandable, his ostentatious ascent to the stratosphere had left him frozen solid, now resigned to free falling through the air. One could only hope he managed to restart his suit before hitting the ground. Otherwise, one could only pray for its resilience against impact. "Master?" Sarah, as a demon, sensed the anomaly and inquired with evident concern. "Nothing of consequence, merely a large-scale psychic scan," Evan replied. After cautiously assessing the situation, he concluded that it was a reactive psychic scan directed at him. He had been rather negligent. Although Dr. Strange had yet to release a high-definition download before his traversal, Evan was aware that there were peers in this realm. "Is that true?" Sarah remained uneasy, cognizant that both sorcerers and demons were often met with disdain and hatred from those aware of their arcane powers. The area was littered with corpses. Though not of common folk, they clutched automatic rifles. The state of their demise suggested they had fallen victim to a meticulously planned ambush, executed before they could react. At that moment, a squad clad in black tactical gear was seen escorting two individuals kneeling on the ground. One was dressed in an elegant black suit, while the other wore an Arab-style white robe. Observing that the situation was under control, the leader of the black-clad operatives spoke into his communicator. "Commander, this is Ramro. The area is secure. You may proceed." Shortly after the communication ended, a bald man wearing clear glasses entered, carrying a briefcase. As he walked, he opened the shipping containers along the way, revealing them to be filled with an array of weaponry, light machine guns, assault rifles, rocket launchers, and a plethora of ammunition. Upon the bald man's arrival, the previously kneeling individual in white robes suddenly shouted, "Dogs of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Master S warriors will reveal nothing." Indeed, these individuals were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., dispatched to address a case involving the smuggling of arms to terrorists. This operation was commanded by Level 6 Agent Hilvert, with the task force executing the mission. While it seemed unremarkable, S.H.I.E.L.D. dealt with numerous such incidents within a year. This operation was distinct in that it targeted Hydra members embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. Unperturbed by the white-robed man's outburst, Hilvert shrugged nonchalantly. "No matter. I never intended for you to divulge anything. Bang. As soon as Hilvert finished speaking, one of the black-clad operatives executed the white-robed man. Oh God, I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me. The other operative, splattered with brain matter, nearly soiled himself. He was merely an arms dealer, not a fearless terrorist. I appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Yuri, Hilvert replied, pleased with the suited man's compliance. However, he swiftly changed his tone, saying, regrettably, I do not require your input. Next to the suited man, Ramrose seized his chin and forced a capsule into his mouth, snapping his jaw shut. The suited man then began to foam at the mouth, convulsing briefly before succumbing. Clean up the scene, Hilvert ordered the black-clad operatives, raising the briefcase. I must deliver this to Nick Fury, he added before turning to leave. On the briefcase, a striking red and white circular insignia was prominently displayed, Umbrella. Chapter 69. I want to give him a beating currently. It has become customary for S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel to report back to Nick Fury after engaging with Evanson. After all, it involves someone with level 10 clearance. One cannot simply meet him and leave without a word. What is the situation over there? Nick Fury inquired from his desk, addressing Melinda, who had come to provide her report the following day. Nothing particularly special. But he has already noticed the agents surveilling him and has left half of them quite jittery, Melinda replied. Nick Fury remained noncommittal. He had not expected such matters to remain hidden for long, especially if that individual's strength was indeed as formidable as he suspected. Did you discover this? Or did he disclose it himself? That was his own admission, Melinda confirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury grasped the message Evanson intended to convey. It was merely a small demonstration, signifying that he was not a soft target for S.H.I.E.L.D., and that while he could collaborate with them, they should not aspire to control him. What else did he say? Nick Fury was eager to ascertain just how uncontrollable Evanson truly was. If he was entirely beyond restraint, then Nick Fury could only express regret. He could not allow a person with immense supernatural abilities to roam freely. He stated he could understand S.H.I.E.L.D.'s need to monitor individuals with supernatural powers, yet he insisted that his privacy be respected. He can tolerate remote surveillance, but absolutely forbids the installation of monitoring devices in his room. And then, Nick Fury prompted. He further warned that if anyone were to install surveillance equipment in his home, S.H.I.E.L.D. should prepare for compensation, Melinda reported. Well, that is quite assertive, yet not entirely unreasonable. As a top-tier agent, Nick Fury had accurately discerned Evanson's limits through these statements. It wasn't too unreasonable, for he recognized that if surveillance were to be set up within the confines of Evanson's personal space, it would result in constant, all-encompassing monitoring, watching him even during meals, sleep, or bathroom breaks. Frankly, any normal individual without peculiar proclivities would find such intrusion exceedingly distasteful. Moreover, as per Nick Fury's intelligence, Evanson had killed several gang members who had harassed him in self-defense. Aside from the extent of that self-defense and the force employed being debatable, there were no other blemishes on his record. Conversely, he had assisted S.H.I.E.L.D. by exposing the existence of Hydra and locating Tony Stark through Habu's significant contributions that implied S.H.I.E.L.D. owed him a debt of gratitude. Thus, if subjected to the kind of surveillance typically reserved for dangerous criminals, Evanson's fury would be entirely understandable. In a role reversal, Nick Fury mused that even he would likely have to incapacitate a few individuals to relieve his frustration. Of course, had Nick Fury been aware of Evanson's true actions, he might have felt that even a swift execution would not suffice to quell his anger. Let it be. Remote monitoring it is. As he said, we shall respect each other. Nick Fury wished to avoid turning a favorable situation into a negative one, transforming a friend into an adversary. However, I don't believe I ever issued an order for in-home surveillance. It must have been those agents acting on their own volition. Perhaps your wording during the task assignment was too severe. Melinda pondered for a moment before responding. That does seem plausible. Evanson's clearance was level 10. So Nick Fury could not provide the agents with detailed information about the individual they were tasked to observe. However, to prevent any complacency, he had exaggerated the severity of the mission and overstated the importance of the surveillance target. Consequently, a misunderstanding arose, leading the agents to mistakenly believe that Evanson was an exceedingly dangerous person. You may arrange for those jittery agents to be replaced. and inform them not to be overly anxious. Normal surveillance will suffice. Nick Fury instructed Melinda. Though these matters fell within the realm of field operations, assigning them to Melinda, an exceptional former senior field agent, was entirely appropriate. In fact, as long as Melinda was not directly thrust into battle, she would not refuse other field assignments. Understood, sir. Melinda, indeed, did not find the order objectionable. However, after receiving the command, she did not leave immediately. Also, sir. Melinda clearly had more to say, but abruptly halted, sensing a strong burning sensation on her forearm. She recognized it as a precursor to Evanson's contract magic about to activate. In truth, her willingness to agree to Evanson so readily stemmed not only from her unfamiliarity with sorceress powers, but also from her intention to inform Nick Fury about the matter. Although she understood this would betray Evanson's goodwill and severely strain their relationship, it paled in comparison to the choices and ethics expected of an agent. And that mastery is somewhat unrefined. I may erase more than intended. What does some even quantify? I mustn't suddenly forget events from before I was 5. That would be quite the predicament. Is there anything else? Nick Fury asked, observing Melinda's hesitation. Nothing much. I merely wish to give that guy a sound thrashing. Melinda candidly expressed her current sentiment. I want to slam him to the ground and deliver a couple of kicks to his face. Has he been jesting with you again? Nick Fury inquired with curiosity. While he did not know the specifics of Evanson's latest jest, Melinda's demeanor suggested it was likely quite egregious. Upon reflecting on Habuz's antics, Nick Fury reasoned that Evanson's tongue was indeed prone to mischief. Well, next time, if the opportunity arises, do help me deliver a kick as well. Absolutely, sir. Melinda readily agreed. At that moment, Evanson, seated within the shop, let out a tremendous sneeze. He glanced at the diminishing contract mark on his forearm and mused aloud. It seems someone is speaking ill of me behind my back. However, that was a rather clever move, Melinda. Chapter 70. Technological blockade. The role of the director of SHIELD is undoubtedly demanding. In theory, he oversees all affairs of the agency, but this remains a theoretical notion. Human energy is, after all, finite. SHIELD handles countless matters daily, and even Nick Fury, working around the clock, cannot manage them all. Thus, he employs a tiered management system, delegating specific levels of issues to designated agents. This not only enhances operational efficiency, but also significantly bolsters confidentiality. No one can leak secrets, for apart from himself, no one possesses the entirety of the agency's secrets. Naturally, Fury does not trust his subordinates unreservedly. He conducts random checks to ensure SHIELD remains in a state of high efficiency. However, for particularly sensitive matters, he maintains constant vigilance to prevent any escalation. At this moment, Melinda, having just reported on the situation with Evanson, departed, and in her stead, Coulson arrived. He was there to provide an update on the secret research facility concerning the latest developments regarding the analysis of the corrupted individuals. It appeared that the news was not favorable. Observing Coulson's grave expression, Fury anticipated that he would not deliver any good tidings. Coulson, indeed, was in a somber mood and commenced his briefing directly. The research facility had conducted examinations on 25 uniquely mutated individuals, comparing their anatomical structures and blood samples. They discovered that their compositions and abilities were identical, with the only distinction being that the 5 from Afghanistan exhibited a greater degree of mutation and enhanced capabilities. However, they were almost entirely unarmed, which was why they were easily eradicated. Can we ascertain that their mutations were artificially induced? Fury inquired, voicing his primary concern. The emergence of 25 individuals, identical in both form and ability within a mere 2 days, sufficiently ruled out the likelihood of natural mutation. However, several questions lingered, such as why one group attacked a special facility on U.S. soil while another targeted American forces in Afghanistan searching for Tony Stark. Why was there a disparity in their strength levels, and why such a vast difference in their equipment? These enigmas plagued Fury's thoughts. Regarding the assailants at the special facility, he had developed a substantial suspicion towards Hydra. Although the hackers and Ethan had made significant efforts to mask their intentions before their demise, they overlooked a crucial fact. 90% of the items stored in the special repository were confiscated from Hydra. Who else, apart from Hydra, would harbor such an obsession with artifacts sealed for 60 years? If Hydra was indeed behind this, then the mutated individuals would also be their creation. This led to the pressing question: which organization possessed superior mutation technology? No, that was not the right question. Rather, what were their motives for sending operatives to Afghanistan? It was conceivable that they aimed to capture Tony Stark, either to coerce him into weapon development or, perhaps, to exact vengeance on behalf of Howard Stark. However, the disparity in equipment was so vast that it was almost unfathomable. One faction was lavishly equipped while the other was less advanced than primitive tribes in tropical jungles. Could it be that Hydra had its own economic disparities? That the American faction was affluent while the Afghan side was destitute? Such a notion seemed absurd. The rudimentary equipment in Afghanistan was indeed due to financial constraints. Thus, asserting that a single organization was responsible felt somewhat far-fetched. But if different organizations were involved, Fury found that even less plausible. How precious is the technology enabling directed mutation in humanity? It likely surpasses even nuclear technology. Could such knowledge be shared? What? Two organizations simultaneously mastering such technology? Preposterous. The U.S. government had labored for years on this technology, with General Ross nearing obsession without success, while S.H.I.E.L.D. had yet to glean any insight. Were they truly so far behind the rest of the world? Consequently, the likelihood that these mutated individuals were artificially created remained high. Yet, given the multitude of suspicious elements, Fury remained uncertain and sought to hear the conclusions drawn from the research facility's meticulous studies. Why? Fury questioned, perplexed. He was aware that the facility housed the world's most advanced instruments and the finest scientists, yet they were seemingly unable to conduct in-depth research, a fact that confounded him. Coulson explained that the researchers had discovered a unique energy within their blood, which they suspected to be the cause of the mutations. However, this energy was in a state of rapid decline. If blood was drawn from the body, the energy would diminish even more swiftly, likely vanishing before analysis could be completed. Is there no way to resolve this issue? Fury pressed. Technological blockade. Coulson replied, taking a deep breath. This energy decay pattern virtually precludes external analysis. Much like how our government disables engines when selling advanced aircraft to foreign nations, embedding white phosphorus within the main control chips, rendering any attempt to steal the technology futile. Everything would be rendered inoperable. While an aircraft can still fly with a disabled engine, these mutated individuals would likely perish the moment their energy starts to decay rapidly. Such biotechnological concepts were beyond Fury's comprehension. Yet, for Evanson, this was not particularly challenging. That enigmatic energy was the predominant force of sorcery, corrupt energy, with a skilled sorcerer's mastery over corrupt energy. Creating such an effect with some preliminary adjustments would be a simple task. However, no one seemed inclined to do so. Others wielding corrupt energy were more focused on proliferation than on inducing decay. Just as Fury grappled with these frustrations, his phone rang. Director, Agent Hill requests an audience. She claims to have critical information. Chapter 71. Terrorism? Typically, when a subordinate informs Nick Fury of an urgent matter, he promptly arranges a meeting. However, this time he instructed them to wait a moment. Coulson stood attentively, acutely aware that Fury's delay in contacting Hilvet was due to additional instructions intended for him. Given the circumstances, it was evident that progress at the research facility would stall for the time being. Thus, it was more prudent to assign Coulson to another task. What? Coulson has yet to rest after consecutive missions? Fury chuckled, leaning back in his chair. Life thrives on action. When have I, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., taken a break? The world was far from tranquil. The smuggling of arms to terrorists was on the rise. Hilvet had just dealt with a case of this nature, and his visit was likely to report on its developments. What do you require of me, sir? Coulson inquired, recognizing that Fury would not divulge such information without an underlying mission. Our informants in the Middle East have reported troubling news, Fury said, his brow furrowed. A group of terrorists near Afghanistan has acquired a significant cache of new weapons. Is there anything particularly noteworthy about these weapons? Coulson asked. It was not unusual for arms dealers to operate on the fringes of legality, supplying weapons to those in need. However, since this revelation came from the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was likely that these weapons were far from ordinary. Javelin missiles, Fury revealed, voicing his concern. Our informants have confirmed that these terrorists now possess a stockpile of Javelin missiles. Coulson was taken aback. Javelin missiles? Those are the latest missiles recently sold to the military by Tony Stark, aren't they? These missiles are not only easy to deploy, but also boast an advanced guidance system. After launch, the main rocket disassembles into multiple powerful warheads, making interception nearly impossible. They are renowned for their single-shot capability. How could local terrorists acquire such weaponry shortly after it was issued to the Afghan forces? Fury pondered. This suggests collusion between local troops and the terrorists in arms trafficking. Could it be that Stark Industries secretly sold arms to the terrorists, providing them with the most advanced weapons? Fury sighed, lamenting that, based on current intelligence, this was the only plausible explanation. What about Tony Stark? Is he involved in this? Coulson asked with concern. This worry stemmed not only from Tony being the son of Howard Stark, a founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., but also from recognizing Tony's immense value to Stark Industries. The company thrived not only on Howard's solid foundation, but also on Tony's genius. Almost all cutting-edge weapons were designed by him. Losing Tony would be akin to a beef noodle soup without the beef. This was evident from the 30% drop in Stark Industries stock following Tony's kidnapping. If Tony were secretly supporting the terrorists, it would be a tragic loss, not only strengthening the terrorists but also posing a grave threat to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the world at large. Those terrorists were the same individuals who kidnapped Tony, suggesting he was not involved. However, Fury's tone shifted. This could also be a ruse to exonerate himself. A calculated act of self-preservation. With that, Fury's demeanor sharpened as he fixed his gaze on Coulson. Therefore, I intend to dispatch you to thoroughly investigate this matter and uncover the truth. Understood, sir, Coulson replied, though he hesitated. What if it turns out that Tony was indeed involved? Fury opened his mouth, pausing momentarily before stating, then you must handle the situation discreetly. This is the final act I can perform for Howard. Coulson's expression hardened. Yes, I fully comprehend, sir. Fury did not intend to overlook Tony's involvement merely out of respect for Howard. He would not show favoritism. The notion of handling the situation discreetly implied that Tony would meet with an unfortunate accident. At least, that would be the public narrative. This approach would not only eliminate the threat, but also preserve Howard's reputation, sparing him the embarrassment of having a son branded as a traitor. It was a regrettable decision. And both Fury and Coulson prayed silently that Tony remained blissfully unaware of the situation. Afterward, Coulson departed to carry out his mission, leaving Fury in his office to meet Hilvet, who claimed to have important information. Soon, Hilvet entered the office, carrying a briefcase, having waited for some time. Without delay, he began his report. Last night, I led a task force to investigate a smuggling case. We have confirmed that the buyer was Ben Haas from the Middle East, while the seller was Yuri Budo. I will provide a detailed account of the quantities and types of weapons in a written report. Fury nodded, signaling him to continue. Hilvet continued, regrettably, we captured neither Ben Haas nor Yuri Budo alive. Ben Haas fought fiercely, while Yuri Budo took his own life. Suicide? Fury questioned, perplexed. He was not surprised by Ben Haas's demise. Those individuals had been brainwashed into madness, making it nearly impossible to capture them alive. However, he knew Yuri well. He was a cowardly and cunning man, always ensuring an escape route and colluding with high-ranking officials. Even if apprehended, he would not likely choose death. Why would he commit suicide? He loved his family, Hilvet stated. Fury immediately grasped the implication. Someone must have threatened Yuri's family. This indicated that Yuri was involved in something significant. Should he speak, his family would face certain death, prompting his drastic choice. The object in question was likely the important matter Hilvet had mentioned. The briefcase must be the reason for Yuri's suicide, correct? Fury inquired. Yes, sir, Hilvet confirmed, placing the briefcase before Fury. Upon opening it, Fury discovered a mini-computer embedded in the top compartment, while the lower section housed 6 spiral bottles containing an unknown liquid. As he activated the computer, a red and white circular logo appeared on the screen, accompanied by a stern yet authoritative German voice. It is my honor to introduce you to the latest product of Umbrella Corporation, the Tyrant Biocombat Enhancement Serum. Chapter 72. No one is foolish. The tyrannical biocombat soldier will undoubtedly become a nightmare for your enemies, offering unparalleled value. I am pleased to complete this transaction. Sieg Heil. If it weren't for the astonishing nature of the product he was promoting, coupled with that final slogan, Nick Fury would have deemed it a rather clumsy sales pitch. However, aside from the monotonous voice and misaligned subtitles, the visuals displayed on the screen were truly breathtaking. Nick Fury witnessed an ordinary adult male consume a vial of the potion, and within 2 minutes, His body underwent rapid and severe transformations. Once the metamorphosis concluded, the man resembled the familiar figures Nick had seen in Afghanistan and the Special Base's mutants. Following this, footage of the newly transformed mutant undergoing various tests, including the use of an array of firearms, was showcased. Nick Fury believed that this time, he might not return empty-handed. Although Yuri's suicide had complicated the further investigation of this organization, these vials of potions still held considerable value. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. would soon be able to decipher the formula of this potion and replicate it, or even develop specialized weapons to combat these artificial mutants. Silvered understood what Nick Fury was contemplating. He adjusted his glasses and remarked that it seemed possible at present, but Silvered hesitated, prompting Nick Fury to inquire, "But what?" Silvered continued, "When Yuri committed suicide, he activated the mechanism on the box, injecting the potions with a substantial amount of enzyme solution, capable of obliterating any known biological tissue." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression soured instantaneously. He realized that these potions were likely rendered useless, even if the potions themselves were not biological in nature. The fact that the adversary chose to employ enzyme solution to destroy them ensured that no valuable information could be extracted from these remnants. "Let us hand them over to a secret research facility and see if they can glean anything," Nick Fury suggested, refusing to lose hope. Furthermore, he continued, "Once you arrive at the secret research facility, do not inquire about anything. They won't divulge any information either." Nick Fury patted the briefcase before him and added, "Anyone who has come into contact with this item, including you, must swiftly forget about it. If I hear any rumors, well, you are aware of the consequences." "Understood, sir," Silvert replied, feigning an expression of trepidation. "I have a poor memory. After a night's sleep, I shall forget everything. Others will do the same, I assure you." "Excellent." Nick Fury responded with satisfaction. "You may leave now." After Silvert exited the office with the briefcase, a barely perceptible shadow of disappointment crossed his features. He had anticipated that Nick Fury would assign him to handle this matter, allowing him to further complicate the situation and divert S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention from the Special Base incident. However, he soon reconciled himself to the reality of his status as a Level 6 agent, which, while not insignificant, did not grant him the trust of Nick Fury. He understood the gravity of the situation he had inadvertently created. Thus, Nick Fury would undoubtedly select a more trusted high-ranking agent to manage this affair. Moreover, he felt it best to remain uninvolved. After all, this was merely a favor that Daniel Hawkeye had requested from Minister Pierce, essentially a means for Hawkeye to clean up his own mess. With Nick Fury's attention successfully diverted, Silver deemed it unnecessary to exert excessive effort. Should he overexert himself and attract Nick Fury's scrutiny, it would be counterproductive. It was wiser to let things unfold naturally. Resolving to withdraw from the matter, Silvert hastened away with the briefcase. Indeed, this situation was precisely the resolution Hawkeye had envisioned. No one was a fool. Hawkeye contemplated that if the Umbrella Corporation could manipulate him to attract S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention, why couldn't he reciprocate in kind? By assaulting the Special Base, he could redirect S.H.I.E.L.D.'s animosity towards him, and then, without hesitation, feign an attack, shatter their expectations, and return the ire. Furthermore, despite the current amicable collaboration with the Umbrella Corporation, should S.H.I.E.L.D. ever fall, the Umbrella Corporation would emerge as a formidable adversary to Hydra, an organization that had once betrayed its own kind. Thus, if not now, when? The events had escalated to this point, perhaps embodying what is known as the butterfly effect. A moth from the Americas fluttering its wings could incite a tempest across the ocean. After Silvert's departure, Nick Fury paced within his office, overwhelmed by the succession of recent significant events. "Get Agent Silvert on the line," Nick Fury commanded, pressing the telephone. Chapter 73. The most dangerous enemy. Nick Fury sat in his chair, eyes closed, seeking solace after a day of relentless turmoil. The situation with Evanson was manageable, but the revelations regarding Stark Industries selling arms to terrorists and the sudden emergence of the Umbrella Corporation, which was creating mutants, had deeply unsettled him. For the first time, he felt a sense of impotence. Before long, the dashing Agent Hill arrived to report. Upon her arrival, Fury summoned his strength and languidly inquired, "Hill, have you heard of the Umbrella Corporation?" With a furrowed brow, Hill pondered for a moment before replying, "No, I've never heard of it." Is that so? I hadn't heard of it either until today. Upon learning about this organization, I sensed the emergence of our most dangerous enemy. Hill's surprise was palpable. The fact that Fury deemed this obscure organization as the most perilous indicated that it was far more than a mere band of terrorists. Do they possess the technology for mutation, enhanced human capabilities? She queried, her language shifting to reflect the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Fury confirmed, and their technology is remarkably advanced. That is quite alarming, Hill acknowledged. The implications of enhanced individuals far surpass the capabilities of Captain America against Hydra or confronting a fortified base. An organization possessing such technology truly warranted the title of most dangerous enemy. Yet, Fury sensed that Hill had yet to grasp the full extent of the peril. Do you know how I learned about this company? From an advertisement. Hill was taken aback. An advertisement? After a moment's contemplation, she realized the nature of the special product in question. Could it be enhancement drugs? Fury nodded solemnly. Precisely. That is why I label them as the most dangerous enemy. Nations armed with nuclear weapons are not the most perilous. Those possessing the capability to obliterate the Earth multiple times over are not the true threat. The real danger lies with entities that not only possess nuclear arms, but also traffic them indiscriminately for profit. This creates a terrifying uncertainty, as one cannot predict who might acquire such world-ending weapons or whether global nuclear conflict might erupt in an instant. Do you understand the implications? The advertisement I received was in German, yet the subtitles were in Russian. What does that suggest? That their translation team is utterly amateurish? Fury posed. One might say that. Hill replied. Fury continued. In Afghanistan, 5 inadequately equipped enhanced individuals attacked a U.S. search team shortly before a notorious Middle Eastern terrorist, bin Has, personally sought to purchase these drugs. Who do you think will be their next buyer? While the situation surrounding the special base contained hidden agendas, the notion of showcasing their merchandise was not entirely dismissed. Fury withheld details about Hydra but acknowledged Hill's reasoning. Hydra's exploitation of enhanced individuals to assault the base served as an excellent promotional platform. Fury elaborated, they assault U.S. forces in Afghanistan, selling the drugs to Middle Eastern terrorists, then strike American soil, selling the enhancements to Russia. What do you think their next move will be? Hill ventured a bold hypothesis. Assault Moscow to sell enhancements to the United States, attack Seoul to supply North Korea, strike Pyongyang, then sell to South Korea, attack Paris to sell to Germany, assault Berlin, and then sell to France. Quite astute, Fury remarked gravely. This would spark a new arms race. After witnessing the power of these enhanced individuals, nations will scramble to acquire them, and the specter of a Cold War will once again loom over the world. The ultimate victor in this competition will be the Umbrella Corporation, which holds the key to producing these enhancements. Hill's expression shifted repeatedly as she calculated the likelihood of these scenarios, only to regretfully conclude that they were indeed plausible. Once a single nation equips itself with enhanced troops, neighboring countries and competitors will inevitably follow suit, leading to a global chain reaction. We must halt them, Hill asserted resolutely. Indeed. Do you think I summoned you for mere pleasantries? Fury replied. Agent Hill, from this day forth, I empower you to select your most trusted subordinates to form a special task force reporting directly to me. No one else may interfere. Your mission is to pursue all leads regarding the Umbrella Corporation with unwavering resolve. Fury continued to emphasize the gravity of the situation. Be aware that this Umbrella Corporation, previously unheard of, undoubtedly possesses a highly sophisticated intelligence network. Therefore, your operations must remain clandestine, hidden within the shadows. Do you understand? Despite their lofty ambitions and unwavering determination, their pursuit was destined to be futile unless they acknowledged the alternate identity of the Umbrella Corporation, an entity they had inflated in their imaginations to the brink of inciting global warfare, known as the Richter Emporium. The entire company comprised merely 4 individuals and a dog, and its chairman, a man unable to afford even a car, was currently dedicating himself to mastering a highly practical skill, investing substantial resources in the process. Chapter 74, Pursuit of Mastery in Any Case. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra are 2 organizations that mutually drag each other down. However, Evanston remains blissfully unaware of their ensuing chaotic endeavors, as he is currently engrossed in honing a particular skill. An elderly gentleman, with hair as white as snow, sternly instructs Evanston to concentrate and not be distracted by external factors. Evanston feels a twinge of anxiety, but reassures, "I have always excelled at focusing." The old man gazes ahead while remaining vigilant of the surroundings. Evanston comprehends the importance of being aware, understanding that one must anticipate unforeseen circumstances to avoid panic. "No problem. This is my forte," Evanston confidently responds. The old man, with a serious demeanor, declares, "Now is the time." Evanston takes a deep breath and then engages the clutch, shifts gears, accelerates, releases the clutch, and steers the wheel. A training vehicle smoothly traverses the intersection. Indeed, Evanston is learning to drive and has been at it for several days. Although his current financial situation does not permit him to purchase a car, it does not hinder him from obtaining a driver's license. In America, it is rather peculiar for an adult to be without a license, as it often serves as a form of identification. Evanston has long aspired to acquire a driver's license, but financial constraints stood in his way. Recently, however, he experienced a windfall. Utilizing his foresight, he adeptly navigated the tumultuous stock market, securing a substantial profit. While he has yet to amass great wealth, he has at least alleviated his financial struggles, allowing him the leisure to pursue a driving license. "Really? Then I might graduate sooner than expected," Evanston exclaimed with delight as he unbuckled his seatbelt. His study of magic has sharpened his intellect, granting him formidable learning abilities. By the way, his instructor, known as Bruce, is the top coach at this driving school. Bruce chuckled and shook his head, saying, "That won't do. According to the law, you must accumulate a certain amount of training hours and pass an examination before you can hold a license. Essentially, it means that regardless of your driving proficiency, you must complete a predetermined amount of lessons before you are eligible for the test, after which the license is issued." Evanston internally cursed the absurdity of it all. Yet he felt it hardly worth getting worked up over such trivialities. After all, he cannot afford a car just yet, so there is no rush. Having learned sufficiently, he sees no need to linger at the training grounds like a novice. A brief daily practice will suffice to ensure his skills remain sharp. Thus, having practiced enough for one day, Evanston bid farewell. "Let us call it a day, Bruce." "Thank you very much." Bruce warmly replied, "No need for thanks, Mr. Richter. It is my duty." In life, a woman fears marrying the wrong man, while a man fears entering the wrong profession. Evanston, in a moment of folly, once sold amulets in the bustling metropolis of New York, even peddling counterfeit goods, which doomed his business to fail miserably. Today's total revenue is $30. "The highest this month," Sarah remarked with a chuckle. Evanston sighed resignedly. "Oh well, it's not like I rely on this for a living." As darkness enveloped the sky, he decided to close the shop, knowing no one would come in. With such a lack of patrons during the day, the evenings were even more desolate. Consequently, Evanston's shop had the earliest closing hours and the most casual opening times on the street. Upon reaching the counter, Evanston turned on the television to see if there were any news updates. Coincidentally, a daytime news segment was being rebroadcast. On the screen stood a black officer clad in a blue military uniform, holding the rank of colonel, addressing a gathering of reporters. His speech conveyed that yesterday, during a training exercise, one of two F-22 fighter jets experienced a malfunction and crashed, although the pilot successfully ejected, resulting in no casualties. Since the incident in Afghanistan where Tony Stark narrowly escaped death from a bomb produced by his own company, he has seemingly undergone a profound transformation. He has come to realize that his long-held belief in using overwhelming force to maintain peace was fundamentally flawed, and he now seeks to atone for his past mistakes. For an ordinary individual, seeking redemption might entail prayers in a church, while a wealthy individual might donate a substantial sum to establish a charitable foundation. Tony Stark, being a wealthy man of intellect and exceptional skills, opted for a more unique and direct approach to atonement. After acquiring information about the terrorists who had kidnapped him from a female reporter with whom he had an intimate connection, he took matters into his own hands. Fueled by rage, he swiftly crafted a suit of armor and flew to Afghanistan, where he dealt with the local terrorists with ferocity, obliterating the freshly delivered Jericho missiles. With a dramatic flourish, he departed, leaving behind a mushroom cloud. Unfortunately, he made a grave error. He neglected to remember that the United States is a nation plagued by a paranoia of victimization, convinced that other countries continuously conspire to thwart their American dream. This distorted mindset has led them to construct an extensive missile defense system and radar network worldwide, with domestic defense being of paramount importance. Chapter 75. The Rising Tide Intercepted. Tony adhered to a policy of non-retaliation, opting to refrain from both striking back and engaging in verbal confrontation. He showcased his seasoned expertise, engaging in a friendly race with two fighter jets. However, the jets, interpreting Tony's amicable gestures with fervor, promptly responded with cannon fire and missiles. Unfortunately, their skills fell short, resulting in a collision with Tony, who had executed an emergency stop. In a display of noble personal heroism and humanitarianism, Tony rescued a pilot ensnared in his parachute before departing. The military, perceiving the unidentified flying object as a benevolent force for having saved the pilot, sought to preserve their dignity and avert public panic, consequently announcing that the aircraft had experienced a mishap. Such is the nature of America, where freedom of speech is sometimes taken to excess, and the populace tends to view the government through a lens of conspiracy. If the public were to discover that an unidentified object had downed a fighter jet and intruded upon domestic airspace, it would not take long for rumors of an alien invasion, bombings by foreign adversaries, and apocalyptic prophecies to proliferate. In short order, citizens would be fortifying their homes with bomb shelters, and bottled water prices would soar to rival those of gasoline. Regardless of government efforts to dispel these rumors, the populace would remain convinced of a veiled truth, preferring to believe the most outlandish tales rather than official statements. Ironically, the more the public clings to these fabrications, the greater the government's need to obscure reality, leading to a vicious cycle of distrust. Nevertheless, amidst this tangled web of events, Tony returned home safely. While the public may have been misled, their emotions remained relatively stable, and the price of bottled water had yet to escalate to that of gasoline. However, the situation was far from resolved. At that moment, Agent Coulson, investigating Stark Industries, was privy to these developments and, benefiting from SHIELD's superior intelligence, possessed knowledge far exceeding that of the military. Aside from the identity of the individual clad in the iron suit, Coulson was well informed, even aware of the obliteration of the Javelin missiles by Afghan terrorists. Coulson's initial reaction to this information was skepticism. Such coincidences were rare. Just as he commenced his investigation, chaos erupted elsewhere, suggesting that someone was intent on erasing evidence. But who could that individual be? He had narrowed his suspicions to 3 potential culprits, all of whom possessed the power and means to transport those Javelin missiles to Afghanistan for sale to terrorists, and all were affiliated with Stark Industries. The first, naturally, was Tony Stark himself. As the company president, he wielded considerable authority, yet his suspicion was minimal. Not only had he previously been kidnapped, but his involvement would draw too much attention. However, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of his acting contrary to expectation. The second suspect was Obadiah Stane, a close ally of Tony's father, Howard. His prominent position within Stark Industries afforded him both capability and motive, particularly given his apparent enthusiasm for the arms trade and dissatisfaction with Tony's closure of the weapons division, rendering him a prime suspect. The third individual was Pepper Potts, Tony's personal secretary, whose intimate relationship with him and his trust in her could empower her to impersonate him and sell the missiles. Thus, Coulson could confidently assert that the truth lay among these 3. Following a meticulous investigation and analysis centered around them, Coulson effectively ruled out Tony and Pepper as suspects, leaving only Obadiah. However, Obadiah, being a seasoned operator, left scant evidence, compelling Coulson to harbor suspicions without actionable proof. Unfortunately, Obadiah was not a target to be recklessly pursued, necessitating a more cautious approach to evidence gathering. Regrettably, Obadiah's negligence was evident. While perusing trivial videos, he failed to secure sensitive folders. His computer, harboring critical secrets, was left unlocked, permitting an astute Pepper to effortlessly copy the files, sealing his fate. When Obadiah eventually discovered the breach, he recognized the gravity of the situation and activated his contingency plan. He first incapacitated Tony with ultrasonic weaponry, seizing the life-sustaining arc reactor, leaving Tony to await his demise. Subsequently, he donned his own iron suit, setting out to eliminate Pepper. At this juncture, Coulson obtained the incriminating files and led a team of agents to Obadiah's clandestine facility, intent on bringing him to justice. The encounter, however, devolved into chaos as Obadiah pursued them relentlessly. Fortuitously, the beleaguered Tony arrived just in time to avert catastrophe. During their confrontation, Coulson, having narrowly escaped, retreated to a vehicle and activated an onboard computer, revealing Nick Fury's stern visage on the screen. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Nick inquired after Coulson succinctly relayed the intelligence. Considering the data at hand, Coulson asserted that Obadiah's armor was superior in both power and firepower, while Tony's suit appeared to be inadequately charged. Good heavens, if that's the case. Tony is as good as doomed. How am I to face Howard in the afterlife? Then you should hasten to his aid. Coulson hesitated, responding, Sir, we are equipped with only 45 caliber handguns. Are you instructing me to assist or to sacrifice myself? Nick Fury, realizing the impracticality of sending Coulson and his team into the fray, pondered an alternative. According to your analysis, police involvement would only complicate matters, and the National Guard would take at least 2 hours to respond. Our own tactical unit would require an hour. In such a time frame, Tony might very well be beyond saving. Coulson, feeling the weight of the situation, thought, You are the director. What do you expect me to do? Observing the unfolding chaos, it was evident that Tony was at a disadvantage. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck Coulson as he retrieved a business card from his jacket pocket. Sir, I have a potential candidate in mind, but I require your approval. Chapter 76, The Hydra's Schmidt. In the midst of a deep slumber, Evanson was roused by the insistent ringing of his mobile phone, eliciting a pained groan from him. With great reluctance, he managed to utter, Hello, this is Evanson. Who is this? The voice on the other end was urgent and flustered. Evanson, this is Coulson. I urgently need your assistance. Evanson propped himself up in bed, casting a disgruntled glance at the clock, which read 1 o'clock in the morning. Coulson, do you have any idea what time it is? My sincere apologies for disturbing you at this hour, but there's a dire situation at hand, Coulson replied, speaking rapidly, his tone devoid of any semblance of remorse. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Evanson muttered, A dire situation? What is it to me? Coulson, glancing at the craters outside his vehicle, felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. Indeed, it was a case of divine beings clashing while mere mortals suffered the consequences. Tony and Obadiah were engaged in a fierce battle, missiles flying indiscriminately, with one such missile detonating not far from Coulson's car. Realizing that if this continued, he might meet his end before Tony did, he shouted into the phone, This is far more exhilarating than mere combat. Will you assist me or not? Evanson pondered for a moment, suspecting that Tony had indeed begun battling Obadiah. He was inclined to dress and rush to the scene for a spectacle. However, he quickly reconsidered. Why should he not extract some benefit from this request? If Coulson sought his help, it would be folly not to demand a favor in return. Don't fret. I'll assist you, Evanson declared. Coulson was overjoyed. That is splendid. I cannot thank you enough. Do you have the business card I gave you? Evanson inquired. Of course. I have it right here. I called you using the number on it, Coulson replied, retrieving the card. Evanson flashed a sly smile. Perfect. Now turn it over. What for? Coulson questioned, perplexed, wondering if the card held some enchantment that would allow Evanson to teleport. He was mistaken in his speculation. Evanson instructed, Look at what is written on the back. Upon inspecting the card, Coulson read the curious inscription, Inheritor of the ancient exorcist lineage, offering services in exorcism, divination, fortune-telling, palmistry, and astrology. Baffled, Coulson asked, What do you mean by this? Evanson, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, It's quite simple. I suppose this predicament qualifies as an exorcism. We must establish a service fee up front. I do not negotiate. Coulson was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping his phone in disbelief. What is this? Shouldn't you be altruistically proclaiming that vanquishing evil is your duty? Why the demand for compensation? It was no surprise that Coulson was flummoxed. Heroes like Superman or Ultraman never presented a bill to the United Nations after saving the world. This was simply not the norm. Let me speak with him. A voice interjected suddenly. It was Nick Fury. Due to the unusual circumstances, Fury had approved Coulson's request for Evanson's assistance, but intended to supervise the interaction closely. This was not merely about gathering information. They needed Evanson to engage in combat. Moreover, Fury was intrigued to see how the sorcerer, whom he had never met, would approach the situation. From what he had gathered, Evanson was quite the slippery character. Thus, he did not allow Coulson to terminate the video call and observe the conversation unfold. As expected, Evanson was indeed concocting a scheme. Fury interjected, Are you planning to negotiate terms with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Evanson, hearing the unfamiliar voice, replied, Who are you? What do you want? Fury raised an eyebrow, bemused by Evanson's bravado. I am Nick Fury. Evanson felt a surge of surprise. He had not anticipated Fury's involvement. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed. Knowing that Fury would soon learn of the circumstances, and conversing directly with him was not detrimental. After all, any agreement made by Coulson would require Fury's approval. "Oh, the esteemed director. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," Evanson remarked. Fury responded, "Oh, you know of me?" Evanson chuckled, "The illustrious director of S.H.I.E.L.D. How could I remain ignorant of your reputation? Indeed, that simplifies matters. Now, shall we return to the main issue? What are your terms?" Evanson candidly replied, "Of course. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. not pay its agents? I am merely a civilian. Do you expect me to provide my services pro bono?" Fury found himself momentarily at a loss for words, conceding that Evanson made a compelling argument. "Very well, time is of the essence. Let us be brief. What do you desire?" Despite Fury's outward calm, he was calculating internally. He understood that if Evanson's demands were excessive, not only would he refuse to fulfill them, but it would also alter S.H.I.E.L.D.'s view of Evanson. A greedy individual, unaware of limits, could become a liability, and it was prudent to mitigate risks beforehand. However, he had overestimated Evanson's aspirations. "I want a car." "What? You want a car?" Fury nearly choked on his words. Not because the request was unreasonable, but rather because it was astonishingly simple. A car was merely a matter of finance, nothing overly complex. "Exactly. At my age in America, not having a car is rather embarrassing," Evanson continued, then sighed. "But as you know, my financial situation is rather dire." Fury considered the request, feeling it was almost trivial. "No problem. What make do you prefer? Lamborghini, Bentley, or Bugatti? As long as you resolve this matter, Tony Stark will be more than willing to cover the cost." Fury smirked inwardly, realizing that since this was a financial matter, and with a wealthy benefactor like Tony, there was no need to burden S.H.I.E.L.D.'s budget, which was taxpayer money after all. Moreover, they were essentially saving Tony's life. As Evanson pointed out, it was hardly reasonable to expect someone to rescue him without compensation. Unexpectedly, Evanson stated, "I want the Hydra Schmidt. You must have heard of this vehicle." Chapter 77, Justice from the Sky. The Hydra Schmidt, the beloved vehicle of the former Hydra leader Red Skull, is a six-wheeled convertible, boasting a body design that adheres closely to aerodynamic principles. It is equipped with a 16-cylinder turbocharged engine, rendering it not only an incredibly fast supercar, but also remarkably adept at off-road adventures. Evanson has long coveted this automobile, previously relegating his desires to mere fantasies. However, he now believes he can make it his own. After proposing his terms, Evanson continued, asserting that the vehicle should have been seized by Peggy Carter and is currently in the possession of S.H.I.E.L.D. He urged, "Do not tell me it has been destroyed. I find that hard to believe, especially given its unique significance. Throughout history, humanity has harbored a peculiar habit of collecting the skulls, helmets, or armors of their enemies as trophies to boast of their accomplishments. S.H.I.E.L.D. is no exception. After Red Skull's defeat, his beloved car, the Hydra Schmidt, became a part of their collection. Given the vehicle's importance and its previous owner, Nick Fury could not resist inquiring further, "What makes you desire that car?" He also wondered if there were hidden secrets within the automobile that Evanson was privy to. Contemplating the rarity of this singular vehicle in a world filled with numerous limited editions like Lamborghinis or Maseratis. After reflecting on the car's striking design, Fury conceded, "Indeed, it is quite impressive. However, compared to the life and death of Tony, this 60-year-old car pales in significance. I shall grant your request. Regardless of its significance, it remains merely an automobile, and with Hydra's resurgence, retaining it would be more ironic than proud. So it is settled then. A pleasant collaboration, Director Fury." Evanson concluded before hanging up. Nick Fury then instructed Coulson, "If that sorcerer enters the fray, you must observe closely and record the entire event. Understood?" The intelligence S.H.I.E.L.D. had on Evanson's capabilities was merely conjecture based on scant evidence. This was a rare opportunity to witness his prowess firsthand. "Understood, sir," Coulson assured. And as the screen before him faded to black, Nick Fury logged off. Coulson, feeling anxious, watched as Tony and Obadiah soared through the skies, enjoying their duel. While he remained powerless to intervene, he retrieved his phone and dialed the agent tasked with monitoring Evanson. Initially, He intended to call Evanson directly, but opted instead for the surveillance team to avoid delaying him. "This is Level 6 Agent Phil Coulson," he stated as soon as the call connected, hastily inquiring whether Evanson Richter had departed. The on-duty personnel confirmed Coulson's identity before reporting he has left, and he was in quite a hurry, riding off on a bicycle. Upon hearing this, Coulson exhaled in relief, thinking that while Evanson may not have been quick-witted, he was nonetheless competent. However, upon learning about the bicycle, he nearly choked in disbelief. "Damn it, I'm on the verge of losing my mind here. And he rides a bicycle? Relying on him is worse than relying on the National Guard. What nonsense about the Antarctic? Isn't that just tabloid drivel? You, of all people, should know better." "Understood, sir. We will complete the mission," the agents, eager to avoid a fate spent in the Antarctic, promised before hanging up and rushing downstairs to their vehicle. As they started the car, they hoped fervently that Evanson wouldn't vanish without a trace, lest they be left counting penguins. With the engine roaring, they sped off, reaching a brisk speed of at least 130 miles per hour. However, just as they turned a corner, they slammed on the brakes. They spotted the very individual they were pursuing, casually leaning against his bicycle and giving them a thumbs up, signaling for a ride. The agents in the car restarted the engine, eventually processing the absurdity of the situation. "When did you become aware of our presence?" they wondered aloud, incredulous that Evanson had seemingly anticipated their every move. With a bemused expression, Evanson replied, "I knew from the very start." The agent, bewildered, reiterated, "From the very start? Come on, we were conducting a covert surveillance operation, and the target knew we were there all along. This is frustrating. Perhaps you've been in that room too long." Developing a case of agoraphobia, Evanson retorted dismissively. The three agents exchanged nervous glances, recalling their mentor's warning not to provoke this individual, whose ability to unnerve others was genuinely intimidating. Resolute, they decided to limit their communication with him unless instructed otherwise. Noticing the agent's silence, Evanson remarked, "Rest assured, as long as you don't intrude upon my domain or attempt to install anything inappropriate, I will not take action against you." Meanwhile, Coulson's situation was far from optimistic, verging on the dire. Tony's inadequately charged suit was clearly no match for Obadiah, who was brutishly overpowering. Had it not been for Tony's quick thinking in diverting Obadiah to the stratosphere, allowing him to experience a freezing free fall, he might have already met his demise. Unfortunately, Obadiah's resilience proved formidable. After plummeting from such heights, he was still relentless in his pursuit of Tony. "To be frank, I'm not particularly fond of this contraption, but wearing it feels exhilarating." Obadiah taunted Tony with a triumphant grin. He then aimed his machine guns at the nearly incapacitated Tony, declaring, "You created the most formidable weapon only to be undone by your own invention. Your father would be proud." Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Obadiah, who had felt assured of victory, was suddenly engulfed by a torrential downpour of fire. Chapter 78. The tide falls in a spectacular display of arcane power. The sorcerer summoned an innumerable array of sulphurous flames, crafting a rain of fire that cascaded upon his foes. In reality, this formidable skill was not as rigid as it appeared. The sorcerer possessed the ability to modify the attack scope, thereby increasing its density or expanding its range. Nonetheless, the quantity of sulphurous flames conjured was intrinsically tied to the sorcerer's own strength. Given Evanson's current prowess, he could only summon 66 flames in a single invocation. This fiery deluge did not descend from the heavens. Rather, it materialized from Evanson's magical essence, coalescing 30 meters above Obadiah, manifesting with astonishing swiftness. The beleaguered Obadiah had scarcely enough time to don his armor before being engulfed by the inferno. Furthermore, the attack's radius had been meticulously adjusted by Evanson, encompassing merely 10 meters, thus ensuring that the majority of the flames struck Obadiah directly. Coulson, who had been recording from a distance, was rendered speechless. Although he felt no heat and heard no thunderous explosions, he dared not underestimate the ferocity of the firestorm. The flames, still alight, instilled in him an instinctual urge to flee, while the asphalt beneath them melted into a viscous pool. With a piercing shriek, Obadiah emerged from the flames, miraculously unscathed by the hellish blaze. His team of scientists, though lacking Tony's genius and unable to fashion an elegant and multifaceted suit of armor, had managed to cobble together a robust and powerful behemoth. It was this very resilience that had allowed Obadiah to withstand Tony's energy blasts and missiles unscathed, and it was this same trait that had saved him once more. As Obadiah exited the flames, he promptly unsealed his armor. His visual system, compromised by Tony, rendered him momentarily blind upon sealing it shut. A cloud of steam erupted as he opened his armor, resembling a man who had just emerged from a sauna. His body flushed and red, indicating that he sought to dissipate heat. Witnessing this, Tony, lying on the ground, swallowed hard, realizing it was time to enhance his armor with thermal insulation. Obadiah, wary and scanning his surroundings, sought to identify his assailant, despite his disheveled appearance. With electrical sparks intermittently crackling from his armor and traces of melted metal adorning its edges, he was still capable of fighting back. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, wielding a staff adorned with a skull, producing a rhythmic tapping sound as he walked. "Who are you?" Obadiah demanded, noting the figure's peculiar attire, reminiscent of legendary sorcerers. He thought to himself, dressed like that, and yet attacking me, how audacious to claim justice from the heavens. However, the bizarrely intense flames that had just manifested instilled within him a sense of caution. The figure was clad in a blue-purple robe etched with runes, with a peculiar decoration of inverted blades floating above his shoulders. A swirling vortex of dark particles danced behind him, and atop his head rested a crown-like hood. Most striking of all was his face, where only the eyes glimmered with two pulsating yellow points, surrounded by an ethereal blue glow. "Oh, I wasn't referring to you, Mr. Stark," the figure remarked, turning to address the just-risen Tony. Tony could only grimace, resigned to the fact that he too was encased in a suit of armor. "Is this your ally, Stark?" The words clearly provoked Obadiah, who, believing himself invulnerable, raised his Gatling gun towards the figure, declaring, "Whatever you are, you shall perish." The gun, however, did not fire. Instead, it emitted a shower of sparks. Obadiah soon realized that all of his external weaponry had been rendered inoperative by the searing heat. "Ah!" he howled, ripping the gun from his frame and charging forward, convinced that his formidable armor, capable of transforming cars into bowling pins, would effortlessly crush his adversary. The figure, unperturbed, merely lifted his staff and struck it against the ground with a resonating pain as the elongated word echoed. Obadiah was suddenly besieged by an excruciating torment that seized his very soul, overwhelming his thoughts. He stumbled and fell, sliding forward until he came to a halt at the figure's feet. Racked by agony, Obadiah trembled uncontrollably, the intensity of his suffering escalating with each passing moment. Straining to look up at the figure looming over him, he managed to utter, Please spare me whatever Tony can offer. I can provide more." The figure regarded Obadiah, who struggled to conjure a compliant smile, and replied, "I'm afraid what I seek is not within your grasp." With that, he struck the ground once more, and Obadiah found himself unable to scream or shudder, caught in the relentless grip of pain and frailty, unable to articulate the unspeakable torment he endured. "It is time to conclude this," the figure stated, pressing his hand against Obadiah's head. "Your soul belongs to me." A purple light emanated from Obadiah's crown, coalescing into the figure's palm. Aware of his impending demise, Obadiah's despair was tinged with a flicker of relief. Fallen, selfish, greedy, hypocritical, arrogant, the figure mused, inspecting the crystallized essence forming in his hand, clearly satisfied with its quality and potential value. "Now, Mr. Stark," he said, turning back to Tony, "you owe me a favor. Do not forget." With that, he vanished into the shadows, enveloped by the darkness surrounding him. "What manner of being are you?" Tony struggled to rise, defiantly asserting, "I can handle this myself." And with that, the figure disappeared into the abyss, or rather, the shadows that willingly embraced him. "Everything appears to be under control." Coulson exhaled in relief, stowing away his recording equipment and preparing to depart. "Is that it?" A voice suddenly emerged behind Coulson, prompting him to swiftly draw his weapon and pivot, executing the motion with fluid precision in less than a second. Chapter 79. I merely took a shortcut. You startled me. Originally on high alert, Coulson focused his gaze and recognized the figure that had suddenly appeared behind him as the very subject of the video he had just reviewed. He exhaled in relief, holstering his weapon, and remarked, "You really shouldn't sneak up on an agent like that, Mr. Richter. It could lead to unfortunate accidents." The man removed his hood, revealing his true identity. It was Evanson, who had been invited to assist. Nonchalantly, he replied, "Oh, that's nothing. It's only you who would get hurt." Coulson, tucking his gun away, responded with mild irritation, "Couldn't you at least show me a bit of respect? I know I can't hurt you, But must you voice it? I am, after all, a senior agent and have my pride. Ah well. Evanson twirled the staff in his hand. This is carved from bull bone. Killing is illegal nowadays. Coulson thought to himself. Even if murder were permissible, a sane person wouldn't be parading around with 5 severed heads. So is this a counterfeit? What use is it to you then? He inquired. Evanson admitted, well, it's essentially useless. Coulson blinked in surprise and asked, then why do you carry it? After a moment of awkward contemplation, Evanson sheepishly replied, to look impressive? And your attire? Coulson scrutinized Evanson's fantastical garb, pondering whether it too was a mere imitation. Please don't tell me that swirling vortex behind you is merely a small fan, and the light bulb on your face is a prop. I've read quite a bit. Don't try to deceive me. Evanson shook his long robe. This is my professional outfit. However, it is a homemade replica with minor magical properties, nothing significant. Had I been wearing the original, that armored brute wouldn't have survived the fiery onslaught. Indeed, Evanson's outfit was a mimicry of the Warlock's attire. The heart of the void. Yet, compared to the authentic version, it was merely superficial. Although it granted a slight enhancement to his magical abilities, its primary advantage for Evanson was its capacity to reduce the fluctuations of his magical energy, rendering him less detectable to others. Furthermore, it allowed him to conceal his appearance stylishly. He certainly did not wish to engage in combat while donning a mask or hastily covering his face with a rag. Such a sight would be utterly disgraceful. At this juncture, it is essential to mention Evanson's proficiency in life skills. He currently specializes in tailoring and engineering. Azeroth boasts a plethora of life skills, all appearing quite alluring. However, after a cursory examination, Evanson could only scoff. Setting aside gathering skills, he had no desire to venture into the wilderness with a miner's pickaxe, herbalism shovel, and skinning knife. As for manufacturing skills, few were genuinely applicable. Take enchanting, for instance. To enchant, one must possess enchanting materials. Evanson had yet to assemble a full set of equipment. His garments were mere high-quality fakes, and his staff a subpar imitation made of bull bone. Under such circumstances, how could he deconstruct equipment? Then there was alchemy. While seemingly practical, he questioned where one might find calming herbs on Earth. And please, do not mention gem crafting. If Evanson had any gems to cut, he wouldn't be seeking side jobs to afford a car. Thus, he resorted to utilizing only tailoring and engineering, skills more aligned with reality. Yet, due to financial constraints, his proficiency in engineering remained at 0. At that moment, Evanson glanced at the recording equipment in the vehicle. Did you capture everything? I must ask, do all agents have a penchant for voyeurism? Coulson cleared his throat awkwardly, responding, it's part of the job. S-H-I-E-L-D. Needs to assess your capabilities, you must understand. To be honest, Coulson shrugged, this battle was not what I had anticipated. Evanson chuckled, what did you expect? Did you think I would swoop in on a broomstick, frantically waving my wand and chanting incantations? Then, shaking his head, he added, you still know nothing of magic. No. After meeting you, I've discarded all my previous notions of magic, Coulson explained. Evanson mused, do you think I must be half dead? With a little red light glowing on my chest, to retaliate? He waved his hand dismissively. It's not as exaggerated as you think. I merely took a shortcut. That armored brute is formidable. Had I engaged in direct confrontation, it wouldn't have been so easy. In truth, Evanson considered that using direct destructive spells would attract too much unwanted attention. Yet, he slyly smiled. I employed curse spells instead, even if his armor is formidable. Within it lies a frail mortal body. Before S-H-I-E-L-D, Evanson had always maintained an appearance of honesty, at least on the surface. So Coulson found it relatively easy to trust his words. However, he still voiced his concern. You can cast curses? Didn't you just discard your previous understanding of magic? Evanson replied impatiently. It's different from what you imagine. Curses are merely a form of subtle magic that is not easily thwarted. It's not about stabbing a voodoo doll from afar. Coulson thought to himself, there's no need to kill from a distance. The subtlety and difficulty of blocking it is frightening enough. Rest assured, S-H-I-E-L-D will honor our agreement, he said, resigned. I'm leaving now. With a flourish, Evanson turned and exited with an air of nonchalance. Coulson. Chapter 80. Getting in the car the following day, by 10 in the morning. Evanson's Richter Curiosities had yet to open its doors, and he himself remained ensconced in bed, sound asleep. The previous night, he had engaged in a brawl, emerging victorious with relative ease, yet the exhaustion from the fray had kept him from resting well. Thus, indulging in a leisurely slumber during the day was rather understandable. After all, the store's abysmal turnover had left Evanson in a state of melancholic despair, leading to a rather casual approach to opening hours. It was no surprise that even as noon approached, the lack of activity went unnoticed by the locals. Some even harbored malicious speculations that this struggling little shop, perpetually in the red since its inception, might finally be on the brink of closure. Indeed, should Evanson's establishment shut its doors, it would evoke a sense of desolation, as if a for sale sign would soon adorn the entrance. At that moment, Melinda arrived at this almost forsaken little shop. She gazed at the weathered roll-up door, feeling an air of desolation wafting towards her. Internally, she recited incantations to dispel the aura of poverty, reflecting on how she had previously recognized this man's financial struggles, but now sensed it was so palpable it seemed to drag down the entire street's economic prospects. With a soft exhale, she approached the door, giving it a resounding slap. For she had come with purpose. Goodness, he hasn't met with some disastrous magical mishap at home, has he? She thought, as 10 minutes of knocking yielded no response, her patience waning. Just as Melinda was about to succumb to the temptation of cutting through the door, the roll-up door abruptly clattered open. Leaning against the glass door, Evanson, bleary-eyed, muttered, "What is up? Who is it?" "Oh, Melinda, come in." Ruffling his hair, he turned and called out, "Lazy ones, if you don't wake up soon, I shall play explosive thunder on repeat until you understand what true torment sounds like. Honestly, if I'm not getting up, neither should you. Especially since you didn't rise in the middle of the night to work." A cacophony of rustling sounds ensued, interspersed with a few barks from dogs, suggesting Evanson's voice had roused them all. "Make yourself comfortable. I'll freshen up," he told the frowning Melinda. His appearance was far from presentable, weariness etched on his face, hair disheveled, and his clothing wrinkled and untidy. After a short while, Evanson emerged from the back room. Though he had not changed his clothes, he appeared somewhat more alert. He took a seat opposite Melinda, who had prepared a cup of coffee for them both. Evanson downed his drink in one gulp. Melinda surveyed the shelves laden with nearly untouched merchandise, then sipped her low-quality coffee, remarking, "Given your dire straits, it's surprising you haven't resorted to thievery. Truly commendable." "Huh." Evanson set down his cup. "You're not here just to mock me, are you? Speak your mind. What brings you here?" Relishing the rare opportunity to get the upper hand, Melinda replied, "Director Fury asked me to express gratitude for last night and to deliver your vehicle." At the mention of the vehicle, Evanson perked up, craning his neck to glance outside, only to find that apart from pedestrians, the only sight was Habu's watering a fire hydrant. Confused, he looked back at Melinda, silently questioning, "The car? Don't tell me SHIELD installed an invisibility feature on it. It's Sunday. The vehicle is stuck in traffic," Melinda explained. Evanson retorted, "So you came all the way here just to inform me of a traffic jam?" He sensed that Melinda had ulterior motives for her early visit. Melinda extended her hand, marked with the contract seal. "Can we cancel this?" Evanson raised an eyebrow. "What? You no longer desire power?" "Not at all. It's just," she replied, "I will comply with the agreement voluntarily, rather than being coerced." "Voluntarily comply? I would believe that when pigs fly," he scoffed. "Is that so?" Evanson revealed the mark on his hand. "Your seal has been activated once. Do you think I wouldn't notice?" Melinda had not intended to deceive him with such a flimsy excuse, but she felt an overwhelming urge to try. Once a contract was established, it was immutable. She had promised to grant him power, and she would see it through, while he... Evanson interjected, "You also promised to keep it a secret, and that is essential. Besides, my desire to keep it undisclosed is for the benefit of others. The perils of sorcery are not to be trifled with." "I understand," Melinda said with a stern face. "I will adhere to the terms." With no other option, Melinda conceded to minimize the potential fallout. Their conversation had turned rather somber, and they lapsed into silence until a truck hauling a container came to a halt in front of the store. "Your vehicle has arrived," Melinda announced. "Is it inside?" Evanson inquired, "Why didn't you just drive it here?" "Oh, please," Melinda rolled her eyes. "I had no desire to be stuck in traffic with onlookers snapping photos." Evanson contemplated for a moment. Given the vehicle's striking design, it was indeed likely to attract attention. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Let us go check out my car," he exclaimed, elated at the thought of finally joining the ranks of car owners. Upon entering the truck's container, Evanson caressed the vehicle's exterior, marveling at the striking difference up close. It was even more impressive than in the films. Looks good? Melinda followed him in, though her gaze was subtly focused on his hands as they roamed over the car. Not bad at all, Evanson replied, lost in admiration for the automobile, oblivious to Melinda's scrutiny. To be honest, while I suspected you wouldn't default, I never anticipated you would be so prompt in fulfilling your promise. S-H-I-E-L-D-S efficiency is quite remarkable. Melinda remarked. S-H-I-E-L-D has always been highly efficient. How could it not be? Last night, Nick Fury ended a call with Coulson and immediately contacted the archive to locate this vehicle, Evanson mused. This was not merely about fulfilling a promise. Evanson was not yet significant enough to warrant such urgency. Instead, in the mind of a seasoned agent, he suspected that the vehicle Evanson specifically requested might conceal some undiscovered secret. Thus, he had conducted a thorough inspection, subjecting it to 3 rounds of X-ray scans and employing various revealing agents to scour every inch of the car, fearful that it might harbor concealed writings. Yet ultimately, he found nothing of significance. Unyielding, Nick Fury speculated that perhaps the secret of the vehicle was known only to Evanson, leading him to assign Melinda a special task to closely monitor Evanson's interactions with the car, reporting any signs of particular interest. Slowly, Evanson approached the front of the vehicle, noticing a Hydra emblem affixed to it. With a dismissive gesture, he tore it off, scoffing, "Hydra." Witnessing this, Melinda's eyes widened in surprise. But she was taken aback when Evanson weighed the emblem in his hand, exclaiming, "This is pure silver." He clenched his fist, transforming the emblem into a lump of silver. Could fetch a decent price. Money, huh? Melinda muttered, visibly disappointed. What? Evanson, now seated in the driver's seat, inquired. Nothing, she replied dismissively. Evanson smirked, starting the vehicle and steering it out. As the car steadied, he shouted into the store, "Sarah, do come out and bring a sign and a pen." After Melinda exited the vehicle, she noticed Evanson scribbling something on a sign, which he then thrust into Duman's hands, casually remarking, "You two keep an eye on this," before entering the building. Upon discerning the message inscribed on the sign, Melinda's lips twitched, and she hurriedly made her way inside the shop, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment. Sarah, with a reluctant expression, remarked to Duman, who was holding the sign, "If he weren't my master, I would have certainly dealt with him by now." The sign read, $10 for a photo, $20 to get in the car. I truly fail to comprehend the purpose of this vehicle, Melinda exclaimed as she nearly rushed into the establishment. What is wrong with wanting a car? Evanson countered. Do you expect me to ride a bicycle the next time you request my assistance? This statement, though somewhat reasonable, prompted Melinda to pivot the conversation, questioning. But can you afford it? This car is a gas guzzler. The inquiry pierced Evanson's heart like a sharp blade, and he retorted curtly, "Show our guest out." Melinda chuckled softly, turning to leave, considering this her most delightful experience during her visit. The following morning, Nick Fury, seated in his office, reviewed the footage brought by Coulson 3 times, finding himself utterly perplexed by Evanson's enigmatic abilities. It seemed the time had come for a personal encounter. "Go fetch him, Coulson," he instructed. "Understood, sir," Coulson replied, picking up his phone to dial Evanson's number, ensuring he was aware that our leader wished to meet him and to prepare accordingly. Hoping for no complications. "Hello, this is Coulson. I'm looking for Evanson Richter." "What the Habuz, is that you?" Coulson thought to himself, bemused by the unexpected voice on the line. "I'm looking for, oh, I see." After hanging up, Coulson turned to Nick Fury with a wry smile, saying, "Sir, we might be facing a bit of trouble." Chapter 81. Extraction here, and here, after signing. "You may take them away." A police officer handed a bail document to Coulson, who wore sunglasses. Without uttering a word, Coulson accepted the document, signed at the designated spot, and departed with 2 individuals. "I must say, you never cease to surprise me, Mr. Richter," Coulson complained to the 2 behind him as he exited the police station. He had just secured the release of Evanson and his enchanting companion, Sarah, a succubus. "What was I supposed to do? Kill that officer?" Evanson retorted, his face etched with frustration. "I had no idea such a trivial matter would become so complicated." "Trivial?" Coulson spun around dramatically. "Driving without a license, operating an unregistered vehicle, speeding, reckless driving. Do you realize these offenses could land you in jail for quite some time?" Coulson found himself entangled in one of the most absurd situations of his career. His superior had instructed him to fetch Evanson for a discussion on global peace, only to discover through a phone call that the young man had been apprehended by the police and required bail. Coulson recalled the expression on Nick Fury's face when he reported the incident. Absolutely priceless. Involvement with matters of the highest security clearance, capable of effortlessly dispatching a high-tech armored creature. Yet here was Evanson, detained by the police. Were those officers part of some elite SWAT team? Yet, Evanson had brought this upon himself. As the saying goes, when the dam rises above the shore, the waves will inevitably crash down. Evanson had succumbed to reckless impulses. Perhaps after enduring poverty for too long and finally acquiring a flashy, distinctive car, he could no longer suppress his excitement. That very night, he decided to take Sarah for a joyride. In a state of blissful abandon, Evanson forgot all caution, his untested driving skills, the absence of registration, the speed limit, everything was cast aside. The outcome was a blockade formed by 5 police cars, leading to multiple charges against him and Sarah. To make matters worse, Sarah had threatened a police officer who had dared to gaze at her, adding yet another count of threatening a public servant. Honestly, if these charges were upheld, he could be looking at a minimum 2-year sentence. All right, but I'm not in prison, am I? Evanson replied impatiently. I know Nick Fury would never truly allow me to rot in jail. You'd best abandon such thoughts, Coulson warned sternly. Otherwise, you might indeed find yourself incarcerated. And not in an ordinary prison. Nick Fury certainly did not trust the chaotic environment of a conventional prison for Evanson. The mingling of unsavory characters posed a risk. What if someone antagonized him, leading to an explosive outcome? However, this did not imply Fury was willing to let Evanson operate outside the law. If Evanson's actions stemmed from carelessness without malicious intent and did not result in severe consequences, given his unique circumstances, Fury might consider bailing him out. Conversely, if Evanson acted out of sheer desire, disregarding the well-being of others and indulging in recklessness, Fury would be more than willing to confine him, specifically in a prison designed for individuals of a unique nature, slowly extracting his value. I understand. I am always mindful of my actions, Evanson asserted. The SHIELD headquarters was not a place just anyone could enter. Coulson had been instructed to escort only Evanson. Don't get me wrong, Sarah interjected, tilting her head. He simply didn't want to pay for my cab fare. I must have been possessed to follow such a boss. Despite her words, Coulson remained skeptical, a smile gracing his lips as he drove onward. I appreciate that there were no outrageous actions this time, he remarked. Upon hearing about Evanson's run-in with the law, Fury experienced a mix of surprise and relief, believing he had not misjudged the young man. A person who understands right from wrong possesses great potential. It is crucial to recognize that killing members of a gang versus killing dedicated police officers are fundamentally different matters. The former may be seen as ridding society of a menace, while the latter undermines the stability of the world. Fury would never tolerate such behavior. Evanson, resting his chin on his hand and gazing out the window, responded to Coulson's comments with boredom. What? Am I supposed to burn those officers over a trivial matter? Please, I'm not insane. If only everyone shared your perspective, Coulson remarked. Some individuals, once endowed with a modicum of special abilities, fancied themselves invincible and often escalated situations unnecessarily. Such individuals deserve to be eradicated. Self-control is power. Those who lack the ability to govern their own capabilities are nothing but trash. Evanson, with a hint of weariness, replied, Besides, they must have already reported the situation before they stopped me. That car of mine is one of a kind. There's no escaping it. Evanson was neither a psychopath who felt uneasy without committing murder nor a sanctimonious figure. He simply disliked senseless violence over trivial matters, especially when it involved his own hands. If you desire it, I could arrange that for you, Coulson jested. It's nothing of great consequence. You'll understand once you arrive. Chapter 82. The Invitation of the Non-Entity Who is Nick Fury. He is the king of agents, the paragon of spies, and the director of SHIELD. Once, the notorious Hydra villain, Pierce, lurked within SHIELD, intending to orchestrate a cunning betrayal. Upon encountering Nick Fury, he was instantly awestruck, proclaiming that apart from Fury, no one could unite the generals to repel formidable foes. If Fury were to be gained, SHIELD would flourish and Hydra could be revived. However, understanding Fury's unwavering integrity, and that he could not be swayed by fame or fortune. Pierce laid forth grand principles and heartfelt reasoning, ultimately securing Fury's allegiance by offering him the esteemed position of director. Under Nick Fury's leadership, S.H.I.E.L.D. ascended like the sun rising in the east, cleaving through obstacles with the force of a blade slicing through bamboo, overpowering the CIA, and standing firm against national security threats. Showcasing the unparalleled might of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, for such an illustrious figure, Evanson's assessment of him is reduced to 2 points. First, he is a black man. Second, he is a highly esteemed black man. Combining these two aspects, he is deemed a non-entity. An invitation from a non-entity to a sorcerer leaves Evanson rather anxious. Goodness, could you possibly provide me with a map? Otherwise, I shall surely lose my way. Upon arriving at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion headquarters, Evanson began to chatter incessantly. Coulson, seemingly accustomed to his antics, replied, "Forget the map. Just stick close to me, and you won't get lost. Can I take a picture for keepsake?" Evanson inquired, pulling out his phone. "Absolutely not." Coulson retorted. Evanson pressed. "What about a mental scan? That too is off limits." Though Coulson did not fully grasp the concept of mental scanning, he understood its implications. "I won't be scanning any sensitive areas," Evanson assured. S.H.I.E.L.D. is rife with sensitive areas, Coulson replied. Evanson scoffed. "Regardless, if I scan you, you wouldn't even know." Coulson quipped, "In that case, I might have to propose to the director that you reside here permanently." "Oh, come on. I was just joking." Evanson chuckled. Their banter continued until they approached the door to Nick Fury's office, where 2 women exited, one moving leisurely, Melinda, whom Evanson recognized, and the other, hurrying past, was unfamiliar to him. Yet, her form-fitting black combat attire accentuated her alluring figure, coupled with her short brown hair and striking features, exuding an almost palpable aura of danger. The latter approached them first, and Coulson glanced at his watch, saying, "You're late." "There were some complications in Budapest," she replied, turning her gaze to Evanson as she extended her hand. "Natasha Romanoff, a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Richter." Evanson, noticing a heavy breathing nearby akin to a lecherous gaze upon a beauty, introduced himself. "Evanson Richter, a pleasure, Black Widow." "Oh, you know of me?" Natasha raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. Your reputation precedes you in certain circles, and I cannot claim to be an ordinary individual myself," Evanson remarked, pondering why Nick Fury had summoned both him and Black Widow. Natasha, relieved by his acknowledgement, recognized that despite her elite status as an agent, she was hardly a secretive figure. Her notoriety was indeed significant. "I thought you might escape," Melinda interjected as she approached Evanson. "That would give me a legitimate reason to thrash you," she added. "Aren't you supposed to be off-field?" Evanson teased. "For the sake of thrashing you, I might make an exception," Melinda replied. Evanson rolled his eyes. "Just how much do you detest me?" Melinda chose not to respond, instead directing her attention to a woman named Sarah. "Miss Sarah, please come with me," she instructed. Evanson nodded as Sarah followed Melinda, and only when she reluctantly departed did Evanson realize who had been responsible for the heavy breathing, Natasha. He cast a glance at her, thinking to himself that this enticing woman had caught the eye of a non-entity, a prospect he himself would prefer to avoid. "All right, time is of the essence. Let us be on our way," Coulson urged, glancing at his watch once more. He then leaned into Evanson, advising, "Best not to mention Habis in front of the director. Don't ask me why. I shan't divulge." The group arrived at Nick Fury's office to find him standing assertively in the center of the room. Upon entering, Evanson greeted him. "A pleasure to meet you, Director Fury. Habis has spoken of you." Fury's expression stiffened as he glanced at Coulson, who quickly adopted an innocent demeanor, indicating he had forewarned Fury. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Richter. You match Melinda's description," Fury added, silently noting the part about his loquaciousness. "I have been observing you for quite some time, ever since Coulson first sought you out," Fury continued. "Oh, and what are the results of your observation?" Evanson inquired. "Overall, quite satisfactory. You adhere to protocol, conduct yourself appropriately, and have assisted S.H.I.E.L.D., making you a model among special individuals," Fury praised. Evanson shrugged. "That's merely the fruit of my labor, and I have no intention of selling that car. If you're truly in need of funds, S.H.I.E.L.D. offers competitive salaries. Would you consider joining us?" Fury proposed. "Can you tolerate an undisciplined agent?" Evanson countered. Likewise, I cannot abide by your rigid discipline, he retorted. This was tantamount to a refusal, yet Fury remained unfazed. He had no genuine intention of recruiting Evanson, as he had other plans in mind. Well, your non-joining is of no consequence. If you maintain your current status, S-H-I-E-L-D, we'll consider your practical difficulties and provide you with some financial assistance. Fury, concerned that Evanson might one day succumb to dire straits and instigate significant troubles, recognized the potential disaster of pushing a capable individual into the clutches of malevolence due to financial woes. Chapter 83. I know a great deal, yet I cannot remain composed. Why? Nick Fury was intrigued by what had provoked this typically forthright sorcerer. Evanson, is it not your own doing? Nick Fury inquired. Evanson glanced around, particularly fixated on the circle of sofas by the window. Are we to converse while merely standing? Nick Fury gestured towards the sofa behind him. The sofa set was seldom used. Apart from himself and the occasional visit from Minister Pierce, most agents reported in standing to receive orders. However, Evanson was unaware of this. Even if he were, it mattered little, as Fury did not pay his salary. Would you care for a drink? Nick Fury asked, now that they were seated. Tea, Evanson replied. In America, tea is rather costly, a luxury Evanson could seldom afford, but now, well, it wasn't tea as money, so he might as well indulge. The task of brewing the tea naturally fell to Coulson, the most junior member present. Please do not add milk or sugar. A plain infusion will suffice. Despite having lived in America for 2 decades and having adapted to most so-called Western tastes, Evanson still could not accept the practice of diluting tea with half a cup of milk and sugar. Perhaps it was due to his infrequent consumption that he had never grown accustomed to it. Upon brewing the tea, they each took a sip. Apart from Evanson and Natasha, who appeared unfazed, both Coulson and Nick Fury wore expressions of discomfort, likely struggling to accept the notion of steeping leaves in water without the addition of milk. Can you adapt to this? Evanson curiously asked Natasha. It is indeed beneficial. Evanson could not discern whether this elite operative spoke truthfully or not. The idea that such a method could sharpen one's mind was intriguing, yet unfortunate, as tea was costly in America. Nick Fury's eyes glimmered. This method of tea consumption could enhance mental acuity? It seems plausible that this is part of a sorcerer's training. Perhaps it is time to replace all beverages within S.H.I.E.L.D. with such plain tea. However, Fury quickly reconsidered. If such a change were implemented, he feared all agents, save for Melinda, would protest vehemently. Wait, how did my thoughts stray to this? Weren't we discussing a grave matter? How did we end up on the topic of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s beverage choices? Clearly, Coulson's assertion was accurate. Engaging in conversation with this individual often led to a diversion of focus. Ah, indeed. Evanson set down his teacup. On my way here, I witnessed a substantial military presence entering the city. Helicopters, armored vehicles, fully armed soldiers, and what appeared to be sonic weaponry. Do not attempt to convince me they are merely conducting exercises. Their demeanor suggests they are preparing for something serious. And so? Nick Fury queried. What does this have to do with you? Everything, Evanson stated. I reside within this city. Should it descend into chaos, my life will be disrupted, and I find that intolerable. If that is the case, Nick Fury's single eye sparkled with interest. What do you intend to do? Evanson replied resolutely. If they wreak havoc outside, I may remain indifferent, but should anyone dare intrude upon my home, threatening my peace, I would not hesitate to send them to their demise. War, once ignited, is difficult to contain. No one can guarantee the outcome, Nick Fury remarked. Of course, I understand, Evanson acknowledged. In a conventional war, I would not impose unrealistic demands for my safety. My concerns lie elsewhere. There exists no place where conflict arises and the residents can continue their lives unperturbed. Such a notion is absurd, and Evanson would not expect it. He referred to those opportunists who exploit chaos, thieves and looters, against whom he would show no mercy. For such scum, as long as you keep your actions discreet, I shall not intervene. Unbeknownst to him, countless significant matters pertaining to world peace awaited Nick Fury's attention. He had little time to concern himself with petty criminals. As long as Evanson acted with discretion, evading public scrutiny, Fury would gladly turn a blind eye. Rest assured, the troops in question are under General Ross's command. They are here to apprehend a dangerous criminal, and it will not affect you. There will be no war or chaos. Nick Fury reassured him. You are aware of that green behemoth? Nick Fury asked, surprised. The Hulk was quite well known. It was no surprise that Evanson recognized him. However, the connection to General Ross was puzzling. especially since the military had not disclosed the reasons behind the Hulk's appearances. I possess more knowledge than you might imagine. Evanson replied mysteriously. I have certain unique channels of information. This served as a precautionary warning to Nick Fury, safeguarding against the day he inadvertently revealed something he ought not to know, requiring him to fabricate an explanation. Unique channels? I am intrigued. Nick Fury's gaze sharpened. As the king of spies, he bore an interest in any intelligence network. Can you elaborate? Psychic energy. Evanson commenced his charade. When one's mental prowess reaches a certain threshold, the brain operates akin to a signal tower, allowing me to engage in mental communication with other sorcerers. There are other sorcerers in the world? Nick Fury inquired, astonished. Previously, he had dismissed the notion of magic, yet Coulson had discovered a living sorcerer who claimed other practitioners existed. How could he not be amazed? Why not? Do you believe my magic is self-taught? We must have a lineage, and such a lineage cannot be the work of just one or two individuals. Evanson's expression turned serious. However, I fear I may be the only sorcerer in this world. So, your information is quite reliable? Nick Fury asked. To some extent. We tend to possess a bit more knowledge than the average person. Perhaps you know things I do not, and vice versa. There are some matters we both know. Evanson spoke in a riddle-like manner, implying that Nick Fury should not presume to know the extent of his knowledge. Do you recognize this? Nick Fury turned and retrieved a printed document from his desk. Upon seeing the document, Evanson's expression shifted to one of shock, and he inwardly cursed, Hawkeye, you wretched scoundrel. Nick Fury held up the paper, emblazoned with the emblem of Evanson's fabricated organization, the Umbrella Corporation. Evanson knew without a doubt that this was the work of that sly old fox, Hawkeye, who had undoubtedly betrayed him. This fictitious company did not exist. He had made it up entirely. The only individuals aware of this shell corporation were himself and Hawkeye. If it were not for him, how could he have possibly sold out his own creation? Indeed, those who rose to the rank of Hydra's deputy director were no simpletons. Just as Evanson had inadvertently revealed a hint of his ruse, they were quick to deflect blame, ensuring it fell squarely upon him. Evanson pondered his next move, deciding to accept the blame for now, as this alias would still prove useful. Yes, I recognize it, Evanson boldly admitted. Now it was Nick Fury's turn to be bewildered. He had produced this emblem purely because Evanson had spoken with too much bravado, suggesting an equal footing in matters of intelligence. Thus, he aimed to challenge Evanson with this unfamiliar company, intending to catch him off guard. Moreover, he felt no apprehension that allowing Evanson to view this insignia would unveil any secrets. It was merely an emblem. If Evanson were unfamiliar with it and lacked his own interpretation, he would remain utterly oblivious. Even if he were to cast this symbol into the street, who would discern it as the emblem of a company capable of mass-producing enhanced individuals? Naturally, he harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps he might glean some valuable information. Yet overall, he held little expectation. However, the revelation that Evanson claimed to recognize this insignia left Nick Fury momentarily speechless. Fury surveyed the individuals present in the room. Coulson, Natasha, his most trusted allies. He pressed a button on his phone, instructing that no one be permitted to disturb him for the next hour. After executing this task, Nick Fury addressed Evanson, inquiring, Mr. Richter, could you elaborate on what you know regarding this emblem? More than 70 years ago, prior to the Second World War, Evanson pondered for a moment before initiating his narrative. In Germany, there emerged a figure who placed himself above all others, Hitler. Fury immediately recognized the individual to whom Evanson referred. Indeed, it was he. Evanson acknowledged that Hitler led Germany to immense power while simultaneously instigating the largest conflict in human history. It was also widely known that he harbored a profound obsession with magic, prompting some of my contemporaries to assist him. At that moment, Evanson became aware of the peculiar gazes directed at him. Those individuals were dark sorcerers, not mere practitioners. So, are you a white wizard? Natasha, who had remained silent until now, inquired. No, Evanson refuted. The magic of sorcerers is far more malevolent and perilous than that of dark wizards. To this day, humanity remains zealously devoted to augmenting these weapons. Thus, Nick Fury opined that, in comparison, the magic of a sorcerer truly seemed negligible. Furthermore, he had always believed that power is devoid of moral distinction. It can be wielded for good or evil. And as long as a typically honest sorcerer does not stray from the righteous path, their power cannot be deemed dangerous. You may continue, Mr. Richter, Fury urged. Following the onset of the Second World War, Particularly after the defeat at Stalingrad, Hitler did not exhibit the optimism he portrayed. He and his inner circle began to sense an impending crisis. Evanson spoke of this crisis, which intensified following America's entry into the war, leading them to contemplate an escape route. What sort of escape route? Nick Fury inquired, sensing a connection between this umbrella organization and the so-called retreat. Evanson replied with measured calmness that they began devising a plan for ensuring their survival in the event of a war defeat, allowing for a potential resurgence in the future. Finally, we arrive at the crux of the matter, Nick Fury interjected eagerly. Evanson continued, stating that they believed the world would lack fertile ground for their survival post-defeat. Indeed, they would need to reinvent themselves to endure. Yet mere survival would not suffice. They required a banner, a standard to guide their direction and unite their followers. Thus, a banner was indispensable, and their new flag would be this. This is the new flag of the organization? Nick Fury exclaimed incredulously. Umbrella is the new organization? Umbrella? Evanson scoffed. They remain as arrogant as ever, still believing themselves to be above all, attempting to serve as a shield for humanity. Director Fury, look closely at this emblem. What does it resemble when the white portions are removed? Indeed, Evanson affirmed. Fury plunged into a whirlwind of contemplation, feeling that all his suspicions were finally elucidated. Why was Umbrella's enhancement technology so advanced? Because Dr. Erskine's first creation was the Red Skull, who hailed from the organization. Additionally, the organization conducted extensive live experiments on Jewish individuals within concentration camps. Though inhumane, it undoubtedly yielded the most effective results. Why did the advertisement he received culminate in cries of victory to the Thousand-Year Reich? Because that was the organization's slogan. Yet, at this juncture, as all doubts seemed to dissolve, Nick Fury suddenly unearthed a significant issue. After the war's conclusion and the subsequent capture of numerous high-ranking officials from the organization, including Himmler, who later committed suicide, why had there never been any mention of this plan? Chapter 85. The Fall of Umbrella following the conclusion of World War II. Numerous individuals were captured by the Allied forces, including high-ranking officials. Notably, even Heinrich Himmler, the leader of the SS, was apprehended, though he ultimately took his own life. However, during his time alive, he divulged a considerable amount of information. If this Umbrella Corporation indeed traces its origins back to that era, it is implausible that the Allies remained entirely oblivious to it. It is also conceivable that they were aware of the situation but chose to keep it secret for the sake of troop morale and post-war stability, with only a select few privy to this knowledge. Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D. should certainly not be among that select few. Nick Fury could assure that not only was he unaware of the matter, but the archives from the inception of S.H.I.E.L.D. also made no mention of this umbrella, which raises suspicion. Could it be that such a significant plan orchestrated by them remained completely undisclosed? Those who survived captivity without opting for suicide were undoubtedly the less resolute individuals. Although they may have held positions of power, they could never have garnered Hitler's genuine trust. And thus, they ought to be ignorant of this affair, as Evanston stated. Regardless, those individuals are deceased, and in matters where the dead cannot contest, one might as well speak freely. If they had the capability, they could summon a Lich King to confront them directly. As for Himmler, he was likely aware. But out of loyalty to he would never betray this information. Evanston spoke without trepidation, daring anyone to refute him. Refute? I shall, Coulson interjected. But we possess concrete evidence indicating that Himmler had indeed betrayed Hitler and even contemplated assassinating him to assume his position. Evanston cast a sidelong glance at Coulson, thinking to himself, do you realize that this statement will cost me countless neurons? He is equated with Hitler? No, while Hitler undoubtedly founded he cannot be equated with it. He embodies a spirit, a goal, an ideal. Himmler may betray Hitler, but he would never forsake his own ideals. In essence, Evanston asserted that those who were captured and willing to divulge information were ignorant of the plan due to their lack of loyalty, while those aware would never disclose it due to their excessive loyalty, an apparent conundrum. Nevertheless, Nick Fury did not intend to squander time on this matter. He was more concerned with the present. Did your colleague reveal the location and means of this new? He inquired. What does it matter if they were unaware at the time? Now that I have captured them, they must be brought to light. No, Evanston denied. Although Hitler held him in high regard, he had not been inducted into and therefore, Hitler had not shared the complete plan with him. However, just as Nick Fury felt a wave of disappointment, Evanston continued, recounting the inquiries Hitler had made of him and certain clandestine operations from which he had deduced several potential locations. Nick Fury, who had initially harbored little hope, suddenly felt a surge of excitement. What locations? With the current strength of S.H.I.E.L.D., as long as those individuals remain on Earth, they could undoubtedly be found. Yet, the answers Evanston provided were not easily attainable. The first location beneath the Antarctic ice, the second possibly in some trench within the Pacific Ocean, and the third at this point. Evanston smiled mysteriously before continuing, on the far side of the moon. The moon? In 1945? Nick Fury could scarcely accept this. The first two locations were somewhat plausible, but the third exceeded the limits of his comprehension. After all, it is common knowledge that the United States was the first nation to achieve manned lunar landing. This has been a point of pride for them. Yet now, they were being informed that 2 decades prior, they might have already succeeded, and not merely with 1 or 2 individuals, but potentially a large number, residing there and plotting a revival. Am I watching a science fiction film? There is nothing impossible about it. Observing their astonishment, Evanston relished the moment. After all, the rocket was initially conceived by and its inventor's intention was to explore the cosmos. Although the V-2 missile later emerged, it could merely be a byproduct. Moreover, if they disregarded sacrifices in experimentation, achieving significant results was not beyond the realm of possibility. Nick Fury sat on the sofa, stroking his chin. The information was overwhelming, and he needed time to process it. Each of these locations was formidable. The first 2 were manageable, being on Earth. But the third thrust them directly to the moon's dark side, a realm that remains largely unobservable even to this day. Furthermore, these locations were merely conjectures proposed by Evanston's colleague. Their accuracy still in question. Can you still contact your colleague? Nick Fury pondered, deeming it best to hear those secrets firsthand, as he considered himself superior in analytical prowess to many others. I cannot. He is deceased, Evanston stated bluntly. I jest, that individual never existed. Where would I find him? Deceased? I thought wizards lived long lives, Natasha interjected. Yet he was 170 years old when he died, and he was killed by the White Wizard, Evanston recounted. White Wizard? Coulson inquired. A loathsome group, self-proclaimed as righteous, who typically retreat into the mountains, neglecting all matters. They delight in judging who poses a threat according to their standards. Those arrogant bastards, Evanston expressed with disdain, having found himself thoroughly disgusted by the Ancient One's ilk, feeling as if he were a thief, always wary of their discovery. If what you say is true, they are indeed quite detestable, Nick Fury remarked, not genuinely believing Evanston's portrayal, recognizing that any hostile assessment is inherently unjust, yet still feeling pricked by the barb. Let us pause this discussion for now. We must conclude today's matters, Nick Fury suggested, exchanging glances with Coulson and Natasha. They resolved to set aside the topic of the umbrella, as it was an unexpected revelation not initially planned for the day, and the information gleaned was not something that could be resolved in a single sitting. Mr. Richter, would you consider joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury inquired. You may not have grasped my intent, Evanston replied. I shall not serve as your agent. I am not proposing an agent role, Nick Fury clarified. Rather, I am offering you an honorary position within S.H.I.E.L.D. When the organization requires assistance, you would lend your expertise, and during other times, you would be free to manage your own affairs. Moreover, the remuneration is quite generous. A part-time role? Evanston pondered, feeling a flicker of interest, uncertain of which words had swayed him. I prefer to refer to it as a consultancy, Nick Fury corrected. Chapter 86. Tony's Dilemma. I consented without hesitation. Evanston readily agreed to Nick Fury's request, not out of an overwhelming sense of justice, nor due to any fear of alienating S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury was not so petty. Evanston perceived that he could effectively leverage his role as a S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant. At least until the agency's downfall, this position held considerable value. And thereafter, well, splendid. Nick Fury, seeing Evanston's acquiescence, stated, I have a task for you. Evanston raised an eyebrow. Seriously? I've only just begun, and I haven't even signed a contract yet. You seem rather eager to exploit my potential. Fury chuckled. No worries. Within 2 minutes, all your files and assignments will be set in motion. He added with emphasis, including financial arrangements. By the end of this month, you will receive your first paycheck, a 5-figure sum. Fury gestured toward Natasha. This is Agent Norman Lovett. I believe you are already acquainted. You will be working together on this mission. Evanson squinted, realizing that working alongside the renowned Black Widow signified the gravity of the situation. Who is the target? Fury replied. Tony Stark. Evanson was taken aback. You wish to eliminate him? Of course not. Fury quickly refuted. Why would you think that? Because I believe that with the beautiful Miss Natasha by my side, we could easily raise Stark Tower to the ground. Evanson acknowledged Natasha with a nod. Thank you for the compliment, Natasha beamed, but I possess many other talents beyond killing and explosions. Evanson remarked, I too have a variety of skills, though they bear little relevance to espionage beyond murder and reconnaissance. Ahem. Fury cleared his throat to regain their attention. Your primary objective is to approach Tony. As for the espionage aspects, those will be handled by Natasha. You, Mr. Richter, have a different assignment. What is it? Evanson inquired. Fury continued, You've met Tony. Did you not notice anything unusual about his condition? Now that you mention it, Evanson responded, feigning an epiphany. His state is quite precarious. On the surface, he appears no different from any ordinary individual, yet his life hangs by a thread, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Moreover, his vitality is gradually waning, akin to chronic poisoning. Evanson's detailed observations astonished Fury, who never anticipated that Evanson could glean so much information from a mere encounter with Tony. Your observations are remarkably astute. It's nothing. Practitioners of the arcane are particularly attuned to the essence of life, Evanson replied, inwardly adding that they could even siphon vitality. Essentially, that is the crux of it, Fury elaborated. Tony was injured by shrapnel in Afghanistan, and some fragments remain lodged within him. He relies on a small device in his chest to magnetically attract those fragments, preventing them from entering vital organs and saving his life. Ah, I see. Evanson feigned newfound understanding. So, Tony's survival hinges on that device. If it were to fail, he would perish instantly. No wonder he appears as though he could expire at any moment. Evanson continued, It must be chronic poisoning. The device gradually releases toxins that harm Tony's body. Palladium. Fury affirmed, that device utilizes a significant amount of palladium, which gradually poisons Tony. However, as long as he distances himself from the source of release, current technology could resolve the issue. Yet, Evanson interjected, but that source is the very device sustaining Tony's life. Removing it would hasten his demise. Thus, he faces a choice between immediate death and a slow decline. Tony is a genius, Fury lamented. He should be contributing to the stability of this world, not fading away prematurely. Evanson queried, So what do you intend for me to do? You wouldn't send me to approach Tony without reason. At this juncture, Evanson seemed to grasp Fury's implication. You believe I might possess a means to save him? To suggest that a practitioner of the arcane could save a life was, to Evanson, a rather ludicrous notion. Perhaps only those unfamiliar with the arcane would utter such words. While practitioners do possess healing spells, they are typically reserved for themselves or other practitioners, as such magic invariably carries a hint of dark energy. Utilizing these spells for healing inevitably leads to corruption. The more one uses them, the greater the risk of mutation under the influence of dark energy. This side effect poses no significant threat to the practitioner, but others cannot endure it, leading many to prefer death over arcane intervention. Thus, while Evanson could prolong Tony's life, it would not be without cost. Provided he had ample soul crystals, he could produce a multitude of soul stones, ensuring Tony's survival. As Evanson had surmised, Fury indeed entertained this thought. We have our own plan, but its success remains uncertain. Therefore, I wish to see if your magic can offer a solution to the current dilemma. No definitive cure exists, Evanson responded. However, I can provide a means of prolongation. Fury exhaled with relief. That is sufficient. As long as we have time, our plan can be refined, allowing us to resolve this issue once and for all. But, just as Fury brimmed with confidence, Evanson interjected, The cost of my method is substantial. How much do you require? Fury replied, somewhat irked, having assumed Evanson sought monetary compensation. I will indeed charge a fee for my services, Evanson candidly acknowledged, before shifting the subject. However, that is hardly what I refer to as a cost. I speak of something else entirely. Fury contemplated this. In comparison to Tony's life, money was indeed trivial. What, then, is the cost? Evanson replied, In the realm of mysticism, life is profoundly unique. Consequently, when it comes to magic of this nature, we practitioners adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. So, what is the equivalent of life, Director Fury? The equivalent of life can only be life itself. Chapter 87. Introduction. Evanson continued to elucidate that a warlock is not a profession solely dedicated to healing. Rather, I am more inclined towards combat. Thus, my method of healing is rather rudimentary and straightforward. It involves replenishing vitality. However, from where does this vitality originate? Certainly, I shall not utilize my own. If not my own, then it must be drawn from others. Nick Fury immediately grasped the implication. What happens to those whose vitality is extracted? They perish. Evanson stated this with an air of inevitability. Vitality is termed as such because it constitutes the very foundation of life. In the realm of science, there may be myriad explanations, yet from my perspective, all forms of life activity are sustained by this vital force. Those from whom vitality is siphoned will undergo rapid aging. Their organ functions will swiftly decline. In essence, they will no longer be able to survive. Nick Fury pondered for a moment and concluded that many individuals in this world lead lives of quiet desperation, contributing little of significance. Evanson remarked that this is quite normal. The majority of people are like that, and one cannot expect everyone to be a Newton or a Galileo. Indeed, it is impossible for everyone to be great. Our mission at SHIELD is to protect these individuals, allowing them to continue their mundane existence. However, Nick Fury's tone shifted to one of severity as he continued. Yet there are those who cannot even manage such a simple life. They act recklessly, harming others for their own gain, disregarding the well-being of others, trampling upon law and morality, and embodying malevolence. Every additional second they live is a blasphemy against the world. I refer to such individuals as the refuse of humanity. Evanson comprehended Nick Fury's intent. So, you intend to sacrifice this refuse to prolong Tony's life? The refuse must be cleared away. Nick Fury conceded that if their wicked lives could extend Tony's existence, it would indeed be the most valuable thing they could achieve in their lifetime. They should be grateful to me. The refuse must be cleared. The damned must ultimately perish. Be it execution by firing squad, lethal injection, the electric chair, or the extraction of life, what difference does it make? They all lead to death, so they might as well contribute something in their demise. Very well, since you are resolute in your decision, let it be so, Evanson stated. However, I must clarify that I will only cast spells for Tony 3 times. Why? Nick Fury inquired. This spell is specifically designed for warlocks, and Tony is an ordinary man. After 3 applications, it will cease to be effective, Evanson replied evasively. He could hardly admit that after 3 uses, Tony would truly begin to mutate in the direction of Sartre. How long can each application sustain him? Nick Fury asked, somewhat disappointed. Each time I heal him, he will revert to his most robust state. The duration of how long palladium can poison a healthy individual will determine the efficacy of the spell, Evanson elucidated. I have read extensively, yet I genuinely do not know how long palladium can poison a healthy person. Excellent. Nick Fury contemplated the lethal timeline of palladium, determining that it should suffice. I intend to introduce you to Tony as soon as possible. Me alone. Evanson pointed at Natasha beside him. What about her? Natasha confidently replied. I have my own means. Oh, your own means, Evanson remarked with a peculiar tone. With Natasha's appearance, there are indeed numerous ways to approach a dandy like Tony. In response to Evanson's banter, Natasha calmly stated, my mission differs from yours, but I may require your cooperation. Understood, Evanson acquiesced, then turned to Nick Fury, inquiring about the timing of the introduction. Nick Fury replied, tonight. What? I thought I was merely an afterthought. Evanson rolled his eyes, complaining about the stark contrast. Look at you, receiving a personal visit from the director, while I am accompanied by 2 level 6 agents. Wealth truly does have its privileges. At that moment, none anticipated that you would be so exceptional, Nick Fury explained. Then, observing Evanson's incredulous expression, he continued, besides, the situation Tony has stirred up is rather significant. Obadiah is no ordinary individual. His sudden demise will undoubtedly attract considerable attention, and many witness Tony and Obadiah dancing in the air, so the commotion is indeed considerable. I refuse to believe that you lack the capacity to conceal this matter, Evanson asserted, confident that SHIELD must have prepared a contingency plan for such scenarios. I actually intend to conceal it, Nick Fury revealed. Stark Industries encountered a major accident during an experiment, resulting in Obadiah's unfortunate demise. Coulson has already provided this narrative to Tony, instructing him to announce it at today's press conference. However, that is the plan, Nick Fury added with resignation. Although the press conference has yet to commence, Nick Fury seemed to have already foreseen the outcome. Tony would certainly not cooperate. I am Iron Man. At the press conference, Tony Stark declared this electrifying statement, then turned and strode away, leaving a multitude of questioning reporters with only his nonchalant silhouette. It was then that Tony realized the individual before him was a black man, with only one eye atop his bald head. Just then, from the shadows behind Tony, a sinister chuckle echoed, a voice he recognized as that of the mysterious figure who had slain Obadiah and saved him. Just as that day, the figure slowly emerged from the darkness, draped in the same long robe, yet devoid of the hood that obscured his face or the skull-top staff he wielded. Tony discerned that this individual, with blonde hair and blue eyes, appeared quite youthful, seemingly younger than himself. The figure ominously stated, "Tony Stark, you still owe me a debt, too." In fact, Chapter 88, I am not afraid of trouble. The two individuals in question were none other than Evanson and Nick Fury. Both were of a nature that rendered them unsuitable for the public eye. Thus, Nick Fury brought Evanson to Tony's residence to await his arrival. Although Tony's home was equipped with a highly advanced security system, alas, even the king of spies possessed skills that surpassed conventional locks and alarms. Their sudden appearance startled Tony. Yet after listening to their words, he sensed no malice. Consequently, while contemplating an upgrade for his home security, he found himself somewhat perplexed. Nick Fury's remark was innocuous enough, merely indicating that he too was a person of special circumstances. However, Evanson's words left Tony somewhat bewildered. A favor between the two of us, Tony mused, recalling how Evanson had saved him from Obadiah. That could be deemed a debt of gratitude, but what of the other favor? Indeed, Evanson acknowledged. It appears that Habu's left quite an impression on you. Care for a drink? Tony suggested, switching on the lights and making his way to the bar, where he retrieved a bottle of fine whiskey and poured 3 glasses. The impression was indeed profound. It had saved his life and was remarkably clever. More importantly, Tony instinctively touched his face, recalling the painful pawing that had left its mark. Damn it, after locating a near-fatal individual, shouldn't one be licking their face with their tongue? Why did I receive a barrage of slaps instead? Television truly deceives us. Nick Fury, seemingly recalling something amusing, suppressed a chuckle as he approached to claim a glass of whiskey. It seemed that the impact of that husky was not limited to himself. He felt a sense of relief in that regard. At that moment, Evanson joined them at the bar, taking a sip before bursting into laughter. One-Eyed Jack? Huh. How did you come up with that moniker? It turned out that Evanson had suddenly remembered Nick Fury's self-imposed nickname and could not contain his amusement. What is so funny? Nick Fury inquired, clearly displeased. I used to be known by that name. Nothing, just. Evanson wiped the whiskey from his mouth. That nickname is simply too lowbrow. Indeed, Tony chimed in from behind the bar. Evanson raised his glass in acknowledgement of Tony's commentary. To Tony Stark, he proclaimed, and Tony reciprocated, to consensus. Their glasses clinked, and they downed their drinks, engaging in conversation that seemed to disregard Nick Fury's increasingly dark expression. And what is your nickname? Tony asked, observing Evanson's attire. Have you been wearing that outfit all along? Of course not. I changed after arriving, Evanson replied. Why? Just trying to look cool, Evanson smirked. Watching the two converse like old friends, Nick Fury felt somewhat superfluous and realized he need not introduce himself. Tony, I am director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, he interjected, sensing that their banter could continue until dawn. With pressing matters at hand, he felt compelled to interject. You are the superior of Agent Coulson? Tony placed his glass down, curious as he noted Nick Fury's nod. What brings you here? Let me be clear. If you desire my armor, you shall not have it. I have no interest in your armor, Nick Fury replied assertively. I am merely curious as to why you chose to disclose your identity. Why should I conceal it? Tony retorted. To remain a nameless hero in the shadows, only to emerge at the most perilous moments to save the world? No, I declare boldly, I am Iron Man. I intend for those cowardly rodents to cower in their holes, trembling in fear, while the entire world recognizes that I alone can safeguard global peace. And what of your capabilities? Tony gestured towards Evanson. Your intangible attacks currently leave me at a loss. Yet he spoke with unwavering confidence. But soon, I shall decipher your methods. You intend to analyze magic through science? Evanson inquired, intrigued. Magic? Perhaps, Tony replied, arms crossed. Regardless of its nature, every attack relies on energy. Your energy may be unique, but given sufficient time, I shall find a solution. Evanson turned to Nick Fury, remarking, "Is it not evident that he is Tony Stark?" His understanding exceeds that of Coulson. He recalled how much effort he had expended to persuade Coulson to accept the concept of magic. Nick Fury shot Evanson a sidelong glance, musing that if everyone possessed such insights, he would hardly be considered a genius. Coulson's acceptance under Evanson's explanation had been commendable, to say the least. "What troubles may arise?" Tony asked nonchalantly. "SHIELD will refrain from infringing upon your technology, both for its own interests and in light of your father's legacy," Nick Fury stated, formally asserting his position. "However, the government and military may not extend you such courtesy. There are others who covet your arms company, and they might conspire to coerce you into relinquishing your technology." "And what of it?" Tony maintained his calm demeanor, exuding confidence. "Since my father's time, Stark Industries has contributed significantly to the nation's technological advancements, yet none have been extorted from us. I trust this tradition shall not be broken under my watch." "Let us hope you maintain such confidence," Nick Fury replied. With the matter already public, further discussion seemed futile. "Mr. Stark, I require your input on a particular issue," Nick Fury declared, employing the formal address that prompted Tony to adopt a rare seriousness. "What is it?" Nick Fury stated, "The Avengers Initiative." Chapter 89. Tony's arrogance. The Avengers, you say? It seems that Nick Fury had been orchestrating this plan all along. Evanson pondered silently. Indeed, the Avengers could be deemed the pinnacle of Earth's combat strength, and it was improbable that Nick Fury had hastily assembled them on a whim. He must have deliberated deeply. Ultimately, Evanson decided to remain silent and observe the situation unfold. After all, Nick Fury had just proposed this plan, and it did not yet involve him. It was prudent to feign ignorance. "What is that? Your band?" Tony queried, somewhat bemused by the term. "A plan," Nick Fury replied, disregarding Tony's jest. "A special response team." "Response to what?" Tony inquired. "To any extraordinary threats," Nick Fury stated. He continued without waiting for Tony to respond. "The world is becoming increasingly perilous, not merely due to terrorists hiding in deserts, but also due to the growing number of mutants." At that moment, Nick Fury recalled Hydra, Umbrella, and other clandestine criminal organizations lurking in the shadows. They might possess bizarre abilities, formidable combat prowess, or be vast and enigmatic in their operations. To confront these threats, I require a specialized task force. "So you sought me out, intending for me to join," Tony deduced. His pride evident, he asserted, "I must admit, you have chosen well. However, I require no alliance. I am sufficient on my own." Nick Fury countered, "You alone may not suffice." "Is that so?" Tony retorted, chin raised defiantly. Nick Fury did not engage in a debate, but rather presented the following data. On the 20th day after your abduction, 5 enhanced individuals attacked the search team. With their bare hands, they decimated a heavily armed squad, armed to the teeth with advanced weaponry, eliminating a quarter of their number. Had it not been for timely reinforcements, none would have survived. Unmoved, Tony thought that had he been clad in his Iron Man suit, he would have handled the situation with far greater ease. Nick Fury continued. Within 3 hours of that incident, a special base on American soil was besieged by 20 enhanced individuals. They engaged in a prolonged skirmish against 4 companies of U.S. troops, holding their ground for an hour and gaining the upper hand, only to be subdued by 5 armed helicopters. Tony felt a flicker of concern. He recognized that facing such foes head-on alongside 4 companies of U.S. troops would present a significant challenge, though he believed with some modifications to his suit, he could manage. Nick Fury pressed on. Ultimately, it was revealed that these enhanced individuals were deemed mutants, products of a mysterious corporation. Biological weapons? Tony couldn't help but interject, suddenly realizing how much he had yet to comprehend about the world. His father had personally witnessed the birth of Captain America. Thus, Tony understood the implications of mass-produced enhanced individuals. The mere thought of an entire company of Captain Americas charging towards him sent a shiver down his spine. Indeed, biological weapons, Nick Fury confirmed. Furthermore, intelligence suggests that this enigmatic corporation is preparing to sell such weapons to terrorists in the Middle East and Russia, which could ignite a global arms race. Recently, General Ross had led a covert operation in a Brazilian slum, targeting a super mutant, only to return nearly defeated. The adversary had already infiltrated the homeland. Nick Fury continued to divulge undisclosed secrets to Tony. Do you still believe this world is safe? Do you think you can protect world peace all on your own? Faced with this data, Tony's stance softened. I need to consider, who else is involved? I do not intend to disclose that until you formally join, Nick Fury replied. Still no candidates, I presume, Evanson mused internally. Captain America remains encased in ice. Thor is in Asgard battling beasts, and Hulk is playing hide and seek with Ross. Aside from Natasha and Hawkeye, who else is there? Does that include him? Tony suddenly glanced at Evanson, who was busily critiquing the situation. Nick Fury cast a fleeting glance at Evanson before responding. I have yet to discuss this with him. You haven't consulted me yet? Evanson thought, finding the comment intriguing. It was evident that Nick Fury wished to involve him, but had not yet broached the subject. No. Now you have. Evanson squinted his eyes. Although Nick Fury had been addressing Tony, did he not intend to convey this information to Evanson as well? Tony scoffed disdainfully. In his brilliant mind, offering assistance to anyone was a grand favor, and no one had ever suggested assessing his capabilities. Is he my examiner? Tony inquired, looking toward Evanson, clearly believing that Nick Fury had placed Evanson beside him for evaluation. Not at all, Nick Fury denied. He is not here to assess you. I have sent him to ensure your well-being. My well-being? Tony exclaimed dramatically. I am in excellent health. I could knock out a bull with a single punch when clad in my armor. Is that so? Nick Fury was unconvinced. Pointing at Tony's chest, he remarked, I find it hard to believe you haven't noticed the issue with your chest. Tony's demeanor shifted instantly. The device in his chest was of his own design, and it was inconceivable that he had not realized the palladium poisoning problem. Nevertheless, he stubbornly replied, this minor issue will be resolved shortly. I won't require your assistance. Overall, Tony was an exceedingly arrogant individual, a trait that led him to believe he could resolve every dilemma independently. He was profoundly averse to accepting help from others. However, Nick Fury interjected, but if you fail, Iron Man will be a fleeting and short-lived hero, and all your dreams will dissipate like smoke, leaving you to bear unredeemed sins and endless regrets as you slowly fade away. At that moment, Evanson spoke up, his voice laced with persuasion. Chapter 90. Trouble from Trash. Evanson's words struck Tony's heart like a heavy hammer, each word resonating deeply. Despite his arrogance, Tony was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He had to concede that Evanson's assertions were fundamentally true. Should he fail, the consequences would be dire, consequences he could never accept. This time, Tony refrained from rebuttal, yet he did not acquiesce. However, given his disposition, his silence could be interpreted as tacit agreement. Noticing Tony's silence, Evanson realized his words had made an impact. He also felt pleased that the special section in his grimoire of sorcery, titled How to Leverage Psychological Traits, proved to be quite useful. To be candid, your predicament is quite unique, and my magic cannot cure your ailment. I can merely help extend your time. Ultimately, the resolution lies with you. Evanson added at an opportune moment. These words were greatly appreciated by Tony, as they still placed him at the center of the narrative, with Evanson merely offering minor assistance, thus satisfying his inflated ego. Very well, since you put it that way, I shall agree to your terms, Tony finally conceded. Pleasure to cooperate. Evanson extended his hand, stating, I am your shareholder. Should you perish, my stocks would become worthless. Tony shook Evanson's hand, puzzled as he remarked, I do not recall such a prominent figure in the board of directors. Though he had never attended a board meeting, he could still remember the members' names, and he was certain there had not been any recent changes. It's the retail investors, the minor shareholders. Nick Fury eventually revealed the truth. He probably holds stocks worth $30,000, living off the dividends, and he even profited from selling stocks during your disappearance. Venture capital, as you understand, Evanson awkwardly added. Tony was momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that such a formidable individual would be so unassuming. Ultimately, he settled on the term unassuming to describe Evanson. I never desired this. Evanson rolled his eyes. Absolutely not, he immediately denied. At that time, only Habus went to Afghanistan. I remained in the country. Tony pondered this and agreed. Although the dog was indeed clever, it likely could not execute such prolonged commands. As for the truth, well, he still holds a portion of Justin Hammer's stocks. Nick Fury subtly revealed his darker side. What? Upon hearing this, Tony immediately bristled. How could you buy that worthless stock? Are my stocks not superior? Tony, brimming with pride, could hardly fathom this. He might have accepted different stocks, but if they were from another arms company, that was simply unacceptable. What do you mean? Although I do not intend to manufacture arms anymore, Which of my designed weapons has not been coveted by major powers? By holding my stocks while also buying into Justin S., are you implying that I, Tony Stark, am on par with that scoundrel? Calm down, calm down, Evanson soothed Tony, glancing at the smirking Nick Fury, thinking to himself how unexpectedly dark Fury's heart was. However, believing he had avenged Habus, Fury did not realize that his words had become an unwitting assist. Listen, you must divest from that buffoon stock immediately, Tony insisted. I hereby appoint you as my health consultant with a 5-figure salary. Deal, Mr. Stark. Evanson gripped Tony's hand tightly, fearing he might reconsider. Heh. With that, I can earn 2 salaries from 1 job. As my employer, I must advise you, Evanson, elated, said to Tony, Justin is a fool. But even fools can bring you trouble. That guy? That dimwit. Tony retorted scornfully. Throughout the years, Justin had never gained Tony's favor. Tony merely sipped his drink in silence, not denying it. Due to exceptional quality, consumption was low. Because consumption was low, sales were poor. This had always been a significant issue for Stark Industries. In stark contrast, Justin Hammer was different. Evanson continued, rather than a weapons manufacturer, he is more of a processor. He produces very few products, instead mass-producing low-end, cheap weapons like automatic rifles, grenades, and outdated armored vehicles, primarily selling them to regions rife with conflict, dictators in Africa, and opposition groups in the Middle East. Moreover, he has government backing. The government supports that clown? Tony scoffed. Do you know who the largest arms dealer in the world is? Evanson inquired. Is it you? No. It is the President of the United States. He sells more weapons in a day than you do in a month. However, finding his fingerprints on those weapons can be quite embarrassing, so he requires intermediaries, and Justin Hammer is one of them. So, he is being used by the government as a pawn to pressure me? Tony narrowed his eyes, comprehending Evanson's implication. The government and military were envious of his Iron Man technology, using the fool Justin as a scapegoat, manipulating him while they reaped the benefits. I will remain vigilant. Tony raised his glass in acknowledgement. Thus, their meeting drew to a close. After Nick Fury reminded Tony not to forget to consider the matter at hand, they departed from Tony's villa. At the entrance, Nick Fury produced a remote control. With a press, a black Chevrolet Suburban rolled up. Automatic driving, satellite navigation, vertical takeoff. Fully armored, armed to the teeth. Aside from lacking your sleek vehicle, this one far exceeds it in performance, Nick Fury boasted. Is that so? Evanson settled into the back seat, remarking, I can't help but feel that the air conditioning system is the only truly remarkable feature. Chapter 91. Notice of update adjustment. Due to the upcoming release of this work tomorrow, coupled with the midnight update, it is indeed unfriendly for some early-to-bed readers. Therefore, the update time will be adjusted to noon and evening. Hence, dear readers, there is no need to wait tonight. Additionally, there will be 10 updates upon release, and I will strive to provide 2 updates after the launch. Chapter 92. Acknowledgements upon launch. At long last, my work has been published. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers who have consistently supported me. Without your encouragement, such achievements would have been unattainable. I am also thankful to the Chidian platform and my editor, Ching Meng, for their unwavering support and recommendations. Furthermore, I would like to clarify the reasons behind the frequency of updates. It is not due to a lack of desire to write more, but rather a constraint of time. In a highly regimented school environment, personal time is scarce, and I lack access to a computer, relying solely on my mobile phone to make updates each day. However, I anticipate an improvement in circumstances after mid-May. Now, without further ado, as promised, I present 10 updates today, which are the fruits of my labor over the past 2 weeks. I sincerely hope for your continued support. Chapter 93. The need for more heroes. Nick Fury drove the car, speeding down the highway. Evanson sat in the back seat. The glow of the streetlights streaming through the window, illuminating only the lower part of his face beneath his eyes. This. Chapter 94. The nouveau riche. Chapter 95. Return my bicycle. There is a saying that goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Indeed, when juxtaposing Justin and Tony, the disparity is striking. Observe, they are of similar age. Chapter 96. Bestowing upon him a stroke of fortune. Indeed, these 3 policemen are, in fact, agents disguised as law enforcement, tasked with surveilling Evanson. The one leading them is the very agent who previously drove Evanson to the establishment known as Tony's Bar. Chapter 97. Security Supervisor. Given the strength of your esteemed company, do you still require my endorsement? Hawthorne remarked, his words a blend of truth and evasion. In his dealings with Evanson. Chapter 98. Organizing fluid those guests? Franks pondered for a moment before replying. I have heard of them. A month ago, a special base was attacked, and it seems that the troops here suffered considerable losses. Chapter 99. Cut down the one without pants. If an individual merely yearns for power, there is nothing amiss, for throughout history, humanity has been innately inclined to revere the strong. However, Chapter 100. Who are you? Two green creatures engaged in unrestricted combat within the city, accompanied by a demolition service and vehicle scrapping business. How could SHIELD possibly remain oblivious to such occurrences? Chapter 101. The abomination of malevolence, the visage of disdain, had been captured by reporters on numerous occasions, broadcast live on television. However, during those moments, Evanson was solely preoccupied with the sight of his paycheck, lost in foolish delight. Chapter 102. The Sorcerer's Battle. This is utterly infuriating. Observing the hastily retreating Hulk, Evanson felt as though he had just entered a grand secret realm, only to have the team abruptly abandon him. Chapter 103. Blood frenzy igniting. Evanson extended his hand, pointing at the abomination engulfed in sacrificial flames. Instantly, a violent explosion erupted from the abomination, causing its form to falter momentarily. Taylor seized the opportunity. Chapter 104. Let it all come to an end. The Hulk finally caught up after the helicopter crashed onto a dock. However, by the time he arrived, the helicopter was already engulfed in flames. The Hulk. Chapter 105. Inexperience. The arrow of chaos has always been renowned for its formidable penetrating power. This is because the essence of the arrow of chaos does not derive from flame damage, but rather from the potent and malevolent energies that converge to create chaos. Chapter 106. Aftermath. Do you have nothing to clarify? Nick Fury sat behind his desk, a grim expression etched across his face as he addressed Evanson. The Animosity and Hulk in New York. Chapter 107. The Void of the Soul in Pierce's depiction of the World Security Council. Evanson's personal vendetta against the destruction of his vehicle was transformed into a premeditated plan orchestrated by the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency long ago. Chapter 108. The Art of Hatred. To Nick Fury, Pierce is both a mentor and a friend. Therefore, after Evanson's departure, Nick Fury felt no need to maintain the aloofness of a director. He extended an invitation. Chapter 109. The Perilous Magic in the Central Laboratory of SHIELD. Tranquility reigns supreme. This is, after all, a venue dedicated to scientific research, far removed from the cacophony of a bustling marketplace. At most, one might encounter. Chapter 110. A scolding received. Chapter 111. Are we truly extraordinary? It has been quite some time since I last elucidated the necessity of this rule. The other apprentices merely adhere to it passively, never questioning the rationale behind it. Speaking of, this evening, we shall gather once more. There is an event at school today, leaving no time during the noon hour. Thus, we shall convene together in the evening. Chapter 112. True arrogance. So what if it is exposed? What is there to conceal? Kriya mused to herself. Within the cloistered order, even an apprentice is aware that the three great saints. Chapter 113. Dissolution. I yearn for a clearer vision. Clea articulates her reasoning. I wish to behold the mundane world, to truly understand its essence. I long to witness firsthand what humanity truly embodies. Chapter 114. The abhorrence of the brain. According to the principles of pure science, the brain governs all activities of the human body. The human physique gathers external stimuli through the senses of vision, smell, hearing, and touch. Chapter 115. Preparations before repairing the car. What transpires when insatiable hunger, unquenchable anger, and repressed urges converge within an individual? Chapter 116. Zero oil, zero emissions, no pollution. Little sorcerer, I did not expect your swift return. Within the sinister rift, the six-armed demoness Agatha reclined languidly upon her grand bed, addressing Evanson. Chapter 117. It's all your fault. Evanson followed the direction in which Agatha pointed, and there stood an exquisitely crafted display shelf, a creation that could only be appreciated by a discerning and indulgent destroyer of magic and. Chapter 118. Transaction. To be honest, the items collected by Agatha are quite sought after, as it is genuinely challenging for sorcerers to find a medium for summoning. Sometimes, sorcerers. Chapter 119. The scientist struggles. A self-serving, avaricious, arrogant, and hypocritical fallen soul is, by nature, superior to the ordinary. Furthermore, if this soul is in the midst of a transformation at the time of extraction. Chapter 120. The stalled engine, what do you desire? Journos did not heed Evanson's advice to collect the crystals. Instead, he intended to inquire about the other's true intentions. Chapter 121. Knowledge does not equate to virtue. Is this all there is to it? Upon understanding the dimensions requested by Evanson, Journos inquired skeptically, what use do you have for an engine of this size? Not to mention the dark energy warship. Chapter 122. The Black Scythe Vanguard and the Black Scythe Lord. 3 days later, alongside the delivery of the engine, Journos collected the crystal and said, at that time, I shall present you with the detailed blueprints. Excellent. Chapter 123. Complete documentation. Prompted by Sarah's reminder, Evanson realized he had made a fundamental error. The soul engine did not require a key at all. It merely needed to be activated with his own magical energy. Chapter 124. Summoning. Firstly, the primary summoning circle is inscribed here. Evanson glanced at his spellbook and pointed to the ground. He then proceeded to walk 20 steps to the left. Chapter 125. Master Driver Satcher. Indeed, summoning a demon does require an extensive amount of time. However, much of this duration is consumed by preparatory tasks, such as inscribing the magical circle and empowering it. Chapter 126. A sense of familiarity as the first of the Erdan to embrace the power of the demon. How formidable was Sakiel, the leader of the awakening of Argus? How profound was his knowledge? Chapter 127. I am one of my own. What else can be done? Should I confront him head-on? Do not jest. Although Evanson may lack combat experience, he possesses a keen sense of self-awareness. Chapter 128. It turns out to be a scheme from the very beginning. Evanson never anticipated that mere words could sway them. Why is that? How long has human history been? 6,000 years or 7? Chapter 129. Are you going to lead the way? Upon hearing Agatha's words, Evanson secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she still possessed a modicum of conscience and did not intend to ensnare him entirely in one fell swoop. The Sorcerer. Chapter 130. The twins. It is utterly impossible. The moment Evanson proposed the idea of signing the contract, Ares vehemently rejected it, visibly agitated. It appears that the Dark Harvest Council has taken control. I am in deep trouble. Just now, I had a quarrel with a dorm mate, and the dormitory supervisor discovered it, reporting the matter to the principal. Chapter 131. They are infinite flow. Please help me book a room. The receptionist, who had been bowing her head, immediately raised her gaze upon hearing this request. However, upon looking up, an unusual expression instantly crossed her face. Chapter 132. This is not a contradiction. Antonidas, once the leader of the Kirin Tor Council and one of the most powerful mages in Azeroth, as well as the mentor to Jaina, though he was ultimately vanquished by the scourge led by Arthas. Chapter 133. Countermeasures. This world is the plump lamb we have predetermined, yet it remains merely a young lamb for now. Therefore, we must strive to nurture it with utmost care until it matures. Chapter 134. Peculiarities. Chapter 135. What happened? When Sargeras extended an invitation to the Eridar to join the Burning Legion, he presented them with a magnificent expedition. Upon witnessing this, the Eridar found it quite. Chapter 136. A misguided glance. Eunice, do not succumb to slumber. In the celestial realm above the city, within the sanctum of New York, a sorcerer was jostling his companion, who had succumbed to drowsiness while resting upon the table. Chapter 137. Struck in the knee by an arrow. These sudden assailants were, of course, the group led by Taylor, left behind by Evanson. Initially, they were here, suffering in the wind while. Chapter 138. It is time for you to join the workforce. How was the body disposed of? Evan asked after Taylor vividly recounted the events that transpired. It has already been placed inside the east door. Chapter 139. Behind the hearing. The iron suit of Tony Stark is not a result of serendipitous genetic mutations that bestow superhuman abilities, nor is it the culmination of 60 years of attempts, apart from. Chapter 140. Ensuring health. The United States is a nation characterized by a significant degree of privatization, where the majority of its economic lifeblood, including its currency, the dollar, is not state-owned, but rather held in the hands of private entities. Chapter 141. How is the preparation for that matter, combined, in the ensuing period? Evanson lodged a solemn protest against Nick Fury's exploitative practice of demanding multifaceted duties without additional compensation, and declared his intention to pursue legal recourse. Chapter 142. The action begins after Natasha dispatched her bodyguard, Repi, With a swift scissor kick, she proceeded to sign the documents and departed. Evanson promptly followed in her wake. This scene was Chapter 143. Unable to decline my kindness, the Umbrella Corporation, Safety Supervisor, Jill Valentine. Initially, she was grateful for the assistance she received from Ivan Vanko, finally achieving a level of success that surpassed Tony Stark. Chapter 144. A touch of danger, biological weapons? Upon hearing this term, Justin's smile instantly froze upon his face. No wonder you all maintained such an air of mystery. Even Mr. Whitehall must accord you a measure of respect. Chapter 145. The best researcher? Perhaps not. Today marks the birthday of Tony Stark, who is hosting an extravagant birthday celebration at his residence. Meanwhile, he himself, adorned in his Iron Man suit, is spinning records on stage. Don't wait any longer. Tomorrow during the day will be even more thrilling. Chapter 146. The legacy of the void awaiting death, such is Tony's current state of mind. He finds himself ensconced in an endless abyss of darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light or shred of hope. Shadows linger amidst the flames, while the flames burn beneath the shadows. It seems he has not erred in his destination. They are indeed here. Chapter 148. The world of suffering, will we certainly agree? I advise you not to be so confident, little sorcerer. The Eridar twins found Evanson's self-assurance somewhat excessive. However, Evanson's. Chapter 149. No need for battle. The Eridar twins readily accepted Evanson's proposal with remarkable promptness. Salorath even personally poured a glass of wine and placed it in Evanson's hand. Chapter 150. Soaking with the Habus, most individuals in this world remain blissfully unaware of the impending crises that loom ahead. Evanson donned a facade of profound compassion, yet contemplated there. Chapter 151. Unsatisfactory products. To be frank, American soldiers are undoubtedly the most expensive soldiers in the world, with the cost of merely equipping them amounting to approximately $7,000. Their annual. Chapter 152. The disparity as a warrior nation. Born and raised in the frigid expanse of Siberia, one's heart brimming with resentment, confronted by an entity that emerges in an exceedingly peculiar manner. Chapter 153. Three conditions. What of your operating system? Unlike what Ivan had hoped for, Sarah did not divulge the solution but instead diverted the conversation to another subject. How did you? Chapter 154. The Human Completion Project. The brain governs all human actions, both conscious and unconscious. It transmits commands throughout the body, prompting corresponding movements. Chapter 155. Catering to preferences. So, has he already consented? After Ivan Vanko acquiesced to all the conditions, Sarah immediately conveyed this matter through their mental connection. Chapter 156. I wish to speak to you. Observing his cherished disciple's unwavering determination, Oliphant found himself engulfed in hesitation. To speak candidly, he was currently plagued by profound inner conflict. Initially, OL. Chapter 157. Declaration of war. We fear we must bid farewell. As Tony, immersed in profound sorrow, completes the grand legacy left by his father in the basement, he is monitored by a certain scientist. I, Evanson Richter, a wavering member of the proletariat, have succumbed to the weakness of thought and will due to a prolonged absence of study, leading to a faltering of my ideals and beliefs. Chapter 159. The great battle feels rather good. Natasha was nearly driven to the brink of fury by this remark. Had it not been for her desire to maintain composure in the presence of her adversaries, she would undoubtedly have flushed with indignation. Chapter 160. You are fired. Most scientists possess a straightforward disposition, often accompanied by a touch of arrogance. However, Ivan Vanko appears to embody these traits to an extreme degree. His remote-controlled device. The animosity between Tony and Ivan Vanko culminated in the latter's demise, while the former's physical ailments were entirely resolved by the new arc reactor. Yet, Chapter 162. The panicked individual. Sunil Bakshi, a man of ruthless disposition and keen intellect, is simultaneously characterized by a profound fear of death. Nevertheless, he possesses formidable prowess in the realm of private intelligence. Chapter 163. Company directors unable to contain his frustration. Nick Fury is no longer the impetuous youth he once was. After all, how old is he this year? He has long surpassed the age of youthful folly, although he disapproves of the actions taken by the government and the military. Chapter 164. Negotiation. The two women were undoubtedly the twin sisters of Eridar. The one clad in red, Ida, was Orlysis, while the one in blue, Salorath, was Kara. Ever since she. Chapter 165. demand relationships with the technology our company possesses. We could easily seek collaboration with other military officials or even directly participate in the Ministry of Defense's bidding process. Alas. Chapter 166. The Gospel Plan. Dwight D. Eisenhower, a graduate of West Point, rose to prominence during World War II, ascending to the rank of 5-star general. However, what captivates many is his ultimate. Chapter 167. Incitement. Upon mentioning S.H.I.E.L.D., Ross felt a surge of anger rising from within, a malevolent force stirring in his heart. The discord between them was indeed long-standing, akin to an inherent incompatibility. Chapter 168. A child grows beyond their mother. Upon the utterance of these words, Ross's countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. had consistently refrained from supporting, or rather, had interfered with his research, in his perspective, their actions were highly likely to. Chapter 169. The core of the matter. Does possessing Tony Stark not equate to possessing Iron Man? Regardless, Ross steadfastly refuses to believe that Tony merely served as a technical consultant in the past. Moreover, Chapter 170. Exoskeleton. As Ross perused the proposal, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. However, as a general of the United States, he certainly would not be as ignorant as Ivan Vanko, who had grown up in Siberia. Chapter 171. The 8 Guardians. The Umbrella Corporation currently boasts 8 formidable guardians, each endowed with extraordinary talents and unique abilities that set them apart from ordinary individuals. Some serve as esteemed consultants within major intelligence organizations, while others remain concealed within the city's shadows. Chapter 172. The neighbor. No matter how astute an individual may be, the moment they reveal their vulnerabilities and desires, it becomes merely a matter of time before they fall prey to the temptations of malevolent forces. The Great Crusade. Chapter 173. Sorcerers are human. Too. Clea set down her cake, engaged in a few casual exchanges, and then took her leave. After all, she was merely being courteous, making the acquaintance of her future neighbors, and would not linger for long. Well, let us leave it at that for now. We shall reconvene this evening, Evanson remarked, exhaling deeply as he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Unlike before, he was now attired in. Chapter 175. Mysterious affairs. Upon hearing these words, Evanson nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He swiftly glanced back and forth between Nick Fury and Melinda, exclaiming, "Have you both had enough?" Chapter 176. Do you keep records? Cultural differences and variations in lifestyle may result in seemingly similar elements between two civilizations having entirely distinct purposes. Chapter 177. The Matter of the Hammer. Observe how sophisticated Tony's 3D projection system is. The slow-motion effect of his left and right hands not only accomplishes the necessary tasks, but also exudes an air of superiority and flair. Chapter 178. Are you familiar with Sarajevo? Another myth. Although from the outset, Nick Fury was prepared to encounter a series of unscientific phenomena. However, Chapter 179. Pertaining to you on June 28, 1914, Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary and his wife were assassinated. This incident directly precipitated the outbreak of the First World War. Chapter 180. The Special Products of New Mexico. Why such an urgent desire to bring about Justin's demise, employing such extreme and unscrupulous methods? Moreover, how could one discern the secret transfer routes of S.H.I.E.L.D. and mislead them into believing? Chapter 181. The Ghost Rider. Some individuals, either lured by temptation or willingly succumbing to depravity, forge pacts with demons from the depths of hell. Transformed by the infernal flames, they become cursed ghost riders, destined to. Chapter 182. I aim to become the Hokage in the arid desert of New Mexico. The landscape is strewn with wild grasses, scattered stones, and the skeletal remains of deceased animals. At this moment, a lizard emerges from its burrow. Chapter 183. Discovering vulnerabilities. Chapter 184. The battle begins. The spirit of vengeance felt a pang of betrayal. Although Evanson's recent assault was undeniably formidable, even melting the gravel beneath, it was still insufficient for. Chapter 185. Feel the demonic power within me. Evanson was hastily channeling his magic, for he had but a single opportunity left to strike. Yet, was it not the same for the malevolent knight? Chapter 186. The visitor from hell. Melinda approached and assisted Evanson, guiding him to the side of the car. How do you feel now? Evanson leaned against the car door, nodding slightly. Chapter 187. Let us make a deal. Chapter 188. The devil's terms can I refuse? Generally, there are only 4 types of individuals who would agree to make a bargain with the devil. The first type is one who has lost everything, possessing nothing but a wretched existence. Chapter 189. Special methods. Evanson expressed a hint of surprise, remarking that he never expected even you would find the Supreme Mage formidable. It seems I have underestimated Gui. Chapter 190. The Heart Demon. To be frank, Mephisto stated earnestly, I do not hold a high regard for humanity. Evanson scratched his face. Boss. Chapter 191. I have no use for these. Mephisto observed with great interest as Evanson meticulously examined the contract. You are quite the professional, he remarked. Evanson insisted on reviewing the contract. A clever ruse indeed. As the saying goes, those who deceive others are often deceived themselves. Mephisto found himself ensnared by this tactic, plunging into a state of suspicion and paranoia. Chapter 193. The Remote Cemetery. The site of the Thunder God's Hammer's descent has transformed from a barren wasteland in the New Mexico desert into a militarized zone, governed by advanced technology and rapid materials. Melinda parked her vehicle in the base's parking lot and, after several futile attempts to turn the key, discovered that she still could not extinguish the engine. Alas! Upon observing. Chapter 196. The Divine Word. Chapter 197. Coulson's anomaly, is it really him? Melinda whispered into Evanson's ear, fully aware of who Princip was, especially after the recent events in Nick Fury's office. Observing Melinda, it was evident she was throwing left and right jabs. Those with muddled consciousness posed a threat. With a swift motion, Coulson and Silvert fell to the ground in response. Chapter 199. 3 questions. Although the soul has unknowingly attained completeness, it now appears to have little relevance, and even Thor himself feels that his remaining days may very well. Chapter 200. Bring them back. Chapter 201. Unexpected kinship. What? This is impossible. Upon hearing the news, Thor exclaimed in shock. Why are you so astonished? Evanson replied, momentarily taken aback, with a hint of malice in his tone. Chapter 202. The hour has arrived. In a remote corner of New Mexico, a place unmarked on any map. One would never expect to find a desolate cemetery nestled within. The most recent. Chapter 203. The contract secured after the vehicle driven by Evanson approached. He and Melinda alighted from the car. In an effort to conceal their identities, the two of them were cloaked in such a manner that they were almost unrecognizable. Not only dawning. Chapter 204. The struggle of the Wraith as the offspring of the demonic sovereign Mephisto. The Wraith is indeed a notorious figure in the underworld, indulging in a life of debauchery under his father's dominion, where he relentlessly bullies men and trifles with women. Pray tell, how may I assist you? Evanston pondered, contemplating whether he was being summoned to join the Wraith in some reckless escapade against his relentless adversary. On the eve of Evanston's visit to Carter's realm, he found himself entangled in a conversation regarding the request for military support. In the communications room of the base, Nick Fury, after processing the information, remarked, although we are entirely unaware, it is worth noting that long ago, on Earth. Chapter 208. The original wife arrives. Not everyone in the American military possesses the temperament of General Ross, willing to stand up to S-H-I-E-L-D. Moreover, this time, it was S-H-I-E-L-D that acted through the World Security Council. Chapter 209. The battle begins. The quartet of 3 men and 1 woman, reminiscent of an F4 ensemble, once caused Evanston to endure an indelible psychological trauma over a mere pair of trousers in a dimly lit hall. Alas! Chapter 210. The Army's battle. As the operations commenced, all personnel assumed their combat positions. Upon entering the state of battle, Sanderson's demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Seated in the temporary command room, he observed. Chapter 211. Now is the time. Are you engaged in battle? Thor abruptly burst into the makeshift command room, accompanied by his 4 valiant warriors, and immediately inquired of Evanson. Next to grace the stage is Sif, the acrobatic virtuoso hailing from Asgard. Please enjoy her splendid performance. Oh, heavens, she has commenced. Chapter 213. The time has come. At present, I possess but a single war puppet akin to Hellfire. With a pained expression, Evanson lamented that it is a disposable item, incapable of. Chapter 214. The return of the Thunder God. In many instances, even the mischievous child realizes the nature of their wrongdoing and harbors a sincere desire to acknowledge it. However, When it comes to admitting their faults, they may. Chapter 215. You ruined my entrance. After withstanding several assaults from the destroyer at the heart of the Tempest, Thor resolved to deliver a final blow, as the destroyer unleashed its annihilating laser once more. Chapter 216. Evacuate before nightfall. What shall we do now? Since Thor has successfully ascended with his entourage to confront his little brother, it can be said that the ensuing atmosphere is palpably heavy. Although Sif refrains from further inquiring about who rendered her unconscious, she appears to be burdened with unspoken thoughts, remaining silent and withdrawn. Chapter 218. The renowned detective Johnny Blaze Evanson emerged from the room and stepped into the courtyard of the base. As he had anticipated, the motorcycle, notorious for its noise pollution complaints wherever it roamed, was indeed present. You, like the Witch of the Heart, are coveting the power of the contract. Johnny recalled the last time he heard Mephisto refer to Evanson as the Demon Sorcerer, a title he had come to understand through personal experience. Neither copper, nor iron, nor steel, it once lay hidden in the palace of Odin. Without the divine craftsman to reverse the forging, could it not be sharpened by the waters of the god? With arms as thick as a tree trunk and legs robust, it heralds destruction. Chapter 221. Overestimated strength. Ever since the witch's heart disregarded Evanson's counsel and stubbornly entered the room, the commotion within resembled that of 10 Jerrys and 10 Toms confined in a single space. Chapter 222. The seed of corruption. Sheaf is a vibrant and beautiful woman, embodying both integrity and courage as a warrior, which adds to her allure. The heart of the witch. Chapter 223. Speculations on immortality. Did that old wretch not inform you? As the dark gas and viscous liquid gradually solidified, the witch heart demon stood leisurely before the two, not only. Chapter 224. The Philosopher's Stone. The Legion of Flame, which regards the annihilation of all existence as its corporate ethos, has never held faith in the notion that anything is invulnerable or imperishable, if there exists such a thing. The so-called Philosopher's Stone, a product of alchemical lore, is known by many names: the Stone of Heaven, the Elixir of Life, the Stone of Wonders, and the Fifth Element, among others, as its legends suggest. Chapter 226. Another night, the witch heart demon gazed upon those crimson, solid objects being thrust into its very being, and its countenance instantly transformed with wild alarm. The witch heart demon did not fear the evil spirit knight, and even dared. Chapter 227. Resolution of grievances. Ever since the elder Carter Slay subdued Wuxinmo, pinning him to the ground for a brief moment, he has remained utterly motionless. His eyes transformed into an abyssal black, akin to. Chapter 228. Markagura, I inquired. Did you not consider equipping me with an emergency stop switch from the very outset? A mere press would halt my actions. Now, is this truly what you deem a duel? The destroyer has met his demise, pierced through by the arrow of chaos, while the Ghost Rider, Johnny, finds himself bereft of purpose. Mephisto has departed, having waved his sleeve without claiming a single soul. In the grand scheme of this incident, he has indeed suffered a significant loss, leaving him with nothing to show for it. Chapter 231. The best scenario. How many times has it been now? Nick Fury, with his hands buried in his pockets and a disdainful expression on his face, remarked, as a serving advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. There is a saying that Earth is the cradle of human civilization, but humanity cannot remain in the cradle forever. Perhaps it was when humanity first gazed upon the starry sky. I must warn you in advance, Evanson said solemnly. This Lady Sif is a trusted confidant of Thor, the Prince of Asgard, and also a formidable warrior in her own right. Chapter 235. The Second Phase. Hollywood, the bastion of American imperialism, serves as a global disseminator of its decadent ideologies, functioning as the educational nucleus that indoctrinates humanity with its universal values. And now this. Chapter 236. The Key to All Realms. Chapter 237. Returning home. What else can one do? Remain here. Chapter 238. Crushing stones with one's chest. Greetings, sir. It appears you have a keen interest in my vehicle. Would you care to take it for a spin? Although I have formed some conjectures regarding this individual's identity, Evanson still had to. Chapter 239. Is what I do meaningful? Evanson stepped behind the counter where he often sat and rummaged for a while, eventually retrieving a bottle of whiskey purchased at some indeterminate time. He simply believed that drinking plain water. Chapter 240. He is somewhat akin to famine, plague, war, death. Evanson coldly uttered these 4 words, representing the acute pains of human civilization's history. when these four torments descend upon. Chapter 241. The twins in action in the southern Spanish city of Seville. A lavishly extended luxury sedan is parked on the street outside a university. The car's interior is well appointed. The two ladies find the inquiry somewhat obscure. Randolph's expression shifts through various phases before settling into a rather rigid smile amidst the myth. Chapter 243. Over too soon, when one speaks of the cunning demons adept at schemes within the Burning Legion, the majority would conjure images of the treacherous and deceitful Fear Lords. Indeed, they are. Chapter 244. The Eternal Night Monastery. After rendering Randolph unconscious once more, the twins departed from the office and made their way directly outside the university. Shortly thereafter, a janitor adorned. Chapter 245. Creo's departure. Following the conclusion of Randolph's affairs, Evanson promptly received the news, for this matter had indeed originated from his initiative. His personal sentiments. Initially, given that Sif had expressed a desire to meet him, Evanson felt compelled to make the visit. After all, it is a universally acknowledged truth among the Million Lord that in order to gain someone's favor. How are you feeling now? After downing that drink, Evanson collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling heavily for 3 minutes without uttering a single word. Where am I? Evanson abruptly awakened from slumber, as though he found himself in an unfamiliar setting. His recollections lingered on the effects of the alcohol. Grant Douglas Ward. Evanson, with drooping eyelids, murmured Ward's full name before subtly lifting his gaze to meet the eyes of the person seated across from him. Chapter 251. The arrival of a group. The group, led by Eisenwyn, had been in England for 2 weeks. During this time, apart from needing to exercise a modicum of caution due to the presence of the London Temple, they had been thoroughly enjoying themselves. Chapter 252. He is still alive in a modest apartment located somewhere in London. The space is not particularly large, nor is the decor extravagant. Indeed, it scarcely resembles the residence befitting a person of great stature. Within the apartment. Chapter 253. Revival. Peggy Carter was no stranger to the insignia on this brooch, for it was emblematic of the most challenging case she had ever encountered. This brooch. Chapter 254. The battle. A car, careening out of control, collided violently with a tree by the roadside. The man on the motorcycle murdered the occupants within the vehicle, meticulously staging the scene before drawing his pistol to record the aftermath. In a bid to prevent the world from descending into chaos and to safeguard the peace of our existence, he sought to uphold the principles of freedom and authentic justice. Ms. Peggy Carter, do you now wish to? Chapter 256. First, let us finalize the preparations. In an abandoned factory on the outskirts of London, Evanson gazed at Peggy Carter, who lay unconscious upon a table. Chapter 257. She is my only. To speak frankly, there is no place for you in my current plans. Evanson sat before Dottie, his fingers interlaced, shielding his nose. Do you wish to possess me? Although Dottie's emotions were tumultuous, leaving her in disarray, her fundamental capacity for thought remained intact. Dottie. Chapter 259. The second-hand shadow. Dottie suddenly raised her voice, successfully capturing everyone's attention. Upon noticing the gathered gazes, she merely offered a delightful smile. Chapter 260. The chosen sacrifice. Do not presume that warlocks and demon hunters, both practitioners of fell magic, share a harmonious relationship, engaging in casual academic exchanges and social gatherings. The reality is. Chapter 261. The heart of the demon. The summoning ritual of Evanson commenced, as a stream of crimson light emanated from his being. This luminous essence signified the souls he had amassed, transmuted into energy for consumption. Chapter 262. It seems a tad deeper. Boss, I implore you to reconsider. Sarah stood beside Evanson, speaking gently. Are you certain you wish to take matters into your own hands? Evanson raised. Peggy Carter gradually regained consciousness, abruptly sitting up from the platform. Her gaze was vacant, and her expression somewhat dazed. She sensed that, aside from the discomfort from the concrete. Chapter 264. The traitor. Evanson at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the director's office. Nick Fury sat behind his desk in the dimly lit room, the darkness enveloping him. Meanwhile, Captain America, Black Widow, and Melinda strategized beneath the eastern window of the command vehicle during the moonless night. The trio led their task force as Natasha was flung away, landing at the feet of an adversary. In such dire circumstances, she should have swiftly evaded and engaged the enemy. Sarah, to be honest, I find this situation quite displeasing, Natasha remarked, her hands bound above her head, a frown etched across her face. My arrival here was facilitated by the utter lack of resistance from your subordinates. This time, Melinda refrained from addressing the moniker Iron Rider as she typically would. Without further ado, the individual who had cast Captain America aside was none other than Peggy Carter, who was on the verge of a complete transformation, with merely a trivial step remaining. It seemed we had misjudged you. As Evanson pondered whether Captain America could survive in the clutches of the demonic dancer, Melinda interjected. I find it difficult to articulate what I witnessed, Peggy Carter expressed, her demeanor reflecting lingering trepidation, her eyes ablaze with an unholy fire that flickered ominously. And then there was that object. In the end, Evanson handed over a pair of frog sunglasses to Richter's cursed vision, a device bearing my name. Although Nick Fury typically resided within the command center, aboard the vast aerial aircraft carrier, he possessed his own independent office, known as the Captain's Quarters. Chapter 275. I am quite amiable, much like the former Night Elves. Due to the misuse of the Well of Eternity, its energies radiated into the void, ultimately guiding the Burning Legion to Azeroth. Nick Fury was left astounded by Carter's recent impassioned speech. However, upon reflection, he realized that SHIELD is indeed an espionage organization, and it is unlikely that, after the bald traitor, Esan Tool, reported Loki's precise location, the task force immediately embarked on a Quinjet. Well, Chapter 278, the heroic rescue of Loki. After extracting Loki, who had been forcefully thrown into the steppes, the group secured him and loaded him onto the aircraft, promptly embarking on their journey home. Shortly thereafter, following a dramatic display of heroism, Thor, the god of thunder, unceremoniously hurled his charmingly reckless brother onto a mountaintop. Long time no see, Sif, he greeted her upon boarding the plane, acknowledging their acquaintance that spanned millennia. Within the confines of this SHIELD aerial aircraft, there existed a modest room, characterized by its simplistic design and constructed primarily of high-strength adaptive glass. This space served as a unique prison, regardless of others' perceptions. Loki found himself utterly bewildered, internally questioning the inconsistency of their tactics. Was it not said that the inhabitants of Midgard held a certain trepidation towards dark magic? While the notion of superheroes banding together for battle may appear splendid, the reality is fraught with challenges, often proving more complex than coordinating the efforts of 25 teams working in unison. In the aftermath of a series of explosive incidents, the personnel aboard the aerial aircraft were thrown into utter disarray. How could it be otherwise? With one of the main engines malfunctioning, the threat of imminent descent loomed perilously close. Chapter 285. Shadows blooming like black lilies. There will always be elusive elements slipping through the cracks. Ultimately, a trio of intruders infiltrated the command center, leaving one to ponder whether to deem them fortunate. Chapter 286. You don't want me, do you? Farewell. Fish-lipped Oni-chan. Loki, who was initially ensnared yet has now extricated himself, performs a hat trick, deceiving Thor with an illusion. Chapter 287. Unity against external forces. The so-called sleepers refer to unactivated agents. They infiltrate the enemy's ranks, yet they do not engage in any communication or provide feedback during ordinary times, waiting for specific. Chapter 288. Empty. This is an overt display of military intimidation. Yet Nick Fury must tread carefully. Chapter 289. The pursuit of fame and fortune is within reach indeed, Tony exclaimed with a hint of nervousness. He shared a close bond with Coulson and felt a profound sorrow for his plight. He was so naive. As he exited the Ross residence, the Eridar twins entered the only official vehicle of the Umbrella Corporation. Saloras addressed Luther, who was at the wheel, instructing him to deal with those little brats. Chapter 291. Imprint. Hey, while we may harbor discontent, could we engage in a more civil discourse? This posture is utterly devoid of any semblance of ladylike grace. Evanson strained to lift his chin from the other parties. Chapter 292. Let us begin. Tony now dons his most advanced armor, engaging in combat with the Chitauri above the skies of New York. Although his current suit boasts formidable strength, it faces an unrelenting. Chapter 293. The actions of the Hidden Order utilizing divine artifacts is not comparable to other methods. Conventional spells can still be obscured by Evanson through the use of concealment arrays or the secretive arts obtained from Mephitos. Yet, Euthalis. Chapter 294. Awaken Usilism? Evanson, who was presiding over the magical array, furrowed his brow and glanced up in confusion at the colossal portal in the sky. The output power of the cosmic cube's energy. Chapter 295. Could this be a deception? What has befallen the Lord of Fear? Even the Lord of Fear possesses emotions and desires. He too seeks diversion and amusement. Indeed, Yathalas confronts Sag. Presently, New York is engulfed in chaos. However, the resistance against the extraterrestrial invasion comprises more than just the Avengers. The New York police are also among those who battle bravely. Chapter 297. I am the beginning of the apocalypse. The current state of the battlefield has undergone a slight transformation, as the Hulk, who plummeted from the celestial mothership, has finally arrived. Do not blame him for his tardiness. After all, those who arrived earlier were not transported here. Chapter 298. Wings strengthened the Supreme Sorceress. Ancient One, while suppressing the portal, silently observed Evanson's ostentatious display, for he was wielding an extraordinary magical artifact. Chapter 299. By me time upon Evanston's entry into the battlefield, he indeed managed to eliminate a considerable number of adversaries. However, this figure pales in comparison to the overall invading Chitauri forces. Moreover, Chapter 300. Turning the tide with a thunderous roar, Thor, the god of thunder, descended from the heavens, instantly obliterating a vast swath of foes. Are you willing to let go? I had thought. Chapter 301. Lost. Although the Eridar twins were maliciously scheming the assassination of Evanson's beloved, he remained blissfully unaware, as he had completely immersed himself in. Chapter 303. The Escape. Once upon a time, the myriad of great lords who battled valiantly in Azeroth were all enticed by the high-ranking demons of the Burning Legion. The Legion's coveted orange gear was abundant, and now. Chapter 304. Detection of incoming fusion strike. It is truly lamentable that the noble concubine, who has accompanied me through countless days and nights, has met such a tragic fate, leaving her in a state of utter disfigurement. This notion of self-sacrifice has never been a principle embraced by the notorious playboy, Tony Stark. He dons his iron armor to combat terrorism, partly for his own sake. Following the events in New York, the Avengers convened for a meal together. There is nothing unusual about this. Even superheroes are human and require sustenance. After all, one cannot expect to keep them hungry indefinitely. What if? Chapter 307. The Shattered Path of the Archmage. Very well. I shall leave these matters in your capable hands. Elzes stretched leisurely, for we shall soon find ourselves quite occupied. Ross has already made significant strides within the city. Chapter 308. The enigmatic nuclear bomb. Evanson, displaying no hesitation, firmly closed the door and confidently took a seat on the sofa, crossing his legs. He directly addressed Nick Fury, inquiring, "Do you not find it curious that?" Chapter 309. Perhaps one desires a war. Is it an overestimation of one's aspirations? Nick Fury scoffed at such notions. Even with fortune favoring him, the Tesseract remained unscathed by the nuclear explosion, untouched. The swelling of personal desires is not a commendable trait, yet it resides within all. The common folk yearn for positions of power, and once attained, aspire to ascend to the throne. Having released the Emperor, they then crave immortality, and immortality, rebirth. This has long been the relentless pursuit of humanity since ancient times. Take the ancient Egyptians, who would preserve their pharaohs in a state of eternal preservation. The yearning. Chapter 313. They are my mistresses. Regarding the previous incident, when Agatha deceived him into summoning the Eridar twins, Evanson could not shake off his lingering resentment. At that time, his emotions were steeped in anger. Chapter 314. I shall first frighten him. The assertion that science and technology constitute the primary productive force may not hold true within the context of a multiverse, for there exist realms where magical prowess reigns supreme. Nevertheless, Chapter 315. I offer you a clear path. It is often said that in life, 9 out of 10 matters do not unfold as one wishes, and sorcerers tend to experience even more such occurrences. Just like now, Evanson cannot comprehend how everything was proceeding smoothly, only to suddenly transform into. Chapter 316. How could you possibly know? Chapter 317. Clarification. As the saying goes, man proposes, but heaven disposes. When subordinates are wronged, they naturally seek solace from their superiors. In truth, Evanson had just emerged from the void when A.G. Chapter 318. The freshness of the soul. In response to Nose's fervent expression of loyalty, the Gemini displayed a countenance of disdain. How did we not recognize your unwavering fidelity before? Nose is certainly not. Well, let us leave this matter for now. Evanson hastily concluded the discussion. Very well. Let us pause our conversation here. Airy. Chapter 320. She kicked you out spinning and drifting. I close my eyes. Upon Evanson's suggestion for a test drive, Tony readily acquiesced without much contemplation, given his status and wealth. Chapter 321. The Supreme Mage approaches the figure, once tirelessly yearned for, now suddenly materializes, instilling a profound dread within Evanson. Having tumbled from his chair, Evanson remains in a state of shock. What nonsense are you babbling, Evanson? Ancient One has yet to respond to Evanson's words, yet Clea has already adopted a stern expression, reprimanding him. The Supreme Mage. Chapter 323. Supreme Warrior. Chapter 324. It seems I have uttered this phrase before the unexpected betrayal struck Aeolus with great astonishment. Fortunately, her extensive lifespan had afforded her ample time to cultivate formidable skills. Chapter 325. Just as I anticipated, the battle rages on. Although the twins have begun to sense that something is amiss, they have yet to discern the root of the problem. Enveloped in. Chapter 326. It is my turn to appear, as with previous occasions, this. Chapter 327. You have triumphed, Supreme Mage. Once, Evanson, adorned with a crimson hood that concealed his visage, was clad in garments woven with corrosive black patterns. He bore the skeletal armor upon his shoulders and fastened a magical energy belt around his waist, wielding a legendary artifact. Within the confines of Richter's Curio Shop. Chapter 328. The irony of Evanston. What jest is this? How can you so casually abandon your convictions? Will you forsake your beliefs and cast aside all your aspirations just like that? Chapter 329. Darkness is rising. An extraterrestrial magical organization, devoted to combating evil yet ensnared by it, has established its legacy on Earth. Ancient One gathered her thoughts, but she soon contemplated. Chapter 330. Reverence for the power of the stars. Chapter 331. Only we can save ourselves. The sinister clouds of malevolence loom ominously as legions gallop across the expanse. Who dares to stand boldly with sword in hand? Only I, Card, shall determine fate, as the cinematic masterpieces of Evanson are unveiled. Chapter 332. Can you elucidate them? Our organization has witnessed the rise and fall of countless empires, the birth and extinction of myriad species. Yet, throughout the ages, it is the folly of mortals that remains eternal. Chapter 333. I dared not spend a penny. Who glanced over at Tyler and the others, and the dog. Their strength was not particularly formidable, and judging by their obedient demeanor towards you. Chapter 334. You must monitor me. I have spent not a single penny. Nor do I dare to, for I am a descendant of sorcerers. Evanson spoke with heartfelt sincerity, stating that his ancestors taught him that this wealth was acquired in the most perilous. Hallelujah. Evanson felt as though he was now enveloped in a radiant glow, as if a dark-haired youth with wings was extending a hand towards him, gently. Chapter 336. This is as far as I can assist you. As Crea scrutinized Melinda, Melinda was equally observing her. Ultimately, Melinda concluded that this woman was extraordinary. She had a connection with Evanson. Chapter 337. Melinda, this is your destiny. As Clea pondered in uncertainty, the contract rune on the back of Melinda's right hand gradually emerged. This alone was sufficient to dispel Clea's doubts, proving. Chapter 338. Do you desire the martial arts manual? Melinda gazed at the swirling green liquid in the cup, agitated by the addition of dark energy. With a slight twitch of her nose, she instinctively recoiled, pondering whether this concoction could truly be consumed. Chapter 339. The Iron Cavalry does not perish by bare hands. Evanson was genuinely taken aback by Clea's sudden emergence with such an idea. However, it truly is an excellent notion. Chapter 340. Chaotic Knight. The Iron Steed does not perish by bare hands. Melinda coldly uttered the name once more, then with a fierce expression declared, Excellent. I am quite pleased with this name. Chapter 341. Something happened to Coulson as Melinda grasped the ominous axe. Evanson instinctively recoiled several paces, his hands raised defensively before him as he bellowed, Once a month. Chapter 342. A resemblance to a number. Since Coulson's resurrection encountered complications, your superior has personally come to summon me. Evanson remarked that there was no time to waste, and we should set off promptly. Nick Fury. Chapter 343. The Blue Corpse. As soon as Evanson's words fell, the atmosphere instantly became frigid, with everyone casting strange glances in his direction, bewildered as to why he would entertain such thoughts at this moment. Chapter 344. The Cretans. Chapter 345. Damn it. Get lost. Tahiti, a place of enchantment. With its stunning coastline, pristine white sands, sun-drenched skies, freshly squeezed juices, and an alluring figure, the craftsmanship of. Chapter 346. That hash damn bastard. Evanson exclaimed, his fist striking the monitor in a fit of rage. He realized he had been overly prejudiced, stubbornly clinging to his preconceived notions before this moment. Chapter 347. The True Purpose. The Serpent of the Eden. The legendary tempter who led Adam and Eve to consume the forbidden fruit. Evanson gazed at the creature before him, contemplating the myths and, do not linger. Today, I have drunk to excess. Tomorrow, the dawn shall arrive. Chapter 348. The son of the demon, Locke. Upon hearing Hash utter that name, Evanson couldn't help but curl his lip in a derisive chuckle. Locke, haha. His lips curled slightly. Chapter 349. Seeking assistance. Excellent. Splendid. Evanson meticulously examined the contract, scrutinizing it from every angle several times. Once he was assured that there were no discrepancies, he proceeded to affix his signature to the document. Chapter 350. The future team. In fact, we can utilize a portal to reach our destination. At this moment, Kreia adorned her left hand with 2 brass finger rings and said to Evanson, we can first teleport to. Chapter 351. Why one might descend in a healthy aircraft, powered to its fullest capacity, raced towards Eastern Europe. However, given its considerable size, it was incapable of supersonic flight. Thus, it would take at least another 3 hours to reach Eastern Europe. Chapter 352. Our cause is just sorcerers do not perish easily. The dark energy grants them an almost infinite lifespan and eternal youth. Moreover, the ability to siphon life allows them to heal even the most grievous of wounds. Chapter 353. A display of skill. After 3 rounds of drinks, the food on the table was nearly consumed. However, Lang Molu and his companions, besides exuberantly cheering 666 for Evanson, had little else to say. Chapter 350. For the outer church. Whose church is this? Evanson inquired. Do not be deceived by Clea's usually naive demeanor. She is, in fact, a senior deacon of the Temple of New York, and within the realm of Camartage. Chapter 355. The shame of mercenaries. The Swiss Guard, directly under the Pope's command, often leaves an initial impression of a small contingent, comprising fewer than 70 men, adorned in flamboyant armor reminiscent of the vibrant Renaissance era. Chapter 356. Only we can resolve. Evanson glanced at the African-American man sprawled on the ground. Noticing his tattered brown leather jacket, gloved hands, and military boots, he appeared quite capable. Chapter 357. Concealing everything. O Lord, this malevolence is worthy of a battle. Upon hearing the name Mephisto, Moru immediately became agitated, fervently chanting the slogans of holy war, performing a sudden leap. Chapter 358. A safer place. The group followed Evanson as he gradually made his way into the cabin, enveloped in a profound silence, particularly the members of the action team, whose heads hung low in contemplation. New York. Chapter 359. Joint execution. Evanson squinted thoughtfully. Melinda's suggestion was indeed quite constructive. This airborne fortress could be regarded as a crystallization of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s high-tech achievements as. Chapter 360. The first step in dealing with the Ghost Rider. Only God can grant eternal life, Evanson proclaimed, closing his eyes with a solemn expression akin to that of a saint. Meanwhile, Ramlo appeared to be influenced by this profound declaration. Chapter 361. Assisting your elder. Johnny Blazer emerged from the rubble, gazing at his surroundings with a bewildered expression. Previously, he had declined. Chapter 362. Lifting the curse. What are your true intentions? Johnny reclined on the ground, refusing to rise, allowing the jagged shards of bricks to press against him as he inquired, I need you. Chapter 363. Different from imagination due to Melinda's deep-seated resentment. She bombarded the warehouse where Johnny Blazer was located for a full minute before finally calming her agitation. However, the vehicle carrying Johnny. Chapter 364. Obedience to orders. Chapter 365. The advancing Melinda. Though Nadia wielded a small pistol, she was easily incapacitated from behind due to being blinded by the glaring spotlight. As Kerrigan emerged from behind the illumination. Chapter 366. The divine being Steed. Melinda found herself utterly subdued, taking cover behind the car as she faced a barrage of concentrated fire from several automatic rifles. Despite her extensive training, Chapter 367. Protecting my enemy. Striking my ally, he truly knows how to embellish his own reputation, Evanson remarked, furrowing his brows. After Melinda's report, he had come to grasp the true origins of the Ghost Rider. Chapter 368. Offending Melinda and still wanting to leave, a certain doom awaits. Evanson observed the unfolding events from the airplane, shaking his head and remarking, Priya, seated beside him, appeared somewhat perplexed. Chapter 369. Concealed Signals S.H.I.E.L.D. serves as a formidable barrier, and we stand at, Evanson, with a stern expression, addressed Nadia. However, his words faltered midway, and he turned his head. Chapter 370. A significant loss. The suggestion to relocate to New York is easily comprehensible. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. claims to be omnipresent, its headquarters resides in the United States, thus their influence there. Chapter 371. The Study of Blood. Chapter 372. Endurance. Chapter 373. Arms dealer. The javelin. Is it the type of man-portable missile that soars high into the sky with a whoosh after launch, only to come crashing down with a thud? Evanson continued to speak. And, Chapter 374. Allow me to teach you to control it. That fellow's laughter was truly unpleasant. Evanson curled his lips in disdain, aside from himself. The only other person daring to emit such a grotesque laugh on this aircraft was Johnny Boo. Chapter 375. This power will eventually be mine. The Battle of the Ghost Rider commenced shortly after the aerial bus gracefully descended nearby. Due to its vertical landing system, the requirements for its landing were not overly demanding. Chapter 376. Life is like a play. Milhawk felt the collar being gripped tightly as the wind whistled past his ears, indicating a swift pace. Fortunately, the individual who had come to his rescue had no intention of straying too far. Chapter 377. Voldemort has arrived? Who has come? Danny's words left everyone momentarily perplexed. But soon, the sound of roller skates scraping against the ground from outside. Chapter 378. I feel a bit unwell. Chapter 379. This is the human realm. A sense of discomfort and difficulty in breathing surged forth, intensifying as Evanson ventured deeper into the temple. Within the sacred halls, various. Chapter 380. The angel is. Upon the first glimpse of the monk leader, Evanson immediately discerned that the scriptures inscribed upon his body were not mere embellishments or tokens of pious asceticism. Chapter 381. Doubts what manner of energy is holy light. Evanson is not entirely ignorant of it. At the very least, he can recite the names of the skills possessed by paladins and priests, along with their general functions. Chapter 382. The right choice? In the corridor of the temple, two factions stood in a tense standoff. On one side, there were monks clad in flowing yellow linen robes, their hands hanging at their sides, while on the other side stood Langulo. Chapter 383. The modified Kerrigan. Have those individuals departed? The leader of the cultivators inquired with a hint of unease within the temple. Indeed, Your Excellency, responded a hooded figure standing nearby. Chapter 384. I wish to converse with you. Allow me to bear the burden of this benefactor's sins. As the saying goes, if I do not descend into hell, who will? How benevolent it is. Evanson, filled with compassion, drew forth. Chapter 385. I can postpone your judgment. A significant topic, accompanied by numerous inquiries. It remains uncertain whether it is due to the awareness of their own demise or other reasons, but the leader of the cultivators now displays a remarkable sense of liberation. Chapter 386. All light united together. Did God and the angels abandon humanity? This answer left Evanson somewhat incredulous, as it clearly contradicted Neru's usual demeanor. Neru. Chapter 387. The need for acceleration in planning. To be candid, upon arriving on Earth, Neru unexpectedly received a summons to join the Holy Light Alliance in combating the Burning Legion on a grand battlefield. This was not particularly surprising, as they. Chapter 388. Scovia. Chapter 389. That name seems familiar. Outside the ancient castle, a group of well-dressed individuals, exuding an air of refinement and sophistication, were warmly greeting one another, blissfully unaware of the distant presence of a pair of. Chapter 390. The twins on a leisurely stroll. The name of the three-eyed poison emperor, Gyul, resonated in Evanson's mind. He was certain he had heard it before. However, he could also affirm with unwavering conviction that he had never crossed paths with this individual. Chapter 391. I will resolve it. Damn, it truly is them. Evanson vigorously rubbed his left eye. Moments ago, the eye of Kilrog he had deployed for surveillance was still maintaining its visual connection. Chapter 392. The War of the Sons of Darkness. Though night has fallen, the dispute between Evanson and Kriya remains unresolved. The contention arises from Kriya's steadfast insistence on confronting the individuals below by herself, while Chapter 393. The contest between the son-in-law and the father-in-law. Evanson is laughing with such exuberance. Well, never mind. I shall refrain from elaborating. Humph. Were it not for the future dealings with Kriya, I might not be inclined to seek your approval, you old fellow. Chapter 394. Elements. Obey my command to form the battle array. Surely you jest, my friend? Evanson exclaimed dramatically, covering his eyes, utterly unable to bear witness to the chaotic spectacle of battle unfolding below. Karma. Chapter 395. Are you not a fool? Outside, the battle raged intensely, while within the ancient castle, the ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion. In fact, the ritual had already commenced prior to the outbreak of hostilities. Chapter 396. The dawn of darkness finishing early means wrapping up sooner, allowing for a swift departure to confront that treacherous pet. Speaking of which, the Eridar twins are filled with ire. Chapter 397. You must seek a true disciple in truth. Gu-E had harbored a degree of skepticism regarding the notion of the Dark Ascendancy. Although Evanson had meticulously compiled an extensive array of information and she had consented to collaborate, there lingered an air of doubt. Chapter 398. The organization has made a decision, preparing for your sacrifice. If that is the case, then it is a different matter altogether. Gu-E pondered the current situation with great care. Evanson's friend should not perish. He has merely fallen victim to Mephisto. Chapter 399. The one below is acceptable. Is Johnny Blaze a hero? Clearly not. In fact, were it not for his ability to transform, he would be a quintessential ordinary individual, incapable of doing anything remarkable. Chapter 400. The Holy Spirit Night. Now, I shall open your run and do meridians, as well as the 8 extraordinary meridians, severing your tendons, Evanson proclaimed as his hands danced rhythmically across Danny's back, forming intricate patterns reminiscent of a rugged cliff. Chapter 401. The Inevitability of Justice. Locke was cast into the depths of hell, while Johnny discovered genuine redemption. This should be regarded as a conclusion that brings joy to all. However, for Evanson. Chapter 402. The substitute of the soul. People are forged through adversity. Evanson now realizes the profound truth embedded in this statement. One would never truly comprehend their own capabilities without a little pressure. Chapter 403. I wish to give it a try. What did you say? The Eridar twins inquired in unison, their expressions decidedly unfriendly. In their recollection, Evanson typically. Chapter 404. The significant role of the underdog. What? A janitor? Surely you jest. Initially, I had heard that the Eridar twins swiftly gathered their candidates, and Evanson was rather pleased. Chapter 405. Adrian. In Eastern Europe, it is still daylight, while in New York, night has already fallen. A modest standalone villa in the Brooklyn area, not particularly large, is slightly larger than the one in Evanson. Chapter 406. True fairness. What kind of absurdity is this fairness? Upon hearing Luther's remarks, Adrian was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. Boss, are you out of your mind? Right now? Chapter 407. Buddha listens to Simon. Benjamin Pollock and Claire Weiss are an ordinary engaged couple residing in New York, where they manage their own private laboratory. Chapter 408. Taking the blame. This number 47 is by no means an operative of a clandestine organization, but rather a trusted subordinate of the Eridar twins. He was once the bartender of the Void's Legacy nightclub, moonlighting as a distinguished former. Chapter 409. We are to meet the president. The notion of having the American military take the blame is rather astute. It is indeed advantageous to have a scapegoat placed in the line of fire. However, I must inquire of Evanson. Chapter 410. The rise of Ross in a desolate ruin in New York, once a bustling hub. Chapter 411. The importance of repetition. Behold the audacity of this individual, truly befitting of a senior official from the original Burning Legion. With but a few words, he aspires to commandeer an entire warship imbued with fell energy, in stark contrast to my own modest ambition of merely securing a vehicle. Evanson, having concealed his face, rolled on the ground for approximately a minute before finally cleaning the blood from his nose and rising to his feet. With a decisive crack, he realigned his nose and, wearing a pained expression, declared, I And soon it will be the 1-year anniversary of my book's release. I am prepared to unleash a torrent of creativity. Chapter 413. At 100% error rate, Mephisto observed Evanson's demeanor, his eyes glinting with a sinister smile as he gracefully approached the Eridar twins with feline elegance. Chapter 414. The resident office. This fellow appears to be acting quite shamelessly. As Mephisto observed Evanson's brazen demeanor, a surge of anger welled up within him, and he stroked the stubble on his chin. Chapter 415. Intelligence of Lucifer. Mephisto is now so exasperated that he feels on the verge of vomiting blood. It is akin to a renowned performer who, after much anticipation, finally receives an interview from a journalist, only to immediately denounce the very essence of the performance. Chapter 417. Remember to give me the thin slice. Wow, that sounds truly terrifying. Mephisto furrowed his brow and took a glance. Yet his tone revealed that he was not overly concerned. Chapter 418. I truly wish to take a vacation. Upon hearing the suggestion from Su Ting, Mephisto immediately found the idea highly intriguing. Initially, it contrasted sharply with his previous plan of satiating Lucifer and sending him to the heavens. Chapter 419. Who is the devil, alas? Evanson sighed deeply, astonished that hell today was so overrun with spirits, bustling and jostling, that even the formidable Lord of Demons found himself bereft of a single square inch to stand upon. Chapter 420. We can establish a written agreement. It is truly astonishing that as humanity ventures further down the path of self-destruction, it is a malevolent demon lord who rises to the occasion, striving to salvage the world. And Chapter 421. Whose child is this? 3 days, do not forget. Mephisto extended 3 fingers in a gesture and turned to leave. I must first acquire a parcel of land to establish my shop. Chapter 422. Employee benefits. New York, the largest city in the United States, ranks among the foremost cities in the world, with Wall Street at its heart. It has become one of the global economic centers, housing the headquarters of the United Nations. Chapter 423. To leap or not to leap, certain matters must be confronted. Evasion serves no purpose. Evanson has long come to this realization. Akin to a sorcerer who has entered the realm of true understanding, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 424. It was indeed like this at the beginning. Evanson was now in a state of despair, thinking to himself, is this some kind of mistake? Just a moment ago, I attempted to deceive you with the notion of marriage, yet you remained unresponsive. Now, as I mentioned the death of the old bandit Ching Shan. Chapter 425. The quality of mutual attraction. He admitted it. It was indeed the case. Clea's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Evanson in disbelief, her heart aching with disappointment and difficulty. Chapter 426. Expressing gratitude. Chapter 427. A gentle reminder. At the break of dawn, before the world had fully awakened, Evanson had already risen from his slumber. Of course, it was not due to any particular inclination for early rising. Chapter 428. What you need is a green card. I am Mephisto, Satan, the Demon King. My name shifts like the wind, as numerous as the mortal ways of demise. The world regards me as the embodiment of hatred. Chapter 429. You must contribute. Mephisto's smile appeared somewhat rigid, and the corners of his eyes twitched unnaturally, clearly indicating that he had grasped the true implications of Nick Fury's proposal. Chapter 430. Dispute. So, is S-H-I-E-L-D, transforming into the S-H-I-E-L-D. Construction Bureau in the depths of hell, contributing to the construction of the new 4 halves in the infernal realm, to be honest, in the realm of Morpheus. Chapter 431. The memory of Coulson. Do not be swayed by Mephisto's eloquent words. Evanston can discern his true intentions. The devil has. Chapter 432. I am human. The method devised by Mephisto aligns seamlessly with the devil's typical modus operandi, exploiting loopholes and seeking backdoor access. This time, he intends to implant a Trojan virus within Coulson's very soul. Chapter 433. Is excellence truly unattainable? Although Nick Fury himself could not assert with absolute certainty the viability of the surgical approach, he was still taken aback by its swift and unequivocal dismissal. Chapter 434. Please do come as a guest. I am indeed familiar with this name. He is a member of the World Security Council. Evanson spoke with remarkable ease. Yet he was not limited to this singular knowledge. Chapter 435. The checks and balances of power. Evanson immediately adopted Nick Fury's perspective and contemplated the matter, uncovering Gideon Malik's ulterior motives, or rather, what Nick Fury believed to be his. Chapter 436. A journey filled with trepidation. Chapter 437. No need for formalities. Hello, Coulson. It has been quite some time since we last met. Mephisto entered the hospital room, elegantly adjusting his suit collar, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he addressed. Chapter 438. Are you truly impoverished or merely frugal? Chapter 439. The most effective method of coercion. Thus, I must express my disdain for engaging with those who dabble in intelligence. They possess an uncanny ability to unearth your secrets, rendering any pretense of sophistication utterly futile. Chapter 440. The sky has fallen, but there are tall ones to support it. The sudden shift in circumstances left Kriya momentarily startled. However, after a brief moment of tension lasting only 2 to 3 seconds, she soon found solace and relaxed. Chapter 441. One among you has betrayed me. How could this happen? The anguished voice of Evanson echoed throughout the treasure shop. In truth, it is not surprising. Anyone in such a predicament would be driven to madness. Chapter 442. The Gemini scheme. Since the establishment of the Umbrella Corporation's precursor, the Gospel, the Eridani twins have predominantly resided here. From the onset of this venture, numerous challenges. Chapter 443. A promising beginning. Unbeknownst to Evanson, who was blissfully seated in a luxurious automobile en route to a banquet, he was being monitored remotely. Meanwhile, he was indulging in the contents of the car's refrigerator. Chapter 444. Appreciation. With a mere gesture of my hand, I banished the destroyer from Asgard into a subdimensional realm, its form dissolving into a state of half-emptiness. Evanson. Chapter 445. The king of the otherworldly will eventually arrive. Upon seeing the peculiar object in Evanson's hand, Malik and Stephanie felt an inexplicable tightening in their hearts. For this black stone was precisely the reason he had invited Evanson today. Chapter 446. That organization belongs to me. In the primordial era, when human civilization was yet to take shape, the Kree had once visited Earth. At that time, their vast Kree empire was ensnared. Chapter 447. The puppet master. Sir, what has transpired? At that moment, a guard stationed outside the room, having heard the roar from within, promptly pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 448. Have you heard of us? Do you believe that our organization, having suffered a devastating blow, would languish in despair, unable to uncover the truth of past events? You are mistaken, Mr. Malik. Our organization's resilience. Chapter 449. Your identity. The revelations brought forth by Evanson this time were nothing short of explosive, leaving Malik utterly bewildered, although the various factions of the Hydra remain largely disconnected. Chapter 450. This is my sincerity. The company's board of directors, holding a 50 stake? How impressive and remarkable. This is how Malik and his daughter perceive this extraordinarily prestigious. Chapter 451. All belongs to my empire. A somber sky, a muted atmosphere, and a desolate earth. This was the entirety of the landscape that unfolded before Evanson upon his arrival in this new realm through the obsidian portal. Gray. Chapter 452. The value of the planet. Having listened to these grandiose declarations, the Eridar twins turned their heads to survey the surroundings, observing the generous gifts promised by Evanson, yet they could only emit. Chapter 453. Competitors. To conquer is to subdue, and naturally, one must first conquer before subjugating. This conquest pertains to the art of warfare. If one desires to claim a territory as their own, they must first deploy their forces. Chapter 454. Highly mature technology. Is the information reliable? Although it is said that the quality depends on the context provided by peers, it is rather surprising that even before Evanson's business has officially commenced, there are already individuals attempting to undermine it. Chapter 455. The Gemini solution. It is essential to recognize that Evanson's Umbrella Corporation has consistently relied on the banner of biotechnological advancements. Furthermore, it has perpetually utilized this emblem to tantalize others. Chapter 456. Being watched. Acquisition, indeed, was an exceedingly splendid idea. For Evanson always believed that if an issue could be resolved with monetary means, then it was far from being a trivial matter. Chapter 457. The Hive. Truly the king of the extraordinary beings. Yet, prior to this, he was merely a hunter during the primitive tribal era of human civilization. Moreover, he was not. Chapter 458. An abundant resource. My esteemed lord, why not ride the winds and soar to great heights? The majestic hive boldly steps out of its abode, extending its arms as if to beckon the breeze, poised at any moment. Chapter 459. The completion of the beacon. This geothermal resource is an inexhaustible treasure. Indeed, an immeasurable wealth. However, in the present circumstances, all of this remains an elusive dream, devoid of. Chapter 460. Return. 3 hours have elapsed since Evanson ventured to the nameless alien planet, and Malik and Stephanie remain anxiously awaiting his return. At this moment, Stephanie is still. Chapter 461. First and foremost, I must extend my sincerest apologies. Chapter 462. The Farstar Project. Chapter 463. What do you desire? Although it is often said that all things in the world can be assigned a clear price, the Hive is a deity of Hydra. Considering the financial resources expended by Hydra over the millennia, as well as the sacrifices made. Chapter 464. Not belief, merely transaction. Generally speaking, swindlers often adopt a pitiful facade, claiming the demise of a father or mother, or lamenting the loss of an entire household registration. The tales they weave. Chapter 465. Were we mistaken? Are you not intrigued by the throne of the world? Chapter 466. Coexistence with former adversaries. You have renounced your previous methods, deeming them foolish. Could you elaborate on your current intentions? Chapter 467. We shall all be human. Only the deceased Native Americans are regarded as the virtuous ones. Chapter 468. The Babel Tower phenomenon. The species known as humanity, even in its pre-human stage as hominids, exhibited inherently social behavior. Naturally, during that epoch. Chapter 469. A new objective has emerged at that time. The accents and languages of all humanity were unified. The people aspired to construct a city and a tower, with its pinnacle reaching the heavens, in order to make a name for themselves. Ultimately, God became aware